you suddenly realize that your beautiful master seems to have been reborn. She knows that you are the only unparalleled demon emperor of the future, and also knows that you have been guarding the continent alone and suppressing the abyss for thousands of years. However, at your weakest moment, all races rose up against you, and in the end, your body was sunk into the sea of unwarranted blood. After your death, the dark alien races, no longer suppressed, reappeared, and the human race, unable to resist, was enslaved by all races, henceforth being seen as pigs and dogs raised for food. She, reborn, swore to protect and nurture you, but in this world, you just want to lie down and be lazy. You watched as the incredibly beautiful woman in front of you fell into deep thought. In the previous life in the Five Elements sect, she was your master. Because you were unwilling to become a menial disciple, you endured 10 days and nights of fasting and kneeling in the square, begging the sect. In the end, it was Morong Lioli who, impressed by your strong will, decided to accept you as her disciple against all odds. However, life was not easy for you after joining the sect. You offended a junior brother from the Water Vein sect, leading to constant harassment from his senior sister who admired him. She not only assigned you the most barren spiritual cave but also made you do menial tasks in the chores yard, depriving you of your cultivation time. Even your monthly salary would be deducted by senior sister to subsidize junior brother. Over time, your cultivation almost came to a standstill. Even Morong Luli felt that you lacked ambition, leading to her complete disappointment in you. Thinking of this, a hint of disgust arose from the bottom of your heart. So when Morong Lioli extended the invitation, you coldly refused without hesitation. Not interested. Why? Morong Lioli was taken aback by your straightforward rejection, even causing astonishment among the others present. The fairy's status is noble, while I am just a mere waste body. How can I be worthy of being your disciple? Your expression remained calm, but there was a subtle and imperceptible hint of sarcasm in your words. You are completely disappointed with the Five Elements sect, and with too many secrets hidden in your memory. Staying by Morong Lioli's side will eventually lead to exposure. Moreover, you must also descend the mountain as there is an extremely important task awaiting you. Morong Lioli opened her mouth, unsure of what to say for a moment. Everyone else thought you were just a waste of the Five Elements, but only she knew that you were actually the legendary primordial chaos divine body. Otherwise, how could you become the one and only demon emperor of all ages? But there were some things she couldn't say in front of so many people, so she had to say in a firm tone, "No, Magong, I have decided to take you in today. In the past life, they forced you into the demonic path. In this life, Morong Lioli will do everything to make it up to you. Junior sister, what are you messing around with?" During each sword trial assembly, the sect stipulates that each lineage can only accept one direct disciple. Do you really want to waste this spot on him? Besides, the sect master has set qualifications for disciples, and with this kid's talent, he is not qualified to enter our sect, let alone become your direct disciple. I don't care about any sect rules, Morong Lioli said, disregarding whether you agreed or not. She directly grabbed your shoulder, leaped into the air, and flew towards a distant mountain peak shrouded in white mist. You feel a lightness in your body, and in a moment, you arrive inside a palace entirely made of blue crystals. The Lapis Lazuli Palace is the most sacred main hall on the Water Vein Peak, serving as both Morong Lapis Lazuli's sleeping quarters and her place of meditation. You look around, feeling wary. You are no longer the same person you used to be, and you are not easily impressed. On the contrary, you believe that Morong Lioli must have some hidden agenda for this action, just as you were secretly speculating. Morong Lioli turned around and, for the first time, a touchingly beautiful smile appeared on her face. Magoo, don't belittle yourself because of what those people say. As long as your heart is set on the right path, you will surely achieve great things in the future. This is the token of the formation of the Lioli Palace. From now on, you will cultivate well under my guidance. With that, Morong Luli flicked her hand and a golden light shot out, landing in your hand. You looked at the exquisite token in your palm, your expression stiffening. Practicing in her bedroom? Has she taken the wrong medicine? With so many secrets hidden in your memory, how can you stay under her nose all the time? Besides, you only want to go down the mountain. You never intended to stay long in the Five Elements sect. Surprisingly, Morong Lioli seemed to have picked up the wrong script, as she hastily left after just a few words, leaving you in the Morong Palace looking bewildered. What was she up to? Well, I better figure out a way to leave this place quickly. Yu Yi, she must be almost 16 this year. In your past life, you were born in a seaside village called Qingshan Town. When you were 10 years old, your parents tragically perished at the hands of sea monsters while fishing at sea, leaving you and your 3-year-old sister to fend for yourselves. It wasn't until you were 16 that you decided to leave your hometown and journey through mountains and rivers to reach the Five Elements sect. And this departure lasted a full 10 years. 10 years later, when you returned to your hometown full of expectations, you found that the once peaceful and tranquil village had become a desolate wasteland, with ruins and overgrown weeds everywhere. After you left for a year, Qingshan town was raided. A Lingdan realm cultivator who practiced the soul-devouring banner slaughtered all the villagers, including your sister, Mu Yu. In your furious rage, you stormed the sect of the Spirit Pill realm cultivator, slaughtering all, wiping out their entire lineage. Yet in the end, all you found within the soul-eating banner was the fierce spirit formed by the shepherdess Jade Leaf. On that day, the sound of your wailing echoed through the heavens and earth. Since then, you have fed the fierce spirit of the shepherdess Jade Leaf with your blood every day, never slackening for thousands of years. The coolie soul was ultimately just a coolie soul, and you had tried countless methods but could not retrieve your sister's consciousness from it. Instead, nourished by your essence, the coolie soul grew stronger and even gave birth to a new consciousness. It is extremely bloodthirsty and manic, often sneaking out when you're not paying attention to commit evil deeds. Over time, everyone will attribute these misdeeds to Lin Mo. He was also scorned by the righteous and carried a lot of bad names as a result. Although he didn't care about the infamy at all, the people of the world always hated to get rid of him. Even if he later became a spirit emperor, even if he alone suppressed the Stygian abyss and guarded the North Shao continent, but the world has never let him go. All these causes and effects originated from the catastrophe that happened in the town of Castle Peak. If I can return to Green Mountain Town within a year, and then bring Yenner and the townspeople to escape that disaster, there will never be another tragedy like the one in my previous life. A rare fluctuation appeared in Lin Mo's calm eyes. In his previous life, he stood at the top of the continent. The fate of trillions of living beings can be decided with the move of a finger. But what happened to his sister had become almost a nightmare for him, and he could never get over it. If there was anything he was most thankful for after being reborn, it was definitely the opportunity given to him to make up for his regrets. There was nothing he could say this time that would make the tragedy repeat itself. Rimmer was thinking. However, a clear female voice suddenly came from outside the Liuli Palace. Disciple Zhao Ruxue, bring senior brother Qin Wushuang to see master. Outside the main hall, a beautiful woman dressed in red respectfully knelt on the green stone, waiting for Morong Liuli's summons. And beside her, there was likewise a teenager kneeling. He looked around curiously, seemingly new to everything. Lin Mo inside the palace came back to his senses. Qin Wushuang. Upon hearing the name, it inevitably made him frown. Qin Wushuang was a junior apprentice brother who joined the sect in the same year as him. This man is smart and clever. He also became the Water Veins group favorite due to his outstanding talent. He acted well-behaved and understanding in front of Morong Liuli, and pretended to be approachable in front of the other master brothers. Some female disciples were even mesmerized by his clean and handsome appearance, causing their hearts to flutter. Even eldest senior sister Zhao Ruxue was in love with him, but Lin Mo bumped into him by chance and saw him secretly fornicating with someone from the Devil's Way, a pawn that the Heavenly Demon sect had planted in the Five Elements sect. So when the world is not DP, naive in front of the face of all the brothers and sisters will report this matter to the master Morong Liuli. But the result was a complete disappointment to him, because surprisingly no one wants to take his word for it. Not only did he not believe it, Zhao Ruxue even stood up to him and beat him backwards. He said that he was jealous of senior brother Qin's talent, so he deliberately fabricated the matter of fornication to defame senior brother Qin's innocence. Other disciples also came forward to speak for Qin Wushuang. In the end, Morong Liuli chose to believe Qin Wushuang, while Lin Mo was punished with 1 year of confinement. It was hard to survive until the end of the confinement, but Zhao Ruxue didn't let him off the hook either. As the Water Veins senior sister, not only did she join the others to isolate Lin Mo, he even went so far as to give him a hard time about all sorts of little things. It could be said that Lin Mo loathed her even more than Qin Wushuang at that time. It seems that master should not be in the Liuli Palace. Seeing no response from within the palace, Zhao Ruxue sighed. But just as they were planning to leave, Lin Mo held the Liuli Palace token and opened the formation gate. Seeing him walk out of the palace, Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wushuang were both shocked. Who are you and how did you appear in my master's palace? After Zhao Ruxue was shocked, she quickly noticed the token in Lin Mo's hand again. Lin Mo was already very annoyed with them, and at this time, he was only thinking of leaving this place as soon as possible, so he didn't even bother to talk to them. However, his behavior fell in Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wushuang's eyes was undoubtedly being a thief. Qin Wushuang's voice was very feminine as she said, "Senior sister Zhao, this son doesn't have half of his cultivation on him. Could it be that he's a thief who sneaked in from some dirty place?" Zhao Ruxue looked at Lin Mo with a strong sense of scrutiny in her gaze after hearing this. "Honestly, where did you steal the Liuli Palace's token from?" "Stealing?" Lin Mo gave a strange smile. "Since you want, it's fine to take it." After saying that, He very simply threw the token directly to Zhao Ruxue. Zhao Ruxue received the token like a treasure. And at this time, Qin Wuxuang reminded from the side with that feminine voice. Senior sister Zhao, you must not let him escape just like that. He has just entered the palace and you have taken this token. In case something is lost inside, you can't afford to be blamed by the master teacher. Senior sister. Qin Wuxuang seemed to be thinking about Zhao Ruxue both inside and outside of his words. Zhao Ruxue's face changed slightly. It's still senior brother Qin who was meticulous. She revealed a delicate smile to Qin Wuxuang. Immediately afterward, he drew the long sword in his hand and blocked Lin Mo's path. Say, what exactly did you do within the master's palace? Chapter 4. Who told you to hurt him? Did what? Lin Mo smiled coldly. You might as well ask your master. She gave me this token. Impossible. This is the master's chambers. How could she give the access token to a man? When Zhao Ruxue saw that Lin Mo was still not telling the truth, a powerful pressure surged out from her. A large amount of cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's forehead. Feeling like a lone boat on the sea, it is difficult to control the balance of the body. It can actually resist my pressure. Zhao Ruxue was a bit surprised. She was a spirit sea realm cultivator. Although she had only mobilized 10% of her spiritual power, even a spirit primordial realm cultivator would definitely not be able to stand in front of her. The other party was clearly just an ordinary person with no cultivation, yet she was able to stand until now, which really made her feel rare. So in annoyance, she directly increased her spiritual power to 50%. The invisible pressure seemed to be an invisible gravity magnetic field that pressed Lin Mo out of breath. Ha! A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, and he forced himself to endure the severe pain to let out a cold laugh. Earlier, he had been so focused on leaving that he had forgotten that he was now just an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even Zhao Ruxue could easily take his life. The 5 Elements sect had 5 spirit peaks: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and besides these 5 spirit peaks, there was also a main peak that towered over the clouds. At this moment, a quarrel occurred within a solemn and dignified hall on the main peak. Senior sister, this son Lin Mo's talent is too poor. He doesn't deserve to be your personal disciple at all. Patriarch, senior brother Gu, this matter doesn't need your attention, but I have already accepted a disciple for you. His name is Qin Wuxuang. He is an ice spirit body, very suitable for practicing your water vein heart technique. What? How can you take the liberty of making decisions for me? Is this water vein peak master you or me? Morong Liuli walked out of the great hall filled with disappointment. She is cold in nature and does not like to argue with people, but he had just argued with his senior brother. But for Lin Mo's sake, what's the point of even tearing your face off with them? What she did was for the future of the 5 Elements sect, and even for the trillions of living beings in the northern sky continent. Even if the sovereign and senior brother knew the truth in the future, they would not blame her. Morong Liuli was thinking about it, when suddenly her willow eyebrows frowned and her face changed drastically. No good. Outside the glazed palace. Quickly tell me, what exactly did you do inside the master's palace? Zhao Ruxue was still torturing Lin Mo. At this time, she had already used 70% of her spiritual power, but Lin Mo's legs were trembling, but he still refused to give in. Senior sister Gu, this person's origins are unknown and he's unwilling to explain anything. I think it's better to simply use the soul search technique, Qin Wuxuang suggested to Zhao Ruxue. What? Soul searching? This is not good. Soul searching is generally used to torture a prisoner and can extract fragments of his memories from his mind. And most of the prisoners who have been subjected to soul searching techniques will lose their sanity or even become living dead. We should escort him to the master and wait for her sentencing, or it's fine to bring him to the law enforcement hall. Zhao Ruxue felt that this would be more appropriate. After all, their 5 Elements sect was not a devilish sect, coupled with the fact that Morong Liuli usually always taught her that she couldn't do anything that would harm the heavens, so Zhao Ruxue still had some scruples. Qin Wuxuang laughed. It's just an ordinary person of unknown origin. Why bother to disturb the master and the law enforcement hall? But, just as Zhao Ruxue was still hesitating, a blue-white figure descended from the sky and suddenly appeared in front of several people. The person who came was naturally Morong Liuli. When she saw Lin Mo, who was paralyzed on the ground, a piercing coldness hung over her stunningly beautiful face. Disciple pays homage to master. Seeing Morong Liuli appear, Zhao Ruxue hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Disciple Qin Wuxuang, from the Snow Clan of the Hui Kingdom. Meet Lord Master. Qin Wuxuang was stunned by Morong Liuli's beauty and froze for a moment before reacting, hastily following Zhao Ruxue's example and kneeling down. Who told you to injure him? Morong Liuli's voice was cold at the moment as if it was 10,000 years of immutable metaphysical ice. Zhao Ruxue's heart thumped and she hurriedly explained. Master, this person's origin is unknown, and he also stole your palace token. That's why my disciple stepped in to stop him. But without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Morong Lioli even directly slapped her in the face. Shut up, Morong Lioli coldly said. Master you. Zhao Rushue covered the handprints on her face and was overwhelmed with shock. He himself had followed his master for decades, and he was still her chief great disciple, but just now she had actually hit herself for a stranger. Completely indiscriminately. It's the first time in years. Senior sister is also looking out for you, so don't blame her. Qin Wushuang saw this and hurriedly interceded for Zhao Rushue, but Morong Lioli was unmoved and said with extreme indifference, "Who is your master?" If she didn't have any use for keeping the other party, she would have killed him with a slap right now. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything. Qin Wushuang trembled, so frightened that she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to speak at all. Morong Lioli threw the two of them aside and came straight to come to Lin Mo and personally helped him up. Rimmer, are you okay? She reached out her jade finger and gently wiped away the blood that spilled from the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. The voice was soft, and there was concern in his eyes. I'm fine. Lin Mo coughed a few times, unconsciously skimming away his gaze that was locked with Morong Lioli. In his previous life, he had savored the loneliness brought about by 10,000 years of light alone. At this moment, he was actually a bit uncomfortable with Morong Lioli's sudden concern. This matter is my fault. How do you want to punish them? Morong Lioli's tone was filled with self-blame. You're asking my opinion? Rimmer pointed at himself. Your opinion matters. Then lock them up for a year, Lin Mo said casually. He didn't think Morong Lioli would go through this for himself. After all, Zhao Rushue was her great disciple, and Qin Wushuang's talent looked far more exceptional than his. But who knew that Morong Lioli had actually summoned an elder by voice transmission and commanded, escort the two of them down to me, and lock them up in the thoughtful cliff for a year of confinement. Ah! Zhao Rushue looked at Morong Lioli and felt a little dreamy. She hurriedly begged for forgiveness in an aggravated manner. Master, disciple is also acting out of good intentions. There's nothing wrong with it. Qin Wushuang also raised his head in some disbelief. He had just entered the Five Elements sect for less than a day and was facing a year of confinement. Who was he going to find to reason with? Even Lin Mo had a hint of a different color on his face at the moment. Zhao Rushue and Qin Wushuang were his two biggest enemies in the Five Elements sect in his previous life. But this was only the first day of rebirth when Morong Lioli was locked up. It was really unpredictable. If we were to follow the previous life's plot, it should be that he was injured himself, then found Morong Lioli and complained, then was beaten backwards by Zhao Rushue and Qin Wushuang in the end. Morong Lioli chose to trust Zhao Rushue and the two of them. That's the normal course of the plot, but now it all seems to be reversed. After being reborn, Lin Mo found that everything was the same as the original, except that Morong Lioli had become less normal. Could she be acting in front of me on purpose? But according to her character she doesn't look like any cunning person. Lin Mo frowned deeply. But, Morong Lioli's transformation is not a good thing for him. At least as things stood, his situation wasn't as bad as it had been in his previous life. Chapter 5 Morong Lioli's conditions. Zhao Rushue and Qin Wushuang were taken away in front of Lin Mo. Inside the glazed palace, Morong Lioli took out a soul-returning pill and gave it to Lin Mo. The North Sky Continent's pills and magic weapon grades were categorized into 1 to 9 grades from low to high. And the soul-returning pill was a valuable 5th grade elixir that had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even for a Spirit King realm cultivator like Morong Lioli, it's a rare item. But she gave it to Lin Mo without any heartache and personally used her spiritual power to help him channel the medicinal power. Lin Mo felt his injuries recovering rapidly, yet there was still something vaguely strange in his heart. Never mind. Let's not think about that for now. If Morong Lioli really wanted to harm him, he couldn't resist now. So it's better to wait and see what happens first. Lin Mo. This is our water vein's most powerful heart technique, underworld water technique. You can try to comprehend it first. If it's not suitable for your physique, I'll find a suitable heart technique for you. After ending the treatment, a jade slip appeared out of thin air in Morong Lioli's hand. Considering that Lin Mo didn't have divine sense yet, she waved her jade simplicity into a hazy golden light. The golden light slowly evolved into a single golden script, which was then topologized on a piece of parchment. Lin Mo's heart shook and he couldn't help but pick up the parchment. Although he had already seen Morong Lioli's attitude, he had never thought that she would teach the underworld water technique as heart method to himself. This was a heart method that only every water vein peak master as well as the holy sons could participate in. And even Zhao Rushue was not qualified to cultivate it. These are 2 bottles of spirit elemental Dan. Each bottle has a total of 6 pieces. You can take this Dan to raise your cultivation level once you reach the spirit primordial realm by channeling spirit into your body. This is a 4th grade body protecting treasure armor as well as a soul protecting jade pendant. After you put it on, even a spirit Dan realm cultivator won't be able to kill you for a short period of time. There's also this spirit brief. You can crush it when you encounter danger. And then I will know your location so that I can quickly arrive. By the way, this spatial ring is also something I prepared especially for you, and it contains the space of a stone chamber. But you don't have divine sense yet, so you can't use it for now. Morong Lioli handed Lin Mo several items at once, and each of them was worth a fortune. If this had been in his previous life, Lin Mo would have been flattered. But now he just wanted to go back to Green Mountain Town first and guard the side of that oxcart chasing girl forever. As for the great catastrophe in 10,000 years, that is none of his business again. If he was able to ascend to the top of the great Tao again in this life, he would no longer have any compassion for the living beings of this continent. The greatest possibility was to self-make the forbidden area and become the lord of the forbidden land. So Lin Mo directly shook his head. I don't need these things. Morong Lioli was a bit puzzled. The disciple is deeply gifted and foolish, with no hope for the great Tao. I only asked to be able to go down the mountain to return to the world and be an ordinary mortal. Lin Mo pleaded. What? Morong Lioli directly panicked after hearing this. She didn't even think before saying, no, I don't agree. Lin Mo was the future hope of the northern sky continent in her eyes. If he gives up his training, who will suppress the Stygian abyss? Who will resist the dark fae? In short, she must not let Rimmer exist in this wrong mindset. Lin Mo. There are so many amazing geniuses in this world, but how many of them can truly ascend to the top of the great Tao? The road is hard to travel. Not everything is determined by talent. Besides, in my opinion, your talent may not be inferior to others. So why be presumptuous? Morong Lioli advised bitterly. Lin Mo glanced at Morong Lioli and said, 5 elements ruined body. Can it get any worse? This must be a wrong test. Maybe you are actually the strongest physique in the entire North Shao continent? Morong Lioli's words caused Lin Mo's heart to flutter. Could this woman have discovered his true physique? Is that why she insisted on accepting herself as a disciple and had such a drastic change in her attitude towards herself? If that's true, then it all seems to make sense again. However, regardless of the other party's attitude, Lin Mo did not intend to stay in the 5 Elements sect. So he said, I'm determined to return, and I hope that fairy can fulfill my wish. Do you really want to leave? Morong Lioli frowned tightly. That's right. Lin Mo nodded heavily. The people of the secular world are all attracted to my 5 Elements sect, but you insist on going down the mountain. You go. Morong Lioli sighed, and immediately after that, he actually gave Lin Mo a token for descending the mountain. Lin Mo was a bit surprised by the change in the other party's attitude before and after, but since the other party agreed to him leaving, then he naturally begged for it. Without saying a word, he turned around and headed towards the bottom of the 5 Elements sect's mountain, holding the token given by Morong Lioli. He actually passed through the entry and exit formations of the 5 Elements sect very smoothly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Mo took a long breath. The thought of meeting his sister soon stirred his heart. I wonder if Yenner will be as happy as I am when she sees me. Lin Mo murmured, but just as he was about to move, 2 more figures of law enforcement elders appeared in front of him. Bold disciple Lin Mo, how dare you abscond down the mountain without the clan's permission? Lin Mo's face stiffened. He had just vaguely felt that Morong Lioli wouldn't let him off that easily. Sect Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Mo really did see that icy blue silhouette again here. Go down, all of you, and leave him to me. Morong Lioli dismissed the bystanders and came before Lin Mo. Lin Mo. It's not that I don't want to fulfill you. Rather, the 5 Elements sect has long had a rule that any disciple of our sect is strictly forbidden to go down the mountain without a certain level of cultivation. Although Morong Lioli's face was calm, Lin Mo saw a hint of a conspiratorial smile in her eyes. When did the 5 Elements sect have such a rule? Lin Mo's voice was filled with coldness and disbelief. This rule has always existed, and it is still set by the Eastern Region Cultivators Union. After all, if the cultivators are not disciplined and allowed to go down the mountain as they please, won't the order of the mundane world be easily trampled upon? Morong Lioli very patiently explained to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was somewhat powerless in his heart. He sort of saw it. He himself was now just an ordinary person with no cultivation. If the other party didn't want to let him go, he wouldn't be able to get off the mountain no matter what. But the thought of Yenner still waiting for him in Green Mountain Town, Lin Mo could only forcefully say again, even if that's the rule of your sect, I'm not a cultivator yet, much less a disciple of your 5 Elements sect, so there's no reason for you to interfere with my staying or going. I've brought you into the Lioli Palace, so you are my personal disciple, and you need to abide by this rule regardless of whether or not you have cultivation. But I haven't agreed yet, and besides, I haven't performed the rite of worship, so I'm not considered your disciple. I said yes. Morong Lioli had taken the unreasonable road to the extreme. Lin Mo did not expect that Morong Lioli, who was cold and arrogant in his impression, would now disregard his face in order to leave him behind. It gave him a bit of a headache for a moment. Lin Mo. You only need to be practical and cultivate in the 5 elements sect. I will provide you with all the help you need to cultivate. When you reach the Spirit Dan realm, if you still want to leave, I will never interfere. Seeing that Lin Mo was in a bad mood, Morone Lioli hurriedly pacified him again. Spirit Dan realm. Lin Mo was silent. The cultivation system of the northern sky continent was divided into 9 realms from low to high. First realm Spirit Beginning. Second realm Spirit Sea. Third realm Spirit Dan. Fourth realm Spirit King. Fifth realm Spirit Sovereign. Sixth realm Spirit Sovereign. Seventh realm Spirit Emperor. Eighth realm Spirit Saint. Ninth realm Spirit Emperor. An ordinary person who wanted to cultivate to the spiritual Dan realm would have to spend at least several decades. Some people with mediocre qualifications would not necessarily reach the spiritual Dan realm for 50 years, 100 years or even a lifetime. If he really went by the standards Morone Lioli had mentioned, it was hard to say whether Lin Mo would be able to catch up with the Qingshan town cataclysm within a year. Morone Lioli saw that Lin Mo was hesitant to speak and seemed to feel that he was being a bit forceful, so she spoke again. If you find it hard to accomplish, then a different condition would be fine. After pondering for a moment, she said, if you can obtain 1 million sect contribution values or become a Dao Son of the middle vein of the 5 elements sect, I will grant you permission to leave the mountain. Chapter 6 Heavenly Character Cave No. 1. The 5 elements sect has 5 veins, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The heir to the peak master of each lineage was called a holy son. In addition to these 5 chakras, there is also the middle chakra, which is separate. On the other hand, the middle chakra heir was called the Daozi, equivalent to the future patriarch of the 5 elements sect. To become a middle chakra Daoist son, one's strength must be above all disciples. I'm afraid that this difficulty is no less than becoming a spirit Dan realm. Lin Mo pondered in his mind for a moment. In that case, it seemed that of the 3 conditions given by Morone Lioli, just 1 million contribution value was a bit simpler. Don't be in a hurry. I can give you a few days to think about it. Morone Lioli did not force Lin Mo to agree immediately. Moreover, she could see that Lin Mo was unwilling to live in the Lioli palace, so she personally led Lin Mo to a cave. In the 5 elements sect, the grades of the caves were heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow from highest to lowest. This cave, on the other hand, was a heavenly cave that was situated on the edge of the lake. There were only 45 heavenly cave mansions in the entire 5 elements sect, and on Water Peak, aside from Morone Lioli's palace, this was undoubtedly considered the heavenly character No. 1 cave. Morone Lioli gave Lin Mo the cave token and told him to consider what she had just said. Then it turned and left. Lin Mo looked at her delicate back. In his heart, he thought that if he really couldn't, he would request Morone Lioli to receive his sister to the 5 elements sect. However, the 5 elements sect is surrounded by dark enemies, and the devil sect is also eyeing it. Besides, he didn't have a strong cultivation now, and he himself was not in a position to do anything, so what could he do to protect his sister? In a sense, Qingshan town was currently far safer than the 5 elements sect. Even if I possessed 1% of my cultivation in my previous life, I wouldn't have to be so constrained. Lin Mo's eyes were as deep as an abyss, and a hint of a hostile color hidden in the depths emerged. Not to mention the small 5 elements sect. Even if we look at the entire northern sky continent, who dares to stop him half a step? But as of right now he was still just an ordinary person without cultivation after all, and at best he had an extra portion of his memories. Lin Mo spent his first night after being reborn in the cave. The next day, he stretched his back and was just about to get up when he saw an extremely clean-looking young girl come into his room. Ah, my lord, you're awake. Slave girl has come to serve you to change your clothes. The young girl carefully made her way to the stone bed. Who are you? Lin Mo said expressionlessly. My name is Xiao Yu, originally an outer disciple of the 5 elements sect, and now I am a servant specializing in serving you. Xiao Yu replied respectfully. You go? I don't need any servants. Rimmer shook his head. In his previous life, he had always been a loner, and even after he became an emperor later, he still lived alone and deep in the demon emperor palace. Now that there was suddenly an extra servant, he would feel very uncomfortable. Being rejected by Lin Mo, Xiao Yu looked stunned and hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried, Please, my lord, don't drive Xiao Yu away. If Koyuki leaves your place, she'll surely die. Why? Rimmer wondered. Little Moon doesn't dare to hide it from your excellency. It was an inner disciple named Shihan who took a liking to Little Moon and insisted that Little Moon form a dual cultivation couple with him. Isn't that nice, my fair lady? But you don't know, your excellency. Shihan is a vicious and brutal person. His 3 previous Dao couples were all tortured to death alive by him, and he still gets away with it on the basis of being the elder's son. Xiao Yu couldn't afford to mess with him. so she could only apply to the sect to become a handyman slave, and then she was assigned to you. Lin Mo finally understood the reason. Looking at the other party's tender face, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister, Lin Yenner. From this day on you will stay in the side room, and do not disturb me without orders. Thank you for taking you in, my lord. Xiao Yu will be obedient and serve your lord from now on. Xiao Yu was instantly thrilled when she heard Lin Mo's words and knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Get up, Lin Mo said. Yes, my lord. Xiao Yu got up and then surveyed the corners of the cave full of joy. She had previously lived at the foot of the mountains, where all the cohabitation caves were. Not only was the space crowded, the aura was also very thin. And here it's very different. Alchemy room, meditation room, tea room, casting room and a main room with a side room. There was even an open-air lighted patio in the center of the cave, under which was a fertile medicinal field that could be used to grow some ordinary spirit medicines. Of course, that's not all that matters. She also found a spiritual spring next to the medicinal field. The spiritual spring gurgled around the medicinal field, bubbling out dense white mist. You couldn't help but take a deep breath. The aura here was simply too rich, and in just such a short while she felt the realm within her body loosening. To be able to have such a cave, I really don't know what kind of status your lordship has. Xiao Yu was filled with envy. Have you heard? Senior sister Zhao and Qin Wushuang have been confined. It can't be right. Senior sister Zhao is the Water Veins chief senior disciple. That Qin Wushuang isn't simple either, being an ice spirit body. And I've heard that he's also one of the interpersonal disciples this time. It's true. I've confirmed it with a senior brother from the law enforcement hall. What are they guilty of? It seems like he offended a disciple named Lin Mo. What? Just what kind of god is that Lin Mo that Peak Master Morong is so biased in his favor? You don't know it yet, do you? But Lin Mo is a disciple personally recruited by Morong Peak Master, but is a 5-element wasted body. 5 elements waste body. This can also become a pro-disciple? Who knows? The matter of Zhao Rushui and Qin Wushuang being confined had spread throughout the entire sect. Instead, Lin Mo, who was the instigator, left the cave and came alone to the Middle Peaks Affairs Hall. This was the place where the 5 elements sect issued missions. The smallest thing is to hoe the fields and raise the beasts, and the largest thing is to kill the demons and get rid of the devils. In short, here, all disciples could find tasks that corresponded to their strengths. Lin Mo squeezed into the crowd and came to an elementary quest sign. Spirit Field Tending. Requirement, Spirit Primordial Realm. Reward, 30 contribution points per day. Spirit Beast Caretaker. Requirement, Spirit Primordial Realm. Reward, 50 points of contribution value per day. Spirit Mining. Requirement, Spirit Beginning Realm. Reward, 50 points of contribution value per day. Trial of the Dan Boy. Requirements, Spirit Beginning Realm. Reward, depends on the potency of the drug. Spirit Pig Breeding. Requirements, none. Lin Mo frowned and read all the quests again from start to finish, but he realized that there were no quests that he could take at all, and the contribution value rewarded by these quests was pitifully small. It seems I was overly naive. He originally thought that earning 1 million contribution value was the easiest of Morong Liuli's 3 conditions, but now it seemed like it wasn't the case. Lin Mo walked out of the Hall of Affairs, back to Watercrest. A long way away from the cave, Lin Mo heard a beating and cursing sound. You lowly, stinking woman. Do you really think you can escape me by hiding here? I was wrong. Don't fight. Please stop. Limmer voiced one of the voices. It's Koyuki. He hurried to the entrance of the cave, only to find 5 men surrounding Xiao Yu in the center. The man at the head was dressed in black inner disciple attire and was holding a purple tang whip that was constantly lashing towards Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu fell to the ground and didn't dare to resist. She could only use her arms to protect her head and kept begging for mercy. Chapter 7, The 9 Transformation Devil Techniques. Stop. Lin Mo said with a sullen face. Who are you to meddle in my business? The youth in the lead stopped his hand movements and looked Lin Mo up and down. Xiao Yu is now my servant. Who do you think I am? Lin Mo said indifferently. Your servant? Oh, I know. So this is on the basis of your harboring that you dare to avoid me. A flash of shadowy hostility flashed through the narrow slits of the youth's eyes. No, it's all my fault. The matter has nothing to do with your honor. Xiao Yu was very touched to see Lin Mo willing to stand up for himself, but was afraid of involving him. But her behavior in turn angered the youth. Good. So you're worried about your master letting my Chihan's Taoist couple go without me in favor of this man's cheap servant girl. It seems that you were born to be a cheap embryo. He grabbed a handful of Xiao Yu's hair and lifted her off the ground. Xiao Yu ate the pain and tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to say anything. Instead of being angry, Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a smile. So you are Chihan. I advise you to hurry up and let go of Xiao Yu. Or else. What else do you want? Chihan asked rhetorically. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. The serious expression on Lin Mo's face didn't look like a fake. Ha ha ha. When Lin Mo said this, the 5 Chihan people almost laughed with tears in their eyes. It was always them who were rude to others. But I didn't expect it to be the other way around today. Kid, I advise you to inquire about whose senior brother Chi's father is before saying these harsh words. He is the 5th elder of your water vein. One of them said disdainfully. Jia. Let him be nonchalant. The more nonchalant he is, the more excited I am. Chihan's face full of horizontal meat was actually showing a perverted excitement at this moment. He wanted to see what Lin Mo could do to him. Humph. Lin Mo snorted coldly as he took out a silver cave token with the word heaven printed on it. With the appearance of the token, the 2 gray stone figures at the entrance of the cave were instantly activated. A ray of red light emerged from their gray pupils before they killed towards Chihan and the others. Although Chihan and the others were arrogant and domineering, their strength was far inferior to these 2 stone figures. It didn't take a while to get beaten up. You're the owner of this cave. One of the men on the other side was incredulous. This was a heavenly cave mansion, and the status of the person who could reside here must be extraordinary. Looks like they've run into some tough competition today. Humph. You wait. No matter what exactly your identity is, if you dare to rob my woman, I will definitely not stop. Chihan knew that continuing to stay here wouldn't do any good, so he tried to slip away with a group of people. But Lin Mo sneered. How could he let the other party off easily? Break all his legs. Lin Mo held the token and commanded the 2 gray stone figures with an expressionless face. What? How dare you? Chihan was shocked to hear this, and the others were a little incredulous. But regardless of whether they believed it or not, the 2 gray stone figures once again lit up their scarlet eyes before walking towards Chihan. Ah! Chihan cried out in pain and fell to the ground covering his right leg. Instead, the 2 gray stone men still stepped forward and raised their heavy stone arms to ruthlessly smash Chihan's left leg. Chihan let out another miserable scream from his mouth and cursed at a few of his men. Why don't you all hurry up and take me away? Oh! A few of his men reacted and fled into the distance, pulling Chihan with them. Kid, wait for me. I won't let you go. As Chihan was leaving, his mouth did not forget to let out harsh words. Lin Mo smiled contemptuously and didn't say anything. And at this time, Xiaoyu climbed up from the ground, lowered her head extremely guiltily and came before Lin Mo. My lord, I'm sorry. It's Xiaoyu who got you into trouble. Lin Mo looked at her messy hair and the bloodstains that hadn't been wiped away by the corners of her mouth and said, why did you let them whip you but didn't dare to resist? If Xiaoyu resists, she will definitely be met with very crazy retaliation from them. And Xiaoyu doesn't want to involve His Excellency as a result. Lin Mo instantly understood Xiaoyu's concerns even after hearing this. In his previous life, how could he in the 5 Elements sect not be another Xiaoyu? Without strength you can only be bullied and trampled on. Back to the cave. Lin Mo called Xiaoyu to his main room. Little Moon, what realm are you in now? Lin Mo asked. He didn't have a cultivation level, so he couldn't tell Xiaoyu's realm. Xiaoyu didn't understand why Lin Mo asked this, but still respectfully replied. The slave girl joined the sect at the age of 15, and 2 years past she managed to reach the 3rd stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm. Spirit Primordial Realm 3rd stage? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. This cultivation level was actually not that bad amongst the outer disciples. Xiaoyu, however, misunderstood Lin Mo's meaning and spat out her tongue. The slave girl is a body of 3 spirits, so naturally she can't compare to your lordship. The North Sky Continent's physique levels were roughly categorized into the single spirit body, the double spirit body, the 3 spirit body, the 4 spirit body, and the 5 spirit body, which was called the 5 elements waste body. The less spirit here, the purer the physique, the faster it would naturally cultivate. Of course, outside of these 5 elemental spirit bodies, there were also quite a few other spirit bodies. For example, thunder spirit body, wind spirit body, sky spirit body, and so on. Like Qin Wushuan's ice spirit body was a rare body of a foreign spirit. There was also Morong Liuli's pure spirit body, which was naturally close to the Great Tao. Of course, all these physiques were nothing in front of Lin Mo. He handed Xiaoyu a jade bottle and said, "Take it." Xiaoyu picked it up curiously and opened it with a faint fragrance of medicine. It actually contained 6 thumb-sized pills. Those pills were round and crystalline, covered with fine light patterns. Spirit Elemental Pill. Xiaoyu was shocked. Although the Spirit Elemental Pill was only of the 2nd grade, it was an essential pill for Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators to raise their cultivation. It was extremely valuable, and just one of them could be sold for 100 spirit stones. As an outer disciple, her monthly salary in January was only 10 spirit stones. That meant that to buy the last spiritual yuan dan she would have to save up for 10 months. And those 6 pieces would be equivalent to 5 full years of her salary. My lord, this is too expensive. Is it really for a slave girl? You looked a little flattered. Since you've called me lord, Consider these as my meeting gift to you, Lin Mo said generously. These elixirs were not something he could use for the time being. Thank you, Your Honor, for the gift. Xiaoyu looked at the spirit elemental Dan in her hand and her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon in happiness. Lin Mo looked at the other party also showing a rare slight smile. He remembered that his sister smiled just as good as the other and would have a sweet dimple on her face. Into the night, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, and a piece of the heart technique appeared in his mind. He did not intend to cultivate the underworld water skill given by Morone Lioli. Instead, it was a heart technique called 9 Transformation Demon Technique. In his previous life, he would have been an unassuming speck of dust. However, an egg-sized stone bead was accidentally turned up in a medicinal field. The stone bead was round, and it was densely tattooed with tiny black and white runes. He thought it was a bit rare, so he secretly brought it back to study it. Who knew that night? The black and white stone bead had turned into a flash of golden streaming light and merged into his body. It was then that the cultivation method of the 9 Transformation Demon Technique appeared in his mind. The Northern Sky Continent's cultivation mind techniques are categorized from high to low, heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Like the underworld water skill, it was only an earth-level heart method, while the 9 Transformation Demon skill was undoubtedly a heart method above the heaven level, and it was also the only heart method in the Northern Sky Continent that could cultivate demonic chi. Only when he cultivated demonic chi did it mean that he had entered the spirit primordial realm. Cultivating out of the Devil's Sea would enter the Spirit Sea realm. Cultivating a Devil's Dan meant that he had reached the Spirit Dan realm, or one could say the Devil's Dan realm. Each turn of the 9 Transformation Demon Technique is a great realm. According to the description of the Heart Law, one would transform into a devil-like being after cultivating to the 9th turn. In his previous life, even though Lin Mo had become an emperor, he had only practiced the 9 Transformation Devil Technique to the 8th turn. The more he cultivated to the back the more taboo he became. Even he had to stop moving forward. Begin! Lin Mo closed his eyes and cast away all distractions. Although the 9 Transformation Demon skill was powerful, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Even Lin Mo wasn't sure of a one-time success right now. Time is like water, and the night passes quietly. Early morning, Lin Mo opened his eyes and finally sighed. Surely it's not that easy. He had just finished his meditation when he heard a shout from outside the cave. Soon, Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over. My lord, it's not good. Chi-Han, he's here again. He seems to have brought the 5th elder this time. Chapter 8, The Spirit Sheet for Help. It's really not dead. Lin Mo put on his clothes and welcomed him out with Xiaoyu. Outside the cave, at this moment, in addition to Chi-Han and the others, there was also an additional middle-aged man wearing an elder's uniform. His name was Chi Hai-Ching, and he was the 5th elder of the Water Vein Mountain Peak. He got a son in his later years before he had Chi-Han as his only descendant, so naturally he was very spoiled. This morning, he heard that someone dared to break his precious son's legs, so he came straight here early this morning to kill him. When he saw Lin Mo's heavenly character No. 1 cave, he was instantly a little surprised in his heart. This cave in the water peak but has been vacant for a long time. Can live here identity is afraid not simple. Are you guys sure this is the right place? Chi Hai-Ching opened his mouth to confirm. It so happened that Lin Mo and Xiaoyu walked out at that moment. Dad, that's him. He not only robbed my woman, he even broke my legs. You must do it for your son. Chi-Han limped, angrily pointing at Lin Mo, and with a sniffle and a tear, he added more fuel to the story. Yes, Elder Chi. We've clearly told this person that Elder Brother Chi is your son, but he still doesn't give us any face at all. This is not hitting us. It's clearly hitting your elder's face as well. A junior behind Chi-Han also added fuel to the fire. Chi Hai-Ching was instantly enraged upon hearing this, and threw all the little concerns in his heart to the back of his mind. He looked at Lin Mo with an iron face. It's simply revolting. Today I, Chi Hai-Ching, must teach you a good lesson. Wait. Lin Mo felt an extremely oppressive feeling. He knew that the cave's stone man guards were afraid that they were no match for him, so he could only exhale and say, Your Excellency, as a sect elder is so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong and condoning treachery. Could it be that you really don't know about the things your son did? Father, you mustn't listen to his nonsense. Hurry up and take him down so that I can teach that person next to him a lesson. Chi-Han urged. He looked at Xiaoyu, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Koyuki paled. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she fell into Chi-Han's hands. Chi Hai-Ching was expressionless. As a sect elder, how could he not know about his own son had done? But a lot of the time he just turned a blind eye and couldn't be bothered to heckle. After all, who made Chi-Han his only descendant? So he coldly said, It's none of your business what my son has done. Since you injured him, you are bound to give me an explanation today. After saying that, he actually intended to strike at Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew by looking at Chi Haiching's expression that there was no way that today would be a good day. Since you're not being reasonable, I'll have to find someone to reason with you then, Lin Mo said, pulling out a white spirit tablet that looked like jade from his pocket. Anyway, it was given by Morong Lioli, so it's useless to use it. He directly clenched his fist and crushed it. Shasta. Countless streaks of golden light overflowed from his fingers, transforming into a golden begonia in the ice blue sky. The powerful commotion quickly drew the attention of the entire Five Elements sect. No good. It's Senior Sister's distress spirit slip. Inside the Central Peaks Council Hall, all 6 people stood up to look at the begonias in the sky. No, Senior Sister, aren't you here? Then who is this distress spirit brief from? The remaining 5 people all looked towards Morong Lioli, who was in a dazed state at the side. This, Senior Brothers, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Morong Lioli had no time to explain, and her entire body turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the hall. Her figure quickly descended on Waterpeak and appeared in front of Lin Mo and the others. When she saw that Lin Mo was intact and still leisurely carrying his hands, Morong Lioli breathed a sigh of relief while at the same time saying in a somewhat unfavorable manner, "What happened? Ask them directly." Lin Mo nonchalantly pointed his finger at Chi Haiching and the others. Morong Lioli landed her gaze on Chi Haiching and said in an icy tone, "Which one of you will give me an explanation?" Chi Haiching had panicked from the moment he saw Morong Lioli. He hurriedly knelt down and said in a panicked tone, "Morong Peak Master, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The faces of Chi Han and the others also turned pale with a brush. How could they not expect Lin Mo to be able to call Morong Lioli Mu, Peak Master Morong? Xiaoyu was also filled with shock. Although she knew that her family's lord's identity should not be simple, she did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Misunderstanding? Your son is usually arrogant and domineering, and has already tortured 3 Taoists to death, and you aided and abetted me, indiscriminately about to lay hands on me. Are these all misunderstandings? Lin Mo coldly smiled and told the whole story, and he made Xiaoyu lift her sleeves and pointed at the wounds on her body. What else do you have to argue about? When she saw the blood marks on Xiaoyu's body that were whipped out by the rattan whip, Morong Lioli's face also went cold. Elder Chi, deluded, this Peak Master has always placed such trust in you. Come on people, take away Chi Haiching's position as an elder, abolish all of Chi Han's cultivation, and lock him up with the rest of the people in the thoughtful cliff for 10 years of confinement. Morong Lioli immediately announced the punishment for Chi Haiching and the others. What? Chi Haiching looked up at Morong Lioli incredulously. He was a sect elder, but he was going to be punished so heavily just for offending a disciple. Chi Han was also struck by lightning when he heard this. With the abolition of his cultivation, wouldn't he become an invalid? And to be confined for 10 years in a dark and sunless place like the thoughtful cliff was simply unacceptable to him. So he said to Chi Haiching, "Father, you quickly plead with Peak Master Morong. I don't want to become an invalid with no cultivation. Sinful animal. Shut up. If it weren't for you, how could you have caused such a disaster?" Chi Haiching couldn't help but slap Chi Han across the face. "Father, you actually hit me." Chi Han covered his face, feeling unable to believe it. Morong Lioli didn't want to see the likes of them again, so she ordered to the law enforcement hall elder who had just arrived, "Yen Maokai, why don't you hurry up and bring the people down?" "Yes, sir." Yen Maokai didn't dare to disobey and hastily invoked a red cloud boat. "Elder Chi, please," with Morong Lioli at his side. Chi Haiching didn't dare to disobey. He sighed deeply, then stepped onto the cloud boat. After they were taken away, the place instantly cleared. Xiaoyu looked at Morong Lioli with some urgency. Morong Lioli, on the other hand, changed her previous sternness and somewhat helplessly said to Lin Mo, "The spirit slip I gave earlier was for you to use to save your life in times of crisis. Wasn't it critical just now?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Forget it." Morong Lioli didn't want to argue with Lin Mo. With a suddenly grave expression, she said, "Lin Mo, just now, several of our peak masters have conferred, and will be organizing a sect newcomer trial in 3 days' time. In order to incentivize you, the clan has decided to take out the 5 vein spirit spring as a reward for the top 3 in the trial." 5 vein spiritual spring? Lin Mo had heard of it in his previous life, but he didn't know the exact purpose. "Well, the 5 vein spirit spring was left by my 5 elements sect's founding ancestor, and the spring water is rich in the 5 elements, which can help you new disciples to improve your affinity for the outside world, and make it easier for you to sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so that you can quickly become spirit primordial realm cultivators." Morong Lioli very patiently introduced Lin Mo. Oh, after listening to the description, Lin Mo was somewhat disinterested. "Lin Mo, this is a great opportunity. I hope you can sign up for this trial." Morong Lioli had a hint of eagerness in her eyes. "Not interested. Besides, Even if I participated, I wouldn't make it into the top 3. Lin Mo refused without even thinking about it. You don't have to care about that. As long as you promise, I guarantee that I can get you into the top 3. Moron Lioli said with great confidence. Lin Mo stared at her and said, is this guarantee of yours fair to the other disciples? Fair. Moron Lioli was being watched by Lin Mo all the time. Her expression was a little strange. Chapter 9, have you seen enough? After a few moments Moron Lioli returned. This is not something you should consider. But I'm still not interested. Lin Mo shook his head. You. Moron Lioli was angered and somewhat speechless. She realized that Lin Mo in her last life had a strong motivation despite his naive personality. And in this life he was a lot more treacherous. But he was uninspired and decadent in his will. Moron Lioli was a bit worried. And finally only had to lure this trial. As long as you can win the top 3 and break through to the spirit primordial realm and the 5-vein spirit spring, I will personally reward you with 100,000 sect contribution values. Lin Mo was a bit surprised when he heard this. Is that true? Naturally true. Moron Lioli nodded. I agree. Lin Mo agreed after a moment of silence. He has no better options at the moment. And that's 100,000 contribution value. How many spiritual fields must this go to plant and how many mines must be dug? Even according to the previously stated conditions for descending the mountain, this was equivalent to completing 1/10 at once. Moron Lioli held the green silk on the corner of her forehead and was slightly helpless towards Lin Mo. Since you agree, I'll make the arrangements. Right. As if she thought of something again, she instructed Lin Mo. In these 3 days you need to grasp the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the cultivation method of the underworld water skill, in preparation for entering the 5-vein spiritual spring. Well, don't worry. Lin Mo waved his hand towards Moron Lioli, looking at Lin Mo's appearance that he couldn't wait to drive himself away. Moron Lioli also had the sense not to stay long. However, before she left Lin Mo another distress spirit slip and instructed him not to use it indiscriminately again. Only then did she turn into a spirit light and disappear into the distance. Lin Mo played with the spirit slip in his hand, and his eyes calmed down in a flash. The news of Qi Haiqing and Qi Han spread throughout the 5 elements sect like a heavy bomb in the afternoon. He originally thought that Zhao Rushui and Qin Wushuang's affairs were already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that even Elder Qi would be confined for offending Lin Mo. Even Qi Han was deprived of his cultivation. Now almost everyone was speculating about Lin Mo's relationship with Moron Lioli. TSK, what exactly is that Lin Mo's virtue that makes Peak Master Moron so favorable? Do you guys think this Lin Mo could be the illegitimate son of Peak Master Moron? Nonsense. Peak Master Moron is ice clear and pure. She has never heard of having an affair with anyone. Hey, I'm just guessing. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just the night before the clan's newcomer trials, Moron Lioli came outside Lin Mo's cave. Only then did Lin Mo, who had been in seclusion for 2 days and 2 nights, slowly open his eyes and wake up from his meditative state when he received Xiao Yu's message. It's still a little short after all. Lin Mo exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. After briefly organizing himself, he then put on a black robe and walked out of the cave. When he reached the door, he only saw Moron Lioli wearing an ice blue dress, her back facing him. The cool moonlight, her delicate and light figure was reflected in the sparkling lake, like a fairy in a painting dancing with the water waves. Lin Mo couldn't help but murmur, shocking shadow under the moon, suspected to be a fairy in a painting. In his previous life, he had always been in awe of this master of his, so much so that he had never surveyed her with admiration, and dared not have any disrespectful thoughts in his mind. However, times were different now. He was no longer the cautious teenager he was when he was in the 5 Elements sect. So, his gaze wandered recklessly over Moron Lioli's body, from the slender legs to the soft and slender waist, and then moved down to the erect. But just at this moment, Moron Lioli suddenly turned around to gaze at him. Seen enough? Cough. Lin Mo could only cover up his embarrassment by coughing. Moron Lioli was too lazy to bother with him. As she approached she said, Lin Mo, the sect has recognized you. From now on you are my personal disciple. This storage bag contains your identity token and your personal disciple's attire, so you can have Little Moon open it for you when you return. Lin Mo felt a bit surprised after receiving the storage bag. A pro-disciple placed in any clan is definitely a mainstay, the hope for the future of the clan. Therefore, the cultivation of personal disciples was often the top priority of the sect, requiring the expenditure of unimaginable resources and costs. This led to the fact that the selection of pro-disciples would generally be very strict. In the 5 Elements sect, it was difficult for him, a 5 Elements waste body, to be an outer disciple, let alone a personal disciple. Needless to say, it was definitely Moron Lioli who paid for the effort in this. Tomorrow is the clan's newcomer trial. The rules of the trial are very simple. I've put them all inside this brocade pouch, so tomorrow you can act according to the ploys inside. Morong Lioli hurriedly handed the brocade pouch to Lin Mo before leaving. Lin Mo didn't expect her to come and go in such a hurry. It didn't even mention the rite of worship, but this was good. Now that he was asked to kneel and salute Morong Lioli, there was still some awkwardness in his heart. Lin Mo opened the brocade pouch given by Morong Lioli with curiosity. Upon seeing what was inside, he finally understood the reason why Morong Lioli left in a hurry. And it's hard for her to play favorites for me so much. Early the next morning, a melodious bell sound spread throughout the Five Elements sect. A black round tower stood in the square behind the main peak. This tower is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, like a huge sword that goes straight into the sky, and the tip of the tower cannot be seen at all. At this moment, nearly 1,000 newcomer disciples arrived at the tower under the leadership of the elders of each lineage. They looked at the majestic building in front of them with intense shock and curiosity in their eyes. Is this the Five Elements sect's Tower of Trials? I've heard that it's a powerful spatial artifact with 991 floors, harboring endless space. That's right. The legend of the Tower of Trials is that it was left by the founding ancestor of our Five Elements sect, and inside it, a set of heavenly diffusion formations were arranged, so that the terrain and the environment could be diffused according to the needs. In that case, I'm afraid the place of this trial is within this tower. The crowd whispered, but just then there was a roar from not far away. It's our Fire Vein's personal disciple of this session, Shi Yao. As one of the disciples shouted excitedly, the gazes of the crowd turned towards the visitor. The visitor was a young girl. She was tall and shapely, and her red dress was like fire. Her face was like white jade. Her face was like Chao Hua. She was beautiful and unrivaled. As she gradually approached, a number of female disciples lowered their heads in shame. The male disciples, on the other hand, were mesmerized with their eyes, their gaze moving with her. Senior sister Shi Yao. At that moment, a man in white greeted him. Senior brother Yun. Shi Yao waved. The two of them, standing together like a pair of golden boys and girls, made many male disciples envy their teeth. He's the Golden Vein's personal disciple. Yun Rin. Someone spoke out the identity of the man in white. I heard that he is a golden spirit body, which is a match made in heaven with senior sister Shi Yao's fire spirit body. Shut up. So what if it's a golden spirit body? No one is worthy of senior sister Shi Yao in my heart. That's right. Yun Rin, what is he? Many Fire Vein male disciples were filled with indignation. It wasn't long before Wood Vein pro-disciple Louis E and Earth Vein pro-disciple Han Ming arrived at the scene at the same time. Louis E was wearing a turquoise dress, just like a forest elf, pure and spiritual. Han Ming, who was dressed in rough cloth, looked much more inconspicuous. The four stood together, attracting the attention of almost everyone present. Senior sister Lu, senior brother Han, you've arrived as well. Yun Rin greeted the two men. He, good for senior brother Yun, good for senior brother Han Ming, and good for sister Shi Yao. Yui Lu smirked. She was the youngest here, and had to call everyone she met a senior brother or sister. Han Ming nodded faintly in response, and Tokoyo gave a smile at Yui Lu. Since everyone is here, I think the trial should be able to begin, right? Yun Rin looked toward a dark-faced elder sitting cross-legged in front of the trial tower. This black-faced elder opened his eyes and only swept a glance from the crowd before saying without panic, "Wait, there are still two people yet to arrive. Who is it? Such a big rack? That's right. Why should so many of us wait for the two of them? Even senior brother Yun and the others are here, but these two haven't even come yet." The crowd was indignant and disgruntled, but right at this moment, that black-faced elder suddenly stood up and saluted towards the sky. "Welcome Peak Master Morong." Chapter 10, Opening of the Trial. What? Morong Peak Master even came in person? The disgruntled voices in the square instantly became much smaller. Only Morong Lioli descended from the sky and landed in the center of the square. Rimmer, on the other hand, yawned and followed her very lazily. "See Peak Master Morong." The crowd knelt and saluted. The black-faced elder in charge of this trial was muttering a bit in his heart. In the past, this kind of newcomer trial was left to the elders. The Peak Masters of the Veins didn't even bother to ask. But yesterday, Morong Peak Master interrogated him about the entire process and details of the trial. And today, he even personally brought his disciples to participate in the trial. It seemed that the rumors were true, and her relationship with the disciple named Lin Mo was indeed extraordinary. "All rise." Morong Lioli raised her hand, her tone very flat. After the crowd got up, they all turned their gazes to Lin Mo, who was beside Morong Lioli. Recently, his reputation had resounded throughout the entire sect. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he had poured into him, but he had made the Morong Peak Master particularly dote on him. Not only Zhao Ruxue, Qin Wushuang as well as Qi Han were all confined for offending him. Even Elder Qi was imprisoned along with him. So what if Lin Mo is just a five-element wasted body? Is it worth wasting our time? Yun Rin, the golden vein protodisciple, couldn't help but whisper coldly and sarcastically. He couldn't look down on Lin Mo from the bottom of his heart, thinking that Lin Mo wasn't worthy of being listed as a protodisciple with him at all. Plus, his third uncle was the golden vein peak master, so he was born with a sense of pride in his bones. On the other hand, the fire vein protodisciple, Shi Yao, frowned lightly. The laziness in Rimmer's body made her feel slightly frivolous. The wood vein protodisciple, Lu Yi, on the other hand, surveyed Lin Mo with interest, like a curious baby. As for Han Ming, a protodisciple of the earth vein, he always kept his head down, silently stroking a long sword in his hand. Lin Mo ignored the gazes of the Yun Rin trio. He looked directly at the shabbily dressed Han Ming. When he was in the Five Elements sect in his previous life, although he was also Moron Liuli's disciple, his true status was actually not as good as some of the inner disciples. That's why Yun Rin as well as the two women, Shi Yao, never even glanced at him, and Rimmer had barely crossed paths with him. The only one of the pro-disciples that could impress him the most was Han Ming. Lin Mo had heard that after his defection, the Five Elements sect had been besieged by several sects of the Devil's Way not many years later. In order to be able to perpetuate the clan, Patriarch Wen Shaotian demobilized all of his disciples. Only Han Ming was unwilling to leave, holding a large blacklight sword and fighting in blood until the last moment. In the end, it fell with the clan. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Han Ming couldn't help but look up, but Rimmer had already averted his gaze. Han Ming was a bit puzzled. He and Lin Mo had clearly only met for the first time, but I don't know if it was an illusion, but he had just seen a faint trace of regret in the other's eyes. All right, silence, since everyone has already arrived. It's up to the old man to announce the rules of this newcomer trial. The black-faced elder began to announce the rules of the trial after receiving Moron Liuli's permission. This trial is divided into 3 levels. The rules are simple. You need to go through 3 areas, C, B, and A, and arrive at the final destination. And the first 3 to reach the finish line will be qualified to enter the 5-vein spiritual spring. On top of that, the top-ranked disciples will also be rewarded with spirit stones and elixirs. First place is rewarded with 500 spirit stones plus 3 Yuan Ling Yuan Dan. Second place is rewarded with 400 spirit stones plus 2 spirit elemental pills. The third place reward is 300 spirit stones plus 1 Yuan Ling Yuan Dan. 4th through 10th place awards. Before the black-faced elder finished speaking, the eyes of many disciples in the crowd flamed up. Spirit stones and pills aside, the 5-vein spirit spring that was something left behind by the founding ancestor of the 5 Elements sect. After taking a dip in there, not only could one easily step into the spirit primordial realm, surpassing others by several months. Moreover, I heard that spring water can also improve talent and enhance affinity for aura, laying a solid foundation for the future. The corners of Yun Rin's mouth rose, revealing a smile of determination. Shi Yao also couldn't help but purse her red lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with confidence. For her part, Yui Lu clenched her small fists and whispered encouragement to herself. Go for it, Yui. Only Han Ming remained motionless, only reaching the age of the crown, but he was as old as a white man. It was only after a small half-incense burner that the black-faced elder finally finished speaking about all the rules of the trial. Looking at the crowd that had already begun to rub their fists together, he did not speak any more nonsense and directly punched out a spell seal to inject it into the door of the trial tower. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light shot up from the bottom of the tower, piercing the clouds. Rumble! A heavy sound rang out, like opening an ancient stone door that had been closed for 1,000 years. Lin Mo felt a flood-like aura come over him as he looked inside the gate of the trial tower. It was all white inside, hollow, dead, like a path to an unknown world. Okay, the trial has officially begun. Everyone close their eyes and deaden their minds. Do not have any distractions during the teleportation process. And never, ever open your eyes early. As soon as the black-faced elder's words fell, Lin Mo shifted, and an invisible force wrapped his entire body in an instant before yanking him towards the door of the trial tower. He hurriedly closed his eyes, feeling that at the moment his body was gradually vaporizing, as if it had turned into a breeze, and he gradually could not feel the existence of his hands and feet. Rimmer, don't forget that pouch I gave you. These were the last words Lin Mo heard before he lost consciousness. When he came to his senses again, he and the others had appeared in the center of a circular square. Before he had time to look around, a voice as emotionless as Rottenwood echoed around the space. Welcome to Zone C, Labyrinth of Order. When the sound completely disappeared, Lin Mo realized that the square was surrounded by towering green stone walls. And these stone walls are so smooth that there are no landing points for climbing. The stone wall didn't quite close, though, leaving 9 gaps. Was that the voice of the trial tower spirit just now? Also, it said that this place is called some kind of order maze. Could it be that this level is for us to walk out from here? It should be. but it's just a labyrinth in the district. It's hard to defeat us. Well, it's only the first level after all. The people discussed the situation together after briefly observing the surroundings. They agreed that this level would not be difficult. Chapter 11, The Troubled Ilu. But Shiryao didn't think so. She looked a bit gloomy and said, "You must not underestimate this place. If I didn't guess wrong, a set of 9 gates strange star formation should have been arranged here." 9 gates strange star formation? The crowd had never even heard of it, and even Yunrin frowned. That's right, if we compare this place to a spider's web, the position we are in should be at the center of the spider's web, the starting point of the maze. And those high walls are spiderweb silk rings, and there should be 8 more rings like this one. Each ring has 9 doors, but only one of them leads to the next ring, Tokoyo explained to the crowd. Hearing her say this, Yunrin immediately smiled and said, "Since that's the case, wouldn't it be fine for us to try each door once? Yeah, at most 81 times we'll be able to get out of this so-called order labyrinth." The others chimed in. "It wouldn't give me such a headache if it were really that simple. The difficulty of this 9-door strange star formation lies in this word strange. In addition to the correct one, countless false rings exist outside the other 8 false doors. There's no way we can be sure which is the right door, unless we can get 9 doors right in a row at once. But the odds of that are just too low." Tokoyo sighed. "How low?" Yunrin and the others were a bit confused. Shiryao pointed at the starry sky in the sky and said, "Look at the stars here. If you count them in detail it should be 380 million, corresponding to the 380 million combinations of this formation." What? The crowd was in complete shock. How long would it take to try this slowly? Even the ever-calm Han Ming was a bit unable to sit still, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister Shiryao, then do you have a way to break the formation?" Shiryao shook her head and said, "I also heard about this formation in an ancient book when I was a child, and I don't know much about this formation, but according to that ancient book, the method to break the formation should be hidden in the starry sky above our heads." Stars? Everyone looks up, but you can't tell half of it from a sky full of stars. While the crowd was racking their brains, Lin Mo on the corner was looking at a green-clothed girl in front of him with a bit of a headache. This woman was naturally Lu Yi. For some reason, after arriving at this place, the other party had been clinging to him. "Follow wherever you go." "How old are you, Rimmer? Are you really a 5-element wasted body? What exactly is your relationship with Peak Master Morone? Why don't you say something?" Yui Lu chattered on and on. She seemed to be more curious about Lin Mo than the maze at hand. Rimmer didn't answer. He felt like Yui Lu was as annoying as a fly. Seeing that Lin Mo still didn't say anything, Lu Yi crossed her arms and pretended to be angry. "Hey, are you deaf or dumb? Or just a dull piece of wood?" Lin Mo was really helpless. "What exactly do you want?" He. "I'm just more curious about you. Curiosity killed the cat." "But I'm not a cat, Lin Mo. Just tell me, what exactly does Morone Peak Master see in you?" Lu Yi persistently pursued again. No, Lin Mo didn't have the heart to say. It was a question that even he didn't really know the answer to. "Please, if you don't tell me, I won't be able to stop thinking about it all the time and I won't be able to sleep at night." Lu Yi put on a pitiful look. "What's that got to do with me? Whoever told you not to tell me? Naturally shut you down." Lin Mo rubbed his temples lightly with both hands as he realized that the young girl in front of him seemed to have an almost obsessive obsession with the unknown. Simply put, too much curiosity. He sighed. "Never mind. Since you want to know, I won't hide it from you." "Aha, you say. Yui Lu rested her hands on her lower cheeks with an expectant look on her face. "Then you mustn't tell anyone when I say so. I swear, I'm the one with the tightest mouth. Well, on the surface I'm the 5 elements waste body, but I'm actually the legendary chaotic god body. That's why Peak Master Morone thinks so highly of me," Lin Mo said with a serious face. Yui Lu, after being stunned for a long while, she returned, "Che, it's too fake. When it comes to fooling children." Rimmer was speechless. "You were the one who had to force me to say it, and now you don't believe it when you tell the truth. It's so hard to be a truthful person. Hey, what are you two muttering over there about? If you want to pass the test don't come over and help." Suddenly, someone was calling out to them. Lin Mo looked up to see that it was actually Shiryao. It turned out that just now, she had discovered some of these patterns by observing the stars, but to break the formation you still need a lot of manpower to help. "Senior sister Shiryao, just call up senior sister Lu. What do you care about that Lin Mo?" Yunrin had long been annoyed with Lin Mo, and couldn't wait to have him trapped in this first level. "That's right, he's just a wasted body. He's nothing after leaving Peak Master Morone. Hey, I'd love to see how he's going to get through this alone." Some people who embraced Yunrin and those who were jealous of Lin Mo said wistfully. Anyway, with Yunrin out of the way, there was no fear of Lin Mo doing anything to them. "Have you guys misunderstood? I never wanted to rely on you guys. Lin Mo disdained these people's words. He had long since seen that this level was the 9-gate strange star formation. If he had divine sense with him, he would have dozens of ways to crack it. Even without divine sense, he could crack it. It's just going to take some work. Besides, he had a simpler and easier way. Lin Mo. You said it yourself. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yunrin's mouth. Rimmer didn't bother with him. Yunrin saw that he was being ignored and turned a bit irritated. In order to ease the embarrassment, he turned his head to look at Lu Yi and invited, Senior Sister Lu, come over here. Only by following us can you get out of the maze. Yui Lu looked at the crowd and then at Lin Mo. In the end, she shook her head toward Yunrin and said, I'd rather be with Lin Mo. What? Senior Sister Lu Yu. Yunrin's eyes widened in some disbelief. The others didn't expect Yui Lu to refuse. Even Lin Mo looked at her in surprise. I'm not looking at you being isolated and pitiful. Don't you ever think that this lady is in love with you? Lu Yi said to Lin Mo with a smile. Rimmer. He'd never thought of it that way. It just feels like the other person is a bag of trouble that you can't shake off. Senior Sister Lu, since your mind is made up, I won't advise you, but you are always welcome here. Yao glanced at Lin Mo, then left a message for Lu Yi before she began to lead the crowd to get busy. Soon only Lin Mo and Lu Yi were left with nothing to do in the entire square. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly said with a smug look on her face, Lin Mo, I actually have a way to break the formation. As long as you honestly answer those questions I just asked you, I can take you out of this orderly labyrinth though. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and glanced at her lightly, saying, no need. He then went so far as to pull out a drawing directly from within a pouch. When unfolded, it was clearly labeled with the layout of the entire labyrinth. This is the map of the Order Labyrinth. Lu Yi looked at the drawings in Lin Mo's hands and was directly dumbfounded. Chapter 12 Labyrinth with a map. What kind of labyrinth is that? Yui Lu rubbed her disbelieving eyes. What did she see? Lin Mo surprisingly had a map of the Order Labyrinth. How did you get a map of this place? This is impossible. Lu Yi's small face was covered with shock and amazement, and she couldn't wait to know the answer. While she did have a way out of the maze, it took a lot of effort and time. But this map of Lin Mo's clearly recorded the route of the entire labyrinth. Even fearing that he wouldn't be able to read it, the author of the map had marked which door to go through with a conspicuous red line. Looking at Lu Yi's reaction, Lin Mo said in a serious manner, Lesser seen, as a prototypal, it's normal to carry a trial map on your body, right? On the contrary, I don't suppose you don't have one? Lu Yi opened her small mouth wide. Obviously, Lin Mo's answer left her at a loss for words for a moment. Brother, this is still called normal. I'm also a prototypal, yes, but do you want to see where we are now? This is a maze. What kind of maze is a maze if it has a map? I certainly didn't. Bring a map, isn't it the same as cheating? Yui Lu stammered. After she finished speaking, her eyes dripped as she stared at Lin Mo. I see. The map was given to you by Peak Master Morone, right? You guess. Lin Mo smiled without saying anything. I don't want to guess. Please just tell me. Seeing Lin Mo selling out again, Lu Yi was almost about to go crazy. You don't care where I get my maps from. Keep your mouth shut if you want to keep following me. Rimmer warned. Well, Yui Lu hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Seeing that she was quiet, Lin Mo then took the map and walked towards the 5th of the 9 doors. The others couldn't help but laugh at this scene. This Lin Mo wouldn't want to break the formation as well, would he? With him? Yunrin let out a snort and said, if he can pass as well, Yunrin, will write my name backwards. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yao said with an unexpected tone, Senior brother Yunrin, it seems like he really did go right in the first ring. After what she had just projected, the first ring had to go through the 5th door. What? Yunrin's face was green and white for a while. He snorted coldly, but it's just a blind cat touching a dead rat. There are still 8 rings left. I don't believe he can keep on touching them. Senior brother Yunrin is right. It's always impossible for him to rely on luck to break the formation. Others feel it should just be coincidence too. It was only sometimes when Yao rested her lower jaw, feeling that this matter was not that simple. This was because she realized that Lin Mo was walking straight towards the 5th door without any half-hearted hesitation. This shows that the other side has full certainty. However, she didn't know where Lin Mo grasped the source of her grasp. This person is not as frivolous as he looks on the outside. On the other hand, Lin Mo and the two of them traveled as if they were on the ground and quickly arrived at the 8th ring. As the map shows, we only need to go through one more door to pass the first level. Yui Lu was a little excited. Lin Mo didn't say a word and went straight to the last door. As he took one step, the entire world began to change in an instant. At the same time, the voice of the tower spirit once again resounded from within the trial tower. Congratulations to water vein disciple Lin Mo, for being the first disciple to pass through Zone C. The rules of the environment in Zone B are beginning to diffuse. Derivation complete. Countdown to the opening of Area B, 3, 2, 1. The tower spirit's voice fell, and everyone who was still trapped in Area C at this moment was completely stunned. Lin Mo actually passed. How can he be so fast? It took so many of them to project to the second ring, but Lin Mo had even gone straight to the second level. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Something must have gone wrong, but that was the tower spirit's voice just now. There can be no mistake. Lin Mo. He has indeed walked out of the labyrinth. The crowd was silent for a moment as they listened. Then they all turned their gazes to Yunrin. He had just said that if Lin Mo could pass, he would write his name backwards. Rimmer. Yunrin clenched his shaking fists. His face was as black as a dark cloud on a cloudy day. He had not long left his words behind, and in the twinkling of an eye he had lost all his face. Seeing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Shi Yao spoke up to ease the situation. Senior brother Yunrin, we're already a step behind. We must break the formation as soon as possible as a matter of urgency. Although she had guessed that Lin Mo had a way to break the formation, she couldn't believe that he could be so fast. Senior sister Shi Yao is right. We need to catch up as soon as possible. Han Ming also spoke up. Aha! Yunrin replied coldly. He decided that when he reached the second level, he would go back to Lin Mo to get his face back. Lin Mo and Louis Yi stepped through the last door, and their figures appeared in a springtime valley. It was surrounded on three sides by steep, smooth cliffs, and only directly in front was a passageway so narrow that only a few people could pass through it. Welcome to B-Gate, Spirit Beast Canyon. As the tower spirit's voice fell again, a horrible howl came from behind the valley passage. Ouch! Louis Yi couldn't help but take half a step back, her voice trembling slightly. It's a spirit beast. How could there be a spirit beast in this level? The so-called spirit beasts were simply demonic beasts that could absorb aura for cultivation. Compared to ordinary beasts, they were more powerful. Even the weakest first-order spirit beast was comparable to a human spirit primordial realm, even due to the physical factor. A peak first-stage spirit beast was often stronger than a human of the ninth stage of the spirit primordial realm. So, that's why Yui Lu would be afraid. After all, this is just the newcomer trials. Although the strength of new disciples was stronger than ordinary people, it was very limited. A random spirit beast would not be something they could handle. Lin Mo's face didn't change much. He followed the sound of the howl and saw three figures appear at the end of the canyon. To the left and right were two wolves with gray fur. However, their bodies were much thicker than ordinary wolves, comparable to a fierce tiger with dangling white eyes. But it wasn't them that interested Rimmer. It was the creature standing in the middle of them. It's a dog. It should be a big bald-haired yellow dog to be precise. It had sparse hair on its body and was plainly odd-looking. But it was at this moment that it was facing the sky with its nostrils, grinning with its doggy mouth, and using those doggy eyes to squint at the two of them, Lin Mo and Louis Yi. This place was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass from here, leave the money for Master Dog for me to buy the road. It actually spat human language and was all high and mighty. In this world, I can't believe even puppies can talk. Yui Lu froze. It is important to realize that human beings are the first of all living things and have an intelligence that distinguishes them from other creatures. Even if it was a spirit beast, before it grew to the fourth stage, it would never be able to spit out human language. Interesting. At this point even Lin Mo came to be interested. In his opinion, the other party was clearly just a big yellow dog that was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary. But the spiritual intelligence in his body was no less than that of some king beasts. Chapter 13, Bald Dogs. As a spirit emperor in his previous life, Lin Mo hadn't seen any kind of spirit beasts. What with the flood beasts, the ancient variants, the descendants of divine beasts and so on. But the appearance of the big yellow dog still made him feel a little surprised. Dare you call me a puppy? Master Dog, I am the king of all demons. I am the only one in heaven and on earth. How can you, a girl child, be able to judge? The big yellow dog showed his teeth and walked towards the two. Seeing this, Louis Yi was so scared that she hid behind Lin Mo. She revealed a small head and couldn't help but spit out. What king of 10,000 demons? You're bald and hairless and ugly. Not cute at all. It's good that I didn't call you a bald-haired dog. You wench dare to repeat what you just said. The big yellow dog looked like it had been hit on the sore spot, and the few hairs it had exploded. Seeing this, Lin Mo had wanted to stop it, but Louis Yi hadn't finished her words which she couldn't hold back. She continued, I see that you must be at the end of your lifespan, and your whole body is full of maladies. If you listen to advice, you should hurry up and plow a hole right now. The big yellow dog froze and subconsciously asked, what's the point of digging a pit? Of course it's for your own afterlife. If you die too suddenly, it won't be a riotous death. Rimmer. Louis Yi's words gave Lin Mo all dry silence. He knew the other man couldn't keep his mouth shut, but he didn't realize that the words that came out were hotter than the lava of a volcano, and more piercing than a sharp knife. Just now, Lin Mo still thought she was nagging, but he had to thank her for her kindness. The big yellow dog across the street was also stunned. He showed his teeth as his doggy brain raced, but after thinking about it, he was slow to know how to go about hitting back. It seemed that under Louis Yi's sharp words, all those languages it had organized seemed exceptionally pale. Humph. For the sake of the 5 elements sex provision for many years, Master Dog, I won't bother with you juniors in general. The big yellow dog grunted, trying to find a way to get himself off the ground, but it didn't know that what Yui Lu was best at was tearing down the stage, only to see her spit out her tongue and return. You may as well take it up with me. Just say whatever you want. I'm not afraid of being offended by you. You, wanton. The big yellow dog was so pissed off that he spit blood. Do you see what you're saying as a human being? What do you mean you're not afraid to be offended? Now the person who was offended is clearly me. Okay, it's me. The big yellow dog let out a hysterical growl inside. Are all kids so unreasonable nowadays? It has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and it originally wanted to show off in the newcomer trials after its release. But who knew that as soon as he came up, he would meet this exasperating master. Louis. Forget it. You can't talk to the juniors. Cough cough cough. The big yellow dog cleared its throat. There were no steps, it could only go down hard. So it squarely said, this is the ethereal pass, Spirit Beast Canyon. Do you even need to repeat that? Yui Lu interrupted. Can you shut up for a minute until I'm done talking? The big yellow dog's pair of dog eyes glared at Louis with great displeasure. I can't. Well. Louis wanted to say something else, but Lin Mo covered her small mouth. It wasn't that he was afraid of offending the dog, but he didn't want to rub it in. Seeing that Louis couldn't open her mouth for the time being, the big yellow dog was finally relieved. It wanted to follow up on the words it had just left unfinished, but at that moment, the sky shook, followed by a large group of people actually appearing in front of them one after another. Ha ha ha, senior sister Shuryao's method is right. It really shortened the time to break the formation to a great extent. Yeah, but then again, what are the rules of this second level? Seeing as how it's surrounded by cliffs, it's not going to be some kind of maze again, is it? I don't think so. Didn't you hear the tower spirit say that this place is called something like Spirit Beast Canyon? Look, there are 2 sharp-clawed gray wolves over there. That's a first-rank spirit beast. What? There's actually a spirit beast. The crowd was horrified. They hadn't formally stepped onto the path of cultivation yet, and were far from being a match for the spirit beasts. Say, is that one in the middle a dog or a wolf? Someone pointed at the big yellow dog in surprise. That you don't even know. The one with its tail up is a dog. The one with its tail down is a wolf. Look at it this way, it's clearly a bald dog. Puff. Hearing this, Louis couldn't help but laugh out loud again. She spread her hands and said, see, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Rimmer covered her mouth again. Still, her words drew a lot of stares. Shuryao's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of a different color as she hastily glanced at Lin Mo. Han Ming, on the other hand, was expressionless, and still no one could guess what he was thinking. Only Yun Rin's eyes were grim. He looked at Lin Mo, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and whispered to himself, I'd like to see if you can still be as lucky as before in this level. On the other hand, the big yellow dog was very unhappy with the words of the crowd. It showed its teeth again. However, having already learned how powerful Louis was, it only dared to point its spear at others at this time. Little brats. Master Dog, I'll reiterate, I'm the king of 10,000 demons, not some bald dog. As soon as its words fell, the 2 sharp-clawed gray wolves behind it cooperated by letting out a low wolf howl, as if issuing a warning. The crowd didn't expect an ordinary yellow dog to be able to spit out human language, coupled with the 2 sharp-clawed gray wolves beside it. It shocked quite a few people for a while. The big yellow dog nodded dissatisfied. It stood with its arms folded, found a pair of fancy pants from somewhere, put them on and paced back and forth in human form. I'm sure it's clear to all of you what this place is. If you wish to pass this level, you must search for 10 blood spirit ginsengs within this valley to honor your dog master me. Right. Incidentally, to remind you a few words, that blood spirit ginseng is a medicinal herb unique to this place, and tends to grow only in the depths of stone crevices, so it's very difficult to dig it up. The big yellow dog didn't forget to remind again. Blood spirit ginseng? The crowd didn't know what the blood spirit ginseng was, but at this moment, they were in an excited mood and rubbed their fists together. Yun Rin also instantly came to feel confident. The rules were literally designed specifically for him. Among the several personal disciples, it was he who had the most followers. All he had to do was to order the task down, and then someone would deliver the 10 blood spirit ginseng to him without any effort. Thinking of this, a hint of smugness appeared in Yunrin's eyes. In his heart, he was even more delighted. Lin Mo, you're all alone. Let's see how you can fight with me at this level. But just when everyone was ready to act, Lin Mo came straight to the big yellow dog. In the gazes of everyone who didn't understand, but he directly poured out dozens of fire-red blood spirit ginseng in one stream from a brocade pouch. Is this enough? If not, I have more here. The big yellow dog instantly widened his dog eyes. Where did you get so many blood spirit ginseng? If he remembered correctly, the second level of this zone B should have only been opened not long ago, right? Ha! Yui Lu was also dumbfounded, her face filled with question marks. Lin Mo had obviously been with her the whole time, so how could he have time to collect any blood spirit ginseng? Yunrin was even more directly dumbfounded, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. The complacency in his eyes and the joy in his heart were all reduced to nothing at this moment. They hadn't even started yet, and Lin Mo's side was already over. Chapter 14. That would be great. You're cheating, Cloud Rin protested loudly. Oh, do you have proof? Lin Mo sneered faintly. What more proof is needed? Let me ask you, where did you get so many blood spirit ginsengs in front of you? After Yunrin said this, the gazes of everyone present were fixed on Lin Mo. Even Lui Yi nodded her head in cooperation, seemingly more curious about Lin Mo's answer than the others. Lin Mo didn't try to hide it and directly said, "Of course I prepared it in advance. Can't it be that you still gave it to me?" At these words, there was an uproar in the room. Lin Mo, how dare you cheat in a dignified manner? That's right, you're too shameless. It's not fair. We want to protest. The crowd had issued a vocal denunciation of Lin Mo. I told you how he was faster than all of us at the first level. He must have used such dirty tricks as well. If everyone is like him, then is there any fairness left in this trial? Yunrin also arched his fire and said. Yao's eyes gradually turned cold. She had originally thought that Lin Mo had relied on his attainments in formations to get out of the maze at the first level, and had thought of discussing the way of formations with him afterwards. But I didn't think it would actually be like this. This made all those good feelings she had left in her heart for Lin Mo disappear. Even Han Ming frowned as he looked at Lin Mo. In the face of so many people accusing him, Lin Mo just smiled meaningfully. He's really offended the public now and touched everyone's interests. But he felt inexplicably relieved. Fair? That's one of the most ridiculous words ever. People face all kinds of injustices from the moment they are born. Family history, talent, resources, upbringing. Which has ever been fair? Even if they were competing on the same stage, the pro-disciples would always be brightly dressed, with endless magical treasures, endless pills and endless secret techniques to perform, while ordinary disciples were always shabbily dressed. Their only means and proud feats were often worthless in front of others. So it's really himself that Rimmer is laughing at. In his previous life, he was that ordinary disciple who had to endure favoritism and injustice at every turn. That's why he hates privilege and reveres justice. But now he was shamelessly enjoying everything Morong Lioli had to offer. In the end, people only prioritized their own interests and positions, which he was not. Lin Mo, I'm going to sue you at the law enforcement hall and expel you from the division. Seeing that the condemnation of Lin Mo's voice had reached its peak, Yunrin stood out again in indignation. Really? That's great. Lin Mo was already calm inside, but he couldn't help but laugh again after hearing Yunrin's words. He couldn't wait to leave the Five Elements sect earlier. It would not be a surprise if the other side succeeded. But naturally, he aroused another outrage with such an attitude. Lin Mo, you're too lawless. The rules of the Five Elements sect are strict. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because of Peak Master Morong's favor towards you. Yao couldn't help but stand up as well. Do whatever you want. Lin Mo glanced at Yao and slowly said, I like that word. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the crowd, but turned his head to look at the big yellow dog and said, Can I go over? Oh, since you kid has fulfilled the trial requirements, then of course you can go over. With that, it waved its paw towards the two gray wolves behind it, making way. But this scene was too much for Yunrin to bear. He cursed at the big yellow dog. You stupid dog. You let him pass even though you knew he was cheating. I will report this matter to my third uncle and have him skin your dog. What did you say? Big yellow dog's face completely sank. Da Mao, Air Mao, give me this man to the death. With its command, the two sharp-clawed gray wolves actually pounced towards Yunrin. Yunrin was so shocked that he was tackled to the ground without waiting for him to open his mouth, followed by a mournful scream. The others blanched. Especially Yui Lu. She patted herself on the back. I didn't realize that the big yellow dog was so ferocious that it really dared to let its little brother bite. Now no one will dare to underestimate it anymore. Okay, come back. Don't really give him a bite. The big yellow dog recalled 2 gray wolves. The only person left in the spot was the unclothed Yunrin. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a handsome white boy to a wretched beggar. He struggled to get up with the help of his attendant disciples, then glared resentfully at the big yellow dog, but didn't dare to say anything else. However, he took advantage of everyone's inattention and quietly slipped his hand into his pocket and crushed a jade slip. On the other hand, Lin Mo lost interest in watching the fun. He crossed over to the crowd and walked alone toward the end of the canyon. But just then, behind him, Lu Yi called out to him, "Wait, anyway, the blood spirit ginseng you turned in was enough for 2 people, so why don't you bring me along?" Lu Yi revealed a pitiful look and pleaded with Lin Mo. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. The other man had the audacity to walk with himself, but he still nodded, saying, "All right, count you in." But right at this moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly shook, and immediately afterward, the surrounding scenes began to blur. Outside the Tower of Trials, 3 figures with terrifying auras stood in the air. Senior Brother Gu, Senior Brother Yun, what are you guys doing here? Morong Lioli frowned lightly as she asked the 2 figures not far away. Senior sister, we were going to ask what you wanted to do. For the sake of a 5-element wasted body, you even went so far as to disregard the clan rules and play favorites for him. You. I really don't know what to let Senior Brother say about you. Gu Song Yun, who was wearing a red-striped python robe, said with hatred. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand. A gigantic void projection instantly surfaced above the trial tower, and the projection showed the very image of Lin Mo pulling out the blood spirit ginseng from within the brocade pouch. Morong Lioli's face changed slightly, but she was still calm and collected. 2 senior brothers, you are busy with your affairs. How come you care about the newcomer trial today? It was Yun Rin who crushed the voice transmission jade slip I gave him, and that's how I learned of the news from the trial. A middle-aged man beside Gu Song Yun wearing a long Shinjin robe explained. His name was Yun Jingyan. He was the Golden Vein Peak Master and Yun Rin's 3rd uncle. So I see, but since you all know, I might as well be explicit. Morong Lioli suddenly turned her words around and said, for this newcomer trial, no matter what the outcome is, the 5-vein spiritual spring must have a spot for Lin Mo. Nonsense. Gu Song Yun snorted coldly and followed up with a merciless, Senior sister, don't blame me. I'm also upholding the fairness and justice of the sect. Yun Jingyan smiled. Senior sister, why don't we just leave this place to Senior Brother Gu? And how about we go to Senior Brother Patriarch's place for a cup of tea? Morong Lioli ignored it as she asked without moving. What exactly do you guys want? Humph. I can leave Lin Mo alone for your sake about the fraudulent dance, but if he wants to enter the 5-vein spiritual spring, he'll have to show his true strength. After Gu Song Yun finished speaking, he once again shot out a red aura towards the trial tower. As he began to intervene, the newcomer trial area in the picture changed radically. All the scenes began to blur, and a huge high platform rose up from the ground. The 100 Paths platform. Looking at the high platform with 100 steps in the projection, Morong Lioli changed again and again. Chapter 15 The 100 Paths platform. Senior Brother Gu, what do you mean by that? Morong Lioli questioned. Naturally, the rules are being rewritten. I'd like to see if that Lin Mo can still make it to the finish line without your help. Gu Song Yun said coldly. Yun Jingyan nodded and said, I agree with Senior Brother Gu's approach. Morong Lioli's stunningly beautiful face revealed a hint of a different color. She confirmed, 2 senior brothers, are you sure you want to change the rules of the trial to the 100 Paths stage? Naturally. Gu Song Yun nodded directly without even thinking. In that case, I agree. Morong Lioli made an unexpected decision. Even the 2 Gu Kanjians didn't expect her to agree so readily. It's good that you can think this way. Senior sister, newcomer trials area. Everyone was teleported in front of a high platform. What's going on here? Yui Lu rubbed her eyes and looked around in confusion. Hey, of course it's because someone cheated. So now the trial level has been changed. Yun Rin laughed with a smug expression. What? The crowd was surprised and turned their gloating gazes on Lin Mo. Wasn't he the one who committed the fraud? Lin Mo also didn't expect such a turn of events. He looked at the high platform in the distance, which surprisingly had an arcane and mysterious aura on it. This aura, could it be a holy weapon? This kind of aura was something he had only felt on some saint-grade spiritual weapons. That's the 100 Paths platform. Sure Yao couldn't help but open her small mouth wide. What do you mean by the 100 Paths platform? All of the people present were new disciples who knew nothing about the 100 Paths stage. This 100 Paths platform was left by the founding ancestor of the 5 Elements sect, and has a total of 100 steps. As long as you step on the ladder, you will invariably be subjected to a powerful pressure. The stronger the talent, the lesser the pressure. On the contrary, the weaker the talent, the stronger the pressure one endures. Tokoyo explained to the crowd. After saying that, she looked at Lin Mo with strange eyes. Who in the audience didn't know that Lin Mo was a 5-element wasted body with a very low qualification? I'm afraid this level was specifically designed to target him. Others obviously understand this. Their gloating gaze intensified. Aya, what can we do about this certain waste? With his qualifications, I'm afraid he won't even be able to climb the 10 steps, right? Yoon Rin couldn't help but taunt again. Not to mention the 10th step, he'd have to burn incense if he could ascend to the 5th step, right? Maybe I'll get tired on the 1st step. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Seeing Lin Mo suffer defeat made them all feel good in their hearts. Lin Mo, however, remained expressionless. He pondered what kind of artifact the 100 Paths platform was. If it was really a holy weapon, how could the 5 Elements sect, which had such a strong foundation in its previous life, have been destroyed? Lin Mo felt that either he had made a mistake in his senses, or that the other party was just a remnant artifact, tainted with only a wisp of the aura of a holy artifact. He felt the latter was more likely. After all, there were very few saint weapons in the entire North Sky continent, and most of them were in the hands of top clans and some ancient families. The 5 Elements sect was not qualified to control a holy weapon in his opinion. While he was thinking about it, quite a few people had already started climbing. Everyone, Han will go first. Han Ming arched his hand toward the crowd, then steadily stepped onto the steps. Shiryao tapped her toes and followed with light steps. Yunrin glanced disdainfully at Lin Mo and also walked towards the 100 Paths stage with great confidence. Only Yui Lu came to Lin Mo. Hey, what are you going to do now? I can't help you a bit. She spread her hands in helplessness. I didn't expect anyone. Rimmer guffawed. You'd better figure out how you're going to climb up there. Humph. This young lady's talent crowns the world and is the future empress of the Northern Sky Continent. A mere 100 Paths stage is not difficult for me at all. Lu Yi held her small head high, her appearance very conceited. Rimmer. He realized that not only did this little ninny tend to choke on her words, but she also liked to brag. Alright, this young lady is going to start. Lu Yi raised a pair of small fists to cheer herself up. With Lu Yi also leaving, only Lin Mo was left in the same spot. Seeing that he was still frozen in place and not moving, many people thought that he was timid, so he didn't dare to step onto the 100 Paths stage. Senior sister, take a look. This is your preferred disciple. At this moment, even Gut Song Yoon outside the trial tower couldn't help but sneer. Morong Lioli didn't say anything, but there was clearly more anxiety in his eyes. She glanced at the Momochi stage. In just a few words, Yoon Rin had already climbed to the 37th step. Han Ming followed closely behind, also reaching the 35th step. The most surprising of all was Tokoyo. She was in first place at this time and had already climbed to the 42 steps. But to Morong Lioli's surprise, Lin Mo finally moved at this moment. He was only seen slowly walking towards the 100 Paths platform. He was not as eager as others, and took each step with ease. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. He walked idly all the way, like he didn't feel any obstacles. And above the 40 steps, many disciples had already inched up. They stepped on legs that seemed to be filled with lead, and their backs seemed to be pressed with a small mountain. Isn't he a 5 Elements ruined body? Looking at Lin Mo as if he were walking on the ground, they were stunned and dumbfounded. Lin Mo surpassed them and ascended the 50th step. He didn't know who changed the trial level, but this person was obviously trying to make things difficult for himself. Since that was the case, he didn't bother to hide it anymore. If anything, the first 2 levels were a bit of trouble for Lin Mo, but this level was literally nothing for him. He continued to climb upward. 60 steps, 65 steps, 70 steps, and at that moment, Shiryao had already arrived at the 85th step. Following closely behind was surprisingly Lu Yi, who set off afterward. She had also reached the 83rd step. Yun Rin and Han Ming then ascended the 78 steps at the same time, but they were all, without exception, already sweating profusely. Yun Rin stopped to catch his breath. I didn't realize that this little Momochi stage would be so difficult. As the steps increased, he felt more and more overwhelmed. By now it's almost a struggle. Looking at the only 22 steps left, he gritted his teeth and lifted his legs with difficulty. He only needed to surpass Han Ming and enter the top 3 to qualify for the 5-vein spirit spring. Han Ming, who was on the side, also shared his thoughts. Both held their breath, neither willing to give in. But just then, Lin Mo caught up with him in a very leisurely manner. What? The 2 men were taken aback. Han Ming was fine, and when he saw that Lin Mo was unstoppable, he simply gave up resisting. But Yun Rin was holding her face red, unable to accept the fact that she was going to be surpassed by Lin Mo. Chapter 16. I'm never going to be able to have anything to do with him. No way. He's just a punk destined to be trampled under my feet. How could he possibly surpass me? Yun Rin roared hysterically and furiously. his heart extremely unwilling. He could no longer move his heavy legs and could only watch as Lin Mo overtook him. This guy. At this time, Shiryao also noticed Lin Mo, who was catching up. She was a little incredulous. Like the crowd, she was actually not optimistic about Lin Mo. After all, this 100 paths stage looked at talent. The higher the talent, the weaker the pressure. On the contrary, the lower the talent, the stronger the pressure one endures. Even she, who was a fire spirit body, still had such a difficult time climbing. Not to mention Lin Mo, who had a 5 elements waste body. But now the truth was a little more than she had expected. They were already sweating profusely from climbing, but Lin Mo acted as if nothing had happened. Each step so calm and powerful. It was as if the pressure of this 100 paths stage just didn't exist to him at all. Sister Shiryao, it looks like you and I are both going to have no chance with first place. Yui Lu spat out her tongue. Shiryao was silent and didn't say anything. As Lin Mo brushed past her, it was announced that this trial had come to an end. Lin Mo was the first to climb to the top of the 100 paths platform. Water Vein disciple Lin Mo took the lead to reach the top and became the first place in this newcomer trial. The tower spirit's cold voice once again resounded throughout the land of trials. Limerick. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the upright figure on the summit. They wouldn't have thought that it would be Lin Mo who would become number 1 in the trial no matter what. If he was cheating on the previous level, how does he go about explaining this one? Fire Vein disciple Shiryao ascended to the top, becoming the second place winner of this newcomer trial. Wood Vein disciple Lu Yi ascends to the top, becoming the third place winner of this newcomer trial. After a full half an incense stick, it was only with great difficulty that Shiryao and Yi Lu climbed to the top. Sister Shiryao is really something. Yui Lu's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon when she smiled. Shiryao raised her eyebrows and said to Lu Yi, Senior sister's talent is no worse than mine. My second place is purely a fluke. Sister Shiryao is really too modest. You are so beautiful and your cultivation talent is so high. I really don't know which man you are going to cheapen in the future. By the way, do you have a lover in mind? Sister Shiryao? Lu Yi's thinking was just too jumpy. The first half of the sentence was quite normal, but the second half of the sentence left Shiryao stunned. After thinking for a while, she replied numbly, No, I'm not thinking about men and women at the moment. That's a shame. I think Lin Mo would be a good Taoist couple. Sister Shiryao, do you really not want to reconsider? Yui Lu laughed. Senior Sister Lu, what are you talking about? Shiryao sneaked a glance at Lin Mo in the distance. There is absolutely no possibility of anything between me and him. Those big ladies in those folktales often start out disdaining the affairs of men and women, but in the end, they still love each other to death. Sister Shiryao, don't speak too arbitrarily. Senior Sister Lu, if you keep talking I'll really get angry. Okay, I won't say anything is all. The two ended their chat. At this time outside the trial tower, Gu Songyun's face was a bit gloomy. This was not the outcome he wanted to see. As the master of the law enforcement hall, he couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. He could only tolerate the matter of Lin Mo's fraud for Morone Liuli's sake, but that didn't mean that he would let Lin Mo get the quota for the 5-vein spiritual spring. That was why he had deliberately changed the rules of the trial against Lin Mo. After all, in his opinion, with Lin Mo's talent he would only be wasting it, and was not worthy of entering the 5-vein spiritual spring at all. But the result was still out of his expectation. Lin Mo had actually ascended the 100 paths stage with great ease, and even won the first place in the trial. This shocked him so much that for a moment he didn't know at what point something had gone wrong. On the other hand, the face of the Golden Vein Peak Master Yin Jingyan on the side was even uglier than his. The Fire Vein at least had Shiryao, who had gotten a 5-vein spirit spring slot, but Yun Rin was only 5th, even behind Han Ming. Only Morone Liuli was filled with joy, and with a huge sigh of relief. Although she had known that Lin Mo was a chaotic godbody in her previous life, she had only heard about it from hearsay later on and wasn't so sure. But after this trial on the 100 paths stage, she had been able to confirm that the rumors of her previous life were not false. Senior brother Gu, you won't have any more opinions about Lin Mo's ranking this time, right? Morone Liuli inquired. Gu Songyun furrowed his thick brows with extreme reluctance, but thinking that the trial was formulated by himself, and that the other party had been under his watchful eye, it was by no means possible that there would be any more cheating, so he could only swallow some of the things he had wanted to say. Senior brother Yun, what about you? Morone Liuli's mood seemed to be extraordinarily soothing, and one by one, she asked Yun Jingyan again. Humph. Yun Jingyan snorted coldly and glared at Gu Songyun before turning around and whisking his sleeves away. It seems that senior brother Yun should be fine with it as well. Since this is the case, it might as well be arranged for the day of the 5-vein spirit spring to be 3 days later. What do you think, senior brother Gu? Morone Liuli looked at Gu Songyun again. Let's do as you say. Senior sister, Gu Song-yoon also had no desire to stay any longer. With Morong Lioli's blessing, it wasn't like he had any way to take Lin Mo. So much for out of sight, out of mind. Not long after he left, the trial tower suddenly blossomed with flamboyant light. Immediately after that, nearly 1,000 silhouettes were teleported out. When she saw Lin Mo's silhouette, Morong Lioli showed joy and just wanted to welcome her but realized that the other party was still standing beside the two women, Shi Yao and Lu Yi. Thinking of her own identity, she could only be very reserved and said, "Congratulations to the three of you for being the top 3 in this newcomer trial. In addition to the spirit stones and spirit elemental pills rewards, you will also receive the qualification to enter the 5-vein spirit spring." After Morong Lioli finished speaking, all the gazes of everyone in the square fell on the three. There was envy, jealousy, and resignation and resentment. "Thank you, Peak Master Morong. We will continue to work hard." Shi Yao bowed to Morong Lioli and thanked him. The always playful Lu Yi didn't dare to be reckless in front of Morong Lioli and respectfully followed with a salute. Only Lin Mo didn't move a muscle, as if he was fine. Morong Lioli didn't intend to bother with him either. "The three of you will gather at the main peak hall 3 days later, at which time the patriarch will personally open the passageway to the 5-vein spirit spring for you. The other disciples' trial rewards will be handed over to the elders of each peak to distribute. Now all disperse." She dismissed everyone before returning to the Lioli Palace with Lin Mo. But just as they arrived at the foot of Watervein Mountain, the two found an unexpected guest. It was a bountiful and handsome young man in black. He stood straight in the center of the crowd, like a sheathed sword with a sharp edge, and at his feet lay several injured disciples. "Who are you? How dare you come to my Watervein peak to cause trouble?" An elder appeared and tried to take him down, but the black-clothed youth smiled coldly and said, "I am a disciple of the 100-sword Sex Aotion Sword King, and I have come here on the orders of my master. Is this the way you treat your guests in the 5 Elements sect? What? You're the disciple of the solitary Aotion Sword King." That elder's face changed so much that he didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 17, the first Sword King of the Eastern region. No matter whose disciple you are, if you dare to strike and injure someone in our 5 Elements sect, you have to give us an explanation, the elder said stiffly. "Account? These losers are not strong enough. Besides, I did not take their lives. What do I need to account for?" The black-clothed youth sneered. The moment his words came out, they immediately caused many disciples to become indignant. "Who are you calling a loser? Dare to fight again? Just with you guys?" A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth. "Even together you're just a bunch of losers. What are you talking about? Wanna get killed?" But at that moment, a strong aura erupted from the black-clothed youth. Aside from that elder, the rest of the disciples were all shaken back dozens of steps in an instant. You, all the people's faces turned a little white. Just by emitting an aura, he was able to shock them all back. This strength was really beyond their reach. The scene was dead, until a young man wearing a purple pro-disciple costume came from outside the crowd. "Senior brother Wang Tao is out of the gate." I don't know who shouted, but the crowd automatically made way. Wang Tao was tall and relatively plain-looking, but he looked righteous. "Li Shiren, this is the 5 Elements sect, not your 100-sword sect." As soon as he arrived, he called the black-clothed youth by his first name. The corners of Li Shiren's mouth rose as he said, "Oh, it's you. What? Do you want to battle me?" Wang Tao approached. "Ha, you're not qualified. Your Watervein is the only one qualified to be my opponent. Your second senior brother Tong Yuan." "Humph." Wang Tao did not retort after hearing this. He was only at the Spirit Sea realm, while Li Shiren had heard that he was close to breaking through the Spirit Dam realm. But even though he knew he was no match, he had to defend the dignity of the clan in front of so many people. But just as he was planning to strike, Morong Lioli brought Lin Mo down from the sky and landed on the outskirts of the crowd. "Peak Master Morong." The crowd rejoiced at the sight and hastened to salute. "Master." Wang Tao also bowed and saluted towards Morong Lioli, his heart breathing a sigh of relief. However, his gaze was more on Lin Mo, sizing up this new senior brother. During his seclusion, he had already heard of the other party's great name from his servants. Morong Lioli nodded slightly towards the crowd, and then immediately looked towards Li Shiren with cold eyes. Li Shiren was suddenly gazed at by a Spirit King realm powerhouse, and his original arrogance suddenly turned into a cold sweat. He bent his waist and said very respectfully, "Senior Li Shiren, meet Senior Uncle Morong. It was Duo Aotion who asked you to come, wasn't it?" Morong Lioli asked with an expressionless face. Returning to Senior Uncle, "It is precisely by the order of my master that I have come to deliver a message." Li Shiren replied, "Is this about that date fight in a month?" "Exactly. Got it. Go back and tell your master. I won't go back on my word." After Morong Lioli finished speaking, she waved her hand towards the elders at the side. signaling to send off the guests. Then the late generation will leave. Li Shiren arched his hand towards Moron Lioli, then swept the disciples with a provocative gaze before turning to leave. Wang Tao, this is Lin Mo. He's your junior apprentice brother, so you have to take care of him in the future. Moron Lioli's expression was grave, as if she didn't have the heart to stay here anymore because of what had just happened. After she briefly introduced Lin Mo to Wang Tao, she hurriedly left as well. Rimmer frowned. He realized that even though he had relived his life, he still knew very little about Moron Lioli. The about fight she was talking about with Knight Tenon, he had surprisingly never even heard of it before. Senior brother Lin, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Wang Tao waved his hand in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo came back to his senses and greeted the other party. It's nothing, senior brother Wang Tao. In his previous life, Moron Lioli had a total of 5 disciples. If Rimmer counted, that would be 6. Wang Tao, on the other hand, was his 4th senior brother. After 10 years in the Five Elements sect, Lin Mo had met him only a handful of times and had no deep impression of him, only knowing that Wang Tao was one of the only ones who wouldn't look down on him. Wang Tao blocked his mouth with the palm of his hand and whispered, "You should be thinking about that appointment fight that master said, right? You know about this matter, senior brother?" Lin Mo asked. "Naturally no. The cause of the matter. Cough cough. Senior brother, this place is crowded with people. Why not go to your cave and then talk in detail? Wang Tao doesn't seem to want to give things away." Lin Mo's curiosity was also aroused when he saw him being secretive. The two of them quickly arrived at Lin Mo's heavenly word no. One cave. Before even entering the door, Wang Tao said with some surprise, "Senior brother, you live here?" "That's right." Lin Mo nodded and welcomed Wang Tao inside. Coming into the tea room, the two men sat facing each other. Xiao Yu appeared at this time and thoughtfully served a pot of spirit tea before understandingly retreating. "Senior brother, there are no outsiders here. Now you can speak." Lin Mo was the first to speak. Wang Tao looked at the luxurious cave mansion and couldn't help but spit out, "TSK, TSK, TSK, Master Teacher is really biased. Back then, I had begged her several times for this cave residence, and she ended up scolding me." After he finished speaking, he slowly took a sip of tea before following up on Lin Mo's words. "Senior brother, do you know about Dokeo Tian?" Rimmer shook his head. "He is the #1 sword king of the eastern region of our northern sky continent, as well as being our master's fiancé." "What?" Lin Mo was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this matter. The Five Elements sect and the 100 Swords sect designated the two of them for marriage a long time ago in order to strengthen their alliance. But the master never agreed. She proposed that unless Dokeo Tian could defeat her, she would never marry him. For this reason the two have sparred several times, but each time they have not been able to win or lose. And this time I heard that Dokeo Tian has already comprehended the 11 styles of the sword, so I'm afraid that master is at risk of losing," Wang Tao said with some concern. Lin Mo finally understood why Moron Lioli just had a grave expression on her face and looked worried. It turned out that she was feeling the pressure and was afraid of losing to Dokeo Tian, but based on her previous life, she should have won this cut. After all, until Lin Mo died in battle later on, he hadn't heard any news of Moron Lioli marrying anyone. "Senior Lin, aren't you worried at all?" Wang Tao said so much, but he saw Lin Mo's face as usual and never expressed a single comment. "It's useless for us to worry. If Master Zun wins, that just fulfills her wish, even if she loses, but it's just marrying that duo Ao Tian." Lin Mo opened his mouth. In his opinion this was all Moron Lioli's personal matter. Whatever it is has nothing to do with him. Now he was thinking about Moron Lioli's condition of descending the mountain for that 1 million contribution value. After all, with the 100,000 contribution value promised by the other party, he was only 900,000 short. With some more thought, it may not be impossible to meet the requirements within a year. Chapter 18, List of Newcomers. That being said, every time I see Knight Tenon's cocky look I feel bad in my heart. To be able to teach such a disciple, I'm sure that Dokeo Tian isn't any good either. Master Teacher would definitely not be happy if he were to become a Taoist couple with such a person, Wang Tao still said with some indignation. Lin Mo could only speak out to comfort him. "You can rest assured, senior brother. Your master's strength may not be inferior to the other parties. I love hearing this from you, senior brother. Our senior's talent is something that even the patriarch marvels at from time to time, so maybe she's made another breakthrough in her realm." "Yeah, so you and I don't even need to bother with that." Lin Mo followed Wang Tao's words and chatted for a few moments before suddenly digressing and asking, "Senior brother, do you know of any methods to earn sect contribution value?" "Contribution value? Ha, that's a good thing. Not only can you exchange it for pills, magic weapons, spirit beasts, and so on, But you can even spend contribution value to directly hire clan elders to protect you. But it's just that it's more troublesome to save contribution value. Those missions inside the Hall of Affairs aren't for people to do. Not to mention the difficulty, the contribution value is still pitifully small. It's better for me to go and do those missions than to be in seclusion in the cave to be free. Wang Tao couldn't help but spit. So, Rimmer was a little disappointed. But Wang Tao thought for a moment, and then said, "But, I really have a way to get a lot of contribution value here. Just don't know if you want to hear it." Lin Mo immediately felt a darkness and hastily said, "I'm all ears." In fact, the sect has set up many lists in order to incentivize each class of new disciples, like the Gold Veins Weapon Casting ranking, the Wood Veins Spiritual Breeding ranking, the Water Veins Qiankuan ranking, the Fire Veins Dan Formation ranking as well as the Earth Veins Qianjun ranking. As long as you can make it onto these lists, then you can earn a lot of contribution value every month according to your ranking. Wang Tao named a method. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. There's even this? Of course there is, but it's hard to get on those lists. Take our Water Veins Qiankuan ranking for example. It requires an extreme mastery of spell proficiency. Then take the Earth Vein for example. They have always respected the fact that one power breaks all laws. And if you want to get on the Qianjun ranking then you must go and refresh a stone tablet that specializes in testing power. As for the other three veins lists being even more difficult, I would advise senior brother not to be whimsical. Wang Tao waved his hand and said, but Lin Mo smiled with the corners of his mouth rising after hearing this. Interesting. Senior brother, do you think there is anyone who can dominate all the lists of the 5 veins at the same time? The moment Lin Mo's words came out, even Wang Tao couldn't help but stare. The reason why our 5 elements sect is divided into 5 veins is to teach disciples according to their talents. Each chakra has its own characteristics and advantages. Like our water chakra heart technique's strength lies in spells, while the earth chakra heart technique's strength is in the physical body. It's like a delicate civil official versus a majestic military official. The two fields are completely different. That's why it's generally impossible for our water vein disciples to get onto the earth veins Qiankuan ranking. Conversely, they are likewise unable to ascend our Qiankuan ranking. When I say this, does senior brother understand? Wang Tao thought that Lin Mo didn't understand the reason for this, so he explained very patiently. I understand. Thank you senior brother. Rimmer thanked him. The two of them chatted for a long time more, during which Wang Tao almost knew and answered Lin Mo's questions. This made Lin Mo feel a lot more favorable in his heart. By the time Wang Tao was sent away, the sky had already darkened. Lin Mo returned to his stone room with an additional plan in his mind. For the 5 veins newcomer ranking, he was determined to win. One person occupying the 5 lists seemed like a pie in the sky to others, but it was not a difficult task for Lin Mo. After all, in his previous life as an emperor-level powerhouse, like what Dan Dao, Array Dao he did not say he was proficient in, but he was also slightly involved. The only thing lacking now was cultivation. It seems that we can only wait until after the 5 veins spiritual spring. Lin Mo let out a soft sigh. Time rushed by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With a morning bell ringing, all the disciples of the 5 elements sect began their morning exercises. Lin Mo was wearing a purple prodisciple robe. He followed Morong Liuli to the main peak council hall. Here he met Shi Yao and Lu Yi, who were also dressed in purple robes. The atmosphere in the great hall was very solemn. Shi Yao stood behind Gu Tsongyun without slanting her eyes, very quietly. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was constantly making small movements, hiding behind a green-clothed beautiful woman and using her hands to pull her eyelids to keep making faces for Lin Mo. Senior Sister Tan. Morong Liuli took the initiative to come in front of the green-clothed beauty to greet her. Senior Sister Morong, is this that disciple of yours, Lin Mo? The green-clothed beauty was the Wood Vein Peak Master, Tan Bottle. At this moment, she looked at Lin Mo with a pair of beautiful eyes, as if she was surveying some kind of unprecedented treasure. That's right, Morong Liuli nodded, then pushed Lin Mo's arm and said, why don't you hurry up and call Senior Uncle? Senior. Lin Mo briefly bowed to Tan Beer. As for Lu Yi, she didn't need to be instructed by Tan Beer. She took the initiative to step forward and bowed very nicely to Morong Liuli. Good day Senior Uncle. My name is Lu Yi. Morong Liuli smiled, thinking that Lu Yi had a very pleasing personality. After both sides exchanged a few more pleasantries with each other, Patriarch Wen Xiaotian walked in from outside the Great Hall. It was different from the middle-aged image of Gu Tsongyun as well as Yun Jingyan. Wen Xiaotian actually has a youthful face. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he wore a wide black robe of Xianjin. As he passed by Lin Mo, he paused in his steps and suddenly turned his head to look over. Lin Mo's heart stared and his mind almost lost its grip. The other party's eyes were deep and sharp, with a strong penetrating power. It was as if it was going to take the heart and soul, and it almost penetrated all of him with just one glance. this kind of technique. When Xiaotian definitely has half a foot already stepped into the spirit sect realm. Lin Mo was a bit shocked in his heart. In the eastern region, spirit sect cultivators were already considered top-tier combatants, and rumor has it that the Five Elements sect patriarch, when Xiaotian, is only at the 9th stage of the spirit king realm. Now it seemed that the other party was hiding even deeper than he had thought. When Xiaotian was slightly surprised. He had long practiced this great soul regeneration technique to perfection. Low-ranked cultivators, he could read what was in the other party's mind with just a glance. For ordinary people, he was even able to directly tamper with their memories, and even speculate on the person's future through a series of memory karma. But just now, his great soul regeneration technique failed on a disciple with no cultivation. He couldn't read Lin Mo's thoughts, much less see Lin Mo's future. Blank. Surprisingly blank. Chapter 19, Bathing with Two Women. Elder brother. What happened to you? Morong Lioli said in disbelief. Nothing. When Xiaotian shook his head and pretended to be calm as he walked up to the main seat, the crowd saluted briefly. Only then did when Xiaotian leisurely open his mouth. The 5 veins of spirit springs were left by the founding ancestor, and are the foundation of our clan. Because of its preciousness, it is hidden within a small cave. However, due to the drying up of the springs, they have been sealed for a long time, and you are considered to be the first batch of disciples to enter the 5-vein spirit spring in the last 100 years. I hope that you will live up to your expectations and make something of yourselves in it. After saying that, when Xiaotian also stopped talking nonsense and directly struck a spiritual light to land in the center of the hall, a swirling blue portal appeared, from which a rich aura gushed out. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a layer of white mist. Morong Lioli and Tan Bottle were both delighted. It seemed that the springs of the 5-vein spiritual spring had recovered quite well during the years of closure. Well, step into the portal quickly. Remember, you only have 1 day to practice. When Xiaotian urged, Shi Yao didn't hesitate and walked in first. Lin Mo and Lu Yi also entered side by side. The teleportation vortex also quickly contracted into a white dot after the 3 entered, and then disappeared. The hall was instantly empty. How many stages of the spirit primordial realm do you think the 3 of them can reach? Tam Bottle asked suddenly. I can't say about others, but my disciple Shi Yao is a fire spirit body, and after bathing in the spirit spring, she will definitely be able to break through to the 4th stage of the spirit primordial realm. Gu Song Yun looked very confident. According to you, Yi's talent is something I've only seen in my life. I'd say that she'll at least be above the 4th stage of the spirit primordial realm when she emerges from the gate. Tan Bottle was not shy to say the same. Alright, don't argue. When Xiaotian waved his hand to stop the 2, he looked toward Morong Lioli and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Senior sister, Lin Mo is your disciple. How sure are you about him? Grasp. What senior brother is referring to? Morong Lioli was a little less certain. Senior brother is naturally asking you if Lin Mo can break through the spirit primordial realm. After all, with his 5 elements wasted body qualification, even with the 5-vein spirit spring he may not be able to draw spirit into his body, let alone make an additional breakthrough. Gu Song Yun snatched the words. Senior Gu, you're going too far. No matter how bad Lin Mo is, he wouldn't be as bad as you say. How else would he have ascended to first place on the 100 Paths stage? Morong Lioli was a bit angry. She didn't expect her senior brother to still be so unable to see Lin Mo. You still have the nerve to say that. It must have been because you brought him a talent bead that you were able to conceal the 100 Paths stage from the fish eyes. Gu Song Yun coldly grunted. The more he thought about it after going back that day, the more wrong it became. How could a district-wasted body reach the top so easily? Who would believe it if there wasn't something fishy going on here? Morong Lioli immediately retorted. That day it was you who temporarily changed the rules of the trial to the 100 Paths stage, and I was under your nose the whole time. So how could I have had the chance to deliver the talent bead to Lin Mo's hands? Alright, you two don't argue. Won't the results come out after a day? When Xiaotian rubbed his temples and said with a bit of a headache, Sovereign's senior brother is right. 1 day from now the 3 of them will naturally know who is stronger or weaker at a glance. Tan Bottle also spoke up. Then let's wait and see. Gu Song Yun then added. But senior sister, sooner or later, you'll realize that senior brother's eye for people is more accurate than yours. Morong Lioli was silent. It's hard to change a person's first impression of a person. Plus Gu Song Yun was originally a very stubborn person, so she knew that no amount of talking on her part would help. However, compared to other people's identification with Lin Mo, Morong Lioli felt that Lin Mo's identification with the 5 Elements sect was more important. She only hoped that Lin Mo could fight for herself, so that she could go ahead and implement some of her next plans. Inside the cave, as a teleportation wave flashed by, space rippled like water. The silhouettes of Lin Mo and the 2 women, Shi Yao and Lu Yi, were out in an open cave. The cave was about half a mile square, not too big, Not too small. The sunlight refracted in from outside the cave and fell on top of the bluestone of the rock wall. A small, clear stream then flowed down these crevices in the rock walls and bluestone into a deep, misty pool. Could this be the Five-Veins spiritual spring? How can it be so small? Louis looked at the small tan that was less than a foot in length and width and felt some surprise in her heart. Originally, she had thought that the Five-Veins spiritual spring would be 5 luxuriously large pools, no more than the size of a pond, but who knew it would be so small and simple? The 5 veins of spirit springs are precious and incomparable, coupled with the fact that they were already depleted. It's not easy to have such a scale already, Tokoyo explained. That said, though, she frowned. The 5 chakra fountains need to be undressed and bathed for best results, but now they are 2 women and 1 man, and the granting is not a good idea. Do we have to bathe 3 people together? Shuryao's face clouded over. On the other hand, Lin Mo had already taken off his own top, revealing a still strong and muscular body. Ah, Rimmer, you rascal. Yui Lu hastily covered her eyes with both hands. Her fingers, however, were deliberately showing a crack, peeking out. Lin Mou. What are you doing? Although Shuryao had already prepared her heart, she was still startled. Her little face swished red to the back of her ears. Of course it's going down to cultivate. Lin Mo said with a face full of righteousness. Why are you guys reacting so loudly? No, you can't go into the water first, Lu Yi said. Why? Rimmer wondered. If you go into the water first, what about me and Sister Shuryao? Won't I be taken advantage of by you? The big horny wolf, Lu Yi muttered in dissatisfaction. Lin Mo then realized the 2 women's concern and said in surprise, you guys are planning to take off your clothes too? Of course, this is the only way to fully absorb the spiritual effects in the spring water. So what do I do? Lin Mo spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. How about, you go back behind the boulders over there for a while, and then you come out when we're in the water? Tokoyo made a suggestion. Looks like it'll have to do. Rimmer sighed and turned to leave with his own clothes. You have to be honest. No peeking. Oh. Yui Lu's somewhat less than reassuring voice came from behind. Don't worry. Hurry up yourselves. I'll only count to 100. Lin Mo waved his hand behind him and came behind a rock a dozen meters away from the pool of water. Due to the close proximity, he even heard the 2 women rustling and undressing. A moment later, Shuryao called out. We're done. Lin Mo. Come over here. Rimmer answered and walked out. Only a pile of women's clothing was stacked not far from the tan, and Shuryao and Louis Yi had already gone down to the waterhole. The pool of water wasn't deep, just missing the collarbones of the 2 women. The water was misty, but Lin Mo could still see a large area of snow-white skin through the hazy water mist. Such a fragrant image caused Lin Mo's heart to ripple slightly. In his previous life, he had a heavenly cultivation in his body, and his mind would not be easily touched. But now it seems to be susceptible to external influences. Simply removing his clothes, Lin Mo also went down to the waterhole. Although he deliberately chose the farthest corner, he was only a meter away from the nearest Shuryao. With a slight exhale, he could smell a refreshing fragrance. Lin Mo suppressed the strangeness in his heart and focused his mind on cultivation. As he began to utilize the 9 transformation demon technique, a steady stream of white mist was stripped from the spring water and surged madly towards his body along his pores. Chapter 20 Devil's Beginning Realm. Becoming. The spirit primordial realm was the first of the 9 realms in the northern sky continent. The first step to step into this realm would be to sense the presence of aura in the heaven and earth through constant meditation. So generally speaking, the denser the aura is, the better the effect of meditation will be. Lin Mo naturally didn't need to take this step any further, so he directly began the second step, drawing the spirit into his body. By running the cultivation heart technique, one could absorb the aura of heaven and earth into the body. This step was also hardly difficult for Rimmer. The 5-vein spiritual spring was originally a liquefied form of spiritual chi with an extremely high concentration. When he revolved the 9 transformation devil technique, a chi point appeared on top of his head, and aura madly surged into his body, flowing down his meridians and into his dantian. At this appalling speed, Lin Mo's body quickly bulged, and his entire body swelled up like a balloon filled with air. The skin of his entire body glowed red, and the aura in his meridians had reached its limit. It's about time. The hardest thing for him was the third step, opening up the spirit seed. This step required the introduction of aura from the meridians into the dantian, opening up a space for storing aura, also known as a spiritual seed. This is a simple thing to say, but it is a very dangerous thing to say. This is because once you do not control the force of the spiritual chi, flushing will cause irreversible damage to the dantian. A light case would require months of recuperation, and a heavy case would result in a lifetime of lost cultivation. Lin Mo's face became a bit gloomy. In fact, he had attempted to forcefully impact the spirit primordial realm long before the rookie trial, but ultimately failed. for no other reason. He opened up a spiritual seed instead of a demonic seed. And if the spiritual seed is compared to a container of water, then the aura is pure mountain spring water, while the demonic aura is equivalent to strong sulfuric acid. Ordinary containers will corrode in a split second unless they are changed to a specific container, and that can only be the magic seed. Only a demonic seed could contain the demonic chi born from the 9 transformation demon skill. But the demon seed is not that easy to open. It needed a large amount of aura to constantly go through it, constantly reorganizing and reinforcing itself in the midst of breaking. This was repeated dozens or even 100 times before a demonic seed that could hold demonic energy could finally be born. Not only did this process require a constant supply of Reiki, the biggest difficulty was that the Dantian was too fragile. Like Shi Yao and Lu Yi, they only needed to take the risk once, while Lin Mo needed to do it 10 times 100 times. However, it was a good thing that he already had experience from his previous life, and he was able to control his aura with ease. Immediately, he guided all the aura within his meridians to rush towards his Dantian. Once, twice, 3 times. Lin Mo waited for the meridians to be filled with aura each time before taking the next step. Fortunately, this place was an independent space, and this scene was not seen by Gu Song Yun and the others. Otherwise, they would definitely think that Lin Mo was looking for death. After all, no one had ever been seen who dared to be so desperate. And at this moment, besides Lin Mo, Shi Yao and Lu Yi also closed their eyes, absorbed in cultivation. However, their speed of absorbing aura was obviously not as exaggerated as Lin Mo's. Nearly 2/3 of the aura in the entire water pool was flowing towards Lin Mo's side. In this way, half a day passed quickly. Shi Yao and Lu Yi opened their eyes one after another. A powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy spread out from their bodies, shaking the water of the pool and causing it to ripple non-stop. Spirit primordial realm, I've finally made it. Lu Yi looked at her hands and seemed to feel that there was an inexhaustible amount of power within her body. Shi Yao was similarly delighted. She had become a spirit primordial realm cultivator just like Yi Lu. Lu Yi looked at Lin Mo, who was motionless in the corner and whose chi points had disappeared from his head, and said, why hasn't he made a breakthrough yet? There won't be anything wrong, right? Lin Mo's talent is quite a bit inferior to ours, so naturally he's not that fast yet. You don't have to worry, senior sister. Shi Yao opened her mouth to comfort. I don't care to worry about this guy. Yui Lu spat out her tongue. After the two women exchanged words for a while, they started cultivating again without stopping. After all, things like the 5-vein spiritual spring were not rare. They must take this opportunity to seize the opportunity to stabilize and raise their realms. And just a short while later, Lin Mo sighed and then opened his eyes. In just half a day's time, he had already impacted more than 50 times, but the spirit seed that opened up was still far from the strength of the demon seed. If this was placed on other people, it would be equivalent to stepping into the spirit primordial realm more than 50 times. Rimmer felt a little tired. He decided to continue trying again, and if he really couldn't then he would first cultivate the underwater skill to break through the spirit primordial realm. After all, this was one of the conditions for obtaining Moron Liuli's 100,000 plan contribution value. Soon, the chi point on top of his head reappeared. 60 times, 70 times, 90 times, time passes silently. Soon there was only one last hour left before the time for the 5-vein spiritual spring to close. It was only after 98 failures that Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. Demon primordial realm, become. He had finally opened up the demon seed and stepped into the spirit primordial realm, demon primordial realm. Lin Mo controlled the fluctuation of his breath very well and didn't disturb the two Shi Yao girls. But at this moment, they would definitely be shocked if they saw Lin Mo's current appearance. Only his pupils were pitch black, as if they were a bottomless abyss, bubbling outward with a thick black gas, and the bruises on his face turned black, looking particularly conspicuous. The most sinister thing was that a vertical crack had appeared in the center of his eyebrow. It looked like some kind of ancient character, glowing with a purple gold color. Lin Mo looked at the strand of black gas lingering between his fingers, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At this point he gave off a very strong sense of evil. He clenched his fist and the black gas between his fingers instantly dissipated. Appearances also restored as before, looking no different from an ordinary person. But the power inside him was hundreds of times stronger than before. I don't know if I can go any further. Although time was running out, Lin Mo still wanted to use the 5-vein spirit spring to impact the second stage of the spirit primordial realm. It's hard to start everything. As long as he can time it right it might actually work. Lin Mo then began to frantically absorb the aura from the spring again. These auras were then introduced within the demon seed after entering his body and were quickly transformed into demon chi again. However, this process also required the consumption of an extremely large amount of aura. So before long, the aura in the pool water thinned out at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly when he saw this. Although the magic seed was powerful, the energy required for each advancement was far more than normal. Even the 5 veins of the spiritual spring could not be scourged by him. Lin Mo could only choose to give up. However, at the last moment when his aura was about to dry up, he began to cultivate the underworld water technique. The most powerful aspect of the 9 transformation demon technique is that it allows for dual cultivation. While cultivating a demon seed, Lin Mo could also cultivate an additional spirit seed. That way he could be free from the risk of exposure. Lin Mo sighed deeply. In his previous life, the world thought of him as a devil, and the 9 transformation devil technique had to account for a large part of the reason. Because the demonic energy in his body was too heavy. Everywhere you go, there are dark clouds covering the sun and a demonic aura. In this life he had to learn to keep his demonic aura hidden if he wanted to live a peaceful life. However, it was fortunate that he had once obtained a technique called the sky shading technique within an ancient relic land. The so-called sky covering technique, as the name suggests, could conceal one's breath and cultivation in front of others. It was a heaven-ranked gongfu, cultivating to a certain extent. One can even deceive heaven and earth and tamper with the great Tao of cause and effect. It was definitely more than enough to just use it to hide the cultivation and demonic aura. I can't believe I even have to hide my cultivation in this life. Lin Mo laughed bitterly. It was no wonder he was so careful. After all, the 5 elements sect and the devil's way were mortal enemies. Once the demonic aura in his body was discovered, he would definitely be mistaken for a person of the devil's way. At that time even Morong Lioli might not be able to protect him. Chapter 21. Am I bigger? Or is Sister Shi Yao bigger? Lin Mo began to cultivate the underworld water skill, using it with the sky covering technique, even when Xiao Tian would have a hard time seeing his reality. Moreover, the underworld water skill was hardly difficult for him to cultivate. Lin Mo followed the mental mantra given by Morong Lioli, and in no time, he opened up another spirit seed. At this moment, if one could look into his dantian internally, one would find a black and a white ball of light. The black light mass was the demonic seed of the 9 transformation demon technique, and it was extremely domineering as it occupied the location in the middle of the dantian where the aura was the most dense. As for the white light mass, it was the spiritual seed of the underworld water skill, which seemed to be extremely afraid of the black light mass, and only dared to hide in one side corner carefully absorbing the external spiritual energy. Phew! Lin Mo took a deep breath and slowly came out of his cultivation state. At this time, he didn't suppress his aura anymore, and a strong fluctuation emanated from him, sweeping around. Shi Yao and Yui Lu were awakened. Only after seeing that it was Lin Mo who had made the commotion did he drop his heart. You wouldn't have entered the spirit primordial realm until now, would you? Yui Lu couldn't believe it. She felt the fluctuations of the first stage of the spirit primordial realm from Lin Mo. Aha! Lin Mo nodded and didn't say anything more. His attention had long been drawn to the exquisite scenery in front of him. Due to the exhaustion of the spiritual qi in the spiritual spring, the spring water became very clear, and the 2 women's delicate figures could no longer be covered, and were inevitably exposed in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Louis E obviously hasn't realized this yet, she said flawlessly to herself. Good guy, both Sister Shi Yao and I are already at the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm. It seems that not even the 5-vein spirit spring can save you. Shi Yao couldn't help but shake her head as well. The 5 veins of spiritual springs were so valuable that if they could be given to Yun Rin or any of the new disciples, it wouldn't be a waste of the slot. Wait, Rimmer, where are you looking? Shi Yao finally realized that Lin Mo's eyes were not right. Her hands were protecting her chest and she looked annoyed. Yui Lu was stunned. It was only when she realized she could see through the clear spring water to Rimmer's chest that she finally understood what was going on. She hurriedly followed Shi Yao's example of protecting her chest with both hands and couldn't help but curse. Lin Mo, you big pervert. Hurry up and close your eyes. It's not like I intentionally wanted to see it. Lin Mo bristled and closed his eyes. His mouth still whispered. It's so big. Why can't I see it normally? You. Shi Yao was infuriated by Lin Mo's sentence, and Yui Lu looked strange when she heard it. She looked at Shi Yao for a moment, then looked down at herself, and finally asked, Am I bigger, or is Sister Shi Yao bigger? Senior sister, how can you ask such a dirty word? Tokoto's eyes widened. She was embarrassed enough as it was, but now she was even more desperate to find a place to burrow in. Louis E seemed to have been aroused with the desire to win. Turning a deaf ear to Shi Yao's words, she urged Lin Mo. Come on, tell me, who's older between Sister Shi Yao and I? Lin Mo opened his eyes somewhat helplessly and swept another glance over the 2 women before saying to Louis E. Knowingly? What do you mean knowingly? Lin Mo, you better give this lady to say clearly. Yui Lu usually looked well behaved, but at this moment, He was grinding his little tiger teeth, with a stance that he wanted to fight Lin Mo to the death. Lin Mo wasn't afraid of her either, and directly replied, "You're a bit self-aware. Okay, just your little body. What can you compare to someone else's Shiryao?" When these words came out, a blush appeared on Shiryao's face, and Lu Yi's eyes showed a fierce light and clenched a pair of small fists. But after only a moment, she deflated. Hanging her head, she said emotionally, "Am I really that small?" Seeing her pitiful appearance, Shiryao couldn't help but comfort her. "Senior sister, you actually have a good figure. Don't listen to Lin Mo's nonsense." "Is that so? But even I don't think I can match you." Yui Lu was still a little frustrated. Shiryao felt a bit of a headache. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Mo and said in a bad mood, "It's all your fault, this guy." Lin Mo was speechless. How is it wrong when it's obvious that you're just being honest? It was true that Yui Lu's figure wasn't bad, but Shiryao was even more exaggerated. That's why he, who had seen the world in his previous life, had voiced such sentiments as the one before. "Well, the time is almost up. Turn around quickly so that my sister and I can get to the shore first," Shiryao said to Lin Mo. She felt just too uncomfortable the way she was right now. "Look at it all. And you have to go to all this trouble." Lin Mo spat in his mind, but still turned his back as Shiryao said. But just then, the screams of the two women suddenly came from behind them. "Ah, what's going on?" Rimmer turned back, only to see Shiryao pointing to the shore, anxiously saying, "Clothes, our clothes are gone." Lu Yi also hurriedly said, "I just saw a shadow flash past. It must have stolen our clothes." "What? Are there other creatures within this space?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and his expression became grave. If that was the case, then wouldn't the three of them be under the other party's surveillance all the time? Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar figure suddenly leapt out of the bushes and came to the edge of the waterhole. "How could it be you?" Shiryao and Lu Yi were dumbstruck. Lin Mo was also incredulous. The opponent was actually the bald-haired big yellow dog they had met in the newcomer trial. It was seen standing upright on its feet, with its hands on its back, on top of the green stone at the edge of the pool. If it were not for the flowery pants underneath that were too flirty and conspicuous, there would have been a few moments of high style. "Bald dog, you must have stolen our clothes, right?" Yui Lu couldn't help but question. Jia. So what if it is? Without your clothes, you can't even get to shore. So what can you do to me?" The bald-haired dog was so pleased with himself that the dog's mouth grinned to the back of his ears. "You are shameless. You are despicable." Shiryao wanted to swear, but was a little short of words for a moment. Only Rimmer frowned and asked, "What exactly do you want by taking our clothes?" He couldn't believe the other man was doing this just to make fun of them. "Boy, that's a good question, Master Dog. I'm naturally here for the 5-vein spiritual essence." The bald-haired dog grinned. It had suffered a lot before in order to find the space node of this place. Fortunately, not long ago, when Xiaotian opened the teleportation array of this place for Lin Mo's trio, which allowed it to follow the spatial fluctuations and sneak over. 5-vein spiritual marrow. Lu Yi was a bit surprised, followed by asking, "What is that?" "Humph, you little ninny really doesn't have much insight," the bald-haired dog scorned. "Senior sister, the 5-vein spiritual marrow that is a treasure of heaven and earth. It's the concentrated essence from the 5-vein spiritual spring. This kind of thing usually only grows in springs and is rare to find in the world." Shiryao was a bit agitated. Even her voice rushed as she spoke. Chapter 22 Despicable, Shameless, and Lumpy. "Then if we get the 5-vein spiritual essence, won't our cultivation be able to advance even further?" Yui Lu's beautiful eyes lit up. Thinking about what? Naturally, this kind of good stuff can only be enjoyed exclusively by Master Dog. How could there be any share for you guys? The bald-haired dog skimmed the dog's mouth, interrupting Yui Lu's fantasy. The two women's faces abruptly stagnated, which made them think that today's situation was unfavorable to them. Jia. Now that it's come to this, I might as well tell you the truth. There is a cliff cave above the water pool, and the 5-vein spiritual essence is in the spring within the cliff cave. But you guys just stay here honestly. The 5-vein spirit essence is all mine." The bald-haired dog was very proud of himself. It trapped 3 competitors with just one move. However, it hadn't been complacent for long before Lin Mo walked up the bank naked from within the pool of water. Unsurprisingly, his sudden move immediately drew a scream from the two women. "Ah, Lin Mo, you're going to die." Lu Yi covered her eyes, and in a rare moment, she also reddened her little face, and Shiryao even blushed and turned away directly, her heart rippling with strange emotions. It was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. In the face of the two women's intense reactions, Lin Mo acted very naturally. He had a disinterested look on his face and came to the bald dog with a big smile on his face. You stay away from Master Dog." The bald-haired dog's eyes widened. It had thought that its plan was seamless, but it had underestimated Lin Mo's shamelessness. Where are our clothes? Hand them over. Lin Mo's left palm rubbed against his right fist as he forced the question. This has something to say. Don't make a move. The bald-haired dog took a few steps back, intimidated by Lin Mo's aura, but it reacted quickly. Wait, Master Dog, I'm a super ferocious beast. How could I be afraid of you? A brat at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm? It showed its teeth and squinted its eyes at Lin Mo, surprisingly changing its doggy face in a short period of time. Not afraid, are you? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth rose, hooking a charming arc. He had pretty much figured out his opponent's strength. Although his spiritual intelligence was comparable to that of a king beast, he was really only an early first stage demonic beast, only equivalent to the third stage of the human spirit primordial realm. Against it, Lin Mo didn't even need to use the power of the magic seed. So, a few moments later, Lin Mo looked at the snotty, swollen, bald-haired dog before he withdrew his fist in satisfaction and said, Convinced? Convinced? Master Dog, I'm convinced. Isn't it okay? The bald-haired dog stood up with a limp. It muttered in a small voice. Strange. This kid is only at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. How can his strength be so strong? What are you muttering about? Why don't you get our clothes out? Lin Mo coldly looked at the bald dog to prevent it from pulling any more tricks. Kid, that 5-vein spiritual marrow is a priceless treasure. With it your cultivation can go to the next level. Why don't you and I split it in half? And why bother splitting it up between the two girls? The bald-haired dog suddenly lied. It makes sense. Lin Mo stroked his chin, and then immediately afterward, he was a bit worried. But, this seems a bit too much. What does someone as shameless as you care about that? The bald dog was stunned. Of course, they are my closest and most beloved fellow sisters. Lin Mo sighed. So what do you want to do? Gotta raise the price. The bald-haired dog was full of contempt. 6 for you and 4 for me? Rimmer shook his head. The bald-haired dog gritted his teeth. 7 for you and 3 for me? Rimmer still shook his head. The bald-haired dog was furious. Kid, you bully, the dog is too hard to take 80%? Only then did Lin Mo nod with a coy smile and said, You brought this up. I didn't force you. The bald-haired dog wanted to retort, but only gulped when it saw Lin Mo's threatening smile and his seemingly unceremoniously raised fist. One can only swear low in indignation. Despicable. One man and one dog agreed very amicably, and at that moment, Lu Yi, who was still covering her eyes, sensed that there was no movement around her and shouted, Lin Mo, did you find our clothes? Don't worry, I've already captured this yellow dog, so I'll let it lead me to your clothes. Lin Mo pacified. Jia, that's right, we'll go and come. The bald-haired dog also spoke up. Yes? Yui Lu felt that something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it. Just listening to the two men's voices, how it smelled like a wolf's nest. And just as she was still skeptical, Lin Mo and the bald-haired dog had by now arrived inside the cliff cave upstream of the water pool. It's very chilly, and there are colorful water emulsions everywhere, tripping through the sparkling stagnant water. The bald-haired dog lightly led Lin Mo to turn in front of a dark river underneath. Just as Lin Mo was wondering why the other party was so familiar with this place, he realized that at the end of the underground dark river there was a very huge water emulsion stone. This water emulsion is in the shape of a bowl and was created by the water that dripped from the top rock wall over the years. This is it. The bald-haired dog jumped onto the watery emulsion and fished out a crystal-clear white crystal from the bottom of the bowl. This is the 5-chakra spirit marrow. Lin Mo looked at the crystals in the other party's hands, and both the demon seed and the spirit seed within his dantian actually rose with a strong desire. Spirit seeds are fine, they don't pick anything. However, the demon seed that was opened up by the 9 transformation demon skill regarded itself highly, and it could not even look at ordinary items. Kid, there are only 11 pieces of this spiritual marrow in total. Master Dog, I'll take a loss and take 3 pieces. The bald-haired dog fished out the entire spiritual marrow and divided it into equal sizes. Rimmer, however, wasn't buying it. He took 8 pieces for himself and distributed 2 pieces to the bald dog, while the remaining piece of spirit marrow he also divided into 2 pieces according to the ratio of 2 to 8. He took the big one for himself, and naturally left the small one for the other. Kid, you don't have to count so clearly, do you? The bald dog was filled with black lines. I'm a very principled person. If I say I'll split the bill 28%, I'll split the bill 28%, Lin Mo said in a serious manner. Master Dog, I've really had bad luck in 8 lifetimes. Don't let me run into you next time. The bald-haired dog was furious, but the suffocating thing was that it couldn't beat Lin Mo, so it could only put out harsh words while leaving again with its tail between its legs. Rimmer let it go. He guffawed, pinching a piece of spirit marrow between his fingers and playing with it. In his mind he was wondering if he should split two pieces between Shi Yao and Lu Yi. However, on second thought, this was all obtained by himself with his own skills. What did it have to do with the two of them? Thinking of this, Lin Mo rubbed his left hand over a blue ring on his right index finger. It was a gift from Moron Lioli, and it contained the space of a stone chamber. Before, he didn't have the cultivation to use it. Now after becoming a spirit primordial realm cultivator, a faint trace of divine sense was born instead, and it was already barely able to open. So, he bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood and dropped it onto the blue ring. In the next moment, the ring glowed brightly, and it seemed to have established a strand of connection with his consciousness in the underworld. Chapter 23, When Xiaotian's Conditions. The sensation was subtle, as if one suddenly had an extra arm that could maneuver freely. Lin Mo smiled slightly. The cultivation time for this place was almost up, and it was too late for him to absorb this spiritual marrow. So he used his divine sense to easily open the spatial ring, and then deposited all the spirit essence in it. With this spirit marrow, he might be able to raise the devil seed to the fourth stage of the spirit primordial realm. Only after doing this did he clap his hands and walk out of the cliff cave. As the bald dog left in a hurry, he did not tell the whereabouts of the three men's clothes. There was no choice but for Lin Mo to go searching alone. Fortunately, this place was not a large space, and Lin Mo found three people's clothes under a tree root dozens of meters away from the water pool. After putting on his own clothes, Lin Mo brought a stream of Shi Yao and Lu Yi's clothes to the water hole as well. He then stepped aside very consciously, and only appeared when the two women were almost fully dressed as well. Shi Yao was a bit eager to speak when she saw him, but in the end she couldn't help but say, "Lin Mo, did you find a pair of purple spirit pendants when you retrieved your clothes?" Lin Mo was stunned, then shook his head and said, "No, that's something very important to me. I'm willing to take 1,000 spirit stones in exchange with you," Shi Yao anxiously said. It was obvious that she didn't trust Lin Mo's words a little too much. Lin Mo also heard this, but he wasn't so shameless as to steal her people's items, so he shook his head once again. "Like I said, I haven't seen any purple spirit pendant, Sister Shi Yao. Although this guy is a big lecher, he shouldn't do such nasty things," Yui Lu said from the sidelines. She chose to believe Rimmer. Shi Yao's face turned slightly white. She was still unwilling to give up and muttered, "Then maybe it was left behind somewhere." She was on her way to find out, but right at this moment, the entire heaven and earth shook violently, followed by a swirling blue teleportation array appearing not far from the three of them. When Xiaotian's voice came out from it, "Cultivation time is over, so hurry up and step on the teleportation array. If there is any delay, you will be trapped here for 100 years. "What?" Shi Yao's face became more and more anxious. "Sister Shi Yao, forget it, it's already too late." Yui Lu hastily took her hand. But, Shi Yao was obviously a bit reluctant. However, when she thought of the consequences of missing the teleportation, she could only bite her teeth and step into the teleportation array with Lu Yi. Lin Mo followed suit. After a period of deadly darkness, the figures of the three reappeared in the Middle Peak Council Hall, and they were already greeted by nearly a dozen staring eyes. In addition to Wen Xiaotian's 4 people, there was also an additional Golden Vein Master Yun Jingyan and his personal disciple Yun Rin in the main hall, as well as Earth Vein Master Huang Chao and his personal disciple Han Ming. You've broken through to the 5th stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm?" Tan Bottle greeted him excitedly. Yes master." Yui Lu nodded, her little head full of arrogance. Gu Yun also sensed Shi Yao's cultivation at this time. His normally serious face also revealed a rare touch of joy as he stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Yaoer, you're pretty good too." Shi Yao forced a smile and returned somewhat absent-mindedly, "Many thanks for the compliment, master. Ha ha ha. It seems that the next 5 veins competition will be between your wood vein and fire vein." Patriarch Wen Xiaotian was also very happy. Although the effects of the 5 veins spiritual spring were heaven-defying, very few of the new disciples who had entered in the past were able to cultivate to the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm in a single breath. Shi Yao and Lu Yi's talent was something that even he felt awestruck by. Patriarch is being overly complimentary. Tan Bir and Gu Yun were all smiles. "Congratulations, the wood vein and the fire vein are able to obtain such a gifted disciple. They will surely prosper greatly in the future." Yun Jingyan and Huang Chao also went up to congratulate him. As for Yun Rin and Han Ming, naturally, Han Ming was still looking like an old man, as if all the things around him had nothing to do with him. Yun Rin, on the other hand, had a much more complicated expression on her face. Looking at the star-studded duo of Shi Yao and Lu Yi, he was jealous in his heart but didn't dare to express it. He was defiant. If he had been able to enter the 5 veins spiritual spring, his current cultivation would definitely not be worse than Shi Yao and Lu Yi. "I blame that damn Lin Mo." Yun Rin looked at Lin Mo and transferred all of her hatred onto him. At this moment, the gazes of the others all looked towards Lin Mo. just to be on the safe side. Lin Mo had quietly cast the sky covering technique before teleporting out. This was a heaven-grade technique, which was more than enough for concealing one's breath. However, Lin Mo only hid the demon seed, and the spirit seed cultivated by the underworld water skill was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone. Only the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. The air was a little awfully still for a moment. Senior sister, is this the disciple you're so bent on defending at every turn? Gu Tsong-yun revealed a cold smile and was unflinchingly sarcastic. Although Yin Jingyan and Huang Chao stood aside without saying anything, their faces more or less carried a hint of mockery. The one who was happiest was Yun Rin. While one's own failure is hard to bear, it's even more maddening if one's opponent succeeds. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Wastes are indeed wastes, useless even when given the chance. It's really the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. Even Tan Bottle couldn't help but sigh. Generally speaking, as long as the qualifications weren't too bad, coming out of the five-vein spiritual spring would at least have a spirit primordial realm third stage cultivation. Moron Lu fell into a long silence, doubt and disappointment coexisting on his stunningly beautiful face. She didn't bother arguing with anyone. On the other hand, on the first seat, when Xiaotian's face suddenly became serious, senior sister, you have imparted the underworld water skill to this son? That's right, Morong Lioli nodded. Even Tan Bottle was a bit shocked at these words. The underworld water skill was the water vein supreme heart technique, and one of only a few local order heart techniques in the five elements sect. Generally speaking, one could only cultivate it after being identified as a water vein saint son. Senior sister, why are you doing this? Gu Tsong-yun said in shocked anger. In his mind only Morong Lioli's second disciple Tong Yuan was qualified to become the water vein saint son. I'm the water vein peak master. There's no need to explain to you, senior brother, what to do. Morong Lioli didn't want to explain. But I am the five elements sect patriarch. Are you not going to give me an explanation as well? When Xiao Tian took over, Morong Lioli frowned and said, Sovereign senior brother, what explanation do you want? Since you have chosen him to be the water vein saint's son, he must necessarily convince the people. Tell you what, I won't give him a hard time. 3 days later, I will send someone to set up a ring in the middle peak square, and any disciple of the sect below the fifth stage of the spirit primordial realm can challenge him. As long as he can defend the ring, then from now on I will no longer interfere in your water vein affairs. When Xiao Tian made a condition, senior brother, do you think this is fair? Morong Lioli's face didn't look too good. Yeah, Lin Mo. He's only at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. Hey. Even Louis E weakly opened her mouth to fight for Lin Mo. But who knew that when Xiao Tian glared at her, frightening her so much that she spat out her tongue and hastily twisted her little head to the side. Senior sister, I think what sovereign senior brother said is very reasonable. As the holy son of a lineage, I'm afraid it's hard to convince the other disciples if you don't have superior strength. Yun Jingyan also stood out at this time. Chapter 24. I'll just take it. Senior sister, if you don't dare to let Lin Mo answer the battle, then follow the clan rules to erase this son's memory and abolish his roots in cultivation. From now on be relegated to the rank of handyman disciple and never be allowed to leave the house of handymen. Gu Tsong-yun seized the opportunity and tried to remove Lin Mo from the water vein. Morong Lioli didn't expect her several senior brothers to have such strong opinions about Lin Mo. She looked over at her senior sister, Tan Bottle, counting on her to come forward and say a few good words. But Tan Beer also sighed and said, Elder sister, you and I have a deep bond. But there are some things I still need to say. You've already argued with your senior brothers several times over this disciple named Lin Mo. But senior sister, I really don't know what exactly you see in him. Simply put, what on earth makes him worth what you're paying for him? That's something your three senior brothers and I are actually curious about. After Tan Bottle's words, the other three nodded along. Especially Gu Tsong-yun. He was looking forward to Morong Lioli's answer. After all, before Lin Mo had joined the sect, Morong Lioli had obeyed his words and had never contradicted him. So a lot of things about the water veins, he didn't need to ask Morong Lioli's opinion to make his own decisions. For example, Qin Wushuang is the personal disciple he selected for the water vein without authorization. But who knew that the senior sister, who would never say anything more, had a strong attitude on this matter, and even brushed him off in front of many disciples. That's why he was more curious than anyone else about what Morong Lioli was really up to. Seeing that everyone was waiting for her to answer, Morong Lioli also felt some pressure. After she was reborn, she just wanted to devote all her efforts to nurturing Lin Mo and giving him everything she could. I thought it would be a very simple thing, but what I got in return was the hindrance and suspicion of my senior brothers and sisters. She was eager to explain everything. She wanted to say that the northern sky continent was invaded by dark foreigners, and the world was devastated. He himself had been reborn since 10,000 years. and Lin Mo was the last ray of light to save all beings. But who would believe it? They wouldn't believe that the now thriving Five Elements sect would be attacked by the demon sect and perish in a few decades. They also wouldn't believe that the seemingly useless Lin Mo in front of them would be the future demon emperor who would overwhelm the world. That's why Morone Lioli didn't have a lot of words in her heart to say. Moreover, the Five Elements sect was crowded with people, and there were quite a few devil sect eyes lurking around. Even for Lin Mo's safety, she could only keep her mouth shut. All this I'm doing is for the sake of the clan. One day you guys will understand, Morone Lioli said. Seeing that she always avoided the important points, Gu Songyun was a bit annoyed. Since you claim to be doing it for the sake of the clan, then let your disciple take on this challenge first. But he's only at the first stage of the spirit realm. How can he defeat an opponent at the fifth stage? Senior brothers, you guys are clearly forcing the issue. What are you talking about? He is your personal disciple. If he only has this ability, how can he convince the public? A few people argued and the conversation went back to the original point. Stop it. I'll just take this match. Lin Mo, who had been watching coldly, yawned and finally spoke. He just wants to lay low. However, if he was truly relegated to being a miscellaneous disciple, then I'm afraid that it would be a long way off if he wanted to get off the mountain. Moreover, looking at Morone Lioli arguing with several other peak masters of other veins for himself, Lin Mo's heart was finally touched by a few points. Rimmer, you. Morone Lioli turned back with some shock. Lin Mo nodded to her, then swept his gaze at the others and said, and don't be any more spirit primordial realm 5th stage. As long as the cultivation level of the disciple is below the spirit sea realm, I will come to anyone. What? The moment these words came out, not to mention Morone Lioli, even the other 4 vein peak masters as well as Patriarch Wen Xiaotian thought that they had misheard. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Gu Songyun gazed at Lin Mo and asked coldly. I know. It's just a matter of beating up all the spirit primordial realm disciples in the sect. Lin Mo said with an indifferent face. You are so arrogant. Golden Vein Peak Master Yin Jingyan couldn't even stand to watch. A mere spirit primordial realm 1st stage cultivation. How dare he threaten to beat up the entire sect's spirit primordial realm disciples. He had never seen anyone so wildly disobedient. Yun Rin also looked at him like a little cutie, looking at Lin Mo as if she were. The Northern Sky Continent was home to some geniuses who could cross the ranks and challenge, but I'm afraid that a genius who can cross the 7th or 8th step at once has yet to be born. Even Shuryao's eyes turned a little strange at the moment. She didn't expect Lin Mo to dare to say such things in front of the Patriarch as well as all the peak masters. I don't know if it's arrogance or just having total confidence. Only Lu Yi clenched her small fists. Her small face was surprisingly a little excited and said, Lin Mo, how can this guy talk so tug? But I like it. And at this moment, Morone Lioli, who was previously against it, actually opened her mouth in support. Since Lin Mo himself agrees, then I have no problem with it. Senior sister, why are you crazy too? Tan Bottle was a bit incomprehensible. However, when Xiaotian waved his hand towards her and turned his head to everyone, then it's decided. See you at the Middle Peak Sword Trial Square in 3 days. When he finished, he signaled that the crowd could stand down. Only after the crowd had excused themselves did the Great Hall fall silent. When Xiaotian's face also became calmer than ever, it was as if he was speaking to the air. Gray Shadow, your clan is born with different pupils. Can you see through this sun's reality? As soon as the words fell, a gray shadow appeared beside Wen Xiaotian. Can't see through. This son's talent is bad. In my eyes he is just a waste body with 5 mixed elements. It should not be like a person of the Devil clan. Shadow's voice was hazy, and it sounded a little less than authentic. A wasted body? What kind of wasted body can walk on the 100 path stage as if it were flat? You have to know that the 100 road stage, that is. When Xiaotian wanted to say, forget it, is not a person of the Devil clan. 3 days later in the competition will always reveal the clues. Water Peak. Inside the glazed palace. Now that there are no outsiders, can you tell me your reasons for accepting the challenge? Morone Lioli stood with her back to Lin Mo. It's nothing. It's just a simple matter of looking at those guys and getting upset. Rimmer clasped his hands on the back of his head with a listless look. For that reason alone? Morone Lioli was stunned. Isn't that reason enough? Rimmer thought it was impossible to muddle through. But who knew that Morone Lioli turned around with a touching smile on her face. Your performance today makes me very pleased. At least more than failure. I'm more afraid of you losing your fighting spirit and courage. Chapter 25, Devil's Primordial Realm 4th Order. Morone Lioli's words caused Lin Mo's face to change color a bit. He asked, don't you blame me for being reckless? Young people are full of vigor, so their words are naturally frivolous. Just like that sheathed sword. If it is less sharp, then there is also less motivation to go forward. Morone Lioli softly said, so I don't blame you. And you don't blame me for not being competitive? After all, You've given so much while I've only cultivated to the first stage of the spirit primordial realm, causing you to lose face in front of those people. Lin Mo asked again. I admit that there is a little bit of a small loss, but it can't be blamed on you. It's me who was overly eager and had too high of expectations. Morong Lioli said. Lin Mo was speechless for a long time. In this life, Morong Lioli seemed to be too kind to him. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, Morong Lioli didn't continue the topic she had just talked about. With a wave of her hand, Lin Mo's identity token floated up in the air. Immediately after that, with a stroke of her jade hand, the token flashed with a white light before falling back into Lin Mo's pocket. You have fulfilled the agreement between us. 100,000 clan contribution value has been allocated to your token. Lin Mo's face was delighted as he took the token and played with it happily. With this 100,000 clan contribution value, he was a big step closer to returning to Green Mountain Town. By the way, this is your reward for being the first place winner of the newcomer trial. It contains 500 spirit stones as well as 3 spirit elemental pills. Morong Lioli handed Lin Mo another storage bag. Alright, take a good rest and then prepare for the challenge 3 days later. Morong Lioli hesitated for a moment and then firmly promised. Don't worry, no matter what the outcome of the challenge is, I won't let them do anything to you. I know. Rimmer nodded. After leaving the Lioli Palace, Lin Mo returned to the heavenly word no. 1 cave. The challenge 3 days later was not really on his mind. He looked like he was only at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm, but if he were to use the power of the demon seed, he was confident that the two of them, Shi Yao and Lu Yi, would definitely not be his opponents. If he added on his countless means of dealing with the enemy, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight against spirit primordial realm 9th rank disciples. The only difficulty was that when you did it, the demonic chi in your body would be easily detected. Even if he had the sky covering technique to cover it up, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't reveal himself in front of Wen Xiaotian and the other group of spirit kings. So after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better if he didn't use the power of the magic seed. Lin Mo called for Xiaoyu. He took out 100 spirit stones from the storage pouch Morong Lioli had just given him and instructed her to procure a large amount of vermilion sand and yellow paper. What do you want these for, my lord? Koyuki was a little puzzled. My lord doesn't look like a spirit rune master. You don't need to care about that. You just need to go and purchase it. Remember, the more materials you have, the better. After Lin Mo finished arranging tasks for Xiaoyu, he returned to his stone room. He opened his storage ring and took out 8.5 crystal clear white milky stones from it. As this white milky stone was taken out, the devil seed and spirit seed within Lin Mo's dantian immediately rose again with a very strong sense of longing. These were the 5 veins of spirit marrow that he had brought back from within the spirit spring space. They may look ordinary, but they are worth their weight in gold. I'm afraid that taking out any piece to auction would fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, no one would take such treasures of heaven and earth and sell them unless they were in urgent need of spirit stones. Absorbing this spirit marrow is enough to raise the demon seed to the 4th stage of the demon primordial realm. But if the spirit seed is allowed to devour it, at least it can be raised to the 8th stage of the spirit primordial realm. Lin Mo was in a state of hesitation. He was a chaotic god body, and the energy required to advance was already several times higher than other body types. And the energy required for the demon seed opened up by the 9 transformation demon technique was nearly twice as much as the spirit seed. However, the power of the demon seed was by no means comparable to the spirit seed. The strength that erupted from a demon primordial realm 4th stage cultivation was far stronger than a spirit primordial realm 8th stage. So after only a moment of hesitation, Lin Mo made up his mind. He sat cross-legged and directly operated the heart technique, 9 transformation devil technique. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's decision, the demon seed coiled in the center of the dantian and kept beating to express its excitement. The spirit seed, on the other hand, shriveled up a bit and cowered in the corner, very disgruntled. But Rimmer couldn't care less. He reached out and took hold of the smallest piece of spirit marrow and began to use the magic seed to absorb the spirit power in it. Nature's auras often have many impurities. If you go directly to absorb it would take a lot of time to strip away these impurities. The reason why the 5-vein spiritual marrow was precious was that it was solidified from spiritual liquid, and the energy in it was so pure that it could be absorbed directly. Thus, under the devil seeds devouring in the wind, the piece of spirit marrow in Lin Mo's hand also gradually turned into a pile of powder. It wasn't until the following morning that Lin Mo absorbed all the spirit marrow. He slowly opened his eyes, and a black aura flickered in his eyes. Immediately after that, an overpowering aura centered on him, spreading out in all directions like ripples in the water. Lin Mo slowly stood up, countless dark purple gases lingering around him, setting him off like a demonic devil ruler. The power of the long lost. Rimmer clenched his right fist. Although his power now wasn't as good as 1/1000th of his previous life, he was definitely able to easily sweep away the disciples within the Five Elements sect's spirit primordial territory. I don't know if I can fight the Spirit Sea Realm disciples with all my might, Rimmer muttered in a low voice. If those new disciples heard his words, they would definitely die of direct shame. It was important to know that the same batch of disciples who had entered the sect, other than Lu Yi and Shi Yao, the others had not even stepped into the spirit primordial realm up to now. But he was so good that he even placed his opponent on a Spirit Sea Realm disciple who had surpassed a large level. Rimmer stretched. It was clear that he had been cultivating for a night, but he was not tired. On the contrary, as his strength increased, his energy became more and more intense. The five senses are also much sharper and the ears are clearer. One could even hear the insects chirping outside the cave and the breeze ruffling the treetops. These are the benefits of cultivation, and one of the reasons why the world tends to rush to become a cultivator as well. Lin Emo simply put on a black robe and then walked out of the cave. He wasn't going to continue practicing, although he already possessed 100,000 sect contribution values. He was still far from the 1 million Moron Lioli had mentioned. He then thought of the list of newcomers that fourth senior brother Wang Tao had mentioned. As long as you can get on these lists, you can earn a lot of contribution value every month according to the ranking of the list. Lin Mo's goal was to give these lists a run for their money. He first came to the Golden Vein Peak. Each of the 5 chakra peaks had a different list of newcomers, and the Gold Veins list was called the casting list. On the peak of the Golden Vein Mountain there was a sect's largest weapon casting room. The morning fog was only just lifting at this point, and the sun was hanging over the tops of the clouds for the first time. The clanging sound of iron smithing inside the Golden Vein casting room was then already continuous. Chapter 26, Competition in the Casting Room. The Golden Vein casting room is divided into 4 levels. The topmost floor is generally not open to the public. The third level was reserved for the elders of the sect. As for the second level, only old disciples of the sect could enter. Only the first floor was reserved for new disciples who had just started. Lin Emo had just arrived at the first floor when he saw a number of male disciples with bare upper bodies. They swung their giant hammers hard, striking the iron in front of themselves. Sweat poured off them like raindrops, but they didn't care. There are 4 steps in casting a weapon. They are forging, casting, quenching, and engraving, of which this forging is the most important, and the first step that you, the initiated disciples, must master. An elder who was also revealing a robust muscle was teaching in the weapon casting room. While touring around, he explained, the materials for casting weapons need to be refined, and the method of refining is to use the technique, Big Dipper 36 hammers, that I taught you to repeatedly forge, so as to eliminate the impurities and dross in the materials, and increase the strength and toughness of the materials. You are all disciples of my Golden Vein, so there's no need for me to explain all this over and over again. In short, all of you get moving. If anyone dares to be lazy, I will immediately expel him from the casting room. After this elder's words, the group of disciples turned even more vigorous. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. The entire casting room was filled with the neat yelling of the disciples. There were also a handful of female disciples among these people. Although they did not bare their upper bodies like the male disciples, they also coiled up their long hair one by one, pulled up their long sleeves, and wielded sledgehammers that were longer than their arms. That spectacular scene made even Lin Mo's jaw drop as he watched. Soon the yell of the crowd came to 15 hammers. The successive swings of the hammer used up a great deal of physical strength, and many of the voices were noticeably weaker. By 20 hammers, there were already people paralyzed with exhaustion, and by the 25th hammer, there were very few disciples left who could continue to yell. In the end, no one was even able to last until the 30th hammer. Wastes, all of you are a bunch of wastes. The casting room elder was furious. Lin Mo, who had been watching from the corner, was a bit surprised. How could these disciples be so tired after just a few swings of the hammer? Curious, he also came to a vacant casting table. He realized the reason for this when he gripped the hammer used for forging. I go to. It's heavy. Lin Mo was almost flashed. He looked closely and realized that there was an inscription on the surface of the hammer in the shape of a fist. So it's a spirit weapon, and it's engraved with a Han Li pattern. Lin Mo's heart was clear. The weight of the hammer can be varied according to the strength of each individual. In other words, the proportion of power consumed by an ordinary person to swing this hammer was basically the same as that of a cultivator. Ordinary people need to use 10% of their strength, and cultivators need to use 10% of their strength as well. Interesting. Rimmer smiled. It must be that this was purposely set up by the sect in order to hone the new disciples, and no matter who came, they had to use their best efforts. Bunnies, have you all had enough rest? Remember, as a Golden Vein disciple, the casting hammer in your hand is your weapon, the comrade in arms that will accompany you in the future. Now hurry up and stand up, and let the old man see your fighting spirit and perseverance. Encouraged by the elder of the casting room, The group of Golden Vein disciples swung their sledgehammers with high spirits again. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. Rimmer joined in. He found a book called Big Dipper 36 Hammers, Forging Technique on the casting table. After watching it briefly, he managed to blend in. The so-called 36 Hammers of the Big Dipper emphasizes on transporting the force fiercely, and the force is as continuous as the mountains and seas. It uses 36 hammers as a weekly cycle, with one hammer being more powerful than the other, and one hammer being more rigid than the other. The more you go on, the more stamina you need. 13 hammers, 14 hammers, 15 hammers. As just now, when it came to 15 hammers, there were already people panting with exhaustion. By 20 hammers, close to half of them were on the ground. Wastes. What casting weapons needs most is a strong physique. And you bunch of wastes don't even deserve to call yourselves our Golden Vein disciples. The casting room elder cursed at the fallen disciples. The remaining disciples were still gritting their teeth. But in the end, there were only a few disciples left who could swing the 25th hammer. They were all the best of the Golden Vein's new disciples. But even they were nearing their limits. I can't. Someone yelled out, unable to go on any longer. The others were ready to give up when they saw it. But just then there was a smooth yell from the corner. 26, 27. The crowd sniffed and looked, and immediately someone was shocked. He's Lin Mo, the Water Vein's personal disciple. What? It's actually him? A Water Vein disciple even dares to appear in our Gold Vein casting room in a dignified manner. Do you really think that our Gold Vein has no one? Provocation. He's nakedly provoking our Golden Vein. The Golden Vein disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Although the casting room did not stipulate that disciples of his vein could not enter, in the hearts of these Golden Vein disciples this place was their inviolable private territory. 28, 29. Lin Mo continued to swing the sledgehammer, but his current behavior had completely angered the people present. What is this? It's like pissing in their face. It doesn't hurt but it stinks. At this moment, even the face of the elder of the casting room had darkened into a bun. In the area of casting, they are professionals. Definitely can't let a Water Vein disciple give a comparison. So he immediately gave a stern warning to those few Golden Vein disciples who were still struggling to hold on. Any one of you few who dares to stop will be punished by punishing all of you to guard the outhouse. Hearing this, the faces of those few disciples changed drastically. Sure enough, human potential is unlimited. Under the dual stimulation of Lin Mo and the elder, several Golden Vein disciples reddened their faces and actually caught up with Lin Mo in one breath. But Lin Mo didn't care about that. He looked far more relaxed than his people. With the Hong Li ripple, everyone basically expended about the same amount of stamina. At this point the competition is all about physical endurance. And that was the last thing he was afraid of with the dual cultivation of magic and spirit. Senior brother Su. Go for it, senior brother Lu. The other disciples also spoke out to cheer for a few people. But human potential is unlimited. But physical strength is ultimately limited. When it came to 33 hammers, with the most Golden Vein disciple collapsing, the only sound left in the entire casting room was Lin Mo's clang. Clang, 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 clang of iron. These sounds were unusually harsh to the Golden Vein crowd. The casting room elder hated it. Just as he sighed, a disciple suddenly shouted, Senior brother Yunrin is here. Great! Senior brother Yunrin is the top of our newcomers casting ranking. With him stepping in, we'll definitely be able to beat down Lin Mo's temper. Those in attendance were instantly excited. Even the casting room elder couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Chapter 27. I'm a professional in iron making. Yunrin arrived in front of Lin Mo surrounded by a crowd of people. Lin Mo, if you're not in your own cave preparing for the challenge in 3 days, how dare you run to my Golden Vein to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Yunrin's heart burst with joy upon seeing Lin Mo. He had always hated Lin Mo with a passion, but suffered from never having the opportunity to retaliate. Today, if the other party dared to send him to the door, he was bound to make him lose face. Lin Mo didn't bother with Yunrin. He spat in his heart. This Big Dipper 36 hammers forging technique is just too bad. He completed the last hammer, performing a weekly cycle of the 36 hammers of the Big Dipper. But in the end, he unexpectedly only obtained a piece of Xian iron artifact embryo with a purity of 50%. If this piece of embryo is then molded, then quenched, and then engraved with inscriptions, it will become a spiritual weapon. Rimmer, however, was not satisfied. The strength of Xian iron was already average, plus the purity was only forged to 50%. Even if it became a spiritual weapon, it would only be the lowest grade of the first grade. Lin Mo, did you hear what I said or not? Do you dare to compete with me? Being ignored by Lin Mo in front of so many people, Yunrin's face turned a little less pleasant. Then what? Lin Mo looked at him faintly. How about just competing to see which of us forges a more pure artifact embryo? Yunrin spoke up. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. Yunrin was at the top of the newbie casting ranking, and as long as he surpassed him, he would naturally be able to take the ranking. Good. It hurts. But since it's a competition, we might as well add some more colorful prizes. Oh, tell me. Lin Mo wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Who knew that Yunrin suddenly became serious? If I win, you have to promise me 2 conditions. First, you are not allowed to associate with senior sister Shiryao in the future, and also have to tell me what exactly happened to you guys within the 5 Veins Spirit Spring. She has been moping ever since she came out from there. Second, immediately get out of our golden vein and admit in front of the entire clan's disciples that you were defeated under me. Lin Mo couldn't help but listen a little. He didn't expect Yunrin's first condition to actually be related to Shiryao. If he wasn't wrong, the other party should be in love with Shiryao. If he knew that he had bathed with Shiryao within the 5 Veins Spiritual Spring, I don't know how he would feel. Lin Mo shook his head to throw away the distractions in his mind and asked Yunrin, what if you lose? No way. I won't lose. Yunrin said with great confidence. If I lose, do whatever you want. Good. I don't ask for too much. If you lose, you'll have to learn 3 barks when you see me in the future. Rimmer made his request. Yunrin's face changed slightly, but he agreed out of confidence in himself. The bet between the two was formally established, drawing a burst of excitement from the surrounding disciples who were watching. This Lin Mo really doesn't know how to die. Yeah, I'll admit he has some stuff, but it's far inferior to senior brother Yunrin. That's for sure. Senior brother Yunrin, that's someone who can train the Big Dipper 36 hammers to the 3rd cycle of circumference. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, the match between Lin Mo and Yunrin officially began. The two of them took out a new piece of Shen iron, and after heating it up, they directly forged it with the Big Dipper 36 hammers technique. 5 hammers, 10 hammers. Soon in the crowd's shocked eyes, the two people will forge the basalt iron to 36 hammers in one breath. It's not bad for senior brother Yunrin. He actually still doesn't blush or gasp after completing a weekly cycle. Yeah, I'm afraid we'd be exhausted if it were us. Some disciples complimented. Lin Mo, count on you having some skills, but the fun has just begun. Yunrin let out a cold laugh. The more times the Big Dipper 36 hammers cycle, the higher the purity of the forged embryo. But after the 2nd weekly cycle, the difficulty factor also climbs in a straight line. In his opinion, Lin Mo could complete the 1st week of the cycle, but he definitely couldn't get past the 2nd week. But he was quickly disproved in that thought, because it had already reached the 30th hammer of the 2nd weekly cycle. But Lin Mo still looked as if nothing had happened. Yunrin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt some of the pressure. Time passed slowly, and a few more moments passed. 35 hammers, 36 hammers, oh my god. So soon into the 3rd weekly cycle, a disciple exclaimed. By this time, Yunrin's arms that were holding the hammer were showing soreness, and his body was gradually becoming weak. The swing of the hammer was noticeably slower. Damn it! He cursed angrily in his mind. Finally, it was time for the 20th hammer of the 3rd weekly cycle. The surrounding disciples and elders held their breath, because they knew it was getting close to Yunrin's limit. Yunrin himself tensed up, no longer able to be as calm as he had been earlier. He couldn't help but look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt Yunrin's gaze, and a hint of mischief suddenly grew in his heart. He purposely yelled at the top of his lungs, "Oops, no more, no more. One more hammer at most." When he finished, he put on a weak to the core look. Seeing him in this state, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. The casting room elder even shouted at Yunrin, "Yunrin, cheer up. He won't be able to make it soon." Yunrin clenched his teeth, and in his heart, he also reassured himself, "He's dying. I just need to hold on for a few more moments and I'll definitely win." But who knew that after a while, Lin Mo shouted again at the top of his voice, "Last hammer. I really only have one last hammer. No more." Yunrin had the urge to curse after hearing this. I had just agreed to a maximum of 1 hammer, but it turned out that there was another hammer behind the one. Yunrin, you can't lose. The face of our golden vein is in your hands. The words of the casting room elder rang out again. Yes, senior brother Yunrin. We're all counting on you to dampen his spirits, so be sure to hold on. The other disciples also shouted with hope. Seeing so many people pinning their hopes on themselves, a wave of unyielding will instantly erupted in Yunrin's eyes. I can't lose. I mustn't lose. Even if it's for sure Yao. I must defeat this guy. Yunrin let out a shocking roar. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. He broke the limit one after another, drawing a cheer from the crowd. But no matter how much he did, it was always the last hammer on Rimmer's side. Egu, I really can't do it anymore. I'll definitely admit defeat after this last hammer. Lin Mo really looked like he was at his limit. Even his voice was weak. What this guy is? By this point everyone had come to their senses. Lin Mo's so-called limits were all faked on purpose, in order to deliberately tease Yun Rin. Cloud Rin is no cutie pie either. His eyes glowed red as he pointed at Lin Mo and said sadly, You're too despicable. After saying that, a splash of blood gushed out from his mouth, and then his entire body fainted on the ground. I don't know if he was overdrawn with power or was just pissed off. TSK, 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 what a tease. Lin Mo shook his head, then said to everyone, no more pretending. Ironing, I'm the pro. After saying that, he even changed his previous weakness and swung the hammer with one hand, continuing to forge at an almost crazy speed. The surrounding people's jaws dropped, their eyes wider than brass bells. Oh my god, is he even human? The casting room elder exclaimed incredulously. Chapter 28 Ancient Alchemy. Lin Mo had forged the Big Dipper 36 hammers, all the way to the 10th weekly cycle in the presence of the crowd. The purity of the Xian iron artifact embryo also came to 90%. A group of Golden Vein disciples had long since been dumbstruck. The purity has actually reached 90%. Even senior brother Yun Rin can only reach 70%. Without a doubt, the winner of this bet was Lin Mo. The elder of the casting room also looked at Lin Mo with great complexity. Genius. This son is definitely a unique genius in the artifact casting world. He couldn't wait to take Lin Mo as a disciple right now. But the other party was already a Water Vein disciple, and was also the personal disciple of the Water Vein Peak Master. The casting room elder felt great regret. If it was just an ordinary disciple he could still think of a way, but Lin Mo's status was so high that he couldn't afford it. Only up to 90%? While the others were still shocked, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when the Big Dipper 36 hammers, forged to the 8th weekly cycle, the purity of the Xian iron artifact embryo had already reached 90%. This showed that the Big Dipper 36 hammers actually had great limitations. It does not create a perfect basalt iron weapon embryo. Rimmer was dissatisfied, although he had already beaten Yun Rin to become the top of the newbie caster list. But there's no guarantee the list won't change hands after that. So in order to get rid of it once and for all, Lin Mo directly threw away the Xian iron artifact embryo in his hand like trash. The move caused a stir in the surrounding area. What's this for? That's an Xian iron artifact embryo with a purity of 90%. He's willing to throw it away just like that? Many disciples gulped twice in their throats and swallowed. They wanted to rush forward and snatch back the piece of Xian iron artifact embryo. When the time comes, after simply casting and quenching, and then finding a senior brother to carve in a spirit pattern, that would be at least a second-grade spirit weapon. Thinking about this, someone finally couldn't help but rush over. Seeing that someone had already taken the lead, the other disciples couldn't care less about the Golden Vein's face, and they all went out to scramble for it. Mine. Give it to me. Why should I give it to you when I got it first? Don't argue. You too. Or give it to me. The scene was a mess, with no one willing to budge. The elder of the casting room was so infuriated that he blew out his beard and eyes. Nonsense. It's simply unseemly, he bellowed, instantly shocking the disciples involved in the scramble, which ended a farce. And that piece of Xian iron artifact embryo was also put into his storage bag. Lin Mo didn't bother with that. His mind was rapidly turning over the memories of his previous life. Taishan casting art. This is the Taishan casting sect's top casting method. Half of the holy weapons in the North Shao continent are cast by this technique. But this technique requires too much cultivation for the caster. I'm afraid it's not suitable for the current me. Qiankuan sword casting know-how. This technique comes from the hidden sect Qiankuan sect, but it is a mind recipe that favors the sword path. And if you want to borrow it to cast a weapon, you must first refine the unique Qiankuan true qi of the sect, and you can also only cast a spirit sword. Also not suitable for me. Lin Mo briefly sifted through all the top-tier weapon casting methods in his mind and finally locked onto a secret method called ancient alchemy. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a group of alchemists. They can refine the heavens and the earth, and refine all things in the world for their own use. And this, ancient alchemy, is the secret method they have passed down. Due to the fact that the age was too far away, Lin Mo had only obtained the remnants of the ancient alchemy in one of the ruins. There were a total of 7 volumes of the secret method, but only the first 5 volumes were recorded in the remnant book. However, it was more than enough to refine a piece of Xian iron weapon embryo. Lin Mo found an empty space in the corner of the casting room, then sat down cross-legged in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes. Ancient alchemy, use the flame as a furnace. In order to perform this technique, the refining flame belonging to the technique must be born within the body. Lin Mo closed his eyes, using his body's aura as a guide, and started cultivating like no one else. What's he all about? The people around them were a little confused. Never heard of anyone using a casting room as a practice room yet. To the Golden Vein disciples, the casting room was a sacred place. If Lin Mo had started off like this, he would have been blown out by the crowd. But now they didn't dare to say anything more even though they were disgruntled. I'd like to see what the hell he's doing. Out of curiosity, the crowd at the site did not choose to leave. They chose to wait on the sidelines. And most of the day passed while they waited. Just as many people had lost their patience and were ready to leave, Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. Phew! He exhaled a cloudy breath. This, ancient alchemy, was really obscure. Even he had spent half a day to master it. But, Lin Mo spread out his palm, and a flash of crimson flame emerged from his palm. Like a small, thumb-sized person, it dances with joy. There are 7 forms of ancient alchemy, flame of alchemy. In terms of appearance, it is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. Lin Mo had only finished cultivating the first volume, so he could only summon the red-colored flame of refinement. Enough! Lin Mo stood up and returned to the casting table. Immediately afterward, in the crowd's shocked gazes, he actually directly picked up a new piece of Xian iron and placed it in his palm to burn it with the flame of refinement. The newcomer disciples didn't have much insight, and one by one, they didn't know what Lin Mo was doing. However, the elder of the casting room is experienced. He stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but murmur, using spiritual energy as firewood and flames as a furnace. Why does this method look so familiar? Right. Isn't this the art of alchemy? The elder of the casting room frowned again after being surprised. It's hard to believe that this can also be used for casting weapons. The current mainstream weapon casting methods in the northern sky continent were all based on forging. It was unheard of for a method like Lin Mo's to directly use flames to refine materials. After all, the casting materials generally had extremely high melting points, and unusual flames could not be forged at all. Only alchemists would use this method to refine the essence in the elixir. While the crowd was shocked, Lin Mo had already arrived at the critical moment. Although Xian iron was only the most ordinary and common material for casting weapons, its melting point was also extremely high. It was a good thing that the red flame was a flame created to deal with the materials used for casting weapons, and it was extremely hot, surpassing most spirit flames, but it also consumes a lot of energy. Lin Mo had almost squandered all of the spiritual energy within the spiritual seed before he managed to melt the Xian iron in his palm into a fiery red liquid. What kind of flame is that? How can it have such a high temperature? The casting room elder couldn't help but exclaim in shock, but Rimmer didn't give him an answer. His next step needed to strip the impurities from the basalt iron liquid. However, the red flame seemed to know what he was thinking, and on its own, it refined the Xian iron liquid into 2 parts. One portion was cooling down into a cloud of ebony ash. Moreover, the other copy had cooled down, but it had yielded a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo with a purity of 10%. Chapter 29: Unpretentious Spiritual Weapon. Not a single impurity could be seen on this piece of Xian iron artifact embryo anymore. It is crystalline and flawless, like a piece of warm white jade. 10%. The purity actually did reach 10%. The casting room elder was a bit incredulous. With a wave of his hand, the Xian iron weapon embryo flew towards him. He carefully rubbed his hand over the artifact embryo, his eyes as if he was surveying some unparalleled treasure. Since the establishment of the 5 Elements sect, no one has ever forged an artifact embryo with such a perfect purity except for the first peak master of our Golden Vein. The elder of the weapon casting room marveled. There was a strong sense of appreciation and admiration in his eyes as he looked at Lin Mo. It already didn't care at all that Lin Mo was still a Water Vein disciple. The surrounding Golden Vein disciples also stood in awe of Lin Mo. Generally speaking, no one could make the purity of an artifact embryo 10% perfect. Even the Golden Vein elders could only go up to 95% at most. But they have witnessed history today. Witnessing a newcomer disciple like them refining a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo from start to finish. The elder of the weapon casting room came to Lin Mo's side and returned the Xian iron weapon embryo to Lin Mo and said in a very polite tone, "Little friend Lin, I have an unkind request and I hope that you'll be able to grant it." Lin Mo glanced at him like he was an idiot and said breathlessly, "You even know it's an unkind request, so expect me to agree?" The casting room elder smiled sardonically, but thinking that the future of the Golden Vein was at stake, he still couldn't help but continue to request. "The method of casting weapons that little friend has just used is something that old me has never seen before. I wonder if I can bear to part with this method for the sake of the clan's prosperity?" Rimmer. The other party was really treating him like an ingrate. "If it were you who possessed this technique, would you bear the pain and take it out to contribute to the clan without compensation?" Rimmer asked rhetorically. The elder of the casting room scratched his head in some embarrassment and whispered, "I know that it's a bit forceful, but I will never let you suffer for nothing. Little friend, you see how. You only need to topography a copy of this law into the clan's merit law pavilion. As long as there is a disciple to look through, you will be able to get 5 points of contribution value. 5 points of contribution value? Lin Mo's heart stirred as he listened. This approach seems to work. He only needed to simplify the first volume of the Ancient Alchemy, and then hand it over to get a steady stream of clan contribution value. But when you think about it, there seems to be a lot of downsides. What if we have to ask him to explain where this technique came from? And it's only 5 points of contribution value for one disciple to go through it. The 5 Elements sect only has a total of more than 5,000 people. Even if all of them go through the whole thing, it is only more than 20,000 contribution value. Thinking of this, Lin Mo waved his hand in a somewhat disinterested manner and said, "Let's talk about it later." The elder of the casting room felt very sorry to hear this. Thinking of Lin Mo's special status, he didn't dare to force himself, so he could only sigh and say, "Since little friend is unwilling, then I won't force myself. But if you figure it out, you can always come to the casting room to find me." Rimmer nodded. "By the way, I should be considered the top of the rookie caster list now, right?" he asked. "Of course, little friend's talent for casting weapons is amazing even to me. The top of the newcomers casting list naturally belongs to you," the casting room elder replied. He was the assessment elder of the casting list, so he had the most say in this matter. Lin Mo was instantly delighted upon hearing this and asked, "Then how much sect contribution value can I receive each month as the top of the list?" The third place gets 1,000 contribution value per month. The second place gets 2,000 contribution value per month. And as for you, little friend, as the top of the list, you get 3,000 contribution value per month. The casting room elder extended 3 fingers. "What? Only this much?" Lin Mo was a little disappointed. He now realized how generous Moron Liuli was to himself. This is still less. It's already great that the newcomer list can give this much contribution value. The elder of the casting room felt that Lin Mo was somewhat unaware of the situation. Also, at 3,000 per month, 10 months is 30,000. If you multiply that by 5, Rimmer thought it was a good account. 2. After saying a brief goodbye to the elder of the artifact casting room, Lin Mo took the perfect Xian iron artifact embryo back to his cave. He walked straight into his casting room. The space here is small, but the casting tools are all there. Since he had the perfect Xian iron artifact embryo, Lin Mo thought about simply building a spiritual artifact directly. However, there was another very important step in the casting process of a spirit weapon, and that was the engraving. If you compare a spirit vessel to a person, then the embryo is the person's body, and the spirit pattern is the person's soul. Therefore, no matter how perfect the embryo was, it could not be considered a spiritual weapon without the engraving of a spiritual pattern. However, it was not an easy task to master spirit patterns, not to mention the new disciples of the Golden Vein. There weren't many of the old disciples who could master a spirit pattern. There were even fewer who could master more than 3 spirit patterns. This was also the reason why Lin Mo didn't directly build his spirit weapon in the Golden Vein casting room. If he displayed his strength in engraving spirit patterns, he would inevitably cause another sensation. What would be a better shape to cast it in? There was one more step before engraving a spirit pattern, and that was casting the shape. Lin Mo preferred to use a gun in his previous life, but looking at this Shin iron weapon embryo that was only 2 fists in size, he ultimately chose to make a small toy first. He took a small hammer and then tapped it quickly against the vessel embryo. There is nothing to be said about this step of casting. Just like pinching clay when you were a child, you can pinch it however you want. It's just not the same level of finesse. Besides, Rimmer didn't intend to be very elaborate. As he gave a beating, the basalt iron weapon embryo slowly became square. It ended up being a rectangular piece a little larger than the palm of your hand. It looks like a off-white slab. Lin Mo picked it up and waited a few times, and found that it was still very much in his hands. He nodded in satisfaction, but soon it felt like something was missing. He took out a thumb-sized carving knife from beside the casting table, then carved the word Dao on the front of the slate, engraved the word Reason on the reverse side. After completing the spirit weapon casting, Lin Mo directly skipped the quenching and began to carve the spirit pattern. Just carve a gravity pattern. Lin Mo had already just figured out what spirit pattern to inscribe. If one wanted to fully utilize the power of this spirit weapon, only the gravity pattern would be the most suitable. Lin Mo brought the carving knife again, but this time he wasn't simply carving on the surface of the slate. Instead, the spiritual energy was applied to the carving knife, and then the carving knife was used to carve a set of very arcane and complicated patterns on the inside of the slate. Rimmer needs to be extremely careful. With multiple to 10,000 gravity lines, it only takes one wrong carving to undo the work. Luckily, Lin Mo already had experience from his previous life, and almost 2 hours later, he finally finished the last stroke. Phew, it's done. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the large slab in his hand with great delight. This is a second-grade spirit weapon. although it looked plain and unassuming on the outside. As long as one injected spiritual energy and activated the gravity pattern inside, then it would become as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And the more spiritual energy injected into it, the heavier it would become. I don't know how powerful it really is. Lin Mo suddenly thought of a place, and he decided to go there at first light tomorrow to test the power of this spirit weapon. Chapter 30, The Land of Disorder. By the following day, Lin Mo was just about to go out when he met a young girl outside the cave. She wore a green dress and walked towards Lin Mo with light steps. The long sari swings with the wind, just like a touch of green shadow in the summer, clear and elegant at the same time without losing the innocence and vivacity. What? By the look on your face, am I not welcome? Lu Yi came forward and cocked her little head to survey Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the elf-like woman in front of him and said with a bit of a headache, "What is it that you came to see me about?" Can't I play with you if there's nothing else to do? Lu Yi said. And without waiting for Lin Mo's reply, she walked into the cave with her small hand on her back. Lin Mo had no choice but to follow him in. Lu Yi was very self-conscious and strolled through the cave inside and out. Then the two of them came to the meeting room. "Sit down." She nonchalantly sat down on the main seat and then gestured for Lin Mo to sit down as well. Lin Mo was stunned. Good lord, this little ninny has turned the tables on me. However, Lin Mo didn't bother with her and silently sat down opposite her. "This isn't bad for you. It's much better than my cave. Lin Mo, why don't I move over and live with you?" Lin Mo had just taken a sip of tea and almost spat it all out when he heard this. "You little girl, what goes through your head every day?" Lin Mo said breathlessly. Just kidding. How could this young lady go into a tiger's mouth to go cheap on you? This big horny wolf. Lu Yi playfully said. "Alright, hurry up and tell me what you came to see me for." Lin Mo didn't believe that the other party would really be too idle to just come to play with himself. "I heard that you made a scene in the Golden Vein casting room yesterday. Forged a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo, and even made that obnoxious Guy Yun Rin spit out blood?" Lu Yi stared excitedly into Lin Mo's eyes as she spoke, as if confirming the truth of the matter. "Where did you hear about this?" Lin Mo was a bit surprised. "This matter has already spread throughout the entire clan. Those Golden Vein disciples can't hide it even if they want to," Lu Yi said. "Okay." Lin Mo didn't expect the news to spread in just one day's time. "That's why I came here this time to beg you to build me a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo as well. Just one." Lu Yi gestured a one with her finger and then made a pitiful look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel funny looking at her like this and said, "What are you taking in exchange? I thought with our friendship we could talk about feelings, but I didn't realize it was still a deal." Lu Yi skimmed her head and clasped her hands over her chest somewhat angrily. "Rimmer, when did we get to the point where we could talk about our feelings? Why didn't I know that?" "Fine, Lin Mo. Have you forgotten that it was you who looked at my naked body within the five-vein spiritual spring?" Lu Yi coldly said. "Didn't you look at my body too? Count it as even." Lin Mo said. "What's the point of getting even? The five-vein spiritual essence was also divided between you and the bald dog without my sister Shiryao and I knowing, right?" Yui Lu ground her baby tiger teeth, looking like she wanted to eat someone. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. "How did the other side know?" "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" Yui Lu seemed to be able to guess what Lin Mo was thinking. A hint of cunning appeared in her eyes, followed by a wave of her small hand in her palm actually produced a ball of yellow hair. Lin Mo instantly widened his eyes and couldn't help but say, "That bald dog fell into your hands?" There wasn't much hair left on that dog's body, and being tossed around like this by Lu Yi wouldn't hurt his heart half to death. "It was caught and taught a lesson by me. But don't worry, I just asked it a few questions and let it go," Yui Lu replied. "Well, since you know everything, there's not much I can say. The thieves have been caught and explained everything. Lin Mo knows that there is no use in sophistry. He couldn't take out those five-vein spiritual essence anyway. Forget it. Keep those five-vein spirit marrow for yourself to enhance your cultivation." Lu Yi coldly snorted. "There are still 2 days before you have to make a ring challenge. But I have heard that Shiryao she will most likely participate. And there are also some old disciples who are also foolish. You should be careful yourself." Lin Mo heard a hint of concern in Lu Yi's tone. He nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me. I'll have someone send you a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo in a few days. Count on you having some conscience." Lu Yi blankly glanced at Lin Mo, then immediately stood up and said, "Let's go." Rimmer went out with her. After parting with Yi Lu at the bottom of the water vein peak, Lin Mo arrived at the bottom of the middle peak trial tower. The 5 elements sex rules were strict and prohibited disciples from having private fights. However, there was a space called the Land of Disorder within the trial tower. A blue crystal ore is abundant within the unordered lands. There were quite a few quests in the sect that required traveling to the unordered lands to collect, but this place was a lawless place, without any order or rules. Whether it was a life and death duel or killing for treasure, it was commonplace here. Lin Mo put on the bronze ghost face mask that he had prepared long ago, then came inside the hall of the trial tower. He directly found a deacon handyman, handed over 10 spirit stones, and said in a hoarse tone, "I'm going to the land of disorder. Register me." The deacon handyman was a young man with a thin figure, and his eyes immediately lit up when he saw the spirit stones in Lin Mo's hand. "This way, my lord." He brought Lin Mo to a box and then handed Lin Mo a token with a serial number of 500. "My lord, this is your teleportation token. If you encounter danger in the land of disorder, you can use it to teleport back at any time." Lin Mo nodded after receiving the token. The deacon handyman then brought him to a circular teleportation array. "My lord, stepping into this teleportation array will take you to the land of disorder. But remember to never open your eyes during the teleportation process or suffer the consequences. Also, the energy on this token of yours can only support your stay in the land of disorder for 1 day. If it exceeds 12 hours, you'll have to pay an additional 5 spirit stones." The deacon's handyman droned on very skillfully. He seemed to have said these words countless times. However, Rimmer was caught in a quandary over one of the sentences. "Can't open your eyes?" He remembered that the black-faced elder in charge of the newcomer trial teleportation had said the same thing. "I wonder what would happen if I opened my eyes." Lin Mo held back the curiosity in his heart and closed his eyes as he stepped into the teleportation array. After a strong feeling of weightlessness, Lin Mo also gradually lost consciousness, waiting to wake up again. Just as he opened his eyes, a large, cross-faced face filled his entire vision. "Ha ha ha, Third Lord. Here comes another fledgling who isn't afraid of death." Chapter 31 Robbery. Lin Mo took a few steps back slightly and surveyed his surroundings. It was a sprawling desert, and as far as the eye could see it was all a sea of yellow sand except for a few dark green plants, and there were a total of 4 young men standing in front of him at that moment. Other than the fat man with a cross-faced face who was at the 7th stage of the spirit primordial realm, the other 3 were all at the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm. Those 3 for now. That fat man's strength alone was definitely considered a top powerhouse among the outer disciples. Even among the inner disciples, they were rare experts. TSK. The new disciples nowadays are really bold and daring to come and run to the land of disorder to spread their wildness before their hair even grows. The lead fat man had a string of large shiny orbs around his neck and a thick golden belt tied around his waist as well. Even the 10 fingers were full of rings studded with precious stones, and the whole person looked bejeweled. "How did you know I was a new disciple?" A hint of suspicion appeared under Lin Mo's ghostly mask. "Ha ha ha, coming out is all about identity. Only newbie disciples would wear a mask like you and not dare to show your face." A hint of scorn appeared on the fat man's obese face. "So that's how it is." Lin Mo nodded, then his tone changed and said coldly, "Robbery. Hand over all the blue crystal ores you have on you." What? A few people were stunned and thought they had heard wrong. There was a lot of laughter in response. Inverted Big Dipper. "Robbing. Ha ha ha, do you know what we do?" Fatty pointed to himself and inquired to Lin Mo. "It's nothing more than the disorderly one," Lin Mo calmly said. "There are only 2 kinds of people in total in the land of disorder. One type of miner is the digger who honestly does quests to earn contribution value, and the other is the disordered who are known as desert bandits." In his previous life, Lin Mo was a careful digger who was often robbed by disorderly people. They gang up on you and don't care what you are on the outside. Here, only strength is honored. Even if they were personal disciples, if their strength was not good, they could only be defeated. "Now that you know we are the disorderly, how dare you rob?" Fatty hadn't even finished his sentence only to see a large slab falling from the sky and thumping on top of his head. Ouch! The fat man felt a heavenly spin and covered the large bag bulging on his head, and just fell straight down. "Third leader, are you alright?" The 3 juniors were shocked and hurried to Fatty's side to inquire with concern. "I'm bleeding for a mile and you guys are still asking if I'm okay? Hurry up and him." Fatty pointed at Lin Mo and shouted indignantly. The 3 juniors hurriedly pulled out their swords and knives to slash towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't dare to slack off. Without using the demon seed, he only had a spirit primordial realm 1st stage cultivation after all. The reason why he had just knocked out the fat man across the street was also because he had been caught off guard. Now that he was facing a siege from 3 spirit primordial realm 5th stage cultivators, Lin Mo could only avoid the attack for the time being. He utilized the 9 heavenly cloud steps that he commonly used in his previous life. This was a heaven-level body technique secret book. This method is rooted in aura and shadowed by the clear wind. Performing it was ethereal and invisible, just like flowing clouds. The 1st stage is skimming. The 2nd stage is wind by wind. The 3rd stage is treading clouds. The ultimate stage is ascension. Lin Mo had used this method to ascend to the heavens in 9 steps, and could afford to be one of the strongest stances on the northern sky continent. However, right now, His cultivation was so poor that he could only barely execute the first stage of Swept Shadow, but it was more than enough to deal with the few people at the moment. Thus, in the astonished gazes of the three people across the street, Lin Mo's body suddenly turned blurry, and immediately turned into a shadow that swept out of their encirclement and appeared behind one of them. Without waiting for this person to react, Lin Mo swung the large brick in his hand towards the back of his head and slapped it heavily. The man could not make a single sound before he fell straight down. The remaining two people's faces changed drastically, but they still summoned up the courage to kill towards Lin Mo. Naturally, the result was not spared from falling under the big slab. Rimmer was somewhat pleased. It was a slate he used very competently. Shoot whoever's down. After pairing with the 9 Skylingyan steps, it is simply a must-have artifact for killing people. Cough cough. Simply a must-have artifact for engaging with the enemy. Ha! Surprisingly, he ran faster than a rabbit. Lin Mo had just finished cleaning up these 3 disorderly ones when their third leader ran off into the sky in a puff of smoke. The speed was so fast that it was hard to imagine a fat man weighing over 200 pounds. He didn't bother to go after them, and went straight for the bodies of the 3 on the ground. Soon he found 3 storage bags. After forcibly opening it with a secret method, Lin Mo however only found 53 spirit stones and 16 blue crystal ores inside. At least you're an unordered. But you're poor like this. Rimmer was a little disappointed. He put the spirit stones all inside his storage ring, then picked up a piece of blue crystal ore and played with it. This ore is light blue in color and each piece is the size of a fist. It can be used for casting weapons or ground into powder to make an expensive dye. But its biggest role was actually as the energy cornerstone of the 5 elements sect's protective array. Due to the very great demand, the sect affairs hall purchased this ore in large quantities at 10 points of contribution value per block. This was what drew many disciples to come to the unordered lands to dig without risking their lives. Lin Mo put away the blue crystal ore as well. His initial idea was just to come here to test the power of the big slab. But upon seeing these few disorderly ones, a thought rose in his mind. Since the disorderly liked to rob the common diggers, he might as well just go ahead and rob the disorderly. In this way, he could not only take revenge for himself in his previous life, but he could also harvest a lot of blue crystal ore to exchange for sect contribution values. So that's what just happened. Where should I look for the disorderly in the vast desert? Lin Mo thought about it and then tied up the 3 people who had fallen to the ground. He hadn't laid a death sentence on the men, so the 3 came to their senses in less than a moment. However, the large bags on their heads were getting bigger and bigger, showing no signs of dissipating. Who the hell are you? How dare you strike against our Chao Tianzhai? Chao Tianzhai. This name is taken. Lin Mo said breathlessly. If you don't want to suffer, then name the location of your cottage. What do you want? The 3 men wondered. Soon you will know. At this moment, there was a humble mountain fortress 10 miles away from Lin Mo and the others. Chao Tian, the big boss of the mountain fortress, was gathering a group of his men to discuss a big event. And just then, a big fat man breathing heavily suddenly broke through the door. It's no good, boss. I've been robbed. What? Everyone there was in disbelief. Chao Tian on the first seat even stood up directly. Chapter 32. This guy doesn't talk about martial arts. Say what you just said again. Chao Tian coldly said. Boss, I've been robbed. And the 3 brothers I brought out have all fallen into that man's hands. The fat man's name was Wang Chanan, and he had no choice but to repeat what he had just said. What kind of person dares to be so bold as to touch my Chao Tianzhai's people? Chao Tian violently smashed the table in front of him, and the aura of the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm on his body pressured the entire fortress to gasp for air. This person is wearing a ghost face mask, not revealing his face, but it looks like a new disciple. Wang Chanan replied carefully. Newcomer disciple. Chao Tian's eyes were like knife wands scraping from Wang Chanan. Newcomer disciples you can't even beat. Are you a bunch of losers? Wang Chanan was scared and hurriedly knelt down, explaining. Boss, although that person's breath is not strong, he is holding a spiritual weapon that looks like a brick in his hand, and he also took advantage of me not paying attention to sneak attack me in advance. So you guys lost? Ha? Yes, you must avenge us, boss. Wang Chanan pleaded. Don't worry, although you guys are a bit wasted, you are after all my Chao Tianzhai's people. Eldest, you'll go with eldest and make sure to capture this person alive in front of me. After Chao Tian finished speaking, a young man with a refined appearance sitting on the lower left side of him stood up. He arched his hand toward Chao Tian and immediately made a military order. Don't worry boss, I'll definitely do it. After saying that, he did not forget to give Wang Chanan a provocative look. Wang Chang'an didn't have the heart to fight with him internally. His face was a little embarrassed. Boss, do I have to follow along? The big bag on his head hasn't dissipated until now. Who's going to lead the way for the dick if you don't ing go? Chao Tian couldn't help but curse. Boss, Calm down. I'm just saying. Wang Chanan smiled sardonically. Hurry up. Don't let this person get away. Chao Tian waved his hand towards the two. Yes. On the other hand, Lin Mo just wanted to force the three to reveal the whereabouts of the cottage. But who knew that they would directly crush the teleportation token and leave the land of disorder? This made Lin Mo feel a wave of helplessness. The Five Elements sect is, after all, a righteous sect, and even in a lawless place like the land of disorder there is room for disciples everywhere. Lin Mo could only chase after the fat man in the direction he had escaped from earlier. However, he didn't chase them out for long before two figures were ushered in from the distance. Second brother. Don't blame third brother for me not reminding you. Be sure to be careful of the spirit weapon in that person's hand. And never be conceited. Come on. Yakking all the way. Do you think I'm going to be as much of a loser as you are? The second leader, Tang Hao, said disdainfully. Wang Chang'an had originally made himself king, but not long ago he was taken in by their Chao Tianzhai, so Tang Hao hadn't even considered him one of his own yet. Alright, Wang Chang'an couldn't say anything else when he saw how conceited Tang Hao was. For some reason, he had a gut feeling that this trip was going to be a bad one. Let's hope that person has left. But as he was thinking about it, he saw the figure he least expected to see right now on top of a sand dune not far away. It was only that he was clad in a black robe, and his face was unknown under the cover of a ghost face mask. Oh, it's you! There was a hint of delight in the other's voice, and carrying a large slab, he walked towards them. It's him! Wang Chanan shuddered, and subconsciously moved behind Tang Hao. Tang Hao asked, is this the kid? That's right, Wang Chanan nodded. The breath on this person's body is as faint as a wandering thread, and he doesn't look any stronger. Tang Hao didn't put Lin Mo in his eyes at all, so he tilted his face and said to Lin Mo with a snub-nosed, high and mighty stance, kid, you are the one. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a large brick was whistled in his face. What a lot of crap! Lin Mo didn't even give the opposite party a chance to speak. Tang Hao felt a wave of dizziness. What kind of a person comes up here with a brick in his hand? Kid, you're looking for death. Tang Hao was just about to get angry when Lin Mo slapped him on the forehead again. This time Tang Hao's entire body was slapped silly. Both eyes were glazed over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this guy is totally not martial. Seeing that the big deal was not good, Wang Chanan immediately wiped his feet and his figure appeared a mile away in an instant. His voice lingered on his way out. Second brother. Hold on. I'll go get you some help. This operation gave even Lin Mo a dumbfounded look. I can't believe I let this person get away again. Lin Mo wasn't in a good position to go after it. After all, here's one more person who hasn't been dealt with. At this time, Tang Hao was also gradually coming to his senses. He was, after all, a spirit primordial realm 8th stage powerhouse, and he was more likely to carry a beating than Wang Chang'an. Ah, I'll kill you. He thought that he was only careless for a moment before he fell for the other party's dirty tricks, and this time he must kill the other party to vent his anger. Fiery palm. Tang Hao directly released his big move, his palms instantly igniting a blazing flame. Fiery palm. Fire Vein Shin level technique. Lin Mo's mouth whispered. Count on you to know what you're talking about. I spent 10,000 clan contribution value to exchange for this. It's your honor to die under this palm. Tang Hao said and danced his fiery palm towards Lin Mo. Noisy. Lin Mo wasn't in the mood to listen to so many words from him. A red-colored flame emerged from his palm. This was the refining fire of the ancient refining art. Not only can it be used for casting weapons and alchemy, but it even has great lethality when used against the enemy. As the red-colored flames appeared, the surrounding temperature quickly began to rise. Go! Lin Mo flung out his hand, and the crimson flames collided with Tang Hao's fiery palm. Bang! With a loud bang, both of them flew backwards. Lin Mo took 10 steps back before gradually stabilizing himself. Even though the red flame was very powerful, his cultivation was simply too low. On the other hand, Tang Hao smashed directly into the sand dozens of meters away. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood and said incredulously, how is it possible? You're only at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. Through the exchange of hands just now, Tang Hao finally saw Lin Mo's cultivation clearly. He couldn't believe how he had lost to a spirit primordial realm first stage cultivator. Surprised? Lin Mo walked towards Tang Hao after simply toning down. Tang Hao also knew at this point that it was not good. At the very beginning, he could say that the other party had won by sneak attack, but just now the two were in a real head-to-head fight. Just you wait. Our boss won't let you go. Tang Hao finished his vicious words before crushing the teleportation token and disappearing in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo was simply too late to stop it, but just as he was feeling chagrined, dozens of blue crystal ores suddenly fell from the sky. I had forgotten that teleportation tokens can't bring out blue crystal ores. Lin Mo was somewhat delighted. The blue crystal ore needs to be brought to the outside world with the help of a large teleportation array in the center of the unordered lands. I'm afraid that this is also something that the Five Elements sect has done intentionally to encourage the existence of the disorderly ones. Chao Tianjai. Wang Chang'an once again winded up and crashed through the inner fortress gate. Not good. Second brother, he also fell into the hands of that person. Chapter 33, I'll make you Iron Head. What? How did the second one lose? Chao Tian said with great consternation. He hurriedly asked Wang Changxing about the situation. On the way to the trip I said with him to be careful of that person's spirit weapon, but the second brother was high-minded and arrogant, and didn't take it seriously at all. As a result, just as soon as he went up, he received 2 slaps from the other party, and his life and death are still unknown. Wang Changxing picked the key point and said, "That's it?" Chao Tian still didn't believe it. Tang Hao was his beloved general. How could he be defeated so easily? Could it be that you secretly defected to another mountain stronghold and then set up an ambush to get rid of us by the hands of outsiders? Chao Tian stared closely at Wang Changsheng, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, it was his own annexation of Wang Changxing's cottage that forced him to join Chao Tian cottage. Feeling Chao Tian's skeptical gaze, Wang Changxing's heart chilled as he hurriedly explained. "Boss, misunderstanding. I am absolutely loyal to you. How could I have the guts to betray you? Moreover, the second old man still has the teleportation token in his hand, so I couldn't possibly have the chance to kill him even if I wanted to kill him by an outsider's hand." Also, Chao Tian's suspicions subsided quite a bit. "Right and left guardians, you guys go with Wang Changxing to rescue the second lord. Remember, never take the enemy lightly again," Chao Tian ordered to the 2 guardians standing beside him. Yes, both knelt at the same time to receive the order. Wang Changxing's heart was also quite relaxed. 2 powerful people of the 8th stage of the spirit primordial realm had stepped in at the same time, so there would never be any accidents now, right? On the other side, Lin Mo was counting the blue crystal ores that had fallen from Tang Hao. A total of 84 pieces, plus the 16 pieces we got before. It just makes up 100. Lin Mo's face showed joy. 100 blue crystal ores could then be exchanged for 1,000 contribution value. It wasn't much, but he'd only been here a short time. One must know that the task of tending the spiritual fields in the Hall of Affairs was only worth 30 contribution points a day. The mining spirit stones quest is also only 50 contribution points per day. In contrast, it's easier and faster to rob. If only there were a few more big fish like Tang Hao, Rimmer exclaimed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed towards this side in the distance in an aggressive manner. Still a great distance away, Wang Changsheng pointed at Lin Mo and said to the 2 beside him, "Protectors, the one who has made an enemy of our Chao Tian walled city is this man." "Is that so? But it seems that we don't see the second lord figure beside him." The left protector was a bit puzzled. "Whatever. Anyway, the second lord has a teleportation token in his possession, so he definitely can't die. At most, he'll be teleported out and won't be able to enter the land of disorder for 12 hours. The right guardian was a hothead and didn't want to dilly-dally. "In that case, the 3 of us will quickly take him down, or we can hurry back to give our orders to the walled city lord." The left protector was ready to move after he finished speaking, but then they realized that Wang Changsheng was still frozen in place. Indifferent. This is more than enough to deal with this person with the 2 protectors taking action. "I'll be here to marshal for you guys, so I won't compete for the credit." Wang Changsheng smiled awkwardly. "Humph, cowardly." The 2 scoffed at Wang Changsheng. They came to Rimmer. Only the first stage of the spirit primordial realm? Both the left and right guardians were stunned. How could they have known that Lin Mo had deliberately revealed the true cultivation of the spirit seed in order to make them gullible? Surprisingly, it's another 2 big fish of the 8th stage of the spirit primordial realm. Lin Mo licked his tongue, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be grateful to Wang Changsheng for being the wealth-giving boy. "Big brother, let me go first," the right guardian said impatiently. He was a twin brother with the left protector, but his heart was far less stable than the left protector's. Although the left protector felt uneasy, he still nodded and instructed, "Don't take it lightly. Don't worry. A mere spirit primordial realm 1 ant, I'll be able to blow him up with one hand." The right guardian took off his shirt, revealing a massively muscular body. As he revolved his mind, his entire person actually pulled up 3 feet in place. In just a few moments it became a giant taller than a house. Earth chakra. Force cultivation? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. "Kid, eat my Vajra kick first." The right guardian raised 1 foot towards Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo's figure flickered and moved aside. Knock! The ground shook at once. The spot where Lin Mo had stood before collapsed and turned into a huge footprint. He had just stabilized his stance when another foot followed. Lin Mo dodged again, but the next moment his head went black. and a big black foot that emitted a strong smell once again descended from the sky. It was clearly a fight between two cultivators, but at this moment it had become a gopher-stomping game. Enough! Lin Mo bellowed. You're an adamantine foot, aren't you? Lin Mo performed the 9 heavenly cloud steps and turned into a stump, arriving at the giant's right foot. Immediately after that, he pulled out the invincible big slate to directly activate the gravity spirit pattern inside, and viciously slapped down towards the other party's big toes. I'll make you Vajra kick. Vajra kick. Not relieved, Rimmer slapped it several times in a row. Ah! The giant let out a miserable scream and reached out to cover his bloody toes before collapsing with a bang, stirring up dust nearly 10 feet high. Little brother, the left protector was shocked. He also ran the heart technique, and the skin of his entire body was actually plated with a dark golden luster. Bronze Man Luohan fist. Left guardian sent Lin Mo flying with a shoulder to the head. He followed up with a set of chain punches that Lin Mo could only keep retreating. The left protector's entire body was as if it was cast in bronze, and Lin Mo's attacks falling on him were simply like tickling him. However, just as Lin Mo was somewhat at his wit's end, the left protector directly used his mastery, Bronze Man Iron Head Kung Fu. His entire body was like a big-headed screw spinning at great speed, crashing towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was not surprised but pleased. He injected all the spiritual energy within the spirit seed into the slate. In an instant, the gravity spirit pattern was activated to the extreme that it was currently capable of. The slate quickly became the size of a door panel and weighed 100,000 pounds. Lin Mo blocked it in front of his body. A few moments later, clunk! A loud metallic clash shook Lin Mo's scalp. It was like a hammer hitting a gong that kept your head buzzing. Rimmer is still all that, not to mention the left guardian. He staggered back dozens of steps. Even though he possessed the bronze man's iron head strength, he was still dizzy at this moment, and even his originally stern gaze was clear as a child at this instant. Who am I and where am I? Take him while he's sick. Lin Mo didn't think this was any kind of despicable behavior. He swung up the slate that had transformed into its original form and rushed to the left protector to give him a clunk on his copper head. I'll give you Iron Head. Iron Head. Wang Changsheng in the distance took it all in. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He really couldn't figure out how a mere spirit primordial realm first stage cultivator could be so fierce. It was actually able to chase after 2 spirit primordial realm 8th stage cultivators and beat them up. However, he didn't have to wait long to think about it before the right and left guardians were knocked out of the land of disorder by Lin Mo. He collected the blue crystal ore that the 2 of them had dropped, then looked over towards Wang Changsheng. Wang Changsheng's heart thumped. His perennially cautious instincts told him that it would be too late if he didn't run now. Chapter 34, The Great Battle of Chaotian. I'm just passing through, don't get me wrong. LOL. Wang Changsheng's face stiffened a bit. He had a face full of flesh, the kind of robber a child would have nightmares about just looking at night, but at the moment he was all smiles, trying to look as kind as possible. Passing by? Lin Mo smirked. What kind of person passes in front of them 3 times exclusively? But before he could make a move, Wang Changsheng ran away in a puff of smoke. Where to run? Again and again and again. Lin Mo had to catch this cunning loach today. Chao Tianjai. Walled City Lord Chao Tian paced back and forth in front of the crowd, his heart vaguely uneasy. In order to help a Wang Changsheng take revenge, he had sent out all his elites. If it doesn't work out, he will be alone today. This would have been fine, but they found a gathering of diggers at the same time as another cottage, and were planning to shortcut them, but then this happened. I'm afraid that if we delay a little longer, even the yellow flowers will get cold. Chao Tian was just thinking about it, when suddenly the door was doubly slammed open by Wang Changsheng again. It's not good, boss. Wang Changsheng gasped for air, unable to finish his sentence for a moment. Cottage and the rest of the group couldn't help but dry up for him. What happened again? Could it be that the left and right protectors Chao Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. It's the man who killed it. Wang Changsheng finally finished his words in one breath. What? Everyone in the fortress was incredulous. How dare he? Walled City Lord Chao Tian's eyes widened. This son is very ferocious. Even the right and left protectors have already planted in his hands. In my opinion, we'd better avoid him and move our fortress, Wang Changsheng suggested. Snap! Don't you dare talk any more ing nonsense. I'll kill you right now. Chao Tian backhanded Wang Changsheng's face. Wang Changsheng aggrievedly covered his face and was just about to say something when suddenly a commotion came from outside the fortress. Immediately after that, several walled members flew in backwards and smashed hard in front of the crowd. Who? The crowd looked towards the doorway, only to see a black-robed man wearing a bronze ghost face mask slowly walk in. You are the Chao Tianjai master, aren't you? Lin Mo swept his gaze around, lingering on Wang Changsheng for a moment before landing on a rough-looking young man. He sensed the aura of the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm in this person. That's right, You're the one who lost several of my generals in a row. Chao Tian stood out with a gloomy face. So what if it is? Lin Mo said indifferently. Chao Tian was just about to get angry, but when he sensed Lin Mo's aura, his face changed again. Surprisingly, he was really only at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. Kid, I don't care how you defeated them, but when you get here, you'll have to give me an explanation. Chao Tian didn't make a move on Lin Mo in the first place. What do you want to account for? Lin Mo inquired. I want you to join Chao Tian's walled city and look up to me. Otherwise there will be no place for you in this disorderly land in the future. Chao Tian coldly threatened. Joke. Lin Mo's tone was contemptuous as he said. Might as well tell you the truth. I'm here today to loot your Chao Tian walled city. So if you're sensible, you'll hand over all the blue crystal ore. Ha ha ha. Boy, you really sound arrogant. Do you really think that defeating a few of my men is my match? Now I'll let you see the gap with the 9th stage cultivation of the spirit primordial realm. When Chao Tian said that, an extremely strong coldness emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire mountain fortress. It's cold. Many people tightened the clothes on their bodies, and white frost actually formed on their brows. Water vein metaphysical grade heart technique. Cold ice technique. Rimmer blurted out. Humph. Looks like you know quite a bit. Chao Tian was a bit surprised, but immediately afterward, he stretched out his palm towards Lin Mo, then clenched it tightly, the blade of Rin ice. One could only see countless sharp ice crystals coalesce around Lin Mo, and then pike stabbing straight at him. Lin Mo immediately mobilized the power of the spirit sea to form a simple spiritual shield, but after only a few moments of holding out, they were pierced by the ice blades. He had no choice but to turn into a stump and try to use it to break out of the ice blade's encirclement. Humph. Naive. Chao Tian coldly laughed, and a second batch of ice blades instantly condensed within the space. These ice blades locked onto Lin Mo, and no matter how much he dodged, he couldn't escape. In just a few moments, Lin Mo's entire body was scratched and bruised. He swung his big slate and tried to close the distance between him and Chao Tian, but the other quickly recognized his intentions. Wall of Rincon ice. Chao Tian cast a spell again, and a tall wall of cold ice blocked his way. Worthy of being a spirit primordial realm 9th stage cultivator. Rimmer sighed. The spirit primordial realm's 8th and 9th stages seemed to be separated by only a thin line, but there was a great watershed in strength. Only after they reached the 9th rank and met the bottleneck of the spirit sea realm did they have the time to delve into their spirit techniques and skills during battle. Just like the Chao Tian in front of him, he had clearly been settling at the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm for many years. It had been able to achieve the perfect fusion of spirit techniques and mind techniques and form a set of its own fighting style. It could be said that even several spirit primordial realm 8th stage cultivators together would definitely not be his opponent. Since you're still unwilling to submit, don't blame me for being impolite. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Chao Tian's eyes. The other party's origin was unknown, and he might have an even more honorable status than himself in the outside world. In that case, it might as well be a decapitation. Lin Mo had already been forced into retreat, and just as he was thinking of a way to crack it, the ground under his feet suddenly became frosty. His legs were quickly frozen and he could no longer move. Without waiting for him to make any extra movements, the cold ice spread from his legs to his entire body. In a short moment, Lin Mo had actually become a transparent ice sculpture. Boss, you really are a god. Defeating this madman with just a few minor maneuvers. I'm so impressed with you. My admiration for you is like a river flowing endlessly, and like the Yellow River flooding, it's out of control. Seeing that the crisis had been lifted, Wang Chongsheng, who had just been hiding and watching from afar, immediately jumped out again. The strength of the walled city lord is so strong that it is beyond our reach. The others also bragged at Chao Tian for a while. A hint of pride and satisfaction appeared on Chao Tian's face. He came to the ice sculpture, looking at Lin Mo, who was motionless inside and had become unable to use even his teleportation token. He revealed a cold smile. Just you dare to go against me, Chao Tian. You really don't know how to die. After saying that, he drew a long knife from the waist of a bystander, ready to completely end Lin Mo's life. But just then, a dark purple-black aura flashed through the ice sculpture. Immediately after that, a large hand broke through the ice and directly grabbed Chao Tian's neck, lifting him up. The strength isn't bad. Then I'll play with you seriously. Chapter 35, The Magic Seed's First Might. The ice sculpture directly exploded, and Lin Mo's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile that looked evil, and Chao Tian, who was unbeatable just now, was weak like a chicken cub being lifted in his hands at this moment. You. Chao Tian looked at Lin Mo in horror. He realized that the other man felt completely different to him. It was clearly still the same person, but the other party's aura at the moment was just too terrifying. It was like a mouthful of bottomless dark abyss that made him feel fear. It's not even possible to touch the depths at all. He could only struggle frantically, trying to use this to get out of his opponent's control. But the other party's palm was as firm as an iron vice, and no matter how much he struggled, it didn't help. Not only that, Chao Tian was shocked to find that all of his spiritual energy had been forcibly sealed. The spirit seed within his dantian was actually trembling and restless in the face of Lin Mo. It was as if he had met a flood beast and was afraid of being devoured. Didn't you want to kill me? I'll give you another chance. Lin Mo's face was expressionless. His right hand that was lifting Chao Tian's neck flicked, and Chao Tian's entire body flew straight out, ruthlessly hitting the stone wall before rolling down again, smashing several tables and chairs. Chao Tian's body was in severe pain, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. But he looked pleased. As he broke away from Lin Mo's control, he realized that he had unexpectedly regained his cultivation. Kid, you asked for it. Chao Tian decisively distanced himself from Lin Mo. He had just suffered a big loss in melee combat, so he would never let his opponent get close again. The blade of ice. As Chao Tian let out a loud shout, countless ice blades once again condensed in the air. The coldness emanating from these ice blades was far more biting than before, and it was obvious that Chao Tian had completely moved on. But the Lin Mo at this time was also no longer the Lin Mo from just now. The current him, for the first time, activated the power of the demon seed. Facing the ice blades that came from the sky, he actually stood still without dodging or flashing, letting the ice blades fall on his body. How? Chao Tian's eyes stood out. He realized that his ice blade actually melted right after he got close to his opponent. Sword of Rin Ice. Undeterred, he once again cast a spell to fuse all the remaining ice blades together to form an ice sword. Die! Chao Tian's palm was raised high, and as he pressed downward, the sword of Rin Ice stabbed straight at Lin Mo's head from the air. Lin Mo glanced indifferently at the ice sword stabbing above his head, then stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the tip of the sword. Knock! After a slight and fine sound, the sword of Rin Ice directly crumbled into a mass of broken ice. This scene had completely shocked everyone. Chao Tian suffered a backlash and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. He has also been scared out of his wits. Seeing Lin Mo slowly walking towards him, he retreated while forcing himself to endure his serious injuries to condense a wall of ice, in the vain hope that this would block Lin Mo's path. But Lin Mo swung his fist out and actually blew up the ice wall directly. At this moment, he was like an invincible heavenly god, causing Chao Tian to feel deep despair. Wang Changsheng, at this time, if you don't make a move, when do you want to wait? Seeing that there was no way back, Chao Tian could only ask for help from Wang Changsheng behind him, who knew that not only did Wang Changsheng ignore it, but instead, he knelt in front of Lin Mo with a sliding shovel. Your Excellency is truly divine. Just a little skill to defeat this despicable villain Chao Tian. I simply admire you. My admiration for you is like a torrent of continuous water, and like the yellow river flooding, an outburst of uncontrollable. Chao Tian somewhat did not react. Wang Changsheng. You, what are you doing? I damn well told you to him. Wang Changsheng looked at him breathlessly. You can't even beat me, so I'm going up there to give away my head? And can't you see that I'm backwatering so obviously? Everyone present was stunned by Wang Changsheng's maneuver. I've seen the enemy, but I've never seen the enemy can still make so many tricks. What's more, the words of praise that had just been used on his own people were turned around and used almost word for word on his opponents. In terms of wallflowers, even Lin Mo only served the likes of Wang Changsheng. Wang Changsheng, you dog, old me has treated you well. Chao Tian cursed indignantly. You destroyed my mountain fortress, took away my belongings, and forced me and my brothers to work as oxen and horses. For you, is this not also unkind? Wang Changsheng asked rhetorically. You knew that you had a backbone. I should have found a chance to kill you in the first place. Chao Tian repented. He looked at the others and said, whoever of you kills Wang Changsheng will be the third leader of my Chao Tian walled city in the future. But after his words, not a single person made a move. Chao Tian, do you really think that Chao Shanzhai is still in your hands? Wang Changsheng waved his hand and said, Chao Tian's power is gone. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 blue crystal ores. As soon as this voice fell, a group of people immediately killed towards Chao Tian. These people were from Wang Changsheng's original cottage and were very obedient to Wang Changsheng's orders. Chao Tian already had very serious injuries on his body. Plus it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. He was soon forced to let out a scathing, fine, all of you. After saying that, Chao Tian also no longer hesitated to directly pull out the teleportation token and crush it, quickly disappearing in front of the crowd. Rimmer didn't bother to stop it. He looked at the gray storage bag in his hand, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. During the battle just now, he took the opportunity to go along with Chao Tian's storage bag, which I'm afraid even Chao Tian himself didn't realize. the fortress calmed down. Lin Mo didn't immediately count his harvest, but said to Wang Changsheng, who was kneeling at his feet, "Why don't you run away? Your excellency is joking. How could my little one escape you?" Wang Changsheng was full of winks. After seeing Lin Mo's true strength, he knew that fleeing any further would definitely be a dead end. "Get up," Lin Mo said indifferently. For a talent like Wang Changsheng, he also had some headaches. "Thank you, Your Honor." After Wang Changsheng got up, he very consciously acted as Lin Mo's lapdog. He shouted at the others, "All of you hurry up and take out the blue crystal or you have on you to honor His Excellency." Although some people were not too happy, but in the way of Lin Mo's authority also had to obediently submit. Soon, more than 30 people came together in a circle, plus Wang Changsheng himself only managed to come up with a total of more than 100 pieces of blue crystal ore. Wang Changsheng handed these ores to Lin Mo. Then he knelt down and said, "From this day forward, Chao Tian Shai will change its course, and I would like to ask the Reverend Lord to give us a name. Please, my lord, give me a name." The close friends of Wang Changsheng's body also knelt down in unison. The rest of them could only follow when they saw this scene. Rimmer pondered for a moment. As he looked at Wang Changsheng and these people, an additional scheme to earn blue crystal ore suddenly appeared in his mind. Whether it will work or not, though, remains to be tested. In that case, it will be called the Devil Wind Walled City from now on. Chapter 36 Ransacking the Four Walled Villages. Devil Wind Walled. "Lord, your name is really licentious," Wang Changsheng complimented. "Alright, I don't have the time to listen to your ass-kissing." Lin Mo waved his hand. "Let me ask you, how many % of the blue crystal ore that you guys robbed back will Chao Tian release to you?" This is usually 90% for him and only 10% for us. Wang Changsheng didn't know why Lin Mo would ask such a question. "I'll give you 50%. Lin Mo stretched out 5 fingers. When these words came out, everyone in the room instantly exploded. "Is that true, my lord?" Wang Changsheng said excitedly. "Naturally when it is true. But," Lin Mo turned his words around, "in the future, the targets of our Devil Wind Walled City's plundering will all be disordered people like you." "What? Let's loot the other disorderlies." The crowd was in a difficult position as soon as they heard Lin Mo's words. Wang Changsheng is also a bit terrified and uneasy said, "My lord, you see the strength of our people. It is okay to deal with those diggers. Really if we fight with the disorderly people of the other cottages, it is not certain who will be robbed." Lin Mo said breathlessly, "Isn't this still me? Don't worry guys, I'll deal with the disorderly ones. Your main task is to protect those diggers who are willing to cooperate with us." "Protecting the diggers? Doesn't that leave the wolf to protect the sheep?" "Yes, won't this be laughed at by the other cottagers?" The crowd found it even more comical what Rimmer had just offered. "My lord, we are already relying on robbing miners to earn some blue crystal ore. Wouldn't it be a bit of a loss to go and protect them?" Wang Changsheng frowned, unable to figure out Lin Mo's thoughts. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "Can't we have those miners hand over our protection fees proportionally? Is this feasible?" Rimmer's words were more amazing than one. "Yeah, will those miners be willing?" Many were skeptical. In their place, they would never give up a portion of the results they had worked so hard to dig up. "Shut up, all of you." Wang Changsheng's eyes glowed after being nudged by Lin Mo. "My lord, I see what you mean. I'll take my men and get to work on it." Wang Changsheng breathed a little sharply. He seems to have seen a steady stream of riches. "Well, go on." Rimmer nodded. Although this person, Wang Changsheng, had a heavy anti-bone, his brain was witty and treacherous. He was able to grasp the intent before his own words were fully spoken. Such a person is a double-edged sword. Used to good effect, you can hurt yourself if you don't use it properly. Lin Mo, however, had no worries in this regard at all. He never expected permanent loyalty. As long as the interests were aligned, it was impossible for Wang Changsheng to betray. With the departure of the crowd, the cottage instantly cleared out. Rimmer wasn't idle either. Since you want to collect protection money, you have to do both. The first step would be to make the Magic Wind Cottage famous. He inquired about the location of a few surrounding cottages. Then he swung his brick and killed them directly. The strength of all these cottages was similar to that of Chao Tian Cottage. In the event that Lin Mo used his magic seed, they had no room for resistance at all. Lin Mo ravaged his way through the mountains and swept through 4 mountain fortresses before stopping. He claimed that he came from the Magic Wind Cottage whenever he visited a cottage, and only robbed the blue crystal ore. No one gets hurt. This resulted in just 1 day's work, and those robbed cottages spread the news of him throughout the unordered lands. Both the disorderers and the diggers had almost always heard of a man in a ghostly mask who had sacked 4 disorderer cottages by himself. He swings a slate and just likes to do sneak attacks from behind people. I heard that even the lords of those 4 mountain strongholds all fell under his big slab. Once the story spread, the other cottages were in a state of panic. In contrast was the clapping of the ordinary diggers. But in any case, the name Magic Wind Walled City had become widely known as things festered. Inside a small mining cave in the land of disorder, the two sets of officers were locked in a tense standoff. On one side are the dozens of diggers united here. On the other side were Wang Changsheng and the others who had come to recruit the diggers as Lin Mo had instructed. But apparently the conversation didn't go well. The leader on the diggers' side was surprisingly also a woman wearing a jade rabbit mask. She scoffed at Wang Changsheng's coming. In all the years that the land of disorder had existed, it had never been known that the disorderly could coexist peacefully with the diggers. The so-called protection money is even more nonsense. It was nothing more than trying to take their blue crystal or without any effort. You'd better leave. Don't even think about snatching a piece of blue crystal or from us. The woman was very hateful to Wang Changsheng and the others. Don't misunderstand. Our Devil Wind Walled City is sincerely here to cooperate with you. Wang Changsheng explained bitterly. Can sheep and wolves work together? The woman gasped. She was ready to fight. Here, her cultivation level was the highest, reaching the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm. However, most of the other excavators beside them have low cultivation, and their status in the outside world is only that of outer disciples or even a lot of handymen. They had been humbled to the dust, and could only exchange their contribution value for realm-improving pills by digging up blue crystal ores. However, these disorderly people were always bullying the weak and cruelly taking away the blue crystal or that they had worked so hard to excavate. The woman was so disgusted by such behavior that she had organized a group of diggers as a way to resist the disorderly. But even then, it was still inevitable to go into daily hiding. Since you really don't want to, then we won't force you. Wang Changsheng was somewhat helpless. The idea of adults is a good one, but it's still difficult to implement. He was ready to leave with a group of people. But just then, a digger came hurriedly to the woman and whispered something in her ear. What? Wait. The woman immediately called out to Wang Changsheng and the others. Did you just say you guys are from the Magic Wind Cottage? That's right. Wang Changsheng was a bit surprised, but still nodded. If we agree to cooperate with you, what percentage of the protection fee will you charge? The woman asked. Wang Changsheng was surprised at how quickly the other party's attitude changed, but he was soon pleased. 50-50? Of course. But the woman frowned under her mask after hearing this. She was a bit worried. Can we just pay 30%? I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Wang Changsheng shook his head. 50% is a rule set by His Excellency, and he can't change it at will. Then I'll go talk to your walled city lord. Chapter 37, by Ro. Chao Tianjai. No, it should be called Magic Wind Cottage now. At this moment, above the lobby, Lin Mo was high at the head of the table. He surveyed a woman standing below. The woman wore a white dress, and her face actually wore a mask just like his, only she was a cuter Tamagotchi mask. What made Lin Mo feel puzzled was that he actually felt that the woman's figure was that little bit familiar. The woman was likewise sizing him up. Are you the walled city of Devil Wind Walled City's walled city? The woman opened her mouth and asked. Her voice was clear and pleasant, as melodious as the gentle call of an oriole in the forest. It's her. Lin Mo was slightly surprised. He recognized the woman just by her voice. However, Lin Mo didn't think about recognizing each other as he continued to reply in a hoarse voice. As good as fake. The woman's eyes lit up then asked. You're the one who ransacked the 4 unordered cottages? That's right. Lin Mo finished his reply and then said. From what Wang Changsheng said, you want to cooperate with us? Yes. We have a total of 52 people. They are all very diligent ordinary disciples. So I hope that you, the walled city lord, can reduce their protection fee to 30%. The woman pleaded. 30% is no problem. Lin Mo directly agreed to the other party's request. To the side, Wang Changsheng was a bit surprised. It's not like adults to be so quick-witted in any way. Really? Thank you so much then. The woman was very pleased. You're welcome, but can I ask your name? Lin Mo opened his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, the woman said, My name is Bai Ro, Bai Zhou. Lin Mo had to feel that the other party could pretend even more than himself. Good. From today onwards we are partners. If there are any more disorderly people looking for trouble from you, though, you can come to the Devil Wind Walled City to look for me. Lin Mo opened his mouth. Aha, I hope you're not like the other disorderlies. Walled City Lord. Bai Ro left with Wang Changsheng accompanying her after she finished speaking. Once outside, she looked back at the cottage once more. For some reason, she always felt in her heart that the bronze-masked walled city lord was somewhat familiar. It's a pity that the divine sense of the spirit primordial realm can't be externalized yet, or else we could have seen his true face clearly. On the other side, it was only after Lin Mo finished talking with Bai Ro that he finally had a moment to spare. He placed nearly 10 storage bags on a table and began to count up his harvest from this time in the land of disorder. And an incense stick of time passed with this count. Almost 3,200 blue crystal ores. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. In just one day's time, you've earned 32,000 contribution value. If he could keep going like this, it would only take a month for him to gather 1,000,000 contributions and fulfill Moron Liuli's conditions. Even he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought. He would soon be able to return to Green Mountain Town and meet his sister, Lin Yenner. I wonder what Yenner is doing now. Lin Mo's sister's adorable appearance appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. 10,000 years in his previous life, he had spent almost every moment in thoughts and guilt. Although he possesses great power that the world can't imagine, he has been tormented by pain that he can't even save his closest relatives. Now that he had a chance to make amends, he would never let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. Phew! Rimmer took a deep breath and snapped out of his emotions. In addition to the 3,200 blue crystal ores, he had also obtained more than 500 spirit stones as well as quite a few miscellaneous materials. He put away the blue crystal ore all by himself and threw all the other items to Wang Changsheng. I'm going to leave the land of disorder in the next few days, so act cautiously on your own. Lin Mo explained a few sentences and suddenly thought, right, this is a sound transmission note. If something happens you can contact me through this note. He had offended so many people. There was no guarantee that some of them wouldn't come after him in his absence. With the transmission note, he could always know what was going on in the Devil Wind Walled City. After instructing everything, Lin Mo arrived at the teleportation hall in the center of the unordered land. Through the teleportation array here, he re-entered the outside world. After taking off his mask, Lin Mo didn't return to his cave at first. Instead, he went back to the Hall of Affairs to exchange all the blue crystal ore for contribution value. Then only then did he slowly make his way to the peak of the Water Vein Mountain. But just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw a blue-white figure. She stood quietly by the lake. Her body was graceful and ethereal like a fairy painting. Lin Mo walked straight over and said, "How long have you been here?" "From last night until now." Moron Liuli's beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Mo. The breeze whipped around her face. Her black hair and long skirt fluttered, giving off a faint fragrance. Lin Mo lightly babbled, clearly seeing a hint of complaint from Moron Liuli's eyes. It was also true that more than 10 hours had passed from yesterday to this afternoon, and no one who had waited so long would have been happy. "Sorry, I've been a bit busy these past few days drunk on cultivation." Lin Mo scratched the back of his head. "Drunk on cultivation? I have heard that a few days ago you were showing off in the Golden Vein casting room. Went back to the land of disorder yesterday and spent a full day in there." Moron Liuli couldn't help but give Lin Mo a blank look. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen this kind of little woman-like demeanor on the other party. Looks like she's really a little pissed off. "Ha ha, I can't hide my whereabouts from you." Lin Mo snorted and tried to muddle through the matter. "Lin Mo, I've never objected to you doing anything else, but whether it's weapon casting or alchemy, you need the most basic cultivation to support it. Your top priority should be to raise your cultivation as much as possible, rather than fiddling with those side roads. Moreover, tomorrow is the ring challenge match, while you are still at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm cultivation." "Hey!" Moron Liuli stretched out her slender jade fingers and caressed her forehead, feeling very helpless at Lin Mo's lack of progress. She didn't think there was a problem with Lin Mo's talent. It just felt like Lin Mo's mind wasn't used on cultivation at all. "Never mind. Tomorrow you bring my glazed sword with you. It will protect you undefeated until the challenge is over." Moron Liuli really had no choice but to come up with an underhanded move. Rimmer looked at her with some surprise. "The glazed sword that is a 5th grade spirit sword. If I remember correctly, Moron Liuli never left his body in his previous life, and now that he was even willing to bring it to him to use, it caused some ripples to rise slightly in Lin Mo's heart. However, he still shook his head and said, "If you used your sword, wouldn't that still be fraud? As usual, it won't be able to plug those people's languid mouths. Then what should I do? Should I just let me watch you lose?" Moron Liuli couldn't help but say with some anxiety. "Don't worry, I have my own way for tomorrow's challenge." Lin Mo flashed a confident smile. If Xiaoyu hadn't been slacking off, then all the materials he needed should have been bought back as well, and that's what he'll be relying on tomorrow. Chapter 38, Making Spiritual Talismans. Only after Lin Mo gave his 100 assurances did Moron Liuli leave in disbelief. Not long after returning to the cave, Xiaoyu came to his main room. "My lord, the things you ordered before have been done by the slave girl," Xiaoyu said as she took out a storage bag and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took it and opened it. There was a large amount of vermilion sand and yellow paper inside, and all of them were of superior quality, enough to draw thousands of spirit talismans. "Xiaoyu, I only gave you 100 spirit stones. I shouldn't be able to buy so many materials of superior quality, right?" Rimmer wondered. "You can't normally buy them, but you don't know." "My lord, But the slave girl's family is in the town below the 5 Elements Sex Mountain to make a living in spirit talisman materials. That's why the price is affordable. Koyuki smiled and told the truth. So it's like this. Lin Mo nodded, then suddenly wondered again. Right. Then how did you get down the mountain? Disciples of the 5 Elements sect are not allowed to go down the mountain easily. Although the other disciples weren't as demanding as Morone Lioli was of Lin Mo, it was by no means easy to get off the mountain. The slave girl didn't go down the mountain. She just sent an errand boy to deliver a letter to my father, and then asked him to deliver the items to our clan's outer courtyard. Xiao Yu explained. Lin Mo listened to his heart. Send a letter. I wonder if I can write a letter for someone to bring to Yen Air. He kept this matter in his heart, then looked at Xiao Yu and said, Does your father know about your situation in the 5 Elements sect? Of course he knows. He was very happy to hear that I followed you, my lord. Xiao Yu laughed. Is it true that your father doesn't mind? Lin Mo was slightly surprised. As parents, we all want to look forward to our children's success. If you know that your children have become the slaves of others, you should be saddened in your heart. The slave girl's family has been merchants for generations. From the generation of the great ancestor, it was hoped that there would be a spirit cultivator within the family. This long-cherished wish has been passed down to my father's generation without being realized, and it wasn't until I was born that I saw a glimmer of light. I detected a cultivation physique, but it's only the most ordinary 3-spirit body. Originally, I thought I could become a powerful spirit cultivator and change the fate of my family, but when it was so hard to join the 5 Elements sect, only then did I realize the hardship and bloodshed of cultivation. In the 5 Elements sect I was just an outer disciple who was bullied everywhere, and what's worse is that I was also taken in by the brutal Chihan, and if it wasn't for you, my lord, stepping in to save me, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life. That's why you're still the slave girl's savior. My lord, it's an honor for the slave girl to follow you, and my father, he can't thank you enough. Moreover, this cave of yours is rich in spiritual chi, far more than the outer sect by 100 times. It's only been a few days since the slave girl came here and her cultivation has broken through from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank. Xiao Yu spoke slowly, very grateful to Lin Mo. With Lin Mo, she didn't have to worry about being bullied again, and usually, apart from taking care of the cave, she had a large amount of time she could use to cultivate. Lin Mo was silent for a moment after hearing this and said, From now on, you can just call me by my name. How can that be done? If this is known by the sect, the slave girl will definitely be chastised. Xiao Yu exclaimed. Why don't slave girls simply call you Gongzi? A male? As you wish. Lin Mo finished with a wave of his hand and 200 spirit stones fell in front of Xiao Yu, saying, These materials are worth far more than 100 spirit stones. Even if your family does this type of camping, I can't let you suffer. This is nothing. The slave girl took 6 of your yuan lingdan last time. That one is considered precious. Take it if you're told to. Lin Mo ordered. Yes, thank you sir. After letting Xiao Yu leave, Lin Mo took out the materials for drawing spirit talismans. Spirit talisman grades are generally categorized into 4 grades: primary, intermediate, advanced, and immortal. Beginner to intermediate spirit talismans usually only use a few simple materials. For example, yellow paper, vermilion sand as well as charm pens. However, when it came to advanced spirit talismans, they needed to be made from more durable spirit jades. That's why high-level spirit talismans can often be used repeatedly with very impressive power. As for immortal-level spirit talismans, the materials that can produce this level are too rare, and the entire North Sky continent is rare, and the method of making it had been lost, so even Lin Mo had never come into contact with a spirit talisman of that level. But today, he didn't need to draw 2 high-level spirit talismans. Immortal level, high level as well as intermediate level spirit talismans were not his goal. He only needed to draw primary spirit talismans. Lots of primary spirit talismans. Lin Mo first ground the vermilion sand into vermilion ink, and then spread a piece of yellow paper flatly on top of the jade table. He concentrated and lifted his pen, transported his spiritual energy to the tip of the pen, and began to outline on the yellow paper. Everything in the world has its potential. The momentum of heaven and earth, the momentum of nature, the momentum of mountains and rivers, the momentum of the 5 elements, and so on. The ancient primordial spirit symbol masters further created the spirit symbol Tao by copying these potentials between heaven and earth. Lin Mo is now only standing on the shoulders of those who came before him. He stroked his pen like a fly, sketching out the figure of a ball of flame with just a few strokes. The flame was lifelike, as if it had been born out of thin air from the chaos of nothingness, illuminating the darkness of the world. Primary flame spirit talisman. It's done. Lin Mo let out a light breath. What appeared to be just a few simple strokes had consumed nearly a third of the spiritual energy in his body. He hurriedly took out a spirit stone from his storage ring and absorbed it. After a brief replenishment, Rimmer continued to get busy. This time he drew the simplest flame talisman still. He is not looking for quality, only quantity. This was why he had asked Xiaoyu to buy so many materials. It's done again. Only a moment later, Lin Mo had another flame talisman in his hand that was the same as the previous one. He didn't rest and chose to absorb the spirit stones while crafting. And this busyness went on late into the night. Rimmer finally stopped. He stretched his back and looked at the hundreds of flame talismans laid out on the side. The flame charm should be enough. Lin Mo put all the spirit talismans he had made into his storage ring. Then he started making another spirit talisman. This time, it was called the Cold Ice Talisman, and it was also one of the most elementary spirit talismans. With the hot hand from the flame talisman just now, Lin Mo was also familiar with making cold ice talismans. After almost 2 incense sticks of time, he produced over 100 more cold ice talismans. It is followed by the Golden Armor Talisman, the Wooden Spring Talisman, the Earth Yellow Talisman, the Wind Escape Talisman, the Thunder and Lightning Talisman, and so on. By dawn, there were thousands of extra spirit talismans within his storage ring. It was thanks to his chaotic divine body that he was able to make spirit talismans of so many elements. Phew, primary spirit talisman should be about right, Lin Mo murmured. While he still had some time, he wanted to try an extremely difficult intermediate level spirit talisman. The name of the spirit talisman was called the Split Talisman. This kind of talisman uses itself as a potential, and when activated, it can temporarily replicate one of its own doppelgangers. Chapter 39 Selection of Challengers. The strength of the doppelganger depended on the level of the spirit rune master, and would generally be slightly weaker than the self by quite a bit, but it is very useful in the real world. One could imagine that the two people who were originally evenly matched, and the other person suddenly had an extra doppelganger. Wouldn't the situation be reversed in an instant? Even if you were being chased by a high-ranking cultivator, you could use this talisman to create a diversion to confuse the enemy. Of course there were many more uses for this talisman, and Lin Mo hadn't made it for the ring challenge that was soon to come. He was just having a whim and wanted to create a diversion talisman for fun, and it might come in handy in the future. Say it and do it. Lin Mo lifted the talisman brush once again. This time he stared at the blank yellow paper and stared for most of the day. He was visualizing himself in his mind, visualizing the potential that belonged to him. At last he began to move his pen, but it no longer flew as it had earlier. Every stroke Lin Mo landed was incredibly difficult. Sweat began to seep from his forehead, and the spiritual energy in his body was frantically draining away. I can't. The cultivation of the spirit seed is simply too low. There's no way it can withstand this amazing consumption. Lin Mo sighed in his heart and put down the talisman pen in his hand. He had somewhat overestimated himself. Although the separation talisman was only an intermediate spirit talisman, many intermediate spirit talisman masters in the northern sky continent might not be able to produce it. But Lin Mo didn't want to admit defeat. The power of the demon seed cannot be utilized. Otherwise the demonic chi will stain the spirit talisman with the risk of exposure. Since that's the case, there's only one way out. Lin Mo took out a bottle of elixir from his storage ring. Inside was none other than the spirit elemental pill suitable for spirit primordial realm cultivators. When Moron Lioli gave him 2 bottles, he backhandedly took one and gave it to Xiaoyu. There were 6 in the remaining bottle, and he never got around to taking them. And then the newcomer trials rewarded 3 more, counting all together. He had a total of 9 spirit elemental pills. Lin Mo first directly took 3 spiritual yuan pills. This scene would have shocked outsiders if they had seen it. The average person would be careful when taking pills, and had yet to see any spirit primordial realm cultivator who dared to eat spirit elemental dan as if it were a sugar bean. After all, like this to enhance the cultivation of the elixir of the general contains a great deal of energy. Indiscriminately taking the light as the meridians are broken. The heavy is the risk of bursting in death. In fact Lin Mo also felt a swelling pain inside his body. The spirit pill instantly melted in his mouth and quickly exploded within his body, creating a powerful storm of spiritual energy. This aura was simply too huge, like a raging river, running from the meridians to the dantian in an almost frantic manner. Luckily, Lin Mo still had the 2 hungry beasts, the demon seed and the spirit seed, within his dantian. They immediately became active, rapidly absorbing the aura that poured into the dantian, especially the demon seed, which had a far greater appetite than the spirit seed. It had sucked up 2.5 of the 3 spiritual yuan dan's energy alone, but it still looked like it hadn't had enough. Lin Mo's face went black. You've got a big appetite, but this isn't for you, Lin Mo said, temporarily sealing the devil seed. He then proceeded to take 3 more spirit elemental pills, and this time, without the demon seed messing up, the spirit seed absorbed very smoothly. After a small half-incense burner, the medicinal power of these 3 spirit elemental pills gradually dissipated. Not enough. Still a little short. Lin Mo didn't expect that even a spirit seed breakthrough would be so difficult. He could only swallow the last 3 spirit elemental pills as well. As the sky gradually glowed, a morning bell rang out, echoing between the peaks of the various veins. Lin Mo finally broke through the spirit seed to the second stage of the spirit primordial realm in the last hour, and then after experiencing a failure managed to create a diversionary talisman. Putting everything into his storage ring, Lin Mo donned the purple robe that symbolized the identity of a protodisciple. When he slowly arrived at the Middle Peak Plaza, he realized that a huge ring had been set up here at some point, and around the ring, it had long been overcrowded. Just when Lin Mo thought that he was the main character today and should be making his debut soon, instead, he heard someone off to the side making small talk. Did you hear? Due to the sheer number of participants in the challenge, the clan decided that they would have to select the challengers through a competition first. What? How did this rule come about? People, Lin Mo hasn't even made a move yet, but we people are fighting first instead. Yeah, what a thing. Some people couldn't help but sputter. Lin Mo was also quite speechless when he heard this from behind the crowd. Does this mean that there are too many people who want to beat themselves up and have to go through layers of selection? He. Defeating Lin Mo will get you 1,000 spirit stones. How can you take this reward so easily? The one who spoke first couldn't help but heave a smile. 1,000 spirit stones. And the opponent was still just a rookie disciple at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm. Where can you find such a good thing? That's why they were dumbfounded when they got here. There are so many people who think the same way they do. Rimmer couldn't help but yawn. I drew a spiritual talisman all night yesterday, and I should have known better than to come back later. He found a quiet corner and then, bored out of his mind, began to wait. Soon, amidst a clamor, when Xiaotian ascended to the head seat of the distant viewing platform, following closely behind were Gold Vein Peak Master Yun Jingyan, Wood Vein Peak Master Tan Beer, as well as Morong Lioli and Gut Song Yun and Earth Vein Peak Master Huang Chao. After they took the stage, Lin Mo also saw quite a few familiar faces, sometimes Yao, Lu Yi, Han Ming, and Yun Rin. At this moment, Yun Rin actually used a black cloth to cover her face, hiding furtively in a corner, her eyes looking around with some vigilance. Lin Mo thought about that bet he had made with the other party, and a hint of bad taste rose in his heart. He deliberately walked over in Yun Rin's direction. Not long after he left, 2 young men also came to the square. As they appeared, the eyes of the surrounding disciples showed fear, and the originally crowded crowd actually took the initiative to make a path. Brother Chao, your infamy is truly well deserved. Each and every one of these people is as exaggerated as a mouse seeing a cat when they see you. The youth in white clothes said to the rough-looking youth surnamed Chao on the side. Humph, Zhao Deluxe, don't talk about this nonsense. You said to me earlier that as long as you defeat a rookie disciple in this ring you'll get 1,000 spirit stones. Is this matter true? The youth surnamed Chao asked. He was naturally Chao Tian, who had been defeated by Lin Mo in the Land of Delusion. Due to the fact that his injuries had not yet healed, in addition to the fact that his hands were a bit tight recently, he was forced to try to earn some spirit stones to purchase healing pills. Of course it's true. I heard that newcomer is still the Water Vein's personal disciple of this term, but due to his qualifications being so poor, he only has a spirit primordial realm first stage cultivation even after consuming a lot of resources. Zhao Deluxe laughed. What? Spirit primordial realm first stage? Chao Tian trembled. What? Does Brother Chao not even have confidence in himself here? Zhao Deluxe said in disbelief. No, just surprised. Surprised. Chao Tian's face smiled unnaturally. Chapter 40, Learning to Bark. Damn it, isn't the guy wearing the ghost face mask in the Land of Disorder also at the first stage of the spirit primordial realm? They can't both be the same person, can they? Chao Tian said with some worry in his heart. He remembered the man's power. He himself was as unbeatable as a weak chicken in the hands of the other party. Whatever. If the situation is not right then it's not too late to retreat, Chao Tian said darkly. The other side. Yun Rin was secretly squatting in a corner of the square. He covered his face with a black cloth and his eyes looked left and right, as if he was afraid of being spotted by someone. Lin Mo. Ah Lin Mo. You caused me to lose face in the casting room. Today I will also watch you disgrace yourself in front of everyone. Yun Rin whispered in indignation. But just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Who is it? Get out of here. Yun Rin impatiently shook off the hand behind him as his gaze continued to wander around the ring, searching for Lin Mo's figure, but the hand behind him restlessly rested on his shoulder again. Are you bored? Yun Rin turned his head, only to realize that the person he had been searching for was actually behind him. His face stiffened. When did you show up? He had an expression like he had seen a ghost. Lin Mo stood with his arms folded, looking down at Yun Rin from above, and said, learn to bark like a dog. He was shy about words and didn't want to bull *******. Yun Rin's expression was mortified, and at this point, she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. He somewhat regretted why he had made such a bet with the other party at that time. Come on, if you don't scream, I'm going to call someone. Rimmer made a move to yell at the people around him. Don't. I'll scream alright. Woof. Woof. Yun Rin screamed a few words in a mosquito murmur that could almost only be heard by himself, before he was so ashamed that he left as if he had fled. Lin Mo revealed a small smile of satisfaction. Passed the time with Cloud Rin for a while. When he raised his head, he then realized that Moron Lioli and the others on the viewing platform were actually looking at him. Rimmer gave them a coy smile. This one gave the Golden Vein Peak Master Yin Jingyan a great deal of anger. Senior sister. This son is just too much. Gu Yun also couldn't help but say, yes, where is this kind of humiliation? Yun Rin is senior brother's nephew. Wouldn't having him learn to bark like a dog be a metaphor for the fact that senior brother is also a dog? It was better if he didn't say this. But Yun Jingyan's face darkened even more after he said it. Senior brother's words are a bit strong. As far as I know, this is nothing more than a bet between them. So why bring it up and create an issue? Moron Lioli defended to Lin Mo. Alright, all stop arguing. Patriarch Wen Xiaotian stopped a few people. He said to one of the deacon elders below, the auditions can begin. The elders sniffed and saluted. Then to the entire square was a loud shout. Silence. His voice carried a powerful pressure, causing the hearts and minds of all the disciples below to be revitalized. The challenge audition is about to open. Now those who wish to participate walk up to the ring immediately. As his words fell, the square instantly emptied. Instead, the center ring was crowded with hundreds of people. This audition adopts the simplest elimination system, with a limit of 1 incense burner. Those who can still remain in the ring after 1 incense burner will be qualified to challenge Lin Mo. By the way, this selection contest is meant to be a sparring match, so don't be too heavy-handed. If it is discovered, it will be severely punished. After the elder made the announcement, he lit a long incense burner and inserted it into the ash furnace on the side. A weaker disciple felt that there was some injustice, but before he could open his mouth, he was blown out of the ring by another rough-looking man beside him. Brother Chow really did strike fast and hard. Mr. Zhao is ashamed of himself. Zhao Deluxe teased from the sidelines. Cut the crap and hurry up and throw these obstructive mongrels down first. Chow Tian coldly said. There's no rush. This challenge is limited to disciples below the Spirit Sea realm. With less of those perverts, 1,000 spirit stones will be in my pocket. As I see it, why don't we join forces to drive the other high-ranked disciples down first? Okay, just do as you say. The two hit it off so well that they actually joined forces. The two of them were already strong on the field, and when they joined forces, they were unstoppable. Everyone is afraid of it. Soon a blank area formed around the two of them, and on the other side, a woman of stunning beauty was standing quietly in the corner of the ring, undisturbed. She was none other than the Fire Vein's own disciple, Shi Yao. Putting aside her identity and strength, just by looking at her compassionate face like a fairy in the 9 heavens, no male disciple would be willing to take a shot at her. The ring was in full swing, and in the corner below the ring, Lin Mo sat on the ground with his legs half-crossed. He still had a dogwood in his mouth that he had pulled from somewhere and couldn't help but yawn again. But just then, someone suddenly covered his eyes with their hands from behind. He, guess who I am? The visitor said as he attached himself to his ear. Don't want to guess. Lin Mo's voice was very lazy. Che, you're so boring. Louis E loosened her hands and sat down beside Lin Mo without caring about her image. That said, even Shi Yao participated. Don't you want that 1,000 spirit stones? Idle as he was, Lin Mo took the initiative to ask. Sister Shi Yao was also forced by her master, and my master would never force me to do things I don't like. Moreover, I am the princess of the Great Summer Kingdom. How would I lack that bit of spirit stone? Yui Lu revealed. Who are you looking down on? Look. Just you. Princess? Lin Mo turned his head, somewhat surprised, and sized up Louis E from head to tail. Louis E stroked her hair temples and carefully organized her attire, sitting up straight demurely and said, What? Don't I have the temperament of a princess? The princess's temperament isn't visible, but she has a wild girl's energy. Lin Mo commented. You call me a wild girl? Lin Mo, are you blind? Have you no appreciation of vision? Louis E revealed her sharp little tiger teeth, her gaze fierce, itching to give Lin Mo a bite right now. Rimmer ignored her. In his mind, he was thinking, the Great Summer Kingdom is not simple. If Yui Lu was the princess of that country, how could she run away to the 5 Elements sect to cultivate? Louis E sulked alone for a while. She looked at Shi Yao on the stage, her big eyes dripping. Then he asked again. Then who do you think is more of a princess compared to Sister Shi Yao and I? Lin Mo glanced at her lightly. Why do you always like to ask questions knowingly? Lin Mo. What do you mean? Louis Yi stood up and crossed her arms, defiantly saying, "Isn't she just that? A little bit bigger than me there? I'm still a year younger than her. I definitely won't lose her in the future." She held her head up, but her bottom was clearly a little short. Chapter 41, Drawing of Lots. You're only a year younger than her, but she's more than a little older than you. Not waiting for Louis Yi to retort, Lin Mo continued to strike. And people sure Yao is more dignified than you, more gentle than you, more quiet than you. What do you take other than similar looks to compare with her? Louis Yi's small mouth slightly opened, being so exasperated that she didn't know how to speak. Lin Mo. You big asshole. I shouldn't have given up on signing up and missed the chance to beat you to a dog's head in the ring. Louis Yi waved her small fists at Lin Mo, then she turned around and left in a very angry manner. Lin Mo looked at her back and murmured, "This little ninny won't really be angry, right? But it was good, so that she wouldn't always like to come and disturb herself." An incense stick of time quickly passed. Time. With another loud bellow from that elder, the selection contest officially ended. There were only 30 disciples left in the ring at the moment, and Shi Yao, Chao Tian, and Zhao Zhao were among them without any surprise. Lin Mo. You go on stage too. When Xiao Tian stood up and spoke to Lin Mo in the distance, his voice wasn't too loud or small, but it fell very clearly on everyone's ears. Is it finally my turn? Lin Mo stood up and walked towards the ring, meeting everyone's gaze. He's Rimmer? It looks plain as day. Yes, but it seems like the aura on his body isn't Spirit Primordial Realm first stage, but second stage. What's the difference between first and second rank? They're all just ants that can be slapped to death with a wave of the hand. I'm at a loss to understand why the clan has initiated this challenge. Many of the old disciples had heard of Lin Mo's great name long ago though, but this is the first time I've seen a real person. Chao Tian hadn't taken his eyes off Lin Mo since the moment he appeared. The figure is somewhat similar, but the aura is very ordinary, completely different from the feeling that person gave me. Chao Tian's heart let out a slight sigh of relief. He felt a little sketchy. Lin Mo finally made it to the ring. As she passed by Shi Yao, she only lowered her head in some embarrassment and said in a very small voice, "Lin Mo. I'm sorry." Lin Mo was stunned and looked at her but didn't say anything. At this moment, the gazes of Wen Xiaotian and the Five Veins Peak Masters on the viewing platform also all fell on Lin Mo. The reason why they are gathered here today and pay so much attention to a small ring tournament is because today's fight does not lie entirely with Lin Mo. Instead, it was a battle between Moron Lioli and Wen Xiaotian and 5 others. If Lin Mo was just a pro-disciple, he wouldn't have caused such a commotion today, but on the contrary, Moron Lioli was determined to cultivate Lin Mo as a water vein saint son, and that was what caused them to pay attention. Moron Lioli was naturally aware of this. There was some relief in her heart when she felt the cultivation level of the second stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm in Lin Mo's body, but then a sigh immediately followed. Who among those 30 disciples selected in the ring didn't have a cultivation level several steps higher than Lin Mo? Even Shi Yao, who was also a rookie disciple, had already reached the peak of the 5th rank, despite what Limmer said yesterday about having his own way. However, Moron Lioli couldn't see his chances of winning at all. She only hoped that Lin Mo wouldn't lose too badly. Then she would still have a way to continue circling around. Since they're all ready, let's start drawing lots. The original elder carried a golden box to Lin Mo and the others. Inside this box are sign cards from 1 to 30. Whoever draws number 1 has the qualification to be the first to challenge, and so on in descending order. As this elder announced the challenge rules, many people immediately complained. Come on, according to this, it's all about luck. Yeah, whoever draws number 1 will get that 1,000 spirit stones reward. In their hearts, Lin Mo was untouchable. After all, who is present is not 7, 8 or even 9 orders of cultivation. To deal with a mere second order Lin Mo that is not a handful? At the moment even Lin Mo himself was a bit dissatisfied with this rule. 30 people? Doesn't that mean he'll be challenged 30 times alone? Can't they all go together? How long will it take to fight? Rimmer sighed. He had too much to do to waste time here, but his displeasure won't change the rules that have already been set. As the crowd finished drawing lots, the order of challenges was announced. The one whose signature was number 1 was a young man at the 7th stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm. He was small and thin, and his narrow eyes made his whole person look thieving. Damn, it's actually this yellow rat guy. Chow, let him give traitorous luck. Many people have cursed, and Weasel himself couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smile excitedly. 1,000 spirit stones, it's all mine. He came before Lin Mo in the envious eyes of the crowd. Kid, for the sake of your identity as a pro-disciple I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. The yellow rat said to Lin Mo with great contempt. You might as well cut the crap. Rimmer just wants to make it quick. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. The yellow rat Jia smiled. followed by the body around the body even suddenly appeared in the sky of yellow sand. His figure disappeared into the yellow sand, and when he reappeared he actually came behind Lin Mo. Get off your ass. He raised his fist and blasted at Lin Mo's back, but who knew that just then? A bolt of fire came at him head on. He couldn't dodge in time and was instantly engulfed in flames. Ah! He rolled on the ground in pain, and it took him a dozen seconds to extinguish the flames from his clothes and hair. This scene happened so fast that many people didn't see how Yellow Rat fell. What was that he cast just now? Could it be a fireball spell? Impossible. How can he, a water vein disciple, learn fire vein spells? And it's impossible for a fireball spell to be this powerful. Many people are very puzzled. And on the distant viewing platform, when Xiaotian and a group of peak masters turned their gazes all the way to Moronlioli, elementary flame talisman. Senior sister, can it be that this is another fraudulent tactic you prepared for him? Gu Tsongyun couldn't help but ask. Moronlioli just recovered from her surprise and said expressionlessly after a moment of silence. Senior brother, what do you take me for? Humph. Last time the newcomer trial you couldn't wait to send the reward directly to him. Gu Tsongyun was very dissatisfied. Moronlioli immediately replied back. Let's leave the last time aside. Today with Patriarch senior brother present, would I go and move a stone to stone my own feet? Seeing his senior sister's evasive look, Gu Tsongyun was also a bit dumbfounded. I don't know since when. My own senior sister has become much more articulate. Alright, just a few elementary spirit talismans. Not enough to worry about. When Xiaotian helplessly stopped the two from arguing again. In his opinion, the primary spirit talisman could only serve as a surprise, and its impact on the entire situation would be minimal. Chapter 42. Where did he get so many spirit talismans? The weasel extinguished the flames on his body. His hair and eyebrows were burned to a crisp. The messy look caused the crowd to laugh and cry. Kid, you forced my hand. The yellow rat felt that he had lost all his face, and in his rage he used his full strength. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, they only saw Yellow Mouse take out several storage bags and start dumping a large amount of yellow sand onto the ring floor. What? What kind of trick is this? The crowd was very confused. There it is again. However, Chao Tian and Zhao Delusion couldn't help but have their mouths twitch. Lin Mo was also a bit curious and didn't make the first move. So before long, the entire ring was covered with a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow rat was delighted for a moment, and then he actually drilled into the yellow sandy ground under the dumbfounded gazes of quite a few people, disappearing in front of everyone. Lin Mo was a bit speechless. He wasn't sure exactly what he was expecting. It's the first time I've seen someone who has to lay a layer of yellow sand on the ground before fighting. Yellow Rat is an Earth Vein disciple, right? This fighting style is too heaven-defying, isn't it? This is also the first time I've seen this kind of move that still needs to be set up in advance. Yeah, well, it's a good thing we're not Earth Chakra disciples. The words of the crowd fell on the ears of Earth Vein Peak Master Huang Chao. He couldn't help but stand up for the Earth Vein with a dark face. What this son has learned is my Earth Vein's yellow sand skill, which can be practiced to the point that it can be used to walk like a flat surface underneath the Earth's floor for 100 feet. In his case, it is purely because he did not learn the art well that he took the wrong path. Seeing that it was Huang Chao who spoke, the crowd immediately dared not speak again. However, in their hearts, they felt that even if that yellow sand skill was practiced to the level of Mahayana, it would still be nothing more than a groundhog. On the other hand, the yellow rat was still not the slightest bit aware that his behavior had shamed the Earth Pulse. Humph, with the yellow sand as cover, I'll see how you can still burn me. His voice came from the ground with a hint of smugness. Yes? Lin Mo smiled slightly. The yellow sand was indeed resistant to heat, and the flame charm couldn't do anything to him. But, quantitative changes in anything cause qualitative changes. Lin Mo directly pulled out 50 flame talismans, then blasted the yellow sand on the ground. In an instant the flames churned and the entire yellow sand was turned into a sea of fire. The scene stunned the crowd. I finally saw it clearly. That wasn't a fireball spell he had. It was a spirit talisman. What? Spirit talisman? Where did he get so many spirit talismans? At this moment, even the few people on the viewing platform were surprised. This son has so many spirit talismans. It looks like Yellow Rat is going to lose. Tan Bottle sighed, when Xiaotian frowned but did not speak. However, Gu Tsongyun was not going to let him off the hook. Senior brother, didn't you just say that a mere few spirit talismans were not enough to worry about? Gu Tsongyun skimmed his lips and asked. I didn't think he'd have that much either. When Xiaotian lost some ground, the price of a normal spirit talisman can be very expensive. Don't look down on a small flame talisman. If you take it to the spirit market it can be sold for dozens of spirit stones. Therefore, the most a new disciple could do was to buy a few spirit talismans for self-defense. And it was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Mo who could not move without pulling out 50 spirit talismans. Senior sister, Is this matter really not your doing? When Xiaotian stared at Morong Lioli, and a trace of doubt could not help but appear in his eyes. Morong Lioli shook her head with some shock. I do know that he told his subordinates to buy a bunch of yellow paper and vermilion sand, but I know nothing about the matter of spiritual talismans. Yellow paper? Vermilion sand? Senior sister, you don't mean to say that he refined these flame talismans by himself, do you? Gu Songyun heard the meaning Morong Lioli was trying to channel in her words. That's right. Morong Lioli nodded. Ridiculous. The rune Dao is profound and mysterious. How can he be able to comprehend it just by being a brat? Golden Vein Peak Master Yun Jingyan thought it was a pipe dream. Senior brother Yun, don't forget. It was the brat you're talking about who refined the perfect Xian iron artifact embryo in your Golden Vein a few days ago, breaking the clan's record for the rookie artifact casting ranking ever. It seemed impossible to you before, but he did it. And now how do you know that Rimmer can't do what you likewise think is impossible? Morong Lioli forcefully argued and opened her mouth unhurriedly. Yun Jingyan was rendered speechless. Gold Vein newcomer casting list was taken away by a Water Vein disciple is a very shameful thing, but I don't want to be here by the senior sister to rehash the old story. Alright, for the time being, let's just say he refined it. But there are still 29 disciples behind us. He can't possibly defeat all of them with just a flame talisman. When Xiaotian signaled the crowd to continue reading. At this moment, the fire in the ring was getting stronger, and the yellow sand on the ground was gradually showing a tendency to melt. The weasels hiding in the ground were like buns in a steamer basket, all simmering. He couldn't stand the heat and leapt out of the yellow sand. Without waiting for him to stabilize his body, he was greeted by another flaming spirit talisman. The weasel was on fire. Even his clothes were burned to the ground. He rolled and jumped out of the ring, his mouth still screaming in agony as he did so. Surrender! I surrender! He reeked of a roasted odor, and with a puff of black smoke, he passed through the crowd in the square and plunged headlong into a lotus root pond. Useless thing. Huang Chao, the Earth Vein Peak Master on the observation platform, couldn't help but snort coldly. The elder on the stage extinguished the flames on the ring with a wave of his hand before announcing, "First challenge. Lin Mo wins." The crowd didn't expect the Spirit Primordial Realm's 7th-ranked Yellow Rat to lose to the 2nd-ranked Lin Mo just like that, but while it was surprising, it also gave a lot of people hope. After all, as long as Lin Mo didn't lose, then they still had a chance to get that 1,000 spirit stones. The one who was most excited was the disciple whose signature was number 2. He happily jumped into the ring and came in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, the yellow rat is afraid of your flame talisman, but I'm not. Saying that, he strangled his hands and a thick transparent water shield actually condensed around his body. It's this kid Lu Yu. He's a water vein disciple just like Lin Mo. Someone told who he was. And on the viewing platform, Gu Songyun and the others' eyes immediately lit up. Senior sister, it seems that we still have to rely on you water vein disciples. Gu Songyun laughed. Morong Lioli frowned and couldn't help but worry. Lu Yu had the protection of a water shield, and Lin Mo's flame spirit talisman was feared to be ineffective. And at this point above the ring, Lin Mo's face was a bit strange as he said to Lu Yu, "Are you serious about this?" "Of course it's serious. If you can't break this water shield of mine, get the hell out of the ring," Lu Yu said very proudly. "In that case, don't blame me." Lin Mo pulled out a spirit talisman with lightning drawn on it with his backhand. "Not good. That's a lightning spirit talisman." Gu Songyun on the viewing platform couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 43, 3 victories in 3 battles. At this time, Lu Yu had not realized the danger in the slightest. He thought that Lin Mo still had the flame spirit talisman in his hand and was screaming, "Come on! I want to see how powerful your flames can be." Lin Mo smiled faintly and didn't be polite anymore. He activated the lightning talisman in his hand and then threw it directly towards Lu Yu. The thunder talisman began to release countless tiny arcs of electricity in midair, converging into a silver-colored ball of thunder before colliding with the water shield. Instantly the thunder ball exploded and countless silver arcs of electricity fell on Lu Yu's body through the conductivity of the water. At that moment, Lu Yu's long hair stood upside down, his eyes turned white, and his mouth spit out a large amount of white foam. He fell stiffly to the ground with a thud and was still twitching. The crowd did not expect Lu Yu to lose so dramatically. How did he still have a lightning spirit talisman? Needless to say, this is bound to be prepared for him by Morong Peak Master. Well, that's just not fair, is it, Che? Or else you think they're only at the 2nd stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm really standing around for you to beat them up? The sound of the discussion below was small, but how could it be hidden from the ears of Wen Xiaotian and the others? Senior sister, even if he can refine a flame talisman, what is the explanation for this lightning talisman? Gu Songyun questioned. The Thunderbolt talisman was far more difficult to create than the flame talisman. Moreover, lightning belonged to a foreign element, and generally speaking, Only a few spirit rune masters with a lightning physique could make them. Lin Mo has a mishmash of 5 elements and has always been known by you guys as the 5 elements waste physique. So how do you all know that he doesn't have a lightning physique? Moron Lioli said very calmly. Gu Song Yoon was a bit speechless. If we go by your words, senior sister, your disciple is still a genius with multiple elements? Moron Lioli was silent for a moment, then said with great certainty, he has always been a genius. When she said this, she couldn't help but think of Lin Mo's previous life when he was in the 5 elements sect. He was so unappreciated. Even he himself is too narrow-sighted to see the sparkle in him. So much so that he was mercilessly buried when he clearly had so much talent. Moron Lioli's heart momentarily welled up with deep self-blame. Would Vane Peak Master Tan Beer also lamented at this moment? Yes, being able to cast a perfect Xian iron weapon embryo, as well as being able to make flame talismans and thunder talismans, in addition to not being able to do anything in terms of cultivation, other than being called a genius is well deserved. Gu Song Yoon was speechless after hearing this. The crowd turns their attention back to the ring. At this time, Lu Yu is still on the ground convulsing, foaming and spitting wildly. Hurry up and drag him down. When Xiao Tian ordered. Yes, that elder waved his hand and summoned 2 deacons to bring Lu Yu down to the ring. With his departure, the second challenge ended with another win for Lin Mo. The one who drew number 3 was a female disciple at the 7th stage of the spirit primordial realm. She had neither the means to deal with the flame talisman nor could she help the thunderbolt talisman. And when she thought of the miserable state of the yellow rat and Lu Yu, she became very panicked in her heart. I concede. She trembled as she walked down to the ring, preferring to pass up this great opportunity. Immediately thereafter actually followed several others like her who chose to give up. You don't dare. Let me do it. It was all the way down to the 10th sign when someone finally stood up. It's Golden Vein disciple Xing Kuan. Someone was surprised. This was a youth of the 8th stage of the spirit primordial realm. He wore the blue inner disciple costume and came before Lin Mo without fear. I heard that you made a scene in our casting room a few days ago, causing our Golden Vein to lose face, so I'll be the one to teach you a lesson today. When Xing Kuan said that, he actually summoned a wolf-shaped beast about 3 feet tall in the ring. This is actually a copper armor beast. Many disciples under the field revealed shocked expressions. Even the 2 of them, Chao Tian and Zhao Delusion, stared wide-eyed. The copper armor beast originated from the Golden Vein's untold secret technique. The puppet armor technique. There are 3 stages to this art. Bronze armor, silver armor and gold armor. Don't look at the fact that this was only the most elementary copper armored beast in front of them, but I'm afraid that Xing Kuan's strength with its assistance was already no less than the 2 of them. Senior brother Xing Kuan actually did cast the copper armored beast. That Lin Mo definitely won't have a good time now. Some of the Golden Vein disciples watching the battle were agitated, waiting to see what Lin Mo would do. While Lin Mo looked at the copper-armored beast in front of him that required him to raise his head and look up, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So this is what you're relying on. So what if it is? You'll see how powerful it is later. Xing Kuan finished speaking, then climbed into the body of the bronze-armored beast in front of everyone. Not long after, the copper-armored beast even looked up to the sky and let out a low, hoarse roar. Immediately after that it moved, its bulky body lunging towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo casually threw dozens of flame talismans when he saw this. It's useless. This copper armor beast of mine is made of special materials. Ordinary flames can't hurt it at all. Xing Kuan's mocking voice came out from the bronze-armored beast. Then the copper-armored beast was really fearless of the flames and rushed out from the sea of fire. Lin Mo casually threw out dozens more lightning talismans. Seeing this appearance of his spirit talisman not costing him any money, many disciples were envious and jealous and at the same time couldn't help but curse the loser. But even so, the copper-armored beast remained unharmed. I forgot to tell you, a puppet armor made of metal material like this one has long since set up an isolation array in the control bin. Lightning is ineffective against me. Xing Kuan's laughter grew wilder. Oh, then I'll let you try this. Lin Mo was too lazy to continue playing with him. He casually flung out a few dozen more cold ice talismans. The surface of the copper-armored beast was already like a red-hot iron after the flames had scorched it, and with the large amount of cold air released from the cold ice talisman, the temperature of the copper-armored beast dropped drastically. Under this hot and cold ice and fire, the copper-armored beast directly stiffened, followed by 4 legs soft paralyzed on the ground. How is this possible? Xing Kuan was incredulous. How could one's proud copper-armored beast be so unbeatable? He escaped from the maneuvering bin, but he was greeted by a silver arc of lightning. Ah! He screamed miserably and ended up in the same situation as Lu Yu in a split second. Lin Mo had won 3 times in 3 battles, and many of the people at the scene were already looking at him with fear in their eyes. And just then, a pleasant voice came from the stage. Lin Mo, I've come to fight you. A young girl was seen coming to the ring with a light step. She stood with her zither, her body slender. Long hair fluttered with the wind, gently brushing the tender skin at the collarbone like white jade congealed fat. At this moment, her beauty was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world, attracting the gazes of the vast majority of male disciples. You? Lin Mo looked across at Xiao, a hint of skepticism appearing on his face. The result of this fight will be counted as my loss no matter what, but you and I are both new disciples. I still wish to compete with you in a square match. Chapter 44, The Four Masters of the Piano. Is this all about you? Rimmer asked. Xiao's gaze a little averted, subconsciously glanced at the viewing platform, then sighed. Half of it is what I meant. Half of it comes from others. In that case, come on. Lin Mo knew clearly in his heart who the other party was talking about. The others. Today's battle was meant to be a competition for those people. If he couldn't have a real match, even if he won, those people wouldn't let up. To be fair, I will control my cultivation to the same realm as you. Xiao didn't want to bully Lin Mo. There's no need. Just use your full strength. I'll take whatever means you have. Lin Mo calmly said. You really don't know what's good for you, Xiao said with some anger. He was doing it all for him, but he didn't appreciate it. In that case, I won't hold back, Xiao said and sat down cross-legged in place. This zither sound of mine only has one stance at the moment. You and I will split the winners and losers after one stance. She placed the blue 7-string zither in her hands flatly on her legs, then stretched out her slender jade fingers to pluck the first string. Clank! A clear and melodious zither sound resounded in all directions. The sound of the aftermath has led to many people being mesmerized. However, Lin Mo felt a biting attack in the pleasant-sounding zither of others. Could this be the four greats of the zither path? The rest of the people on the viewing platform, except Gu Tsong-yun, stood up in shock. That's right. It's precisely the zither Dao inheritance left behind by our Fire Vein's first peak master. Gu Tsong-yun stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth and replied rather proudly. No one has comprehended the four secrets of the Qin Dao for thousands of years. I can't imagine that this girl is so talented, Tan Bottle said in some awe. Even when Xiaotian couldn't help but be curious. The four absolutes of the zither Dao are divided into 4 chapters. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and I wonder which chapter she has comprehended. At the moment above the ring, Lin Mo stood still for a moment. With the sound of the zither, it was as if he was in a hot summer day, scorched by the fiery sun. Clank! As the zither continued to raise its tone, the melodious and gentle melody became agitated. And the next moment, Lin Mo again seemed to be in an endless desert. He became a weary desert traveler, trudging along in the hot sun. The yellow sand under his feet was loose and hot, and every step was like stepping on coals of fire. His lips were dry and cracked, and it was as if a fire was burning in his throat, longing to be moisturized by fresh water. But the endless desert made him despair. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless yellow sand and a rolling sky. Not a trace of green, not a hint of hope. As time passed, his pace became heavier and his body gradually lost its strength. Clank! The sound of the zither turned once again, the high melody slipping all the way down, becoming gradually calmer and lower. It's like a falling song, to pray for that traveler in the desert. As the song came to an end, Xiao stopped her hands, her beautiful eyes calmly looking towards Lin Mo in the distance. A very good zither sound, but it's a pity that the attainment is still a bit shallow. Lin Mo opened his eyes and sighed heartily. In his previous life, he had fought with a zither saint, and the other party's zither sound was able to resonate with heaven and earth, incorporating all things into it. When a string is struck, the heavens quake and all things symphony. When the second string comes out, heaven and earth perish, and all things wither. Although Xiao could not reach such a state, it was rare for him to be able to transform the world with his voice. If Lin Mo hadn't been reborn, his mind would have been unbreakable. Just now, I'm afraid that he had already collapsed in the middle of the other party's zither realm. I lost. Xiao's beautiful eyes dimmed a bit. She stood up and bowed in the direction of the viewing platform. Disciple has not learned her art well. I have disgraced my master. After saying that, she walked out of the ring with the blue xylophone in her arms, and then left the square straight away. This kid is actually unaffected by the sound of the zither. Gu Tsong-yun had some difficulty believing it. He originally had high hopes for Xiao, thinking that she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Mo. But who knew it would turn out like this? When Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Mo over and over again, but he never saw any clues. Only Moron Lioli's face showed a hint of delight. Lin Mo had already surprised her several times today. In this battle, Lin Mo wins. After announcing it on the stage, the elder shouted to the remaining dozen or so challengers again. Who else among you would like to come up to the stage to challenge? The people on the stage looked at me and I looked at you, all hesitant. It wasn't until the 23rd that someone stepped forward. It's Zhao Zhao. As one of only 2 strong spirit primordial realm 9th steps among the many challengers, His appearance drew the attention of many people. TSK, 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 I didn't think I'd get a chance to play. Zhao Deluxe laughed happily. He originally thought that he had no chance to challenge the signing number, but who would have thought that there would be such a series of changes? Brother Zhao, slow down. Chao Tian suddenly called out to Zhao Deluxe, who was preparing to go on stage. Why? What's the matter with Brother Chao? Zhao Deluxe stopped and looked at Chao Tian with a puzzled expression. Brother Zhao, can you let me have your chance to challenge you this time? As if I owe you a favor. Chao Tian pleaded. He was in dire need of spirit stones. Otherwise he wouldn't have begged so easily. This, Zhao Delu was a little embarrassed. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to agree, Chao Tian hurriedly promised, when I defeat this person, you and I will split the spirit stones in half. In that case, it's a deal. Zhao Deluxe hesitated for a moment before nodding. You don't have to go on stage to fight, but you can also get half of the spirit stones. Moreover, Chao Tian had to owe him an extra favor, so it was a surefire business no matter how you looked at it. So he said to the elders on the stage, I abstain. That elder and the others were a bit surprised. An expert like Zhao Deluxe even abstained? Could it be that no one could beat Lin Mo, who was only at the second stage of the spirit primordial realm? Just as many people were worried, they realized that number 24 was actually Chao Tian. This was a fierce man who was even more ferocious than Zhao Deluxe. I've heard that he spends a lot of time in the land of disorder, and that there are few people under the spirit sea realm who are his rivals. With Chao Tian's hand, this son Lin Mo will surely lose. That's for sure. Even if he has more spirit talismans, he's still unbeatable in front of absolute strength. Senior sister, it seems that Lin Mo will ultimately lose to your water vein itself. Even Gu Tsongyun and the others had high hopes for Chao Tian at this moment. And just as they were discussing, Lin Mo yawned with some 100% boredom when he saw that there was a delay in the challenge. He pulled out a large slab and tossed it around in his right hand for fun. And at the bottom of the stage, Zhao Delu didn't forget to exhort Chao Tian. Brother Chao, then I'll wish you a victory. And don't forget the agreement you and I just made when you're done. Don't worry, I'll be right there. Chao Tian walked towards the ring with immense confidence, but only when he looked up, he saw the big shiny slab tossed in Lin Mo's hand. That's, Chao Tian breathed in, and some not-so-good memories instantly flooded his mind. No good, it's really him. A few days ago that man had swung this slate and killed his Chao Tian Jai, becoming a nightmare he was most unwilling to face. Brother Zhao, I suddenly remembered that there are still clothes hanging outside the cave to be confiscated. So I'll go first. Chapter 45, he's just too strong. Brother Chao, this challenge isn't over yet. What kind of clothes are you going back to collect? Besides, you're a cultivator. A single pure dust technique can take care of it so you don't need to dry your clothes. Zhao Deluxe put a hand on Chao Tian's shoulder and pulled him back again. Brother Zhao, it's urgent. I no longer have the heart to explain. So just let me go. Chao Tian said with great anxiety. He won't be able to leave if he doesn't. But as soon as he turned around he let Zhao Zhao pull back again. No way. Brother Chao, you can't let me down for you. Zhao Yao won't let go. Though I don't know what Chao Tian's sudden fit of nerves was. However, this matter could concern his own huge interests. No matter what, he could not let Chao Tian leave at this moment. Chao Tian saw that Lin Mo's attention had fallen on the two of them, and he impatiently said to Zhao Zhao, if you're a brother, you should hurry up and spread your hands. No, you can't leave if you're a brother. The two of them gave a push and naturally drew the attention of those on the viewing platform. Gu Tsongyun was still counting on Chao Tian to defeat Lin Mo, so how could he let him leave so easily? So he sank his face and uttered a warning. A ring challenge is by no means child's play. Can it be that you can just get on and leave whenever you want? Chao Tian instantly turned into a bitter face after hearing this. All he could do was walk stiffly to the ring. When he arrived in front of Lin Mo, Chao Tian realized that the other party was staring at him with a smirking expression. Oh, hello there. Chao Tian smiled awkwardly. It's you. A hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Seeing that the other party had already recognized him, so Lin Mo had nothing to hide and directly said, are you going to roll down on your own or am I going to send you down? When these words came out, many people present felt that Lin Mo was too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible by relying on a few spirit talismans? Other senior brother Chao Tian is at the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm. He's not much stronger than an 8th stage cultivator. That's right. If it wasn't for Peak Master Morong, what is he? Lin Mo. Senior brother Chao. Go for it. Senior brother Chao. Hurry up and extinguish his arrogance. Chao Tian had an extremely bad reputation, but compared to Lin Mo, he had become a good guy that everyone supported. You guys are killing me. Chao Tian listened to the cheering sounds from below, and his heart was in agony. He was now like a duck being roasted on a fire, feeling up and down. If you don't fight, Gu Song-yoon and the audience on stage won't agree. Fight it. He's going for the kill again. After hesitating for half a day he still said to Lin Mo, since on the whole ring, you and I naturally have to compete. However, you and I are each other's fellow disciples. The process of the competition when try to point to the end, in order to peace. Noisy. Seeing that the other party had been talking nonsense, Lin Mo swung his slate and charged. Chao Tian didn't expect Lin Mo to be so fierce, not even letting him finish his sentence. Say yes to peace and harmony. Chao Tian panicked, and when he was caught off guard, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Mo with a direct slam. Now that Lin Mo's spirit seed had advanced to the second stage, his strength was far greater than before. So even without using the power of the demon seed he could at least fight Chao Tian to a draw. In addition, he also has the second-grade spiritual weapon, so it is very easy for him to take down Chao Tian by surprise. The scene, however, left those watching the battle dumbfounded. This time Lin Mo didn't use a spirit talisman and actually knocked out Chao Tian as well? Shameless! How dare he take advantage of senior brother Chao Tian's inattention to engage in a sneak attack. But next time he definitely won't be that lucky. Many people thought that Chao Tian had been negligent and careless before letting Lin Mo take advantage of him. On the viewing platform, Gu Song-yoon and the others' eyes were all focused on the slate in Lin Mo's hand. Senior sister, that's a second-grade spirit artifact. Don't say it's not a means you prepared for him. Gu Song-yoon doubly couldn't help but open his mouth again. Senior brother, you've wronged me again here. This spirit weapon should have been forged by him. Although Moron Lioli's words were so, even she herself was very surprised. A spirit weapon, or a second-grade spirit weapon. Senior sister, do you think it is appropriate for it to be cast by a new disciple just like this? Gu Song-yoon was on the verge of laughing with anger. It was important to realize that Jun-rin and a bunch of other gold vein rookie disciples were still learning to cast artifact embryos. But this side said that Lin Mo had already built even a second-grade spirit weapon. The level of outrageousness is the equivalent of one side still playing in the mud and the other side is already off to save the world. It wasn't just Gu Song-yoon who didn't believe it, even the other four frowned. Senior brother, have you forgotten that Lin Mo cast a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo that day? So if he knew some more spirit pattern techniques, he might not be unable to cast this spirit artifact. Moron Lioli spoke faintly. Knowing some more of the art of spirit patterns, senior sister is easy for you to say. Gu Song-yoon knew he couldn't argue and simply stopped speaking. The crowd's attention returned to the ring. But what made them feel speechless was that Chao Tian was actually lying on the ground and not getting up, only to see him covering the big bag on his head, one after another. He was yelling, "Ah! I can't! I really can't!" Everyone was a little confused by his whole maneuver. As a spirit primordial realm 9th ranked powerhouse, it wasn't so uninspiring to fight, was it? Even Lin Mo couldn't help but look at the large slab in his hand and said skeptically, "I shouldn't have exerted much force just now, should I? Ah, he's just too strong. Really too strong. I'm no match for him. The match will end soon." Chao Tian yelled while still rolling on the ground. He seemed eager to let outsiders know that he had done his best. But how could he hide this poor acting from the crowd on the viewing platform? Gu Song-yoon was infuriated by him, but felt helpless. "All right, announce the results." When Chao Tian just couldn't look at it anymore, that elder received the order and immediately announced loudly, "This challenge, Lin Mo wins." With the elder's words just finished, Chao Tian immediately rushed down the ring like a rabbit. Where's the dying look from just now? However, he had only gotten off the stage when Zhao Deluxe rushed over with red eyes. He grabbed Chao Tian by the neck and shook him while questioning. "You compensate me for the spirit stones. Quickly compensate me for the spirit stones." Chao Tian rolled his eyes as he was pinched. However, just because he couldn't beat Lin Mo didn't mean that even Zhao Deluxe could stand on his head and on him. He then shook off Zhao Deluxe's hands and said angrily, "That's enough. Do you want to fight me? Let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you?" Zhao Deluxe was furious at the thought that he had lost 1,000 spirit stones for nothing. It would be fine if Chao Tian really couldn't beat Lin Mo, but even Little Cute could see that he was deliberately admitting defeat. The more Zhao Deluxe thought about it, the more angry he became. And Chao Tian also happened to be holding a bellyful of aggression with no place to vent it. So the two hit it off. It was actually torn up in public. Chapter 46, the challenge comes to an end. "Well, how dare you tickle my face?" Zhao Deluxe said angrily as he covered the bloodstain on his face. "So what if I scratch?" "I didn't just scratch. I punched you." Chao Tian took advantage of Zhao Deluxe's efforts to speak and slapped him in the face. This time, Zhao Deluxe was completely stormed out. He directly utilized the spiritual energy in his body and blasted Chao Tian out with a palm. Chao Tian spewed out a mouthful of blood and said, "Fine. How dare you use your cultivation? Then don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood. I don't have any brotherly love with you. Since that's the case, then there's no need for words. Just battle." The two of them used all their means, and for a while they fought in the darkness of the sky. The spectators around us were also having a good time watching. That was a much better fight than in the ring. Enough! What a scandal! On the viewing platform, when Xiaotian finally went down, black men dragged these two guys down to confinement for 3 days. Upon hearing Wen Xiaotian's order, a law enforcement hall deacon stepped forward and escorted the two men down. That was the end of a ludicrous farce. The ring. That elder in charge of the challenge tournament looked around before asking the few remaining challengers, "Who else wants to challenge Lin Mo?" This time there was a long silence on stage. Since there is no one to challenge, then this ring challenge. Lin Mo wins. That elder announced the final result. On the audience stage, Morong Lioli stood up in delight. Yesterday she didn't hold out a bit of hope for Lin Mo, but she didn't expect him to actually win today. It wasn't a very honorable win, but it was so much better than the one she proposed yesterday. Yeah, great! A silver bell-like cheer erupted from the crowd. A young girl in green jumped for joy. Wait, she asked to herself, raising her chin and tilting her little head to look at the sky, full of confusion. Why is this guy so excited about winning me? Lu Yi quickly recalled the humiliation Lin Mo had inflicted on her not too long ago. She couldn't help but babble her nose and spit lightly. Bah! If I could get on the field I'd definitely beat the crap out of him. The other corner. A man with his head wrapped up like a mummy couldn't help but curse darkly. Damn it! Are all these people super wastes? Surprisingly, they can't even beat Lin Mo. This person was naturally Yun Rin. Not long ago Rimmer forced him to learn 3 barks. I thought that I could endure for a while to calm the waves, and take a step back to broaden the sea and the sky. But when he went back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he was, the more unwilling he was in his heart. So he went and returned, and had to see Lin Mo humiliated in the ring with his own eyes. However, the results of the competition were very poor, and Yun Rin was so angry that he slammed his fist hard on the stone lion in front of him. The stone lion was unharmed, and instead, his fist rapidly swelled up. Whoops, it hurts. He jumped 3 feet in pain and kept flinging his hands in place, when he managed to recover a little. But when he turned his head, Lin Mo's figure was missing from the ring. No good. Yun Rin gave a dark cry in his heart, vaguely having a hint of bad luck. Sure enough, when he slowly turned around, Lin Mo had appeared behind him again at some point and was looking at him with a smile on his face. Impossible. How can you still recognize it's me when I'm already in disguise? Yun Rin said incredulously. His entire head was wrapped tightly in a layer of white cloth, with only 2 small round holes cut in the eye area, making him look very funny. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh a little as he looked at him. The head was wrapped, but the purple robe that symbolized a prototypal was as bright as a firefly in the night wherever he went. However, Lin Mo didn't intend to wake him up, and just faintly said, "You should know what to do, right?" Yun Rin clenched his fists, and although he couldn't see his face under the white cloth, he thought that it must be very embarrassing at this time. Woof! Woof! He gritted his teeth and screamed a few times before fleeing in a heap. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Wen Xiaotian and the Peak Masters again. Their gazes looked at Yun Jingyan in unison again. What are you guys looking at me for again? Yun Jingyan couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Nothing. Morong Lioli brought the topic back to the point and said, "Since Lin Mo has already won the challenge, I don't think you all should have any more problems with his status, right?" The crowd was silent. Seeing that everyone was silent, Morong Lioli looked over to Gu Tsong-yun and deliberately asked, "Senior brother Gu, what about you?" "Humph, but it's just a way to win on the sidelines. It's not much of a real skill." Gu Tsong-yun was still not optimistic about Lin Mo. "Alright, since Lin Mo won this challenge, then according to the previous agreement I will no longer interfere in Lin Mo's becoming the Water Vein Saint's son," Wen Xiaotian said after some contemplation. Upon hearing this, Morong Lioli couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on her icy and stunning face. "Lioli thanks sovereign senior brother. Well, if there is nothing to discuss, then let's disperse for the day." Wen Xiaotian waved his hand. "Sovereign senior brother. Wait." Gu Tsong-yun suddenly spoke. "Oh, Fromun, what else do you have to do?" Wen Xiaotian said suspiciously. Morong Lioli also stared at Gu Tsong-yun, thinking that he still had something against Lin Mo, but who knew that Gu Tsong-yun would say, "Senior Patriarch, since the Water Vein inheritance has been decided, what should be done about Qin Wuxuan?" "Qin Wuxuan?" Wen Xiaotian was stunned and didn't seem to have much of an impression. He is a member of the Snow Clan of the Hui Kingdom, and has the body of an ice spirit. And still, the king of Hui Shui personally introduced him to me. If I don't handle it well, I'm afraid to end up with a grudge, Gu Tsong-yun said with some concern. "Hui Gui Shui Clan." When Xiaotian's face showed a trace of hesitation, said, "Then why have you never brought him to see me?" Gu Tsong-yun glanced at Morong Lioli, then arched his hand towards Wen Xiaotian and said, "Truth be told, That Qin Wushuang has been confined by his senior sister since the first day of his joining the sect for offending Lin Mo until now. What? This is not nonsense. When Xiaotian frowned and looked at Morong Lioli, waiting for her explanation, Morong Lioli's heart moved. Her face was very calm and said, although that Qin Wushuang was introduced by the king of Huaishui, who can guarantee that he is the person of the Snow Clan? And the Hui kingdom has been in turmoil lately. The dynasty is not vibrant, and the devils are rampant. So it is hard to guarantee that Qin Wushuang is not a spy sent by the devil sect. Hearing this, Gu Songyun said with a sullen face, does senior sister mean to say that I don't know people well enough to argue? And that I can't even distinguish between good and evil? Morong Lioli glanced at Gu Songyun extremely helplessly and said, senior brother, the devils are treacherous and some of their tactics are beyond our imagination. In short, one must not be unguarded. Senior sister, you are simply being unreasonable. Why don't you say that your disciple Lin Mo is also a spy sent by the devil sect? Gu Songyun said in annoyance. Okay, can you two cut the bickering? When Xiaotian covered his head with a considerable headache, he finally clapped his hands and said, senior sister, regardless of Qin Wushuang's identity, you should hurry up and release him, then send someone to send him back to the Snow Clan. After all, that old thing, Huaishui Wang, is still alive, so there's no need to go and cause trouble. Things having come to this, Morong Lioli could only nod calmly. Okay, now all disperse. When Xiaotian finished his explanation and was about to leave, but just then, a voice rolled in from the distant sky. Slow down. The crowd looked up. Only the eastern sky looked like an ice blue curtain that had been split in two by someone with scissors. It was an incomparably powerful sword chi. The crowd couldn't open their eyes from dozens of miles away. When Xiaotian sighed, before the person arrives, the sword intent arrives. First worthy of being the first sword king of the eastern region. Chapter 47, The Secret Realm of the Spirit Exalted. Senior sister, it's Dokeo Tian. This guy has always been a thief to you. Tanbir was also slightly moved when she felt that powerful sword aura. Well, it will soon be the day of my match with him. I wonder what exactly his intentions are for appearing at this time. Morong Lioli said with a light frown. What other intentions can there be? Naturally it's for you. But if you ask me, this Dokeo Tian is a bit arrogant. But he is in love with you. Maybe he is really your final destination. What are you babbling about? Senior sister, I've never liked him, much less become a Taoist couple with him just because of that. Morong Lioli said with some displeasure. And what kind of man do you really have in mind? Tan Bottle said with some disbelief. What kind of man? For some reason, Morong Lioli's mind actually surfaced a figure of the first time. She was taken aback by herself and replied with a slightly unnatural blush. I don't know. Seeing that there was no answer to the question, Tan Bottle could only shake her head again. And during the time that the two of them were discussing, the sword chi in the sky had gotten closer and closer. Oh my god. What is that? What a powerful sword intent. From such a distance away, I feel like I've been cut by a knife all over my body. The square disciples raised their heads in shock. Even Lin Mo had surprise. To be able to possess such a strong sword intent, the visitor was definitely a sword king powerhouse. As the sword chi slowly approached, it eventually stopped in the sky outside the Five Elements Sect's mountain gate, revealing the two men in it. It was a red-haired, shawl-covered youth and a cold-looking teenager. They stepped on a giant sword that had been enlarged dozens of times under their feet, suspended in the air above the clouds. Old guests have come to the door. Please open the clan protection formation for a moment. That red-haired youth opened his mouth, and his voice instantly spread throughout the Five Elements Sect like thunder. Ha ha ha, so it's fellow Taoist Ao Tian. Mr. Wen has missed the welcome. Please come in quickly. When Xiao Tian responded loudly, he glared at Gu Songyun. Gu Songyun nodded and got up to welcome him. A moment later, he brought the two of them to the front of the five people of Wen Xiao Tian. The people were seated in groups of hosts and guests. Fellow Taoist One. The red-haired youth arched his hand towards Wen Xiao Tian. Then he greeted Gu Songyun and the others. Only in the end did his gaze fall on Morong Lioli. Lioli, how have you been? 3 years have passed since you and I last parted ways. I've missed you every moment of these 3 years. The red-haired youth's gaze was fiery, with a hint of extreme possessiveness. Dokeo Tian, you didn't come here today just to say this nonsense, did you? Morong Lioli disliked the way the other party looked at her. Sister, when Xiao Tian glared at Morong Lioli, and Duo Ao Tian seemed to have gotten used to Morong Lioli's indifference, so he didn't mind saying, oh, naturally not all. What I have come here today is actually a great matter to inform you of. Oh, what's the big deal? Hearing him say that, the crowd became very curious. Did you guys hear about the heaven and earth visions in the 10,000 demons forest the other day? Dokeo Tian asked. I have heard about it. It is said that every late night a terrifying howl will be heard from the depths of the 10,000 demon forest, and at the same time a colorful haze will also appear in the sky above the 10,000 demon forest, causing a large-scale beast tide. However, according to people's projections, that is only a demon king's great limit is approaching, and the energy in his body is overflowing before the vision is caused. When Xiaotian said, Tanbir took over the conversation and couldn't help but sigh. When the demon king falls, 10,000 demons are born. I'm afraid the other demonic beasts in the 10,000 demons forest can't wait to carve up its flesh and blood. Dokaotian shook his head at this moment. Your news is already outdated. According to our sex investigation, it's actually not a demon king's great limit at all, but a spirit exalted secret realm is about to come out. What? Spirit elder? When Xiaotian stood up directly after hearing this, the others were in a bit of disbelief as well. Above the spirit king is the spirit sect, and the spirit sect is almost already in existence standing on the clouds in the entire eastern region. Not to mention the spirit exalted above the spirit sect. Fellow Daoist Aotian, is this matter serious? When Xiaotian couldn't help but ask again, if it was really like what the other party said, then after a short while, I'm afraid that the entire eastern region would trigger a shock. 1,000 times true. Dokaotian nodded very seriously, then added, this matter in addition to our 100 Swords sect, there is also the South Sai Valley, the Earth's Fury sect, and the Qian Yuan Hall have also been aware of this matter, and now there are more of you, the Five Elements sect. Hearing this, when Xiaotian was somewhat touched and said, thank you for informing fellow Daoist Aotian, otherwise we would still be kept in the dark at this time, like this kind of news in the early stage. Naturally the fewer people know the better, but Dokaotian still chose to tell them about the Five Elements sect, enough to see the thickness of this favor. Patriarch, when this is not true, when I and Lioli become a Daoist couple, then our 100 Swords sect and your Five Elements sect is still not a family. If there is any good thing, naturally the first time to think of you. Duo Aotian laughed. Moron Lioli frowned when she heard Duo Aotian's words. Something else was on her mind, though, according to the memories of his previous life, it would take at least 5 more years before the spirit exalted mysterious realm showed signs of coming out of the world. But this one is quite a bit ahead of schedule. Could it be that because of my rebirth, a certain amount of time has been disrupted? Moron Lioli couldn't figure it out but could only give up. At this moment, I heard Duo Aotian chatting with Wen Xiaotian. According to my personal investigation, there is a layer of powerful array prohibition around the Spirit Elder's secret boundary, which only allows Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators to enter. My 100 Swords sect and a few other sects have discussed to wait for the formation restriction to weaken before making a move to forcefully break through. Then when do we have to wait? When Xiaotian inquired. Dokaotian wasn't too sure either and said, less than a few months, more than a few years. In that case, then we have to be ready at all times. When Xiaotian sighed. But at this time, Moron Lioli interjected. Why do we need to wait so long? Since Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators can enter, why don't we get a group of Spirit Primordial Realm disciples to go in and explore now? Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Senior sister, there are bound to be countless dangers within the Spirit Exalted Mysteries. Wouldn't letting Spirit Primordial Realm disciples enter be a waste of time? When Xiaotian said with some disbelief. That's right, it's still not too late to wait until the formation's prohibitions have weakened before acting. Dokaotian also felt that Moron Lioli's idea was too bold. What if the array prohibition doesn't weaken for 5 years? 10 years? Moron Lioli asked. Both of them were also hardened at once. It's okay, I'm just going with the flow. Moron Lioli seemed to have thought of something else and told the two of them not to care. In his previous life, their 5 great clans had failed to break through the outer array with all their experts, and ultimately had no choice but to let the Spirit Primordial Realm disciples go in to search. But now with the altered timeline, Moron Lioli wasn't sure if this life was still the same, so she finally chose to remain silent. And while they were talking about the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm, Lin Mo had already left the Middle Peak Plaza. He received an urgent transmission from Wang Changsheng, telling him to hurry back to the Land of Disorder. Someone had the audacity to attack their Devil Wind walled city. Chapter 48. Heaven and earth are great, but life is the greatest. Who would dare to be so bold? Lin Mo was slightly angry in his heart. He had only left the Land of Disorder for a mere day, and someone was looking for trouble. Wouldn't all the prestige he'd just built up be wasted at this rate? Thinking of this, Lin Mo put on his mask and arrived at the trial tower. After spending 5 spirit stones to purchase a teleportation token, he directly rushed into the Land of Disorder. The Land of Disorder is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North and Center. The general teleportation location is randomized, but it is possible to choose one of the areas. Lin Mo was teleported to the Eastern District for the first time. Blue crystal mines were scarce here, and the vast expanse was all desert, so generally only Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators were active here. This time, Lin Mo teleported to an abandoned mine about 2 miles away from the Devil Wind Walled City. After recognizing the direction, he swung his big slate and rushed straight towards the Devil Wind Cottage. The magic wind walled city, however, has been occupied by an outside force. One could only see a black-robed youth with shady eyes and ugly appearance reclining on the seat of the walled city lord belonging to Lin Mo. Standing on his left and right hands were the 4 great walled city lords who had been defeated by Lin Mo earlier, and down below, Wang Changsheng and several personnel from the Devil Wind Walled City were actually tied up, kneeling on the ground in humiliation. The opponent was simply too strong, and they didn't even have a chance to use the teleportation token. Humph. Just by virtue of you mole crickets, you actually dare to cause trouble in Lord Yang Son's jurisdiction area. You really have no patience for living. The black-robed youth on the first seat had a face of contempt. Lord Wang Shuang, spare your life. We are helpless to fall into the hands of that thief and are under duress. Wang Changsheng, with a snotty nose and a tearful face, did not hesitate to shift all the faults onto Lin Mo. Humph. I don't think you guys have that kind of guts. Where is that thief now? Wang Shuang asked coldly. I know that too. He always wears a mask. We don't even know his name and appearance, much less his whereabouts. Wang Changsheng replied. You're really a bunch of losers who don't know anything. After the black-robed youth finished cursing, he turned his head to look at the 4 walled city lords standing on his left and right. Since that person is not there, then you guys first bring people to arrest and interrogate all of those diggers who cooperated with the Devil Wind Walled City. I'd like to see how long he can hide. Wang Xuan Lord, why don't you go with me and so on. The 4 walled city lords were a bit hesitant. Fear had arisen in their hearts for fear of accidentally bumping into that person again. If I go, replace you guys to hold down the fort here? Wang Xuan questioned. No, that's better left to us. After the 4 walled city lords said that, they led their people to prepare to leave. But just as they reached the entrance to the cottage, they retreated again as if they had seen a ghost. Lord Wang Shuang, it's him, he's here. A group of people retreated to Wang Shuang in a panic. What the are you guys afraid of with me around? Wang Shuang couldn't help but curse, then looked towards the door, only to see a black-robed man wearing a bronze ghost face mask walk in from outside without slowing down. He was also swinging a large square slab in his hand. As soon as he entered the door without even saying half a word, he knocked down the watchful doorman on his left with a brick. The guard on the right couldn't help but stare. He hadn't expected Lin Mo to be able to be so unmartial. Wouldn't both sides normally have to say a few words before making a move in a confrontation? And even if you want to make a move, you rushed our leader instead. What's the point of taking it out on our little minions guarding the gate? He had been a doorman for so many years, but it was the first time he had encountered this kind of unorthodox person, so scared that he couldn't even care about his own duties, and scurried to the side. The scene startled the others as well. Your Excellency is at least the head of a fortress, but you act in such a crude manner, with no martial virtues to speak of. Wang Shuang looked condescendingly at Lin Mo, his tone full of contempt. Lin Mo smiled, but didn't bother to answer. He was simply thinking of taking down someone first to warm up his hands. As for Wudu, kids fight only talk about Wudu. He came to the several people in front of Wang Changsheng and untied the ropes on them one by one. Thank you, Walled City. The others hurriedly got up to thank Lin Mo after they were freed. When it was Wang Changsheng's turn, he directly refused. Your Honor, I feel quite comfortable kneeling on the ground, so you don't have to worry about it. Lin Mo was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a lowly person. However, he quickly reacted and let out a cold snort. You're afraid that I'm not their opponent, so you still want to wait and see for a while first to leave yourself a chance to stand in line. Your Excellency is well informed. In short, the little one will never get up until you have a winner. Wang Changsheng wasn't the least bit afraid that Lin Mo would know what he was thinking, nor do they feel any shame in their behavior. Life is the biggest thing in the world. It was a truth his mother had taught him from a young age and named him Everlasting. He'd also kept his mother's advice in mind all these years, slipping away at the first sign of danger. Lin Mo, however, was completely speechless to him. Kneel if you like. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Wang Shuang on the first seat. This person's aura was far more powerful than Chao Tian's, but it was not yet at the level of the Spirit Sea Realm. It should be a Spirit Primordial Realm Great Perfection Cultivator. This kind of cultivator had already half-stepped into the Spirit Sea Realm and was only missing the final critical kick. Lin Mo let out a soft laugh. No wonder you few still dare to come to trouble me. So you've called in help. So what if I screamed? To tell you the truth, Lord Wang Shuang is Lord Yang Son's subordinate general. If you're sensible, you should hurry up and bow down, or else you won't even have a chance to teleport. One of the 4 walled city lords put out harsh words to Lin Mo. Oh, I see you like to get out of the way. Without saying a word, Lin Mo swung his slate towards this walled city lord. The other party was terrified and hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for help. Lord Wang Shuang, save me. Wang Shuang finally stood up from his headseat and blocked in front of that walled city lord. I don't care what your identity is in the outside world, and I don't care what exactly your strength is, but the entire eastern part of the disorderly land is under the command of Lord Yangson, and all the cottages need to pay a certain percentage of blue crystal ore to him, and your striking out at these cottages is disrespectful to Lord Yangson, and this is Sin 1. All people in the land of disorder must follow the law of the weak and the strong. And you dare to risk universal condemnation by offering protection to the diggers. This is the second sin. Just saw me not only did not salute, but instead injured my doorkeeper. This is the third crime. You shall be punished by death for all three offenses. Wang Shuang was very arrogant, as if he was a judge and could decide Lin Mo's fate with his exit. A capital offense. Oh, I really don't know where you get your confidence. Lin Mo shook his head breathlessly. In the outside world, these people were nothing more than a group of outer disciples. Terrific is also just an inner disciple, but in this disorderly place, it amplified their conceit, making them truly think that they could bully and judge Lin Mo recklessly. Chapter 49 Devil Emperor Fist. Humph. You'll soon see where my confidence comes from. Wang Shuang smiled contemptuously, and a silver sword actually appeared to appear in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long, and the blade shone with a biting cold light. It was not a mortal product at first glance. The first-grade spirit sword. Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Spirit weapons are very rare. The most common spirit weapon would have to be sold for hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. Of all the people he had fought with, Wang Shuang was still the first to possess a spirit weapon. It seems that the other side has made enough ill-gotten gains in this unorganized land. Count on you having some eyesight. But this spirit sword of mine comes and goes without a trace. So be careful of stabbing a bloody hole in your head first. Wang Shuang's words fell. That spirit sword actually flew out of his hand, as fast as a cold light, stabbing straight at Lin Mo. In a moment of desperation, Lin Mo used the 9 heavenly cloud steps and moved a small step to the right. The spirit sword flew almost against the side of his ear, plunging deep into the stone wall behind him. The other party had definitely dealt a death blow with this strike. Just now, if Lin Mo hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid that spirit sword would have pierced through his entire head. Kid, you're pretty good at hiding. Wang Shuang made a move with one hand and the spirit sword was pulled out from the wall, instantly turning around and stabbing towards the back of Lin Mo's head again. Lin Mo felt a chill at the back of his head and immediately injected his spiritual energy into his legs. His body transformed into a stump and swept to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Soared through space. The other party was clearly less than the spirit sea realm, and his divine sense was not yet able to be released through the air. So how could he be able to manipulate the spirit sword through the air? TSK, 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 surprise, right? Too bad you won't know the answer. Wang Shuang laughed coldly as the spirit sword emitted a cold aura and flew out once again. Phew! This time the speed was even faster, and even the onlookers could hear the breaking sound of the spirit sword cutting through the air. Lin Mo managed to dodge it, but a strand of sideburns fluttered down from the corner of his forehead as if it were willow flakes. The four-walled city lords watching the battle couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Lord Wang Shuang is just too strong. Lin Mo was in existence that could violently beat them, but at this time the king's 2 hands also fell into a mess. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Lin Mo reached out to catch the falling strands of hair, and his face suddenly turned cold. He directly injected a large amount of aura into the slate in his hand. Soon, slate zoomed in. It became a shield the size of a door panel. It was at this moment that the spirit sword once again stabbed head-on. Lin Mo directly blocked the door panel in front of himself. With a clear clang, blinding sparks splashed where the tip of the sword made contact with the slate. The spirit sword was like a spear that could penetrate through everything. But it was a pity that it met a harder shield. Half an inch of the tip of the sword snapped right off and bounced off, cutting a deep bloodstain into the side of Wang Shuang's face. Wang Shuang couldn't care about the injury on his face, and with great heartache, he called back the spirit sword that was broken by half an inch. My sword! With red eyes, he gently rubbed his hand over the sword as if he were caressing his lover's cheek. It was just that this lover of his was dying and could no longer be healed. How dare you destroy my spirit sword? I'll kill you! Wang Shuang was incomparably furious, and the aura on his body climbed to the peak in an instant. The people around them burst into tears. They felt an extremely strong pressure. Being in the middle of this pressure, it was as if someone had clutched his throat, and even breathing became difficult. Half-step spirit sea realm. The four-walled city lords watching the battle were incredulous. Wang Shuang unexpectedly broke the shackles within his body under extreme anger, and his cultivation advanced even further. Ha ha ha! Wang Shuang also discovered this. Feeling at least half of the enhanced strength in his body, he grimaced and said, Kid, to thank you for your help. I'll leave you with a whole body today. Wang Shuang's eyes were crimson and he became somewhat maniacal. His realm was already not solid. And under the stimulation of a grief and joy there were some signs of going crazy. Kill me. Ha! It's been too long since I've known what it's like to kill someone. 2. Lin Mo actually couldn't help but tilt his head back and laugh evilly at this moment. Living again. He didn't want any more blood on his hands. However, the other party was unforgiving today and wanted to put himself to death from the beginning to the end. In that case, there was no need for him to hold back. A dark purple light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Immediately after that, he put away his slate and walked towards Wang Shuang with his bare hands. Is he crazy? The people around them were extremely puzzled. Anyone could tell that Wang Shuang's power had skyrocketed at this moment. But he not only did not avoid its sharpness, but instead walked toward Wang Shuang isn't. This actively looking for death? The members belonging to the Devil Wind-walled city closed their eyes, unable to bear to see just the next scene. Even Wang Changsheng, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but sigh. Jia, are you trying to get me to give you a hard time because you know you're unbeatable? The corner of Wang Shuang's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Lin Mo stopped 5 meters away from Wang Shuang. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance to regret. Now crush the teleportation token, you still have a chance to live. Regret? Ha ha ha. Nonsense at the end of your life. Wang Shuang said. Lifting up the broken sword actually swung a sword light towards Lin Mo. If you must seek death, then I can only fulfill you. Rimmer shook his head. He no longer spoke, merely stepping forward with his right foot before blasting out a fist at the front. Devil Emperor Fist. This was a fist technique that he had self-realized after becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. This punch requires the consumption of a large amount of magic energy to use. One punch shook the sky and earth, obliterating the void. Now, although the power could not possibly reach the same terror as before, it was already a big deal just to deal with a tiny Wang Shuang. The punch looked ordinary, as if it was just lightly handed out. Wang Shuang was about to let out a snort, but he suddenly felt a tingle in his scalp. Crisis of death. That seemingly ordinary punch landed on that sword light. The sword light was melted by the dark purple fist wind in no time, followed by a sonic boom. Breaking. No, Wang Shuang couldn't pull out the teleportation token in time, and his entire body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist filled the sky, spilling down from midair in droves, landing on everyone's bodies. At this moment, the crowd trembled. All is silent. Lin Mo licked the blood that landed on the edge of his mouth and said with a hint of an evil smile, It's been a long time since I've tried to kill someone like this. Chapter 50, Wang Changxing's Loyalty and Righteousness. Wang Shuang is dead. Surprisingly, he was blown away with just one punch. Everyone was in disbelief. That strong sense of impact short-circuited their brains, and for a moment they couldn't speak. They could only look at Lin Mo in horror. Lin Mo ignored the shock of the crowd. He squatted on the ground and picked up Wang Shuang's broken spirit sword. So it is. Lin Mo thought that Wang Shuang had some special means to be able to defend his sword through the air. But he hadn't thought that it was just because the spirit sword had a transparent silk thread tied to it. He threw away the broken sword with some disinterest. And at that moment, Wang Changsheng also reacted. He swooped down to Lin Mo's side and knelt down, hugging Lin Mo's legs and fawningly said, My lord, you are unrivaled in your majesty. Valor over the world. God is clear of bones and bones. Outstanding, and imposing, omit 100 words, are simply the most perfect man in the ancient past and present. Wang Changsheng spoke all the praises he knew in one breath. This scene drew a dumbfounded look from that surrounding people. Lin Mo all blushed a little less naturally at his compliment. But didn't you just call him a thief? Someone couldn't help but break it down. Humph, that was just a delaying tactic just now. And you stupid pigs actually believed it. Saying this, Wang Changsheng raised his head and looked at Lin Mo with deep feelings in his eyes, saying, My lord, I, Wang Changsheng, am loyal and righteous, and I am true to you. Lin Mo had goosebumps all over his body. He kicked Wang Changsheng away and said breathlessly, Does the word loyal and righteous go with you and you use it indiscriminately? And who was the one who just said that he wouldn't get up from his knees and beat him to death? Lin Mo's words made Wang Changsheng blush a little. He laughed sardonically. My lord, you know that was just a helpless act on my part. Humph, I'll deal with you later on this matter. Lin Mo coldly glanced at Wang Changsheng before his gaze swept towards the others. At this moment, all those who were swept by his gaze were scared and didn't dare to take a breath. Lord Devil Wind, I was wrong. I am willing to submit to you. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and knelt down towards Lin Mo. This man is still one of those 4 great walled city lords. We are willing to submit to your excellency. As he knelt, the rest chose to surrender. Even Wang Shuang, who had been promoted to a half-step spirit C, was killed by someone else with a single punch. So how could they people dare to resist? After all, With the strength of the other party, they were definitely able to kill them before they could use their teleportation talisman. Lin Mo pondered for a while, considering that it was the right time to use. People eventually nodded. In that case, then you will be the people of the Devil Wind Walled City in the future. Thank you, Lord Demon Wind. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that the other side is willing to accept them means that they won't strike again. But after entering the Devil Wind Walled City, you have to abide by the rules of the Devil Wind Walled City. Wang Changsheng, you come and give them a lecture. Lin Mo turned his head to Wang Changsheng and commanded. Wang Changsheng's face was delighted. It seems that the person whom His Excellency values the most is still himself. He hurriedly stepped forward and cleared his throat. We don't have many rules in the Devil Wind sect, but you must remember the following. Rule number 1, as big as the sky is, the Walled City Lord is the biggest. As a member of the Devil Wind sect, the most important thing is to be loyal to the Walled City Lord. If the Walled City Lord tells us to go east, we must not go west, and if he tells us to go south, we must not go north. Okay, can you pick a point? This guy Wang Changsheng was about to give Lin Mo a whole laugh. When it comes to backbones, who can beat him? Now you have the nerve to talk about loyalty. Hey! Wang Changsheng gave a silly laugh after being interrupted by Lin Mo and continued. Secondly, from the moment you join the Devil Wind Walled City, you will no longer be the disorderly ones, and you must never recklessly strike out at the diggers again. Third, the diggers are God. What you have to do is to go and gain the trust of those diggers, so that they choose to cooperate with our magic wind walled city, and treat them as if they were our God. Fourth, Wang Changsheng spoke for nearly half an hour before he finished introducing the rules of the Devil Wind Walled City. This caused Lin Mo, who was on the side, to be a bit confused, because apart from the second, third rule, the rest of those rules even he had never heard of. It was purely Wang Changsheng's own blind bull ********. But Rimmer let him. After all, he didn't have time to manage the cottage all the time. A lot of things could only be left to others to take care of, and as of now only Wang Changsheng was barely capable of doing so. Ahem, now the rules are clear to you. Compared to the other cottages that kind of rough plundering way, our cottage is concerned about fine water. The main fight a willingness. Of course our cottage won't treat you poorly. Whoever can invite the diggers to cooperate with us, then the blue crystal ore obtained will be divided into 3 parts. The diggers themselves will take 50%, the cottage master 30%, and the remaining 20% will be your payment. Think about it, all of you. If any of you can find 5 diggers, it's the equivalent of all 5 of them sharing 20% of their daily earnings with you. If you can find 10, that would be equivalent to having 10 people digging ore for you for free all the time. That's a lot more efficient than just robbing you guys before. It had to be said that Wang Changsheng was very good at drumming up people's hearts. Hearing his words, many of the people present even became excited. Really? I get 20% of the blue crystal ore for anyone I invite? Someone in the crowd asked, not quite believing it. His cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm, and the amount of blue crystal ore he could share after each robbery was pitifully small. So when he heard that he could get a steady stream of blue crystal ore by pulling people in naturally, he was still a bit unconvinced. Of course it's true. It's a rule set by Lord Walled City Lord. Wang Changsheng replied. That's great. Although I'm not strong, but in terms of mouth skills absolutely no one knows how to fool around better than me. That spirit primordial realm 5th stage man said with great confidence. Very well. What we need in the cottage is a talent like you. Lin Mo saw that the trouble had been resolved and that basically nothing major would go wrong with having Wang Changsheng in management. So he gave an explanation and prepared to leave. He had too much to do. He still only took one of the 5 vain rookie lists, and he wanted to write a letter to his sister to see if he could find someone to deliver it to Green Mountain Town. But just as he was about to leave, he saw that suddenly the gatekeeper came to report that someone was seeking an audience with the Walled City Lord. There was nothing Lin Mo could do but have someone bring him in. But once they met, Lin Mo was stunned. The person who came was surprisingly Bai-Ro. She was dressed in a white dress, and her face still wore the cute Tamagotchi mask. Bai-Ro meets the Walled City Lord. She made a slight bow and curtsy towards Lin Mo. Looking around her, she was secretly a little alarmed. Compared to the previous days, there seemed to be a lot more strong people here. Lin Mo calmly said, It's you. What's the reason for coming to see me? Walled City Lord. I have something I want to talk to you alone. Chapter 51, Someone got there first. Alone? Although Lin Mo didn't know what the other party was looking for, he still held back Wang Changsheng and the others. Soon, he and Bai-Ro were the only 2 left in the cottage hall. Demon Wind Walled City Lord. Have you heard of the Amethyst Spirit Stone? Shiro opened the door directly. The Amethyst Spirit Stone. Has heard of it. Lin Mo didn't know why Bai-Ro would bring this up. The so-called Amethyst Spirit Stone was the essence of the blue crystal ore. Its energy is more pure than blue crystal ore, so it can be directly given by the body to be absorbed. And its value is far more than that of blue crystal ore. To tell you the truth, I discovered an amethyst vein at the junction of the eastern and southern regions of the unordered land. Just from the surface of the vein, one can feel the dense purple spirit energy from within. And the amethyst spirit stones contained within are definitely not few, Bai Ro said with some excitement in her voice. Lin Mo's heart stirred when he heard this, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "Oh, how could you tell me about such a good thing?" Bai Ro seemed to know that Lin Mo would ask this question, so she explained. There exists a first-order demonic beast called the amethyst bloodworm in the amethyst veins, and this kind of demonic beast relies on sucking on amethyst spirit stones for a living, and its territorial awareness is extremely strong. Once it finds someone entering the mine, it will launch a frantic attack, so it's hard for me to penetrate deep into the interior with my personal strength. You want me to go defend you against those bloodworms? That's right. In the land of disorder, you are the strongest among the people I know. If we have your help, I'm sure we'll be able to successfully mine the amethyst spirit stones, Bai Ro said confidently. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and get going before it's too late, Lin Mo said very decisively. Amethyst spirit stones could also be exchanged for sect contribution values, and they were still 10 times that of blue crystal ore. So naturally Lin Mo would not let go when there was such a good thing. Great! Bai Ro was overjoyed. She didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. The two didn't delay and soon began to move. On the way, Bai Ro took out a map in front of Lin Mo, which was clearly labeled with all of the resource mines in the entire land of disorder. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. This kind of map can be absolutely impossible for the average person to have. But when he thought about the other party's true identity, he thought it made sense. Through this desert, we'll climb this mountain range again and we'll be at our destination. Bai Ro explained the route for Lin Mo based on the markings on the map. Why is the map labeled as an abandoned blue crystal mine? Lin Mo pointed to the text notes above the two people's destination and said, this place was indeed a blue crystal mine in the past, and it was abandoned after the blue crystal ores inside were dug out. However, not long ago there was another collapse within the mine, which revealed the amethyst vein hidden in the deepest part. Bai Ro explained. In that case, then how many other people besides you know about this news? Lin Mo inquired. Bai Ro sank for a moment and said, there shouldn't be many people who know about this at the moment. If we were faster we might still be the first ones to arrive. Okay. Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions. The two continued on their way. During the road, after a short contact, Bai Ro and Lin Mo also slowly became quite familiar with each other. By the way, I still don't know your name? Bai Ro looked at the side of Lin Mo's face revealed by that ghostly mask and was really a bit curious. Name? You just call me Magic Wind. Lin Mo responded casually. Well, Devil Wind. Bai Ro nodded. Then couldn't help but ask again. Devil Wind, why did you choose to wear a mask and not show your true face? Lin Mo turned his head to look at her and asked directly in return. Then why are you wearing a mask as well? It was me who took the liberty. Bai Ro didn't pursue the question when she saw that Lin Mo didn't want to answer. She felt that Magic Wind's figure and side face resembled someone she knew, but she couldn't help but shake her head when she thought about that person's strength. That person was at the second stage of the spirit primordial realm, and the realm breath of the Devil Wind in front of her was not obvious, like it was always covered with a layer of white fog, making her unable to see through. The two were speechless all the way. After about an hour and a half of trekking, they finally reached their destination. It was inside a valley at the junction of two mountain ranges. Bai Ro pointed to a steep cliff nearly 100 feet high in front and said, see the overhanging platform jutting out in the center? That's the entrance to the mine. Aha! Lin Mo nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a loud noise coming from the distance. No good. Someone has already gotten there first. Bai Ro exclaimed in a low voice. The two slowly felt their way closer, stopping behind the bluestone about 50 meters away from the cliff. They looked ahead. A total of 5 men guarding the steps leading up to the top of the cliff. Oh no! The auras emanating from these people are all very strong. I'm afraid they're all spirit primordial realm 9th stage powerhouses. Bai Ro clenched her hands into fists, subconsciously tensing up. Just as she was about to suggest whether or not she should go around and go up from the other side, she saw that Lin Mo on the side had unexpectedly swung a piece of slate that was a bit bigger than her hand and rushed straight out. Who? His appearance instantly startled the 5 guards, but without waiting for them to make any moves, Lin Mo directly executed the 9 heavenly cloud steps and rushed over as a residual shadow. One of the first people had no time to make any reaction before Lin Mo slapped him hard on the face. The man didn't even scream. He just lay straight down. You seek death. The remaining 4 were greatly shocked and furious at the same time, and immediately surrounded and killed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo wanted to make it quick, and he dodged a round of attacks while circling around behind 2 of them. Bang bang! Unceremonious two bricks smashed the opposite two people's eyes straight to gold stars, and then fainted on the ground with a flutter. The faces of the remaining two were filled with horror. Run! Go inform the Lord! They realized that they were no match for Lin Mo and turned to flee. But how could they outrun Lin Mo? It didn't take long for them to fall to the ground as well, the back of their head bulging with a half-fist-sized lump. Done! Lin Mo clapped his hands, signaling Bai Ro behind him to hurry and follow him. Bai Ro came to Lin Mo with some shock. Looking at the several people lying on the ground, she said in an incredulous tone, You took care of them so quickly? Isn't that some bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Lin Mo had thought that Bai Ro's attention would be on the slate in his hand, but she didn't seem to be seeing it for the first time and didn't get suspicious. Come to think of it, his opponent had already left the ring by the time he pulled out this slate in the ring, so it's only natural that he didn't recognize it. Let's go. These people should just be guards. The mine is only occupied. Lin Mo very skillfully collected the 5 people's storage bags and then urged Bai Ro. But Bai Ro was a bit hesitant at this moment. To be able to send 5 Spirit Primordial Realm 9th ranked cultivators as guards. The people in the mines were definitely cultivators above the Spirit Primordial Realm. If they accidentally bumped into it, they'd be in real danger. Chapter 52 Amethyst Bug King. What? Lin Mo turned to look at Bai Ro. Nothing. Shiro gritted her teeth. We're here now, and leaving now would be like running away from the battlefield. Moreover, the Amethyst Spirit Stone was extremely important to her, so even taking a risk was worth it. Thinking of this, Bai Ro followed Lin Mo. Let's go. Let's hope our luck isn't too bad. The two men ascended a cliff ladder that had been cut out by former miners, and soon came to the overhanging platform. There is a natural cliff cave in the inner cliff face here. Lin Mo found quite a few abandoned mining tools outside the cave, and when he looked inside the cave, he only saw that it was so winding and damp and dark that he couldn't see the end of it. Rimmer lowered his footsteps and walked ahead. Bai Ro, on the other hand, followed behind Lin Mo somewhat nervously. She seemed to be a little tense mentally and was looking around the whole way. So much so that she hadn't even realized that Rimmer had turned around ahead of her. The two collided at once. A special manly odor hit her face, and an unprecedented strangeness rose in Bai Ro's heart. Being in such close proximity to a man made her heart flutter and she hastily took a few steps back. Yeah, sorry, I didn't notice you stopped. A blush colored her small face under her mask, spreading all the way to her pale, flawless collarbone. Lin Mo also looked at the beautiful person in front of him. The other party had just crashed into his arms, leaving behind a light fragrance that lingered gently in the air for a long time. He let out a breath and said, Let's get the map out and see which way to go now. It turns out that up ahead is the fork in the road that holds 3 mines. Oh, Bai Ro nodded obediently and opened the map to check it out before speaking. The one in the center is the main road. Lin Mo nodded before turning around and moving on. Bai Ro silently followed behind. She had to focus quite a bit after that incident just now. There were no words along the way, and the two of them walked for nearly half an hour in an extremely awkward atmosphere. At this time the light inside the mine has been faintly invisible, but the good thing is that both of them have cultivation in the body, visual perception to be far more than ordinary people. Even with complete darkness in front of them, they could barely make out things around them. We're at the mine. After a long cavernous passage, the two finally came to an open area within. Well, this used to be supposed to be the main blue crystal or production area, but now it's been hollowed out. Come see here. Bai Ro found a stone cave on the west side that only allowed a few people to pass through. Look at all this rubble by the hole. Bai Ro picked up a fist-sized piece of black rock. The openings on it were flat and bright, clearly having only been smashed not long ago. It seems that this stone cave should have been opened by those who were one step ahead of us, but this is good, and saves us a lot of effort. Lin Mo smiled, turned around, and walked into the cave. Wait, the two of them hadn't walked for long when Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Shiro's voice seemed a little strained. Look over our heads. Lin Mo pointed upwards with an expressionless face. Bai Ro looked at where she was pointing and instantly became so frightened that she almost let out a scream. Luckily, Lin Mo covered her little mouth in time, only to see that at the moment the stone wall above the two men's heads was full of wormholes as big as their thumbs, and right now within these wormholes, countless red maggots that were only finger thick but several meters long were crawling out from them. They were densely entwined together, as if they were a river flooded with red waves of blood, and flowed towards Lin Mo and the two of them in a raging stream. It's the purple spirit bloodworm. Bai Ro's face was pale and she was already scared out of her wits. She had thought that even if there were purple spirit bloodworms in the mine, there shouldn't be many of them, but now the scale of this was just beyond her imagination. And just as the two of them were about to be drowned by the purple spirit bloodworms, a red-colored fire appeared out of nowhere in Lin Mo's palm. This is none other than the red flame of ancient alchemy. With its appearance, the darkness inside the mine was dispelled and the temperature began to gradually rise. Miku! Lin Mo shouted, and the red flame formed a layer of fire shield, protecting the two in the center. Those purple spirit bloodworms seemed to be very afraid of the firelight and began to actively retreat as they approached the two. Ro let out a sigh of relief. In her haste just now, she had forgotten that the purple spirit bloodworm also had the characteristic of being afraid of fire. The two continued on against the red-colored fire shield, and this time after only half an incense stick they stepped into a new space. It was a purple-colored cavern filled with crystals that shone with purple light. Lin Mo and Ro both caught their breath. There must be millions of amethyst spirit stones here. Ro couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even under Lin Mo's mask it was hard to hide his excitement. If a piece of amethyst spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 sect contributions, then wouldn't these millions of amethyst spirit stones be casually exchanged for more than 10 million sect contributions? Nope. These crystals contain too little purple spirit energy, and the energy is patchy. They're still considered not amethyst spirit stones. Ro squatted down and picked up a purple stone to check it out, then said with extreme loss. Lin Mo's emotions also instantly fell from the clouds to the bottom because of her words. He hurriedly picked up a crystal stone that was on the pure side of color as well, but he quickly crushed it with one hand. Sure enough, it was just like what Ro had said. These purple crystals seemed to be in the millions, but the quality that could truly be called amethyst spirit stones was almost non-existent. Devil wind! Look at that river! Ro suddenly pointed to the distance. Lin Mo looked along where she was pointing and surprisingly saw a river flowing with purple molten lava. That river flowed out of a narrow hole, and the purple aura inside was actually very dense. Where we are now is still the periphery of the amethyst spirit mine. That should be the core area inside, Ro said excitedly. Without hesitation the two began to follow the purple river towards the narrow opening. But just as the two were about to arrive, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged in Lin Mo's heart. Suddenly, only the hole in front of him exploded, scattering purple rocks all over the ground. A behemoth as thick as 10 people's arms and about tens of feet long came into view. Along with them were 3 extremely wretched figures. Peak Second Order Amethyst Bug King, hurry up and escape. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they didn't even have time to look at Lin Mo and Ro before frantically running towards the exit. But how could that purple spirit blood king let go of an intruder that violated its territory? Only its tail flung out and struck the top of this space with a heavy blow. Instantly, countless huge purple crystals fell down, completely sealing off the entrance. It's over. The 3 men were ashen. Lin Mo and Ro were even more innocent, and were really in a desperate situation. Chapter 53, What You Say Is What You Say. The 5 of them ducked into a narrow rock crevice and escaped the giant beast's attack. And that giant beast seemed to have no eyes, and for the time being, it didn't even realize where they were. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. A peak second order amethyst bug king. Even Lin Mo was a bit shocked in his heart. It was an amethyst bloodworm that had enlarged hundreds of times, and its strength was equivalent to a peak spirit sea realm cultivator. But demonic beasts were born with a physical advantage, and in some ways were even stronger than humans of equivalent realms. Although Lin Mo put his best foot forward to be able to fight with a spirit sea realm cultivator, but it was only limited to cultivators at the primary stage of the spirit sea realm. Facing this huge beast in front of him, he didn't have absolute certainty either. After all, the 2 realms were just too far apart. Watch yourself later, Lin Mo faintly instructed by Ro. In this desperate situation he could only save himself first. There's no need to worry. I still have the teleportation token if that's not possible. Ro's voice trembled slightly, and it was evident that the appearance of the Amethyst King Worm had a great impact on her. The other 3 were 2 men and a woman. They were cowering in the other corner of the crevice, their auras already far exceeding that of a spirit primordial realm cultivator. At this moment, the woman in green clothes among the 3 couldn't help but snort coldly when she heard Ro's words. Humph, a teleportation token? This purple space can isolate all external fluctuations, so don't be delusional. What? Ro took out her own teleportation token and crushed it in order to confirm the other party's words. But after waiting for half a day, the teleportation token was never able to communicate with the trial tower's teleportation array. This, Ro was incredulous. A sense of desperate fear haunted her deeply. Not only her. At this moment even the 3 women in green clothes were a bit desperate. If we can't, we'll fight with this sinful animal. A white man with a thin build gritted his teeth. Spell. Just now the 3 of us can't penetrate this guy's outer skin with our attacks. What to spell? The other man in yellow sneered. He had a scar running the entire length of his face, cutting from his left forehead to his jawbone, and looked extremely hideous. Yang Chong, then what do you think we should do? You're the one who brought us here this time, the man in white said with some exasperation. Lin Mo heard the conversation between the 2 and glanced at the man in yellow. I didn't realize that this person with a horizontal scar on his face was the East District's commander, Yang Chong. He himself had killed the other party's men not long ago, and had already formed a bond. What can I do? I didn't expect there to be an amethyst bug king here either. Yang Chong had a look of impatience on his face. Before he came, the other party heard about the news of the amethyst spirit stones and begged bitterly to go with him. Now that he's in a crisis, he's shifting the blame onto him. You guys don't argue. The only way for us to have a chance of survival today is to join forces and blast open the exit passage. The woman in green calmly analyzed. No, that sinful beast outside is now eyeing us. Once we go out we will be attacked by its madness. We must find someone to attract its attention first. Yang Chong frowned. At these words, all three were silent. Everyone knew that the Amethyst Bug King was not easy to deal with, so naturally they were all unwilling to be this bait. Isn't this also two unlucky ghosts? Less than the strength of the Spirit Sea realm also want to come to share a piece of the pie with us. How can it be accomplished without a little bit of effort? The white-robed man smiled grimly and turned his gaze toward Lin Mo and Bai Ro. Bai Roling's primordial realm 5th stage was nothing in his eyes. As for Lin Mo, although he couldn't see through, he could feel that the other party's cultivation was definitely under the Spirit Sea realm. Yang Chong and the green-clothed man's eyes also lit up. Yeah, forgot about them. I'm sure you two don't want to be buried here, do you? There was a hint of threat in Yang Chang's tone. You can only open the exit passage if you cooperate well. Then everyone will have a chance to live. The woman in green also opened her mouth to advise. But we're nowhere near as strong as you guys. So going out there is just a death sentence. Bai Ro was very angry. Lin Mo, on the other hand, his face sank. The other side actually treats them like their dough that can be taken at their fingertips. It is precisely because your strength is far inferior to ours that you have no choice at all now. A hint of disdain hung at the corner of the white man's mouth. He walked towards Shiro, intending to do it himself. Bai Ro's face paled, and she was shocked into taking a few steps back. But since the space was too narrow, she instinctively leaned over to Rimmer's side. But the man in white still refused to let her go, reaching out and grabbing at her. Looks like you guys really don't take me seriously. Lin Mo blocked in front of Bai Ro, then directly blasted out with a punch. Devil Emperor Fist. Facing a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, he didn't intend to hold back and came up with a big killing move. The white-robed man felt a strong sense of crisis coming from the guy in front of him, who he had treated as an ant. He hastily retracted his outstretched hand and summoned a bronze mirror to block in front of him at the first opportunity. Click! The matchless power of the Demon Emperor's fist directly blasted onto the bronze mirror, and the mirror of this defensive spiritual artifact directly cracked. The powerful force instantly shook the white man back several meters and crashed into the stone wall within the gap. Pust! The man in white sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his face somewhat cloudy as he looked at Lin Mo. You're a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, if you say so. As for Lin Mo, he was also shaken back a few steps, and the blood in his body churned, but he quickly recovered. The most shocked were also the other three. Neither the woman in green nor Yang Chong expected their companions to be knocked back by Lin Mo's punch. And as Bai Ro looked at the upright figure that was blocking in front of her, her heart was like the surface of a lake brushed by the spring breeze, causing ripples to spread out. Why is my heart beating so fast? Bai Ro's face burned under the mask, oblivious to the fact that that young girl's heart had quietly sprouted at this moment. Magic wind. Thank you. The young girl stood behind Lin Mo and said with incomparable gratitude. Just a show of hands. Rimmer didn't look back, because at this moment, the man in white did not intend to stop. Just now, Lin Mo had taken advantage of his defenses to knock him back, causing him to lose face in front of the two young Changs. At the moment he was naturally unconvinced, but just as the two were about to exchange blows again, the Amethyst Bug King outside the stone crevice lost its patience. Its huge body frantically struck the ground, and soon the entire cave shook under its destruction. Not good. The ground is cracking, the green-clothed woman said with a horrified expression on her face. It was too late to think. The ground under the feet of several people even directly crumbled at this moment. There were also countless boulders smashing down towards them overhead. Lin Mo's heart flinched as his body fell towards the bottom uncontrollably. At the critical moment, he wrapped one hand around Bai Ro's delicate and smooth waist, and then performed the 9 heavenly cloud steps to jump back and forth on the fast-falling boulders. But in the end, it was inevitable that they fell deeper into the earth along with these crumbling debris. Chapter 54 Amethyst Spirit Vein. In the midst of the boundless darkness, Lin Mo utilized the falling boulders to continuously discharge his strength. After falling to a depth of nearly 500 meters, Lin Mo finally saw a raised tabletop on the cliff wall 50 meters below. His heart burst with joy as he jumped several boulders in succession, holding Bai Ro and finally landing firmly on the platform. Phew! Lin Mo let out a deep breath. How could he not expect this trip to be so treacherous? Bai Ro quietly leaned in Lin Mo's arms, like a muppet that wouldn't move. Just now, as the ground cracked open, she would have been ready to die, but she didn't expect that just when she was helpless it was the magic wind that saved her again. A very strange feeling of alienation accompanied the rising of emotion in her heart. It was as if someone had suddenly broken into her otherwise empty heart, leaving her confused and a little overwhelmed at the same time. Lin Mo didn't know that Bai Rou had so many mental activities. He surveyed the area. It was found that behind it was an abyss with no visible bottom, and directly in front of it was a huge cave. The mouth of the cave and the stone walls of the cave are very flat, like a mudskipper cave is oily and slippery. This can't be one of that amethyst worm king's burrows, can it? Rimmer thought of a possibility, and he saw that the size of the hole was also very close to the size of that amethyst bug king. Whatever, get in there and check it out. Lin Mo was just about to step away when he realized that Bai Rou was still hanging on to his body. We're safe. He opened his mouth to warn. Bai Rou's cluttered thoughts were interrupted by Lin Mo, and her face reddened to the back of her ears in a flash. She hurriedly separated from Lin Mo and retreated several steps in a row, saying somewhat coyly, no, sorry, thank you for saving me again just now. Lin Mo glanced at her and merely said lightly, follow me closely. After saying that, he walked directly into the cave in front of him. Bai Rou lightly babbled and also followed behind Lin Mo very obediently. For some reason, it was clear that she was in danger, but she was unusually at peace. The two of them, one after the other, walked along the cave for about half an incense stick of time. Rimmer didn't find anything surprising, but did determine that this should be a cave leading upwards. Bai Rou apparently also discovered this, and she said with some excitement, Devil Wind, this cave might be able to lead to the outside world. We're saved now. Not necessarily. Lin Mo listened but shook his head. He didn't explain and moved on. The cave is an arc that swirls upward, not a straight avenue. The two of them walked for about half an incense stick of time again. They finally saw a flash of purple light up ahead. The purple color here was much more intense, not like the purple space they were in earlier. Could this be? Lin Mo finally confirmed what he had come to, for he saw a huge carapace in the distance. That was actually the faded outer skin of the Amethyst Bug King. We shouldn't have come to the Amethyst Worm King's real cave, right? Bai Rou obviously also realized the seriousness of the problem and subconsciously leaned towards Lin Mo's side. Rimmer was silent for a moment. He was currently no match for that Amethyst Bug King, but in order to leave one would inevitably need to pass through the Amethyst Worm King's burrow, and as he looked at the glittering amethyst spirit stones within the cave, his heart quickly became firm. You wait for me here. Lin Mo dropped a sentence to Bai Rou and walked towards the Amethyst Bug King's cave alone. Magic wind. Shiro chased after him for a few steps, but soon stopped. She knew she would just be a liability to the other side if she followed. Rimmer didn't look back, but at this moment, Bai Rou looked at his back with some concern and said, You must come back. I will always be here waiting for you. Lin Mo's heart trembled and his figure was stunned in place. The simple words of the other party had directly touched the deepest part of his heart. He turned around, only to see that Bai Rou had actually taken off her mask at some point, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Lin Mo nodded slightly at her, then without looking back, he walked towards the Amethyst Worm King cave. He knew that Shuryao's gaze was always looking at him, just like the young girl who chased the ox cart back then with blessings and expectations. Huma. Lin Mo sighed deeply. He seemed to miss his sister so much that he would be touched by a word from one of her people. He stared for a moment, clearing his mind of the foreign thoughts. It wasn't long before he came to a vast space. There were purple crystals everywhere, and there were quite a few of them that were of extremely high quality, considered to be true amethyst spirit stones. But what shocked Lin Mo the most wasn't this. He saw a long purple river in the middle of this space. This river was not the same as the earlier river of purple lava. This was because the river was actually moving with a rich purple gas. Amethyst spirit vein. Lin Mo was overly surprised. No wonder amethyst spirit stones were born here. It turns out that there is actually an amethyst spirit vein. The veins of the purple gas flow resembled the Amethyst Bug King. However, the slight difference was that the amethyst spirit vein had two small bags bulging on top of its head, like a pair of frontal horns that had yet to grow. The dragon is the eldest of the scaly insects and the first of the four spirits. The true dragon world is no longer visible. The so-called dragons in the North Sky continent now were all just evolved from other creatures. For example, snakes become pythons, pythons become boas, boas become jiao, and jiao become dragons. And even some strange living beings in the heavens and earth can be transformed into dragons through continuous metamorphosis. This was the case with the amethyst spirit vein in front of us. It had been buried in the ground for endless years, absorbing unimaginable amounts of heaven and earth essence. If it is not damaged by the outside world, one day it will soar to the heavens, and the dragon will soar to the four seas. Unfortunately, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. This amethyst spirit vein had already lost its divinity, leaving only a shell composed of purple spirit chi. Lin Mo found a giant red egg bigger than his head in the purple spirit chi. It was due to this egg absorbing the divine flavor within it that the amethyst spirit vein was damaged, halting the evolution of the long years. This should be the egg laid by that amethyst bug king. It's no wonder it's trying to drive us to extinction. Lin Mo was a bit surprised at the other party's sanity. It actually knew how to use the amethyst spirit vein to hatch its own offspring for the purpose of bloodline evolution. However, when it met Lin Mo today, it was destined to fall flat on its face. I was worried that there were no resources for the demon seed advancement. Today I finally have a chance. Lin Mo directly took out a large slate and smashed a small opening out of the red giant egg, and transparent egg white flowed out along the opening. Rimmer brought his mouth up to suck on it. Instantly, an extremely terrifying energy exploded within him. Lin Mo was not surprised but pleased. If it was an ordinary spirit primordial realm cultivator just now, I'm afraid that he had already exploded and died. However, the devil seed in his body was like a mouthful of abyss that would never be filled, crazily absorbing the energy that poured into his body. It's got to be quick. The Amethyst Worm King shouldn't have gone far, and Mike returned to the cave in the next moment. All he could do was scramble to finish advancing before his opponent returned. So, he didn't care about any image, and flopped down on the side of the giant egg and wailed on it. Chapter 55, Devil Primordial Realm 9th Stage, Beheading the Insect King. Just as Lin Mo was absorbing the energy within the giant egg, the Amethyst Kingworm was still painstakingly pursuing the three young Changs. Damn it! Why does this sinful beast keep pestering us? The man in white looked at the behemoth behind him and couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. They had already left the amethyst mining area, but the other party still wouldn't let them go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's no road ahead, the woman in green exclaimed. They panicked and actually walked into a dead alley. Looks like we can only fight it. Yang Chong gritted his teeth and a red blood knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. He turned his head and bellowed, "Blood sword slash." As he slashed down, a red bloody light slashed at the oncoming Amethyst Kingworm. The Amethyst Kingworm opened its bloody mouth and let out an extremely sharp sound wave. The red bloodlight was obliterated by the sound waves before it even touched the body of the Amethyst Kingworm. At the same time, Yang Chong, who was closest, was also shaken by the sound waves and his ears buzzed, and his eyes oozed tears of blood. Before he had time to dodge, the Amethyst Kingworm's huge tail swept across, crashing through countless stone pillars and pumping on Yang Chang's body. Bang! Yang Chong flew out tens of meters, and his entire body was deeply embedded in a stone wall. And right at this moment, the woman in green had already leapt to the top of the Amethyst Kingbug's head at some point. Poke a hole in your head. She held a short blade in both hands and stabbed straight at the head of the Amethyst Kingworm with a titanic momentum. Dang! A burst of golden sparks was created where the short blade made contact with the Amethyst Kingworm's head. The woman in green's face was appalled. A huge gash appeared in her dagger, while the Amethyst Kingworm was unharmed. Its head was actually stronger than its own spirit weapon. No good. Seeing that she couldn't hurt her opponent, the woman in green wanted to withdraw, but the Amethyst Kingworm threw her high into the air with a toss of its head, then opened its bloody mouth and waited for her to fall into it. Help me! The woman in green blushed, and the man in white had an extra long whip in his hand. He saw the opportunity to swing it out and wrap it around the thin waist of the woman in green to pull her back, but just as the woman in green had stabilized her body, the tail of the Amethyst Kingworm swept across again. Both of them couldn't dodge in time, and were sent flying and crashed hard into the stone wall. And just as the huge body of the Amethyst Kingworm lunged again, Yang Chung suddenly appeared and scattered a large amount of white lime powder. Instantly, the pungent odor of powdered lime filled the cave. This guy doesn't have eyes. It relies on scent and sound to lock onto our location. As long as we don't move now, it can't do anything about us. Yang Chong reminded the other two with a voice transmission. Sure enough, with the three of them holding their breath, coupled with the lime powder to mask the odor, the Amethyst Kingworm seemed to be stunned in place as well, losing its target for a moment. But that's not a permanent solution either, because the Amethyst Kingworm seemed to have calculated that they were nearby. It had no intention of leaving, and their hands used to cover the smell of lime powder will eventually run out, and when the time comes, it is still difficult to escape death. As time slowly passed, the faces of the three became more and more anxious. Just when they could barely hold on, the Amethyst Kingworm seemed to sense something and suddenly let out an angry roar. It twisted its huge body and crawled at a brisk pace in the direction it had come from. What's going on here? The three men were dumbfounded for a moment. In the middle of the Amethyst King insect's cave, Lin Mo was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. The amethyst worm egg had absorbed the divinity of the amethyst spirit vein and had been nurtured in the purple spirit chi for an unknown number of years. The energy it contained could only be described as terrifying. Lin Mo had already broken 4 realms in a row with the help of it, and the demonic seed had been raised from the original Spirit Primordial Realm 4th Order to Spirit Primordial Realm 8th Order, and soon it was about to be raised to the 9th rank. Lin Mo drank the last drop of amethyst bug egg liquid, but he was always still a little bit short. By the way, isn't there still an amethyst spirit vein? Lin Mo thought about the fact that he was now in the middle of the amethyst spiritual vein, surrounded by purple spirit chi, and it was a very good choice to use for cultivation. He then hurriedly operated the 9 transformation devil technique, and immediately a cyclone was created above his head, and a large amount of purple spirit chi began to pour into it. Break! After half an incense stick burned, an unprecedented power erupted from Lin Mo's body. Spirit Primordial Realm 9th Order. No! It should be the 9th stage of the Demon Primordial Realm. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of demonic pupils with a dark purple glow. At the same time, a rich dark purple demonic aura lingered around him, setting him off as if he were a heavenly demon descending from the heavens. Rimmer clenched his fists. The current him was afraid that he would be able to blow up the white man from earlier with a random punch. It's time to raise the spirit seed. 9 transformation demon technique has one feature. The cultivation level of that demon seed and spirit seed must be kept in a certain balance. That is, if he wanted to break through the demon seed to the spirit seed realm, then he had to raise the cultivation level of the spirit seed as well. Otherwise, once the cultivation of the devil seed exceeded too much, it would easily backfire on its master. Half of the purple spirit chi in the amethyst spirit vein remained. Lin Mo sealed the devil seed and mobilized the spirit seed to absorb it. Soon he broke through to the spirit primordial realm 3rd, 4th, and 5th order. Just when he was about to break through to the 6th order, an incomparably mournful voice came from one of the side points. Immediately after that a behemoth opened its bloody mouth and lunged over with a strong fishy odor. Lin Mo had to stop cultivating first. Sinful animal, do you really think you're still my opponent? Lin Mo performed the 9 heavenly cloud steps to transform into a residual shadow. As his realm improved, he was already able to better execute the first stage, swiping shadow, only to see his figure vaporize for a moment, followed by disappearing into a residual shadow. While dodging the Amethyst King Worm's attack, Lin Mo had already leaped above his opponent's head. Demon Emperor Fist. Without any hesitation, he directly blasted his fist at the head of the Amethyst King Bug. Bang! With an ear-piercing sonic boom, the entire cavern space shook violently. The head of the woman in green that couldn't even be broken with a dagger was given a punch by Lin Mo at this moment. Red blood mixed with green liquid ran all over the floor. It didn't die immediately, its huge body and tail still twisting madly. Without the head, though, even its tenacity was finally at an end. After only a short while, its body stopped writhing. This peak second order bug king completely lost its breath of life. Lin Mo landed firmly on the ground. He also disregarded the nausea and took out a fist-sized piece of purple bead from the broken head of the Amethyst Kingworm. This was the Amethyst King Bug Inner Dan, an extremely precious alchemy material. Now, although it was of little use to Lin Mo, even if it was taken to auction it would still fetch a hefty price. In fact, the Amethyst Kingworm's outer skin is also a very good material for casting weapons, as well as its teeth can also be used to cast weapons. However, Lin Mo was a bit of a looker. He put the inner elixir away, and right at this moment, Biro actually appeared not far from Lin Mo with an anxious face. Chapter 56, Shiryao's Request. Just a short while ago, Shiro felt a tremor in the ground. That vibration came from the Worm King's cave, so she deduced that there must have been a big battle going on inside. The magic wind. Biro's heart is like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and worry surges like a tidal wave. To be able to make such a shocking commotion, I think the only person who can do so is that Amethyst Bug King. This undoubtedly meant that it was highly likely that Devil Wind was already in an extremely dangerous situation. Her insides were tangled up, as if a million threads were twisted together. However, when the image of Devil Wind having saved her life twice surfaced in her mind, she clenched her silver teeth and sped towards the Insect King's cavern without any hesitation. If Devil Wind died, she wouldn't be able to get out of the Insect King's cave with her strength. In that case, it would be better to die in one place with Demon Wind. With this thought in mind, she ran wildly along the way and soon arrived at the Bug King's cave. But what did she see? The Amethyst Bug King had fallen to the ground lifelessly. Devil Wind, on the other hand, was drenched in blood and stood like a god of war at the side of the Insect King. The Amethyst Bug King was actually beheaded by you? Biro gazed at Lin Mo with an incomparably shocked gaze. It was as if she had seen the most incredible thing under the sun. One must know that this was a peak second stage demonic beast. The 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators who had just joined forces were all having trouble fighting against it. But at this moment, it was like a silent mountain, quietly collapsing at Lin Mo's feet. Lin Mo didn't explain, but just said suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Didn't he tell Shiro to wait for himself in a safe area? I'm a little worried about you. Bai Ro's voice was like a mosquito fly, getting smaller and smaller, and finally as thin as a thread. At this time, she had long since removed her mask, and that stunningly beautiful little face was like a ripe apple, covered with a reddish hue. Lin Mo gazed at the other party, only to realize that she was like a mimosa, and would blush shyly at the slightest touch. That, and Yui Lu were worlds apart. He had actually recognized Bai Ro as Shiryao long ago. At first in the 5-vein spirit spring he and Bald Dog took away all of the 5-vein spirit marrow. Think about it, more or less some sorry Shiryao and Louis E. two women. That's why that day at the cottage he agreed to only charge the other side 30% of the protection fee. I'm fine. We're safe now, Lin Mo said. Thinking that the other party had risked their lives to come despite the life crisis, and that the news of the amethyst mine had been brought by the other party, Lin Mo let Bai Ro have the remaining 1/3 of the amethyst spirit vein. Heavens, this is actually an amethyst spirit vein. Shiryao's face was overjoyed. I told you how there is an amethyst spirit mine here, so it is the existence of this heaven and earth wonder. But are you really going to let me have it? Lin Mo nodded indifferently. It doesn't enhance me much anymore. He had already raised his spirit seed to the 5th rank. And even if he absorbed all of the remaining amethyst spirit veins he would still be able to reach the 6th rank at most. That boost made little difference to him. Instead, it was a huge help to Shiryao. Shiryao was very touched in her heart. She plopped down at the amethyst spirit vein and sat down. Then she began to cultivate. Rimmer, on the other hand, took advantage of this to scavenge the cave. Although this place was mostly some useless purple stones, there were still some purple spirit stones of excellent quality in the center area near the amethyst spirit vein. This was 100 contribution value piece, and it was Lin Mo's main goal in coming to this place. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Each amethyst spirit stone picked up was equivalent to an additional 100 points of contribution value. Lin Mo couldn't wait for this place to be full of amethyst spirit stones, so he could easily gather 1,000,000 contributions. Unfortunately, he had almost turned over the ground, yet he still only got close to 1,000 amethyst spirit stones. It can be exchanged for almost 100,000 contribution value, adding the previous 130,000. That would give him $230,000, nearly a quarter of the way to progressing down the mountain. And this had only taken him almost a week, and that wasn't even counting the rewards from the Golden Vein newcomer casting list. If he could take the other 4 rookie lists in one go next, and then gradually expand the power of the Devil Wind Walled City, then within a few weeks, he might be able to reach Moron Lioli's request soon. Even as he thought about this, a trace of excitement faintly appeared on Lin Mo's face, and just then, Shiryao finally finished absorbing the remaining amethyst spirit veins. The aura on her body also climbed from the previous Spirit Primordial Realm 5th stage to Spirit Primordial Realm 8th stage. Aside from Lin Mo, her cultivation level was already far ahead of the other rookie disciples. Thank you, Magic Wind. Shiryao came to Lin Mo with great joy. Lin Mo gave her a slight nod and said, since there's nothing else, let's go back. Wait. Shiryao lowered her head and said somewhat less kindly, Devil Wind, I know I already owe you a lot, but I still have something I want to plead with you. What is it? Lin Mo said suspiciously. Just now I saw that you picked up all the amethyst spirit stones here. Can you give me some? I don't want much, just 10 pieces, Tokoyo pleaded. No way. Lin Mo decisively refused. Why? Shiryao didn't expect Lin Mo to refuse so dryly. No means no. Lin Mo's voice turned slightly colder. I don't want it for nothing. I can take the spirit stone and exchange it with you. 100 spirit stones for a piece of amethyst spirit stone. Really can't. 1,000 is fine. Shiryao bit her lips in some aggravation and continued to plead. She couldn't figure out why the other party refused to let go of just 10 amethyst spirit stones when they could even let go of such a heaven and earth wonder as the amethyst spirit vein. Lin Mo ignored her and started looking for the cave that led to the outside world, but Shiryao crouched down in place with her hands on her chest. With tears in her eyes, she buried her head deep into her chest and sobbed. The amethyst spirit stone is really important to me. I'm going to take it to make a pair of earrings. It's the only relic my mother left me. But just a short while ago it was lost by me. I can't find them anymore. So I want to build a new pair of earrings as they were originally made. But the most important material in them will be the amethyst spirit stone. Consider it a favor, I'm begging you. Tokoyo was still covering her sobs. Lin Mo sighed after hearing this and came to her side to throw down 10 amethyst spirit stones. Shiryao looks like a pearl from a big family, whether she is dressed up or has the appearance and temperament. Lin Mo had also joked with Louis E that Shiryao was more like a princess of noble status than her. I just didn't realize that the other guy had lost his mother too. It was no wonder that she had been so anxious after the pair of violet spirit pendants had disappeared earlier within the 5-vein spiritual spring space. Turns out it was a relic her mother left her. Chapter 57. What do we have to answer for? Shiryao cried with joy as she gently wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes. As if caring for a precious treasure, she carefully picked up the purple spirit crystal stone on the ground, then tightly embraced it into her arms, as if it was the most precious treasure in her life, fearing that it would slip through her fingers if she was not careful. With these violet spirit crystal stones, I will definitely be able to create another pair of violet spirit pendants. Her eyes shone with light, like bright stars in the night sky. But at this time, Lin Mo mercilessly opened his mouth to strike. The reason why the purple spirit pendant is important to you is because it is a relic left to you by your mother. How can you give it its original significance even if you remake another pair? When Shiryao heard this, the light in her eyes was like a star obscured by dark clouds, and it dissipated quite a bit. She looked perplexed and muttered, "What am I supposed to do?" "The best way is of course to get the original pair of violet spirit pendants back," Lin Mo suggested. He had also lost his parents at a very young age and knew the pain of losing someone close to him. "I've tried, and even pleaded with my master to let me return to that lost land, but I still can't find the slightest trace of the purple spirit pendant. So it was only because I had no other choice that I thought of using the purple spirit crystal stones to recreate a pair," Shiryao explained glumly. The purple spirit pendant is just an object, but it symbolizes her mother's love for her. This emotion is so precious that no other item can replace it. Lin Mo was silent as he listened. He secretly speculated in his heart that it was most likely that bald hairy dog that had secretly taken Shiryao's purple spirit pendant. He didn't want to be nosy, though, so he dryly digressed and said, "Come on, we should get out." Rimmer walked towards a passage that appeared to be an exit. Shiryao hurriedly put away the purple spirit crystal stone carefully before chasing after them as well. The Insect King's cave was like an intricate labyrinth. Fortunately, Shiryao was carrying a map to guide the direction. The two of them followed the general directions, making left and right turns along the way, and finally saw the light of day again. Devil wind, we made it out alive. The bright sunlight was like a golden veil, gently sprinkling down on the two of them, making Shiryao feel a lot of emotions. As she recalled all the experiences of the trip, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in her heart. If it wasn't for the demonic wind, not to mention the purple spirit crystal stones, I'm afraid she would have lost her little life in that dark and scary place. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at the sight of Magic Wind's face like a curious child. This mysterious and powerful man who repeatedly saved her from danger and killed the Amethyst Bug King, what kind of face is hidden under his mask? Shiryao's heart was filled with curiosity, wanting to reach out and remove the mask from the other party's face then take a peek. However, she was afraid that this move would attract the other party's displeasure, so she could only force herself to hold back her little thoughts. "Since we've already come out, let's say goodbye here," Lin Mo spoke. They had reached the bottom of the cliffs outside the mine, and there was no need for them to travel the same way. "Ha!" Shiryao was stunned. A wave of reluctance actually rose in his heart. Lin Mo ignored her and walked towards the distance alone. And behind him, Shiryao looked at his back and slightly opened her small mouth that was as red as a cherry. But in the end, she still didn't have the courage to open her mouth. But just then, a strange change regenerated, only to see that Yang Chang's trio also happened to walk out of the mine, and the two groups collided. You guys?" Yang Chong and the three of them looked at Lin Mo and Shiryao with shocked faces. At this time, Shiryao had already taken off her mask, and that stunningly beautiful face instantly stunned Yang Chong and the white-clothed man. Even the woman in green felt somewhat ashamed of herself at this moment, her heart filled with jealousy. Rimmer stopped his departure, and Shiryao's face changed slightly, hiding behind Lin Mo like a frightened deer. There must be a reason for that Bug King to leave at the critical moment. Usually only a violation of the nest can make it so angry. The woman in green speculated. "Oh, you mean the two of them entered the Bug King's lair while we were distracting him?" Yang Chong stroked his chin. "Whether it is or not, won't we know if we capture them and interrogate them?" The man in white licked the corners of his mouth again after saying that and said with a lewd smile, "First things first, that woman will be handed over to me. I will definitely interrogate her from head to toe." Shiryao's face turned slightly white after hearing this, and her slender jade hand subconsciously pulled on Lin Mo's coat corner. Her teleportation token had already been crushed by herself inside the mine, and at this moment, if it fell into the hands of the other party it would definitely be worse than death. But the next scene that happened let her know that even if she had the token in her hand, it was useless. Since we're going to interrogate them, we can't let them get away with it. The woman in green smiled grimly, followed by a gray formation flag appearing out of thin air in her hand. Drop! The formation flag kept enlarging in her hand, and then inserted into the ground to emit a grayish-white circle of light that enveloped the place in a half-mile radius. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's still your set of isolation formation flags that are powerful enough to affect such a large area. The man in white marveled. If one wanted to kill and seize treasures in the land of disorder, it was inevitable that they would need such a set of array flags that isolated the fluctuations of teleportation. However, due to the expensive array flags, only they, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, could afford to spend so much. Kid, you can't run away now. If you are honest, we can still spare your lives. Yang Chong threatened Lin Mo. Oh, what do we have to account for? Lin Mo said indifferently. Have you guys ever been to the Insect King's lair? And have you gotten any amethyst spirit stones in there? The woman in green inquired. Been there and what? The three men's breathing became rapid. They originally thought that they would have to use some means to force the question, but they didn't want the other party to answer so quickly. An amethyst spirit stone appeared out of thin air in Lin Mo's hand and threw it towards the three of them, saying, and I still have nearly 1,000 amethyst spirit stones like this. The green-clothed woman took the amethyst spirit stone and examined it carefully, and immediately said excitedly, that's right, the purity of the purple spirit chi. Surprisingly, it's really an amethyst spirit stone of excellent quality. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of Yang Chong and the man in white also turned hot. Amethyst spirit stones could not only be exchanged for contribution value, they were also a higher level cultivation material than spirit stones. To them, Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, a piece of amethyst spirit stone was far more attractive than 100 contribution values. But just as they were incredibly excited, Lin Mo said with light sarcasm, what are you guys so happy about? Do these amethyst spirit stones have anything to do with you? Ha ha ha, how can anyone still be so naive? Even you yourselves are now fish in our net, let alone the amethyst spirit stones in your hands. The man in white sneered. Naive? Lin Mo smiled faintly. It is too early to say who is the fish in the net. Chapter 58, I hate holding women hostage. A mere 3 early Spirit Sea Realm cultivators also presumed to make him hand over his amethyst spirit stones. He was able to injure the white-clothed man opposite him with a single punch when he was at the 4th stage of the Demon Primordial Realm, and after coming out of the Insect King's cave, the Demon Seed had already been promoted to the 9th stage of the Demon Primordial Realm, and its strength had more than doubled several times. Even the Amethyst Bug King at the peak of the 2nd stage was blown up by his punch. Now that he was facing the Yang Chong trio again, he didn't even need to utilize the Demon Emperor Fist anymore. So without waiting for the opposite person to speak, Lin Mo took the initiative to pull out a large slab. This slate is engraved with the word Tao on the front and the word reason on the reverse. Reason is not spoken, but fought for with strength. 1,000 words are not nearly as powerful a deterrent as a brick. Ha ha ha, brat, you really don't know the heights of heaven. Just now you only took advantage of my defenses before you managed to repel me. Do you really think that you are our opponent? The man in white said with a face full of contempt. Is it a rival or not? Won't it be clear if you come and try? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth spread a cold smile as he swung Reason forward with great strides. Devil Wind. Watch out! Shi Yao shouted worriedly behind her. Although she knew that Devil Wind had decapitated that peak second-order Bug King, she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, so she did not have an intuitive understanding of Devil Wind's strength. And the opposite side was 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. She was afraid of accidents. All of you stay out of this. Let me meet this boy who doesn't know what he's doing. The man in white was still upset with Lin Mo and wanted to regain his lost face on him. However, before he could make a move, a slab as huge as a doorplate was like a meteorite descending from the sky, smashing into the top of his head with a titanic momentum. Humph, childish, the man in white snorted disdainfully. Nowadays fighting who would still use the other side of this kind of slow and bulky magic weapon. So without thinking, he clenched his hands together and formed a shield-like shield above his head in an attempt to defend himself against the falling large slabs. But it wasn't long before he sensed that things were not going well, only to see the shield just touched with the brick. There immediately came a click sound of cracking, as if it was the sound of broken glass. Not good. The white-clothed man's face instantly changed drastically, and he hastily raised his hands in a vain attempt to support himself. But it was all in vain. Like a mantis. Holy, how can it be so heavy? The man in white tilted his neck, his legs seeming to be swallowed by the earth, sinking in deeply. He was puzzled as to how something that was only the size of a door panel could weigh more than 100,000 pounds. What creeped him out even more was that the gravity above his head was still increasing. No! He clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, feeling like he was about to be crushed. Ka! With a crisp fracture sound, his already bent waist was finally overwhelmed. Bang! Nearly 200,000 pounds of heavy slate like a meteorite fell with a bang. The white man was instantly smashed into a big shape, deeply embedded in the mound. The scene was both comical and shocking, stunning the 3 Shi Yao people. Seek death. A large blood-red sword suddenly appeared in Yang Chang's hand, like a bloodthirsty dragon, and without hesitation, he chopped out a bloody light towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, however, did not panic and slightly moved half a step to the right before the bloodlight came. The bloody light flew almost against his left shoulder, leaving a hideous half-foot deep slash mark on a boulder. Without waiting for Lin Mo to catch his breath, the woman in green's attacks came one after the other like a blistering wind and rain. Her speed was as fast as lightning, as if she was possessed by a ghost, and she instantly arrived behind Lin Mo, then stabbed at the back of Lin Mo's neck with both hands holding daggers. But Lin Mo, as if he had eyes in his back, merely moved his neck gently and dodged another fatal blow. Seeing that the blow missed, the woman in green raised her hand and wanted to add another slash, but just at that moment, a cold voice actually sounded like a ghost next to her ear behind her. Fun? The green-clothed woman felt creeped out, as if countless cold needles had passed through her spine. She whirled around with her dagger in hand, turning around and stabbing fiercely, yet the result this time was like a pot of ice water poured over her heart, causing her to chill and tremble. The other party had actually used only 2 fingers to easily clamp her stabbing dagger like an iron vise. The strength of this person was far superior to theirs, and it was impossible to fight against him. The woman in green has no will to fight, and the only thought in her mind at the moment is to hurry and escape from this place. But before she could take any action, a heart-rending pain came from her abdomen, and immediately after that, her entire body was like a kite with broken strings, and she was blown away by Lin Mo's punch, and ruthlessly smashed into the yellow soil dozens of meters away. Lin Mo withdrew his fist and played with the dagger of the woman in green in his hand, and right at this moment, Yang Chong held a 5-foot large sword and leaped high in the air towards Lin Mo's left side. Lin Mo didn't dodge, just caught the opponent's blade with his bare hands. Yang Chang's pupils quake. However, what shocked him even more was that he only saw that the other party's palm gently exerted force, and the great sword that had followed him for more than 10 years was actually snapped at the waist and shattered into several sections at once. It was as if in the other party's hands, it wasn't a hard spirit blade, but a fragile withered tree branch. No way! Yang Chang's entire body and soul trembled, as if he was enveloped by an invisible force of fear. He made a vain attempt to escape, but he was kicked out by Lin Mo's backhand and crashed hard into a rock, spraying a meter of blood from his mouth. In a short moment, the 3 powerful Spirit Sea Realm cultivators had all fallen to the ground with serious injuries. From afar, Shiryao gazed at Lin Mo's figure, a strange color passing through her eyes. But in her momentary lapse of concentration, she hadn't realized that the white-clothed man who had just been crushed under the large slab had already come behind her. Ah! Lin Mo immediately turned around when he heard Shiryao scream, only to see the white-robed man take advantage of Shiryao's defenselessness to choke her snow-white neck and threaten viciously to himself. Don't move! Obediently hand over all the amethyst spirit stones you have on you, or else I'll send her to meet the king of hell right now. With that said, his hand slightly exerted force, and his sharp nails were like the fangs of a poisonous snake, piercing into Shiryao's skin that was as smooth and tender as congealed fat, oozing out a large amount of crimson blood. Ha! I'm sick of holding women hostage. Lin Mo's voice was as cold as frost, as if it could freeze the air around him. When the man in white saw that Lin Mo seemed indifferent to Shiryao's life and death, a wave of unease surged in his heart, but he still forced composure. Colorful said, just within the mind you but many times out to save her, clearly with her deep emotions, and so looks like heavenly fairy a woman. I do not believe that you can really bear to let her incense to die, the man in white said, and the force in his hands involuntarily increased a few more points. Shiryao immediately felt a wave of suffocation. Her beautiful little face now became as pale as paper due to the lack of blood, as if it was a broken flower swaying in the wind. Chapter 59, Can I see what you look like? Ahem, devil wind, you don't need to mind me. Shiryao squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty, as if each word exhausted her entire body. She felt so useless, always being a burden to the other person. Shut up, I'll break your neck if you open your mouth again. There was a hint of panic in the white man's voice. He was holding Shiryao hostage while slowly retreating towards the back, in the vain hope that he would use this to leave. Now you know to run? The corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and he was still playing with the green-clothed woman's dagger in his hand. Unfortunately, it's too late. As the icy cold voice fell, the dagger that flashed with cold light came out of his hand like lightning, slicing through the void at an extremely fast speed. Phew! The man in white was struck by lightning and stood in disbelief. He reached out with a trembling palm and carefully stroked it to his forehead. He touched a wisp of moist liquid, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was a shocking patch of crimson blood. Ah! Tokoyo looked at the white man's forehead in horror, only to see that the other party's brow was clearly inserted with a silver dagger. The dagger blade had all but disappeared into the brain. Even if the gods had descended, there was no way back. The man in white slowly let go of Shiryao, then like a puppet with broken strings, he fell to the ground with a bang in response. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was killed just like that. You actually killed him. There was some slight tremor in Shiryao's voice. It was the first time in her life that she had ever so truly witnessed a living life fading before her eyes. How can this not be frightening? Lin Mo glanced at her indifferently and said woodenly, "If I don't kill him, he will take your life." After saying that, he gave Xiao some time to adapt and turned to look at the woman in green. The woman in green had long ago witnessed the shocking scene just now from a distance. Scared out of her wits, she turned around and fled frantically in the opposite direction like a scared bird. In her eyes, Lin Mo was a demon that they simply couldn't fight against. Damn it, once this isolation formation is activated, it must use up all of its energy before it can be retracted. The woman in green cursed. The net originally intended to be used against others has now become a cocoon. It's just a dying struggle. Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the green-clothed woman who had already fled to hundreds of meters away. He stomped his foot on the ground and shook Yang Chang's broken knife into midair, followed by another kick that sent the broken knife flying. The green-clothed woman, who was desperately fleeing, vaguely sensed that there was some kind of object in the back that was rapidly attacking like lightning. Before she could turn around, a stumpy knife with a broken sharp edge ran her hard through the abdomen from the back. She lowered her head and looked at the remnants of the knife that had penetrated her body. Her pupils gradually laxed, and then she planted her head on the ground. The second Spirit Sea Realm cultivator fell in this way. Xiao was so shocked that she covered her small mouth. That was a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. In the other party's hands, yet they were as fragile as a chicken and could be killed at the drop of a hat. To think that one even ran away. Lin Mo frowned. That Yang Chong took advantage of the gap between him killing the other two and disappeared without a trace like a mudskipper wiping oil from its feet. Never mind. It doesn't matter if he's one less. Rimmer began to clean up the loot as if no one else was there. Worthy of being a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, his family background is surprisingly so generous. He had searched out a total of nearly 5,000 blue crystal ores from the two men's storage bags, as well as 1,300 spirit stones, and some miscellaneous materials, techniques, and pills. Lin Mo was oblivious to everything else, and his gaze was fixed on the blue crystal ore like a hungry wolf. This was more than 5,000 pieces, equivalent to more than 50,000 clan contribution value, adding the 100,000 contribution value that could be exchanged for the amethyst spirit stone. That would bring his harvest from this trip alone to 150,000. This is certainly an extremely scary number. If I can have this kind of chance every day, I'm afraid I'll be able to get off the mountain in a few days, right? Rimmer lamented. He put all the items into his storage ring and then came to Xiao's body. The other party's small face was still a little white. I don't know if she hadn't recovered from the shock. Are you okay? Lin Mo asked. I'm better, and you just saved me again. There was gratitude in Xiao's eyes. She did get a bit of a shock, but wasn't that fragile. Since you're fine, let's leave it at that. Lin Mo turned around and left after he finished speaking. Wait, what? Rimmer looked back at her. Xiao's chest rose and fell, and a strange emotion brewed in her heart for a long time before she finally opened her mouth. Can you take off your mask and let me see what you look like? Saying that, her voice behind her grew so thin that if she didn't listen carefully she couldn't even hear what she was saying. Can't. Lin Mo coldly rebuffed. Xiao turned a little disappointed, but she still finally gathered her courage and said, Then which lineage are you a disciple of? When the time comes, I must repay you properly. It's not necessary, and we'd better not be in touch when we get to the outside world. Lin Mo no longer gave her the chance to open her mouth to speak and left in the opposite direction with large strides. Xiao couldn't figure out why the other party was being so cold to her. She caught up a few steps and shouted towards Lin Mo's back. My name is Xiao. I'm a disciple of the Fire Vein. If you have any problems you can always come and find me. Her voice echoed in the square while the other party didn't half respond. Xiao was stunned in place for a long time. The evening breeze moved, ruffling her hair, and her thoughts went with the wind until they disappeared into the distant horizon. Lin Mo didn't choose to go back to the Devil Wind Walled City. He directly passed through the teleportation array in the center of the unordered land and returned to the middle peak. Finding an unoccupied corner to take off his mask, he then went back to the Hall of Affairs. When he arrived at the exchange counter and pulled out 5,000 blue crystal ores and placed them on the table, the deacon disciple in charge of reception was stunned. Lin Mo had also made a trip here a few days ago, when he had exchanged 200 blue crystal ores in one go, making this deacon disciple quite impressed. But surprise after surprise, there were always some disciples who had accumulated a large amount of blue crystal ore and then chose to exchange it all at once. But what he didn't expect was that only a few days had passed, and the other party had brought another 5,000 pieces of blue crystal ore. It's a little less common. A total of 5,021 blue crystal ores. I need to pay you 50,210 contribution points on my side. The deacon disciple counted all the blue crystal ores and then asked Lin Mo to take out his identity token in preparation for paying him the contribution value. Wait! Lin Mo took the 1,000 amethyst spirit stones out of his storage ring again and said, "Forget about these as well." With the appearance of the amethyst spirit stone, the entire house shone with dazzling purple light. Amethyst spirit stones. This must be thousands of them. The deacon disciple's eyes widened and his breath caught. Chapter 60 Phoenix Wutong. My lord, please carry your belongings and follow me. The deacon disciple finally regained his composure. He did not settle the bill for Lin Mo, but led him to a secluded side hall. My lord, you rest here for a while. He respectfully offered Lin Mo a pot of spirit tea before he hurriedly turned around and left. Lin Mo frowned slightly, not knowing what this meant. However, this is the sect affairs hall, and the deacon disciple just now was also working for the sect, so I think there shouldn't be any changes. Lin Mo picked up the tea and took a light sip. First bitter, then sweet, as if sweet rain moistens the heart. It couldn't help but remind him of the Phoenix Wutong that he had picked from the Phoenix nest in his previous life. That was the most top-notch spirit tea of the northern sky continent, which was unrivaled in the world. Ordinary people can prolong their lives and youthfulness with even a shallow taste. If a cultivator is lucky enough to taste it, not only can his cultivation soar, but he can also have an epiphany at the same place, and his state of mind will be sublimated. Of course, the most precious thing about this tea is much more than that. If one can drink this tea year-round, one may even be able to shed one's bones and give birth to the legendary Phoenix Divine Body. Although this Phoenix Divine Body was not as powerful as Lin Mo's chaotic Divine Body, it was still a physique that was invincible in the world. It's just a shame that it's just a legend. In the entire northern sky continent, only the 10,000 demon Divine Valley was inhabited by a peak 8th-stage demonic phoenix. Its cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the 9th stage of the Spirit Saint realm. Its strength was unfathomable. And apart from Lin Mo, there was simply no one who could take the Phoenix Wutong from its hands. And even though Lin Mo liked to go to the 10,000 demon Divine Valley to take a stroll when he had something to do, he was merely coveting the beautiful scenery there. The evening sunsets there are unique. A long rainbow sets in the sun, and a lone duck flies. Bihua is in the same heaven as the red wheel. Everything is connected to the vastness of the stars. It was as golden as it could be. Lin Mo sighed deeply. If he had the opportunity in this life, he would definitely take Yenner to the 10,000 Demons Divine Valley to taste the Phoenix Wutong tea and see the most radiant scenery in the world. While his thoughts were wandering, an old man in a brocade robe suddenly walked in the door. He had a round build and small, pea-like eyes that sparkled with shrewdness. There was also a small octogenarian beard on his lips. As soon as they met, he said to Lin Mo with a kind smile, "This little friend, my humble self Zhang Fugue, I heard that you have 1,000 amethyst spirit stones?" "That's right." Lin Mo nodded calmly. "That's really great. You don't know, this amethyst spirit stone is simply in short supply, and many disciples would rather spend a lot of money begging for it. So you've solved our pressing problem," Zhang Fugue said excitedly. The Hall of Affairs used the contribution value to acquire spiritual objects and spiritual treasures from the disciples, while the disciples could also take spirit stones and contribution value to buy all kinds of required items from them. And the amethyst spirit stone was undoubtedly one of the best-selling items. "Oh yeah?" Lin Mo stroked his chin. Listening to the other party, it seemed that the amethyst spirit stone could be sold for a much higher price. Sure enough, the other party turned and said, "Little friend, first don't be in a hurry to sell. I first help you contact a few disciples who are eager to buy amethyst spirit stone, and then at that time, these amethyst spirit stones will be divided into 5 for auction, and the one who gets the price will get the price of the stone. What do you think, little friend?" Lin Mo was slightly pleased, but he didn't move as he asked, "How much higher than the original price can I go?" If it wasn't much higher, then he didn't need to go to any trouble. "My humble prediction is that it will be at least 50% above the original price, and the draw we only need 5 points. 50%. Lin Mo couldn't help but be moved in his heart. Doesn't that mean that what was sold for $100,000 can now be sold for $150,000? That's an extremely good deal even if you get 5 points taken out of your pocket. Good. Then we'll follow your method," Lin Mo said after some contemplation. "That's great. I'll start making arrangements. This is my humble servant's transmitting note, so I'll come back to inform you, little friend, when everything has been arranged," Zhang Fugue said with great joy. Lin Mo accepted the other party's transmission note and only returned to Waterpeak after making sure that no one was following behind. Just after arriving at the cave, Xiaoyu informed him that Morong Lioli had come not long ago, and told Lin Mo to make a trip to the Lioli Palace immediately upon his return. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully as he listened. In his heart, he secretly wondered, what would Morong Lioli be looking for himself? he changed into the purple robe that symbolized the identity of a prodisciple before heading to the Lioli Palace. The Lioli Palace was situated on top of a mountain, where it was surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and was rarely visited by people. From a distance, that appearance of ice-blue glazed palace is just like the wide cold immortal hall suspended in the clouds of the 9 heavens. The coldness was filled with solitude, just like a temple that was left out of the world, giving people an incomparable feeling of holiness. When Lin Mo walked into the glazed hall, he realized that besides Morone Lioli, there were several more people inside. Most of these people were Morone Lioli's personal disciples, and among them, 4th senior brother Wang Tao, who was more familiar with Lin Mo, was among them. And what surprised him even more was that among them were Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wushuang, who had been confined some time ago. With Lin Mo's arrival, everyone's gazes fell on Lin Mo in unison. 4th senior brother Wang Tao was the first to show a smile like the warm sun towards Lin Mo as a greeting. As for eldest senior sister Zhao Ruxue's eyes, they were still as frosty with a bit of resentment. Qin Wushuang's face was expressionless, but he hid the chilly color in his eyes that was like a cold pool extremely deeply. 2nd senior brother Tong Yuan was unable to be present due to his seclusion. 3rd senior sister Xinyu's gaze, on the other hand, carried intense scrutiny and curiosity. She had heard that her master had given them a new master brother with a 5-element wasted body, so it seemed that it should be the person in front of her. Lin Mo was also sizing up Xinyu. The other party's figure was slender and shapely, concave and convex, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Although its beauty was not as beautiful as that of Shi Yao and Lu Yi, it was still considered gorgeous. However, in his previous life, he had very few interactions with the other party, and only knew that Xinyu was extremely strong, and was even more favorable to his 2nd senior brother, Tong Yuan. Alright, since everyone is here, this master will first come to formally introduce you. His name is Lin Mo. He is your junior brother. In the future you should take care of each other. Although Morone Lioli knew that everyone present was already well aware of Lin Mo's identity, she still solemnly introduced him. I heard that junior senior brother made it to the gold vein casting newcomer ranking, and even made a big splash at the ring challenge, really giving our water vein a long face. Wang Tao playfully complimented. 4th senior brother, your words are really a bit overstated. In my opinion, as a water vein disciple, he couldn't make it onto our water vein Shinkuan ranking, but instead made it onto the gold vein casting ranking. This isn't an honor, but instead, it's discrediting our water vein, and it's also destroying our water vein's relationship with the gold vein. As for the ring challenge, I've heard people say that he also just played some small tricks to win by fluke. It can't be counted as having real ability. Zhao Ruxue, who was the water vein's senior sister, immediately stood out and retorted. Wang Tao smiled awkwardly and said, Senior sister, I didn't expect you to still know everything about the outside world in a place like the Citao Cliff. Senior brother is really impressed. When these words came out, Zhao Ruxue's face changed slightly. Chapter 61, What do you think of Shi Yao? Senior brother, what exactly do you mean by that? Zhao Ruxue's brows were knitted tightly, and a hint of sullenness flickered in her beautiful eyes. In her eyes, Wang Tao's words were undoubtedly insinuating and ridiculing the fact that she had only just been released from the thought cliff. Don't misunderstand. Senior sister, I'm just praising you for being well informed. Wang Tao spread his hands and feigned a harmless appearance. Zhao Ruxue could do nothing about him and could only cast her eyes to Xinyu on the side. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinyu also stepped forward as if she had discussed the matter. I agree with what senior sister Zhao said. Junior senior brother's cultivation is still shallow and his character is reckless, making it difficult to take up the title of Water Vein Saint's son. When Lin Mo hadn't arrived, Morone Lioli had already announced Lin Mo's status as the Water Vein Saint's son to the crowd. This triggered an outcry from the crowd. Zhao Ruxue, as the chief great disciple, was naturally the most indignant. Shen Yu, on the other hand, felt injustice for her 2nd senior brother, Tong Yuan. In her mind, among the many disciples of the Water Vein, only senior brother Tong Yuan had the highest prestige and unparalleled strength. The position of Water Vein Saint's son should be his. As for Lin Mo, is just a humble mole in the spirit beginning realm. He simply does not have enough strength to convince the crowd. I really don't know why the master would make such a ridiculous decision. The two men's words caused the atmosphere of the scene to instantly drop to freezing point. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had always watched all of this with cold eyes, as if the people the crowd was talking about had nothing to do with him. Morone Lioli also took in everyone's attitude. She lightly waved her jade hand and said, Alright, I've already decided on this matter. There's no need to discuss it. Soon it'll be the 5 veins competition. So except for Lin Mo staying behind, the rest of you go down and dive into your cultivation. Disciple excuses himself. Wang Tao bowed respectfully towards Morone Lioli. then took the lead and walked out of the hall. As for Zhao Ruxue and Xingyu, although their hearts were unwilling, they had to comply with Morong Liuli's orders. As for Qin Wushuang, before he left, he glanced at Lin Mo as grimly as a viper. The appearance of the other party had completely disrupted his entire plan. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would make Lin Mo pay a painful price. After the crowd retreated, the great hall instantly became cold. Morong Liuli's gaze went straight to Lin Mo and she said ecstatically, "You actually broke through to the 5th stage of the spirit primordial stage?" Looking at her, it was as if nothing could be more worth celebrating than Lin Mo breaking through the realm. Aha! Lin Mo just nodded slightly. He did not use the sky shading technique to hide his cultivation in front of Morong, because the sky covering technique would make it impossible for the other party to see his cultivation. It would inevitably cause suspicion. After all, Morong Liuli was a cultivator of the Spirit King realm. If he couldn't even see through his cultivation of a Spirit Beginner realm, wouldn't that be a no-brainer? I told you that you don't have to be presumptuous. Even if others say that your qualifications are mediocre, as long as you can stick to your heart and forge ahead, one day you will be able to become the topmost powerhouse in the northern sky continent. Morong Liuli encouraged in an excited tone. Lin Mo did not answer, and Morong Liuli slightly calmed down before she made a point of explaining to Lin Mo again. Qin Wushuan's identity is special. Being a person of the Snow Clan of the Hui Kingdom, coupled with the fact that the patriarch pleaded on his behalf, I released him, and the king of Hui Shui will pick him up in a few days. As for Zhao Ruxue, sighed Morong Liuli quietly. Her mind could not help but conjure up the baby who was abandoned in the freezing cold 30 years ago, as well as Zhao Ruxue who recognized Qin Wushuang's true nature decades later and thus poked her own eyes out in shame. I've changed her confinement to being grounded in the cave, and if there are no major matters, she won't be able to step out of the cave for half a step in a year. Morong Liuli was afraid that Lin Mo would misunderstand the decision she had made. You don't have to explain to me, Lin Mo said indifferently. He was no longer the Lin Mo of his previous life, and there was no need for him to rely on Morong Liuli for help. If Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wushuang were still insensitive, he didn't mind using his own means to resolve it. The two chatted briefly again. Morong Liuli suddenly added, right. What do you think of Shiryao? Shiryao? Lin Mo couldn't help but be stunned, his face full of skepticism. What do you mean by that? Meaning you don't mind letting Shiryao be your fiancé, or future Taoist couple? Morong Liuli gazed closely at the look on Lin Mo's face. What makes her my future Taoist couple? Lin Mo couldn't help but be astonished. To him, the word Tao couple was like a voice from heaven. Extremely strange. In his previous life, alone for 10,000 years, he never took a wife or had children. Hearing this in the cold, his heart felt a little strange for a moment. Shiryao looks like a heavenly fairy and her talent is excellent. Don't you still fall in love with her? Morong Liuli saw that Lin Mo seemed to be unresponsive, so she asked curiously. I have no such intentions. Lin Mo very simply refused. For one thing, he had no feelings for Shiryao. Secondly, at this moment, he only wanted to return to Green Mountain Town early, and was not interested in concluding any marriage contract with Shiryao at all. The third, and the one that surprised him the most, when Morong Liuli uttered such words, had she not considered whether outdated Yao and her master would agree? Gu Songyun had always hated him, so he wouldn't marry his beloved disciple to him as a Taoist couple. Morong Liuli didn't expect Lin Mo to refuse so decisively. She pondered a little before saying, the water vein and the fire vein have always had a rule that if both pro-disciples of the same session are of the opposite sex, they can become Tao couples and cultivate a set of dual cultivation techniques that are compatible with each other. Water and fire. This set of techniques can greatly enhance the strength of both sides, so I'm sure that senior brother Gu's side won't refuse, Morong Liuli said in a slow voice. Gu Songyun was in charge of the law enforcement hall and took the rules of the clan extremely seriously. In addition, this matter would be of great benefit to Shiryao, so Morong Liuli concluded that although he was a bit reluctant, he would not speak out against it. The key point was still on both Lin Mo and Shiryao. Fire vein, inside the burning flame hall. What? You're asking me to become a Taoist couple with Lin Mo? Shiryao was so shocked that she lost her color, looking incredulously at her master teacher who was sitting above her, she who was always gentle and quiet. At this moment, her absolutely beautiful little face was also covered with anger. This is a matter that master teacher is also unwilling to do, which is why he tried to stop Lin Mo from becoming a water vein pro-disciple several times. Gu Songyun sighed helplessly. In his mind, Shiryao was like the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, and his Tao partner was none other than Qin Wushuang. The other party is gifted, and comes from the great family of Huaigua, and there is also the king of Hui Shui behind him to support him, and all of this looks so perfect. It is only a pity that his own sister is like an evil, and he is not looking at that Lin Mo. But haven't you always had a prejudice against Rimmer? Shiryao asked, full of confusion. I do not like him, but the rules of the Five Elements sect should not be lightly abrogated. So let's settle this matter. Gu Songyun's tone was undeniable. But my disciple already has her heart in the right place, and is definitely not going to marry that Lin Mo. Shiryao's eyes were filled with coldness, as if she was declaring her determination to Gu Songyun. Against. All against. Gu Songyun laughed back in anger. It was even if the senior sister didn't listen to herself, but now even this most docile disciple dared to disobey him. Chapter 62 I am a person who loves to help people. Lin Mo refused Morong Liuli's offer before leaving the Liuli palace. On his way back to the cave, he unexpectedly met Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wushuang again. Perhaps it was no accident. Looking at the other party's look, it was as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Lin Mo. You're finally here. Quickly tell me, what kind of demonic method did you use to compel your master? Zhao Rushue's face exuded a hint of coldness as she straddled Lin Mo, blocking his path. Get out of the way. Lin Mo pressed for a response. At first, when I heard Wushuang say that you were a demon from the demon sect, I was still half believing it, but now that I see that my master wants to make you the saint son of the water vein, I am convinced that what Wushuang said is true. This matter is not going to be what you want, and I'm definitely going to go to the patriarch's place to expose you. Zhao Ruxue scolded in a stern voice. In her eyes, she was raised by her master's father and followed her for dozens of years, and Lin Mo only appeared for a few days. The master teacher actually confined her for such an outsider. Moreover, this outsider is also a five-element cultivation waste material. All this is obviously contrary to common sense. Demon sect demon. After hearing this, Lin Mo lightly glanced at Qin Wushuang, who was hiding behind Zhao Ruxue, before impatiently saying, whatever. Go ahead and denounce if you want to. You. Zhao Ruxue saw Lin Mo's couldn't care less attitude and was instantly infuriated. Right at this moment, Qin Wushuang finally couldn't hold back and stood out. He said in a conspiratorial manner, Lin Mo. Senior sister Zhao and I actually don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you can take the initiative to show Peak Master Morong that you have no intention of serving as the Water Vein Sacred Son, then there is still room to turn this matter around. Ha! What if I don't say it? Lin Mo sneered. He had no interest in the so-called Water Vein Saint Son, which was entirely an identity imposed on him by Morong Liuli. However, just because he doesn't take it personally doesn't mean that someone can use it to coerce him. Lin Mo. Don't be ignorant of the heights of heaven. You're a country bumpkin trying to fight against us. Be careful that you don't even know how you're going to die when the time comes. Qin Wushuang finally ceased to look like that Confucian weakling and revealed his sharp fangs. Yes? Lin Mo's gaze instantly went cold. He took big steps towards Qin Wushuang. Lin Mo. What do you want? Seeing this, Zhao Ruxue hurriedly blocked in front of Qin Wushuang. Senior sister Zhao, you don't need to stop him. When Qin Wushuang saw that Lin Mo was angered by his few words, a hint of a conspiratorial smile appeared in his eyes. He pointed at his chest again and said provocatively to Lin Mo who had already come in front of him, come on, hit me, have the guts to beat me to death. He expected that the other party would not dare to make a move, and once he did it would be just what he wanted. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth hooked up a wisp of mocking smile. This is the first time I've heard such a request. But, I'll satisfy you. Who let me this person just like to help people? After saying that, he directly slapped Qin Wushuang's face. Snap. Affected by the force of inertia, Qin Wushuang's entire body spun in place like a gyroscope for more than a dozen times before falling to the ground. Ouch. He wailed as his eyes glazed over and he covered the blood-red handprints on his face. Lin Mo. You actually dared to make a move. Zhao Ruxue was stunned like a clay statue on the side. Didn't you hear me just now? He was the one who begged me to do it. Lin Mo spread his hands with an innocent face. The nest seems to let the mud do the work, but it doesn't let the mud hit the nest in the face. Qin Wushuang spoke angrily. He had just had all his incisors knocked out by a slap, causing his speech to leak a bit at the moment. That means the rest of the place except for the face can be hit, doesn't it? Lin Mo asked with a wry smile. That's right. Other than the face, nest everywhere else is strangely itchy. Qin Wushuang lay on the ground like a mess of mud, putting on a very beaten look. His entire body was wearing a set of gold silk soft armor that could be called a copper wall and impenetrable. As long as he didn't hit his face, the other party couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. Really? Lin Mo stroked his chin and turned his head to Zhao Ruxue. You heard him this time. It was he himself who said that his body was strangely itchy. Zhao Ruxue was also somewhat unable to guess Qin Wushuang's thoughts, and Rimmer couldn't care less. He came directly in front of Qin Wushuang, then jumped up and stomped hard on the back of his opponent's left foot. Gu! Qin Wushuang drew a breath of cold air in pain and couldn't help but howl like an injured wild wolf. But that wasn't all. As Lin Mo aimed another hard kick at his right ankle, The force was so great that you could even hear the sound of bones breaking. You. Qin Wuhuang arched his back like a dead shrimp, rolling his eyes in pain and almost fainting. He stretched out his hand, which was trembling like a candle in the wind, and tremblingly pointed at Lin Mo, but his mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't say a single word. Lin Mo muttered a little depressed. Why are you pointing at me? Weren't you the one who said that everywhere else but the face was free? Qin Wuhuang was so exasperated that she almost turned her back. Laozi is letting you do as you please, but you can't specialize in unprotected places. After all, no matter whose family's gold soft armor can't cover their feet. Qin Wuhuang's heart was as if she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. All kinds of grievances, but no one could understand. Lin Mo, you're simply too much. Zhao Ruxue on the side was furious. She wanted to stop it, but remembering the consequences of her last strike against Lin Mo, she could only force herself to hold back. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to Zhao Ruxue. He instead turned to Qin Wuhuang and said in a caring manner, "Hey, why have you been silent? Are you alright?" Qin Wuhuang's lungs were about to explode after hearing this. Don't you have eyes? I'm like this. Can't you really tell if something's wrong? But once he thought that this was a sin he had created, he could only hold back his anger and said, "No, it's fine. Oh, it's good that it's okay. By the way, your hands don't itch oddly too, do they?" Lin Mo looked his gaze toward Qin Wuhuang's hands. It doesn't tickle. It doesn't tickle. Qin Wuhuang waved his hand in shock. Well, if you one day again guilty of, and itchy, although you can come to me. This person loves to help people. After Lin Mo said that, he left somewhat unfulfilled, but when he left, Qin Wuhuang went against the norm and couldn't help but smile sorrowfully. Lin Mo, just you still want to fight me? Zhao Ruxue approached and looked at him with great surprise. I call that risking my life. After all, I am a member of the Snow Clan of the Hui Kingdom, and if Lin Mo injured me for no reason, then he must give me a statement. So as long as we sue the Morong Peak Master and say that Lin Mo is wantonly abusive and vicious, I believe that even if we can't bring him down, we can still get the Morong Peak Master to punish him. Qin Wuhuang explained with great complacency. Chapter 63, Ancient Demon Body Refining Technique. Senior Brother Qin, your plan is good. Zhao Ruxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by a soft voice, but it's just a little aggravating for you. A hint of heartache appeared on her delicate face. Thinking that the other party had made such a great sacrifice for herself, Zhao Ruxue hurriedly took out her most precious spirit medicine and treated Qin Wuhuang. No complaints, as long as I can help you ascend to the position of Water Vein Saint Sun, even if it costs me my life. Qin Wuhuang pretended to be affectionate and said, Senior brother, you're so good to me. Zhao Ruxue's pretty pink face flushed slightly, and then immediately seemed to remember something, and said with a worried expression on her face, now that Senior is so trusting of that Lin Mo, will he believe the words of the two of us? Hey, this injury on my body is not ironclad evidence. Wait. As Qin Wuhuang was speaking, he suddenly realized that Zhao Ruxue had been holding a ball of cotton balls and wiping it on his face. What are you doing? He asked, full of doubt. This is a medicinal wine I made with spirit medicine. It has miraculous effects in treating traumatic injuries, Zhao Ruxue explained. Hearing this, Qin Wuhuang's face changed slightly and he hurriedly took out a copper mirror to check up the injuries on his face. It was really worthy of being a medicinal wine made from spiritual medicine, only to see that the palm print, which was originally still blood red, was actually on the verge of completely dissipating after only a few moments had passed. No wonder he felt that his feet didn't hurt anymore and his face wasn't bloated. Dare he say that the beating was almost in vain. Quickly, while my injuries are still fresh, hurry up and help me to see Peak Master Morong. When Lin Mo returned to the cave, night had already fallen and ink-like darkness enveloped the surroundings. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to what Morong Lioli had said not long ago. She said that if the water vein and the fire vein's prodisciples of the same session were of the opposite sex, they could form a Taoist couple and practice a set of dual cultivation techniques together. However, in his previous life, this term's water vein prodisciple was Qin Wuhuang, but Lin Mo had never heard of him having any entanglements with Shuriao. Maybe it's just that Tokoyo doesn't want to. Rimmer didn't bother to go deeper. He emptied his mind of distracting thoughts and began to cultivate a set of heaven-level body refining techniques, the ancient body refining technique. This technique has the same root as the ancient alchemy, both originating from the alchemist clan of the ancient era. Legend has it that in that era, the ancient alchemist clan regarded the heavens and earth as a furnace, capable of refining everything in the world. They loved peace and originally lived a secluded life in isolation. It's just a shame that the pipsqueak is not the same thing. Their clan's alchemy aroused the covetousness of other ancient cultivators. Subsequently, the ancient alchemy clansmen were brutally massacred and suffered extinction. In the end, only a young man named Fury managed to escape with his life. In order to obtain the power to avenge the clan, Fury unexpectedly had a sudden thought: since everything in the world can be made into a spiritual weapon, then why cannot the human body? He then went so far as to use the ancient alchemy, which was capable of refining everything, on himself. He treated himself as a blade of grass, as a stone, and even as metal, and began countless attempts. In the end, after experiencing countless failures, he finally created a book of body refining techniques that shook the ancient and modern world. Ancient body refining technique. Through the continuous improvement and evolution of ancient body refining technique, this technique had also been known as the ancient demon body refining technique. The Fury painstakingly cultivated this technique for 3,000 years, eventually transforming into a 10,000-foot demonic body, whose figure stood in the starry sky like a star that had existed for eternity, and whose chi and blood were boundless, spreading out like a raging, surging, blood-red star river. He killed the enemy family, and with the power of his powerful blood chi alone, he shocked countless strong people to death through the air. The other people's attacks, as well as their spirit weapons, fell on him like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to hurt him in the slightest. In the end, with his bare hands, he tore all the enemies who had participated in the extermination of the clan hard to pieces. It was from that day onwards that the ancient cultivation world triggered a heavenly earthquake. They were shocked to find that the original human body can also be so powerful to such an unimaginable extent, as if opening a door to a mysterious new world. Since then, the status of body refiners was as high as the sky, and the body refining lineage was gradually being emphasized. To this day, even the 5 elements sect still retain the legacy of body refiners, and this is naturally one of the 5 chakras, the Earth Chakra. The reason why Lin Mo had suddenly developed the idea of refining his body was because he wanted to ascend the 1000 June ranking of the Earth Vein. Don't look at the fact that his strength nowadays had been able to easily crush all the new disciples. However, if it was just a pure competition of physical strength, he was afraid that he might not be able to beat those Earth Vein disciples. After all of them were born with natural strength and were as strong as oxen, and also practiced body refining techniques. He was afraid that if he went forward rashly, he would really make a joke. Lin Mo gathered his chi and began his formal cultivation. The reason why the ancient body refining technique was also known as the ancient demon body refining technique was because it was necessary to strengthen the body through a large amount of demonic chi, and that alone was enough to make it difficult for the vast majority of people. After all, they simply couldn't find so much demonic chi to cultivate this technique. Rimmer, however, was different. As long as aura still existed in heaven and earth, Lin Mo would be able to transform a constant stream of demonic chi through the demonic seed. This was a perfect fit for the ancient demon body refining technique. Time rushed by and the night passed quickly. Lin Mo opened his eyes wide and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, his naked body actually dispersed a faint reddish haze, and a rich power of chi and blood rippled out from him. The ancient demon body refining technique, like the ancient alchemy technique, was divided into 7 layers. Each layer of flesh emitted a unique haze. In his previous life, Lin Mo had cultivated this skill to the 7th level, and was able to blow up a holy weapon with a single punch using only the power of his physical body. And once the power of that blood chi was opened, its momentum was like purple chi coming from the east. Magnificent. Lin Mo stretched, then slowly stood up. However, right at this moment, he unexpectedly stumbled and nearly fell. He subconsciously held onto the wooden chair to the side, but the chair, which was carefully crafted from Nanmu, simply fell apart like a rotting withered branch right after he lightly hit it. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. With the growing strength of his physical body, his body's distribution of power was still somewhat less coordinated. I'm afraid it would take some time to get used to it. Go back in time to last night. Zhao Rushua brought Qin Wushuang and hurriedly rushed outside the Liuli palace. When she heard the two's intentions, Morone Liuli was stunned. How dare they accuse Lin Mo of striking out and hurting people? Morone Liuli almost thought she had heard wrong. Senior, Lin Mo is brutal and unreasonable, vicious and cruel. Senior brother Qin only argued with him for a few moments, and then he dealt him a painful blow, beating senior brother Qin into this state. Zhao Rushua pointed at the almost healed wound on Qin Wushuang's face and added more fuel to the fire. Qin Wushuang also limped out and said with an aggrieved accent, "Senior sister Zhao, forget it. I'm no longer a disciple of the 5 Elements sect now, so it's better not to make any more mistakes. Shouldn't disciples of the 5 Elements sect be allowed to be bullied? Should we just let that villain Lin Mo get away with it?" Zhao Rushua said with righteous indignation. Qin Wushuang was obviously a little shaken after hearing this, but still revealed a timid look and said, "But now that he has an esteemed status, I think it's better to endure it." The two of them sang in unison and soon portrayed Lin Mo as a brute who bullied the small in front of Morone Liuli. with their understanding of Morong Lioli's character. What the other party detested most was people who use strength to bully the weak. Yet things went a little beyond their expectations. Only Morong Lioli's face looked slightly strange as she faintly said, "Oh, since you think you can endure it, then endure it well for now." The moment these words came out, both Qin Wuxuang and Zhao Ruxue were dumbfounded. Gah! Why don't you punish Linma after all this? And what does, well endured mean again? Chapter 64 Warm up first. Master, Lin Mo is so arrogant and domineering. Are you still going to condone him? Zhao Ruxue said with a face full of confusion. Indulgence. Are you accusing my father? Morong Lioli raised her willow eyebrows and asked in return. This disciple would never dare. It's just that it's true that Lin Mo hurt someone. Don't believe me? Take a look at the wounds on senior disciple Qin's feet. Zhao Ruxue busy let Qin Wuxuang to Morong Lioli show the injury on the foot. However, surprisingly, I do not know whether it is that the medicinal wine has a divine effect, just so a little while, Qin Wuxuang body injury has been completely healed. The two of them looked at me, and I looked at you, completely dumbfounded. Do you know what the offense is for falsely accusing a fellow disciple in front of this father? Morong Lioli's voice was slightly cold, and all of a sudden, the temperature of the entire hall seemed to fall into an ice cellar. Disciple knows the sin. Zhao Ruxue was so scared that she fell to her knees and admitted her mistake in a panic, but her mouth remained unforgiving. Senior Qin was indeed injured by Lin Mo just now, and it was only under the miraculous healing effect of the medicine that the wound was able to heal quickly. I still hope that the master will be able to clearly see the truth and return Senior Qin's innocence. After these days of being together day and night at the Thoughtfulness Cliff, Zhao Ruxue had long been secretly in love with Qin Wuxuang. Plus this matter was also related to her own interests, so how could she be willing to give up so easily? Since the wound healed so quickly, it means that the injury is not serious. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. All of you retire. Morong Lioli waved her hand. But, shut up. Zhao Ruxue was still about to argue, but she was interrupted by Morong Lioli without mercy. She looked at the other party with some anger and said sternly, Qin Wuxuang is no longer a disciple of the Five Elements sect. There is no need for you to do him justice. Also, your confinement has been extended from 1 year to 2 years, so give me an honest chance to stay inside the cave and think behind closed doors. Zhao Ruxue's small face turned white. Seeing that Morong Lioli had already become angry, she could only follow orders. Disciple obeys. The hands of time turned back to the following morning. At this time, Lin Mo was completely unaware of the fact that Qin Wuxuang and the two of them were once again defeated in front of Morong Lioli. Dressed in a black suit, he had quietly arrived at the training plaza of the Earthen Vein Mountain Peak. At this moment, the sky had only just turned fish belly white, and the Earth Vein disciples had already begun their morning exercises. Faster, all faster, faster. An elder of the Earth Vein in charge of training raised his arms in front and led hundreds of Earth Vein disciples to run along the square in a circle like a speedy wind. Most of these people were newcomer disciples, and at this moment, they were still gritting their teeth and struggling to hold on even though they were exhausted to the core. Elder Mo, run slower, the disciples just can't take it anymore. Usually it's only a 50-pound load, but today it's suddenly doubled. So who can handle that? The voices of the disciples screamed in agony. But it's only 100 pounds of weight. Look at you guys with your lack of talent. I'm telling you, if you want to make a name for yourselves, you have to not be afraid of suffering. Look at Han Ming, wearing 1,000 pounds of gravity suit without even complaining. The training elder broke into a fit of rage. Hearing this, the crowd of disciples were groundless, so ashamed that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Senior brother Han trains in the morning, trains at noon, and even at night when we're falling asleep he's still burying his head in hard training. No wonder he managed to break through the spirit primordial realm in such a short period of time, and even jumped up to the 3rd level of the spirit primordial realm in one fell swoop. Yes, our talent is already inferior to senior brother Han, but we are not even as diligent and hardworking as he is. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we'll be left far behind. All of them cast their gazes toward Han Ming, who remained silent and followed closely behind the elder, and their eyes instantly lit up with fighting spirit. Seeing this, the foremost elder nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mo watched quietly from the sidelines for a moment. Afterward, he took a step to a deacon disciple responsible for distributing gravity suits and said, "Give me a set of gravity suits." Lin Mo's body hadn't yet fully adapted to the powerful physical force brought about by the breakthrough of the first layer of the ancient demon body refining technique, and he wanted to take this opportunity to warm up his body first so that he could better utilize his physical strength. The deacon disciple thought that Lin Mo was also a newcomer disciple of the Earth Vein and handed him a gravity suit without even thinking about it. Lin Mo took his hand, and he realized that this gravity suit was as thin as a cicada's wing, so light that it was like a feather. It was made from cold silk, and it even had a gravity spirit pattern engraved on it just like his big slab. However, the gravity spirit pattern on this was very rudimentary, and the gravity was still fixed at 100 pounds. And his big slate was a second-grade spiritual weapon that could adjust the gravity according to the amount of spiritual energy input. Rimmer was a little disgruntled. Just this 100 pounds of weight was not enough for him to stuff his teeth. So he said to the deacon disciple, "Get me a heavier one." The deacon disciple was a bit surprised. It couldn't be that this person in front of him was still an old disciple? Without thinking, he fetched a 500-pound weight-bearing gravity suit and handed it to Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Not enough. Get another one." Seeing this, the deacon disciple whirled around and took out another 1,000-pound weight-bearing gravity suit. To my surprise, Lin Mo still shook his head. "It's still not enough." The deacon disciple became more and more shocked and admonished in a serious tone. "Young people must not be arrogant and conceited. This gravity suit is one thing to look at, another thing to hold in your hands, and another thing to run in it. Often, there are many people like you who are generally brave and competitive, but without running a few steps, they will be exhausted on the ground. There is no need for you to worry about this matter. Fetch me a heavier set, preferably above 5,000 pounds. Lin Mo voiced his request. "Humph, since you insist on not listening to advice, then I will do as you wish." The deacon disciple held the mindset of being ready to watch the fun and directly brought Lin Mo a 10,000-pound gravity suit. Lin Mo felt his hands sink slightly after he took them. He draped it over his body and did not act immediately, instead moving his arms and legs in place. Seeing this, the deacon disciple was about to open his mouth to sneer, but Lin Mo leaped out in front of his dumbfounded gaze. His speed was as swift as the wind, as if he was an arrow off the string, leaving a string of residual shadows behind him. At this moment, the elder in charge of training was leading the disciples to run ahead of Lin Mo. He shouted under his breath, "All give me to remember. We Earth Vein disciples are not like the Gold Vein disciples can cast weapons, not as good as the Wood Vein disciples can control the beasts, not as good as the Water Vein disciples' arts, and not as good as the Fire Vein disciples' alchemy. The only thing we can rely on is a strong physical body. All laws are inferior. Only I will suppress it with one force. All laws are inferior. Only my power can suppress them. I am the only one who can suppress it." The crowd of disciples from the Earth Vein were so enthusiastic that their shouts were deafening and resounded. But just at that moment, a violent tremor seemed to come from behind them, as if a large earthquake of more than a dozen magnitudes had occurred. Immediately afterward, a figure blew past them like a hurricane and directly disappeared into the distance. The disciples were dumbfounded. The training elder's face also changed drastically as he angrily said, "Chase, give the old man a fierce chase. If you can't catch up, you guys won't eat at noon today." Chapter 65 almost out of the atmosphere. As the hurricane whistled by, it brought with it a cloud of dust that covered the sky like a sandstorm. The disciples of the Earth Vein covered their faces and coughed while exclaiming, "Cough, cough, cough. What just passed? I didn't even see it clearly. Yes, that might is like a mountain of mountains. It can't be which Spirit Sea Realm senior brother has come to our newcomer area to show off, right? Very likely," the crowd murmured, which made the training elders anxious. He was furious and cursed, "You little brats. You're all eating dust behind someone's ass, and you're still in the mood to discuss it. Hurry up and give chase. This is about the face of our entire Earth Vein." Elder Mo, "It's not such a big deal, is it? That's right, we're just new disciples. It's reasonable that we can't compare to those senior brothers who entered first, right?" The crowd of disciples said with bewilderment. As for why they only mentioned senior brothers and not senior sisters, it was because they didn't have many female disciples in their Earth Vein at all. Goddamn the senior brother who was initiated first. This person is Water Vein disciple Lin Mo. Elder Mo was so infuriated that he blew his beard and eyes out and couldn't help but curse. What? Lin Mo is actually this guy. I heard that he dominated the newcomer artifact casting ranking, leaving the entire Golden Vein disciples without a place to live. This time, he came to the Earth Vein again. Could it be that he is eyeing our Earth Vein's 1,000 casting ranking again? Outrageous. No matter what, we can't just let him provoke us. Let's go after him first. The Earth Vein disciples were completely enraged by Lin Mo, and an unprecedented fighting spirit burned in their eyes. This time, there was no need for Elder Mo to urge them at all, so they used all their strength to chase after them. At this moment, Lin Mo was still oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently offended a group of Earth Vein disciples. He adjusted his breathing and slowed his running pace. He was searching for a rhythm to allow his body to adapt faster to the great power that came from refining his body in motion. But it was this inadvertent move that gave the crowd in the rear a ray of light. "He's slowing down. He's dying." Elder Mo was also overjoyed and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Little brats, hurry up, hurry up. If you catch up to him this afternoon, I'll let you rest for half a day. If you can't catch up, none of you will be able to sleep tonight." Hearing this, the disciples were as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, working even harder, itching to put their little lives on the line at this moment. The most prominent among them was Han Ming, who took the lead and left the crowd far behind. "Come on, Han Ming. It's all up to you." Elder Mo also placed all his hopes on him. Han Ming nodded slightly, and his physical strength actually erupted again like a volcanic eruption, his speed nearly 50% faster. Just as the crowd was about to see hope, Lin Mo sensed movement in the rear. He just wanted to warm up alone, and didn't really want to be in the company of others. So with a slight push, his entire body sped away like thunder and lightning, and in just a few breaths of effort, he transformed into a small black dot in the distance amidst a crowd of shocked gazes behind him. The crowd was dumbfounded. This speed, not to mention them, even those old disciples could only look up to them, right? Elder Mo, on the other hand, was so exasperated that he slapped his thighs, hating the fact that he couldn't chase after them himself. But then, there would surely be people who would say that they were bullying the small with the big, and would be reduced to the laughingstock of all the vains. Run for the old man, even if you can't run. If we can't match speed, we'll match endurance with him. I don't believe he can be this fast all the time. Elder Mo gritted his teeth and gave a death order. Hearing this, the other disciples could only harden their heads and continue to run with difficulty. An hour quickly passed. At this moment, the sky in the east was whitening, and the sun, like a reddish disk, leaped out of the clouds, dispersing the mists of the mountains, and the competition in the training square was still in full swing. Of course, this was merely a competition that the crowd of disciples from the Earth Vein thought was wishful thinking, and Lin Mo simply didn't take it to heart. I really can't. My legs are going to break in two if I keep running. I really suspect that he is the one who was a disciple of the Earth Vein as if he were a fake, and we are nothing more than indiscriminate imposters. Yeah, what kind of person can run like that? The crowd of Earth Vein disciples had already begun to scream in agony. The training plaza was not too big or too small, covering an area of more than 10 miles in circumference, and for nearly 2 hours, the other side had circled back and forth, overtaking them from the rear again and again. The first time they were passed from behind by the other team, they still felt very ashamed, but then 2 times, 3 times, until dozens of times later, their humiliated hearts had become as numb as dead ashes. Even Elder Mo was deeply powerless at this moment, and no longer continued to urge the crowd. About half an hour of time had passed again. Lin Mo finally stopped. He was sweating profusely as if he had been doused with water, and seeing that he finally stopped, the Earth Vein disciples who were already on the verge of collapse completely let go of the breath in their hearts, instantly paralyzing a large swath of people as if their backbones had been taken away. Elder Mo's face was filled with a helpless look of hatred. It was just as well that the Earth Vein couldn't compare to the other aspects of the veins, but I didn't expect to lose today even in the running that it was good at. However, Elder Mo was still a bit unwilling. Running great can only mean fast speed and good endurance. However, what was truly great about their Earth Vein was their powerful physical strength. So he came to Lin Mo not far away and provoked. Lin Mo, I have to admit that your speed and endurance are far beyond normal people, but if you want to be on our Earth Vein 1000 June ranking you still need a strong physical body power. Do you dare to compete with these disciples of the old man again? Hearing this, the crowd of Earth Vein disciples also immediately had their eyes light up. Yeah, so what if Lin Mo ran fast? His physical strength might not be better than theirs. Thinking of this, it was as if they saw the hope of a clean slate again. The only one who felt anxious was the deacon disciple from earlier. Only he was aware that Lin Mo was wearing a 10,000 pound gravity suit. Even in this state they were able to abuse their Earth Vein disciples to the bone. How bad could the strength of their fleshly bodies be? So he ran over and winked frantically at Elder Mo, wanting to use this to remind him that this matter must not be done. Nay, Elder Mo was in the throes of anger and ignored him directly as if he were an epileptic. Lin Mo also felt that running all the time was not much fun, so he returned. Oh, how do you compare? There are 6 star stones over there that are specially designed to test the strength of newcomers, which are 5,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds, and 500,000 pounds respectively. We'll be competing to see who can move the heavier starstone. Elder Mo introduced. Sounds good. Lin Mo didn't refuse. He took off the gravity suit he was wearing and casually gave it a toss, only to hear a bang sound. The hard verdant stone ground couldn't even withstand it and directly cracked. Elder Mo's eyes popped out and he almost even dropped his jaw. What you just wore was actually a 10,000 pound gravity suit. The other disciples also stared wide-eyed. Originally thought in the other side is only a gap as wide as a river. But now it seems that both sides have been poured out of the atmosphere. Chapter 66 Cracked. Lin Mo ignored the shock of the crowd as he arrived at the starstone that Elder Mo had mentioned. Hey, why don't you guys come over? Lin Mo realized that Elder Mo and the group of Earth Vein disciples were dilly-dallying, so he opened his mouth to urge them on. Why don't we just stop competing? Elder Mo somewhat reluctantly came to Lin Mo's side. Why? Weren't you the one who offered to compete just now? Lin Mo looked at Elder Mo with a smirk. Elder Mo's old face reddened. He couldn't help but glare at the deacon disciple. Your sister. He knew the situation and didn't even come to inform me. Now it's good. Letting people make the old man go up and down. Let's see what I'll do to you when this is over. The deacon disciple sensed Elder Mo's unkind gaze and instantly felt that he was more wrong than sinus. It's obvious that you yourself ignored my reminder. So how come you're forcing the blame on me now? The deacon disciple was very aggravated. And Elder Mo was in an awkward situation. Compare it to that and make a fool of yourself. If you don't compare, you can't afford to lose face. Just as he was thinking about how to answer perfectly, a very witty disciple suddenly covered his stomach and screamed. Ouch! 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 My stomach! What's wrong? Elder Mo hadn't reacted yet and looked at him with great consternation. The food in the morning hall kitchen is poisoned. Oh, I can't. I'm going to scurry thin. After saying that, this disciple actually wiggled his butt and left in a hurry. The other disciples' eyes immediately lit up when they saw this. Ouch! My stomach hurts too. I can't either. I have to poop. The crowd actually covered their stomachs and followed suit. That's okay? Elder Mo was dumbstruck. However, at this time he also finally reacted and pretended to be very regretful. Lin Mo, it's not that we don't want to compete with you, but these disciples of the old man are not in good shape today, so if there is an opportunity some other time, we will definitely have to compete with you again. Lin Mo nodded breathlessly as he listened. The reason they gave was very appropriate. What else could he say? But, it's pretty much warmed up anyway, so it's time for the main event. Lin Mo came to the center of the training square. There was a circular altar here, and on top of it, there was a towering black stone tablet. Is this the Earth Veins Power Test tablet? Lin Mo reached out and gently tapped the stone tablet, and in an instant, dense white spirit patterns emerged on it like snowflakes, and then quickly formed an illusory silhouette. The strength of a man is 100 pounds. The strength of an ox is 1,000 pounds. The strength of an elephant is 10,000 pounds. And the strength of a dragon is the strength of 10 elephants. This Lin Mo just activated the human void with just a casual slap of his hand. Yeah, senior brother Han Ming barely managed to activate 7 cow shadows with all his might. I wonder how far this Lin Mo can go. Seeing that Lin Mo was ready to challenge the 1000 June ranking, the Earth Vein disciples who had just shouted that they were going to scurry thinly surrounded them again like a tidal wave. Lin Mo. This stone monument was erected exclusively for the new disciples of my Earth Vein, but so far, no one has ever been able to activate the dragon's shadow in it. If you are capable of activating it, I will instantly recognize you as the top of the 1000 June ranking. Elder Mo also walked over and said to Lin Mo verbally. Oh yeah? Lin Mo said expressionlessly. If I can activate the dragon's shadow, what other benefits are there? The old man has already said that he recognizes you as the top of the 1000 June ranking. What more benefits do you want? Elder Mo was stunned, but immediately afterward, he patted his chest and assured. But you've said so. Then I promise, as long as you can activate the dragon's void, you will be given a double reward for the contribution value of the top of the list every month in the future. Double. Lin Mo's eyebrows suddenly raised like a sharp sword, and he laughed lightly. It's a good deal. The top of the list is 3,000 contribution value per month. Doubling that is 6,000. Don't be happy. Yet if you fail to do so, you will forever lose your qualification to ascend the 1000 June ranking in the future. And you will have to apologize to our Earth Vein in front of the entire clan for what you did today. Elder Mo said in a cold voice. If you want to activate the illusory dragon image on the stone tablet, you have to have at least 1 dragon's power. That is, 100,000 pounds of force. This was simply heavenly for new disciples. And even some old disciples of the Spirit Sea realm might not be able to do it. Therefore, Elder Mo was full of confidence at this moment. Then it's a deal. Lin Mo was afraid that the other party would change his mind, and busily promised. After all, this was a contribution value that had been sent to the door on its own accord, so it was a waste not to want it. TSK, this Lin Mo was too arrogant to try to activate the dragon's shadow. The newcomer test monument has stood here for an unknown number of years, and very few of so many of Heaven's Pride's children have been able to activate the elephant's shadow, not to mention the dragon's shadow which requires the power of 10 elephants to activate. When the surrounding disciples saw that Lin Mo dared to accept Elder Mo's bet, they all felt that he was a little out of his depth. However, Lin Mo ignored their arguments. He slowly approached the monolith and took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, he gathered all the fleshly power in his body onto his right fist. In an instant, a dazzling red light blossomed on his fist, and a majestic power of chi and blood surged out like a raging wave. What a powerful power of chi and blood! What kind of body refining technique does this son cultivate? Elder Mo secretly marveled in his heart. And some close to the comparison of the disciples only feel the body of the chi and blood such as boiling water general churning more than meridians actually have the illusion of imminent explosion. They panicked and retreated backward until they retreated into the distance, and then they breathed a small sigh of relief. On the other side, Lin Mo had already built up his power to its peak. Blast me! His voice was like a bell, and his right fist fiercely blasted onto the black stone tablet. Bang! The force of this punch was so astonishingly great that even the ground trembled slightly, raising dust several feet high. But on the contrary, the black stone monument was as stable as Mount Tai, not moving at all, not to mention any dragon's shadow, not even a trace of it had been revealed. A brief silence fell over the scene before a roar of laughter erupted. I told you, the dragon's shadow can't be activated so easily. Ha ha, but that aura of his just now did scare me to death. Elder Mo was also relieved at this moment, murmuring softly, luckily it's just a lot of thunder and little rain. But before his words fell, Lin Mo slowly withdrew his fist from the stone tablet. Click! Only a crisp sound was heard. The crowd fixed their eyes on the black stone monument unexpectedly cracked. Those cracks were as fine as a spider web, and in the center of the spider web is a deeply indented fist mark. How is this possible? Elder Mo's face was filled with astonishment. It was unbelievable. The stone monument in front of him was cast from a heavenly meteorite iron, which was claimed to be indestructible. How could a tiny rookie disciple leave such deep fist marks on it? The crowd of disciples also had their jaws dropped at this moment. However, before they could regain their senses, the stone monument suddenly shone with countless brilliant spirit patterns of one gold and one red. Immediately afterward, these spirit patterns intertwined with each other, actually outlining a mighty golden dragon and a fire phoenix reborn in fire in the void. What? Is what he activated the dragon and phoenix void. Elder Mo was so shocked that his jaw dropped and he couldn't even speak properly. Chapter 67. Try not to be reasonable if you can do it. What kind of vapors is this? I can't believe I've never heard of it. Yeah, I'm seeing it for the first time too. While the disciples were shocked, their hearts were filled with doubts. This is the dragon and phoenix shadow. Elder Mo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then explained, the dragon's shadow requires 100,000 pounds of force to activate, which is the limit of the newcomer's test stone tablet. And above this limit, there is actually a hidden dragon and phoenix shadow that requires 200,000 pounds of force to activate. What? 200,000 pounds? The disciples were stunned. This is undoubtedly an extremely scary number for them. Yes, for thousands of years. Not to mention that there were people who could activate the dragon and phoenix silhouettes. Even the disciples who knew about this matter were few and far between. But you guys not only know about it now, you've even witnessed this history with your own eyes. Elder Mo had mixed feelings in his heart. The only thing he regretted was that this history was actually made by a water vein disciple. Lin Mo didn't care about the shock of the crowd. He looked at Elder Mo and asked softly, does this count as a win for me? Naturally, it is counted as a win for you. And what I promised you, I will definitely do. In front of the many disciples, Elder Mo would naturally not go back on his word. However, he still advised Lin Mo in a serious tone. Lin Mo, you're condescending to the water vein. It's really a negative for your talent. Are you interested in becoming a disciple of our earth vein? Oh, and change your vote to your earth pulse? Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Theoretically the sect is not allowed to do so, but as long as you are willing, even if I give up this old life, I will go and convince Peak Master Morone. Elder Mo had a pleading face. No, I'm fine in water pulse. Lin Mo politely declined. His ancient demon body refining technique required the use of demonic chi to quench his body. And even if he added the earth vein, it would not benefit him at all. Seeing Lin Mo's refusal, Elder Mo immediately became anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, and busily said, are you worried that our earth vein won't be able to grant you a position in the water vein? Don't worry, with your body refining talent, you will definitely be able to become our earth vein saint son in a few years. I'm already a water vein saint son. Lin Mo once again refused. Elder Mo was stunned at his words, and many of his words seemed to be stuck in his throat. And right at this moment, a man dressed in a brocade yellow robe descended from the sky. When Elder Mo saw this person, he immediately bowed and saluted, saying in a loud voice, see you, Peak Master. The other disciples followed suit and saluted afterward. Huang Chao, however, ignored the crowd, and his gaze was like a magnet, always staring closely at the imaginary figure on the stone tablet. He was so excited that even his voice trembled a bit. Who activated this dragon and phoenix shadow? Quickly come forward and let this peak master take a good look. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the crowd fell on Lin Mo in unison, and Huang Chao followed the gazes of the crowd and noticed Lin Mo. Surprisingly, it's you! Huang Chao's face changed again and again. It converted from disbelief to complexity, followed by regret and hesitation. Such an unparalleled talent in body refining was not even a disciple of their earth vein. Greetings, Yellow Nest Peak Master. Lin Mo gave the other party an unassuming salute, then said flatly, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Huang Chao looked at Lin Mo's fading back and did not open his mouth to stay. Now Elder Mo beside him became anxious. Peak Master. As a newcomer, this Lin Mo was able to shake the testing stone tablet to activate the dragon and phoenix shadow. His body training talent is so strong. It's the only thing I've seen in my life. If such a person can't be taken under our door, it would definitely be an incalculable loss for our earth vein. How does this Peak Master not know? Huang Chao shook his head inside again. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but it's just that this Lin Mo is a treasure in my senior sister's heart. I'm afraid she won't agree to our request. Can't you think of something? Elder Mo was still upset. Don't worry, this matter is related to the future prosperity of our earth vein. Regardless of whether senior sister she is willing or not, this Peak Master will give it a try. Shortly after Lin Mo left, word spread about his ascension to the 1000 June ranking. However, just as the entire clan was shocked, the collective scuttling and thinning incident of the Earth Vein disciples also attracted widespread attention. The heat of its discussion even far overshadowed Lin Mo. No, the first thing the other 4 chakra disciples said when they met with them was, did you guys poop? Did you poop this morning? An Earth Vein disciple was so ashamed of himself that he could not wait to find a hole to drill into. He reddened his face and said angrily, pull your sister. And dare to say one more word, lousy will fight with you guys. Only after seeing that no one dared to speak again did the Earth Vein disciple turn around and leave. But the other 4 veins were always close to him. The Earth Vein disciple couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, what exactly do you want? The crowd looked at me and you, and finally asked only when the Earth Vein disciple waited until he was impatient. Did you guys really pull it? Ah! This Earth Vein disciple completely collapsed. Lin Mo hadn't realized that he had caused such a huge annoyance to the disciples of the Earth Vein. Just after returning to the cave, Xiao Yu found him in a hurry. Your Excellency, Peak Master Morong has just sent someone to say that you should go to her place sometime today. Go to her, asked Rimmer. Did it say what it was about? It doesn't say. But, Koyuki said, a little too eagerly. Lin Mo couldn't help but urge her on when he saw her stammering. But there's no harm in you saying it. The slave girl heard someone say that last night senior sister Zhao and that Qin Wushwang ran to Master Morong Peak and sued you, Gongzi. And the slave girl guessed that Master Morong Peak would be looking for you because of this matter? Oh, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He didn't think the other party would dare to sue himself. Thinking about the virtues of those 2 people, they might add to the slander of his innocence in front of Morong Lioli. Although Lin Mo also didn't care about his image in Morong Lioli's eyes, he couldn't hold back a bit of this breath. In his previous life he couldn't win an argument or a fight. And in this life he didn't care to argue with them anymore. Try not to reason if you can do it. So Lin Mo, after asking for Qin Wushwang's address, immediately went straight to the door. This is a separate garden located at the foot of Watervein Mountain. Although there is no spirit gathering formation, but as a place to entertain outsiders, there are all kinds of water pavilions inside. Lin Mo was unceremonious and directly broke down the door. Inside the luxurious room, Qin Wushwang was lying on the hospital bed. Although his feet appeared to be healed on the surface, in reality, the bones inside were not yet fully healed. While at his bedside, Zhao Rushue did not follow Morong Lioli's command to be confined in her cave. At this time instead, she was carrying a bowl of medicine and thoughtfully feeding it to Qin Wushwang's mouth with a soup spoon. Seeing Lin Mo suddenly barge in, the 2 were startled, but Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to their astonishment. Carrying a wooden stick in his hand that he had found somewhere, based on the principle of as long as he didn't kill him, Lin Mo swung his wooden stick and clunked it towards Qin Wushwang's thighs. Ah! Qin Wushwang wailed in pain. Stop! Stop! Zhao Rushue reacted ready to stop it. But by this time, Lin Mo had already dropped the wooden stick, and then raised his head. Chapter 68. Just want to hurry home. From the time Lin Mo entered the house to the time he violently beat up Qin Wushwang, it only took a short 10 seconds or so, and he didn't say a word in the process until the 2 men in the room were still in a daze after he left. Especially Qin Wushwang. If it wasn't for the sharp pain in his thighs still reminding him, he would have thought that Lin Mo hadn't come at all. Senior brother Qin, are you alright? Zhao Rushue inquired worriedly. I'm fine. Qin Wushuang's words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. To think that he, the devil's son of the devil's sect, had gone through a lot of trouble to sneak into the Five Elements sect. Originally, I thought I could strategize and play these so-called righteous people in the palm of my hand, but it didn't work out. He was confined on his first day in the Five Elements sect. It was so hard to be released from the place of confinement, and immediately he received another severe beating. That's even. He went to Morong Lioli to comment on the situation, but he didn't expect to be scolded again. He thought about lying down in the house so that nothing else would happen to him, but who knew that Lin Mo, without saying a word, rushed in and gave him another beating. Who the hell did you invite yourself to? Qin Wushuang couldn't help but shed stifled tears as she thought about it. This Lin Mo was simply the enemy of his life. He couldn't take it anymore. It was just too dangerous here and he just wanted to hurry home. Even in the demon sect he had never been so aggrieved. Zhao Rushua's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of heartache when she saw him looking like he was crying in pain. She gently touched Qin Wushuang's left leg, wanting to check the injury for him. But who knew that Qin Wushuang screamed out in pain. Don't move. It's already broken. This guy Lin Mo is simply a brutal and unreasonable bully. Zhao Rushua clenched her fists and said indignantly, who says otherwise? Qin Wushuang wiped the aggrieved tears from the corners of her eyes and very much agreed with Zhao Rushua's words. Now that the evidence is complete, I'll help you to see master now, Zhao Rushua said indignantly. How about this? Or forget about it? Qin Wushuang was a little hesitant. Senior brother Qin, why are you still acting in front of me? Don't you hate Lin Mo? Zhao Rushua said. Hate is hate, that is. Qin Wushuang was interrupted by Zhao Rushua before he could finish his words. Hate will do. Let's go to the master now and expose his crimes. After saying that, Zhao Rushua didn't care and carried Qin Wushuang on her back and walked towards the Lioli Palace. And at this time inside the Lioli Palace, Morong Lioli didn't wait for Lin Mo, but instead unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest. Senior brother Huang, how could you have the leisure to come to my place as a guest of senior sister today? Morong Lioli got up and invited Huang Chao to the upper seat. Ha ha ha, senior brother, I've come here naturally because of Lin Mo's matter. Huang Chao also did not beat around the bush, and opened the door to his intentions. Oh, senior brother, you're not here to raise an offense, are you? Naturally. Morong Lioli had also heard the rumors of Lin Mo making a scene in the earth vein not too long ago, which could be said to have caused the earth vein to lose face, so she subconsciously assumed that Huang Chao had come to settle the score with Lin Moxing. Nonetheless, senior brother, I have come here to ask for something, and I hope that you, senior sister, will oblige. Huang Chao's tone was unusually solemn. Senior brother is overstating it. As long as it's your business, senior sister, I will be obliged. Morong Lioli replied cheerfully. Senior sister, don't be in a hurry. I came in a hurry this time and didn't make any preparations. This third-grade personalized treasure armor as well as 2 bottles of spirit elemental Dan. Just take it as a slight expression of my little bit of heart. Oh yes, there are also these 2 bottles of top-grade Qi and Blood Dan, which are also very beneficial to refining the body. With a wave of Huang Chao's big hand, a large pile of items instantly appeared out of thin air in front of him, and then sent it to Morong Lioli. Morong Lioli was so stunned that she couldn't close her mouth. Looking at the pile of items in front of her that were prepared exclusively for disciples, she couldn't help but feel a hint of alarm rise in her heart. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? I'm sure you've heard about what happened not too long ago. Senior sister, and truth be told, I want to take Lin Mo as a disciple. When Huang Chao said this, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was suddenly stagnant. What? You want to take Lin Mo as a disciple? After a long time, Morong Lioli was incredulous. She thought her ears were hallucinating. That's right. Lin Mo has activated the Dragon and Phoenix Shadow. Such talent can be called a supreme wizard of the body refining world. If he were to settle in your water vein, wouldn't it be a waste of his body refining talent? So whether it's for the future of the sect, for the development of our earth vein, or for Lin Mo's own future, I think Lin Mo deserves it. I all think that Lin Mo deserves to be handed over to our earth vein for careful cultivation. Huang Chao looked like he deserved it, but just after he finished his words he was flatly rejected by Morong Lioli. No, Lin Mo is my disciple. None of you know him. Besides, earlier you guys disliked him for being a 5-chakra wasted body, and now you're competing for him. Don't you think it's a bit too shameless? Senior sister, I know you don't want to part with it, but I also have good intentions for Lin Mo's sake. With his body refining qualifications, only when he arrives at our earth vein will he be able to grow faster. Huang Chao persuaded bitterly. Senior brother, there's no need to say any more on this matter. I won't agree to it. Morong Lioli was about to get up to see off the guests after she finished speaking. Huang Chao was helpless, but before leaving he firmly stated that he would never give up. Soon only Morong Lioli was left alone in the large hall. She propped her forehead with her jade hand, her face composed, not knowing what she was contemplating. And just then, the sound of Lin Mo seeking an audience came from outside the palace. Lin Mo rushed to the Lioli palace after beating up Qin Wuxuang. After entering the hall, he met Morong Lioli, who was wearing an ice blue dress, on the first seat. Feel free to sit down. Morong Lioli gestured for Lin Mo to sit down on a side chair. I heard that you stirred up the earth vein again today and activated the dragon and phoenix shadows, making it onto the 1000 June ranking? Morong Lioli laughed lightly. You're really well informed. That's natural. Otherwise how can I be the head of this peak? Morong Lioli couldn't help but give Lin Mo a blank look. The two made small talk. Morong Lioli suddenly had a feeling and said quietly, Lin Mo, why didn't I realize before that you were so all-round? And you can cast weapons. You can also make talismans. And even your body refining talent is so outstanding. The better Lin Mo performed, the more guilty she felt inside. In her last life, as Lin Mo's master teacher, if she had shown Lin Mo a little more care, she would not have allowed him to rebel against the clan. So much so that the woeful event that happened later on that caused countless people in the entire northern sky continent to feel regret and shame. Morong Lioli's careless words however caused Lin Mo's heart to flinch. Previously, Lin Mo repeated these two words in his mind. After being reborn, the full count of the time he had known Morong Lioli was less than 20 days. So how could he say that before? Recalling her various unusual actions in this life, Lin Mo had a bold guess in his heart. Could she be like me? Rimmer frowned and didn't think any further. And at this time, Morong Lioli also took the initiative to mention the reason for calling Lin Mo. Lin Mo. I've already discussed the matter of Shi Yao with senior brother Gu, and he and I are unanimously in favor of the marriage contract between the two of you. Chapter 69. Kick the cripple hard in that good leg. What? Didn't I say a long time ago that I have no intention of marrying her? Lin Mo was filled with astonishment and felt that it was really a bit ridiculous. He originally thought that Morong Lioli was looking for him because of Qin Wuxuang's matter, but he never expected it to be because of Shi Yao. Just because you don't have this intention now doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. Shi Yao is a good girl. Not only does she have good character and appearance, but her cultivation talent is also excellent. I believe that sooner or later, you will develop a liking for her. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Morong Lioli's mouth as she said softly. She did this, for one thing, because she was genuinely looking out for Lin Mo. Secondly, he also wanted to enhance Lin Mo's sense of belonging to the Five Elements sect. As long as the two of them were able to successfully become a couple, then naturally Lin Mo wouldn't rebel into the demon sect like he did in his previous life. Lin Mo was just about to speak this matter. However, before he could finish his words, he was stiffly interrupted by Morong Lioli. This matter is settled. You're both still young now. You can try to get along slowly first, and it's not too late to get married after you've developed feelings for each other. Lin Mo frowned, and a strange feeling couldn't help but well up in his heart. Why did it feel like he and Shi Yao were kind of like an arranged marriage of the secular kind? However, he didn't bother to argue anything further. It was only a verbal engagement anyway. It wasn't like he was expected to get married right away. Even if it really came to the day of the marriage, he might have already left the Five Elements sect. Right. There is one more thing I must remind you of. Qin Wuxuang, the identity behind this person is far more complicated than even imagined. You'd better still try to have less contact with him, and also less to offend him. Morong Lioli cautioned with a solemn face. In his previous life, the destruction of the Five Elements sect had a great deal to do with Qin Wuxuang. She didn't want Lin Mo to get caught up in this right and wrong as well. Yes? Lin Mo's face was as calm as water. However, in his heart was the thought that he had beaten up Qin Wuxuang not long ago. The two were chatting when another request for an audience suddenly came from outside the palace. Disciple Zhao Rushua seeks to see master. Morong Lioli's eyebrows knitted slightly as she murmured, why are they here again? Still, she spoke. Come in. Zhao Rushua helped the limping Qin Wuxuan walk through the grand hall. When he saw that Lin Mo was also there, Qin Wuxuan was immediately shocked. Zhao Rushua, on the other hand, was furious. Could you, Lin Mo? How dare you show up here at Master Teacher's place unscrupulously after injuring Senior Qin? Lin Mo glanced at the two of them faintly, and Morong Lioli's face looked a bit strange as she asked, you guys aren't here to sue Lin Mo again, are you? That's right. Senior, Lin Mo was simply a brutal and unreasonable bully. Senior brother Qin had been beaten by him earlier to the point where he couldn't even get out of bed, yet he still refused to let senior brother Qin go. Just now, he even rushed into senior brother Qin's room with a wooden stick in his hand, and then brutally broke both of his legs as well. Zhao Rushua briefly retold what had happened. Morong Lioli looked at Lin Mo with some surprise after hearing this and asked, Lin Mo, is what she said the truth? It's the truth. Lin Mo actually nodded directly. This made Zhao Rushua happy. Even Qin Wuxuan was very excited. Lin Mo. You finally dare to admit it. I never denied it either. Lin Mo spread his hands and immediately added. But, I clearly only broke your left leg, and you guys are still slandering me for breaking your right leg. I'm a person who hates being falsely accused. Lin Mo said as he fist-pumped his way towards Qin Wuxuang. What do you want again? Qin Wuxuang had a vague bad feeling at this moment. What for? I'm going to have to break your other leg again to keep from being falsely accused by you. Lin Mo said with a leathery smile. You can't do this. Senior sister, come and save me. Qin Wuxuang's face changed greatly in fear. Lin Mo. How dare you be so arrogant in front of master teacher? Zhao Ruxue wanted to make a move to stop it, but she realized that her body had been completely imprisoned at that moment, unable to move at all. She immediately raised her head, her eyes looking incredulously at her master teacher. On the other hand, Qin Wuxuang was limping on one leg and desperately moving to the back. Lin Mo. I'm a cripple now. You can't take advantage of people. Ha, cripple? It's the cripple's good leg I'm going to kick. After saying that, Lin Mo didn't dilly-dally and lifted his foot to violently kick at Qin Wuxuang's intact right leg. Ah! Qin Wuxuang flew a dozen meters away at once and fell on his face. Lin Mo beat the dog in pain and followed up with a dozen more feet in succession. Qin Wuxuang wailed in pain and shed tears of humiliation. It's over. Even the last leg is broken. His heart was overwhelmed with grief and anger, and he really couldn't figure out the sins that were clearly done by two people. But why is it always you who gets hurt? Phew. Cool. Rimmer finally stopped. A playful smile curled the corners of his mouth. What do you mean by kicking the crippled man's good leg hard? That's it. If the other party still dared to go against him, he wouldn't mind seeing and fighting again. Lin Mo, you've gone too far. Moron Lioli finally ranted at Lin Mo at this time, but anyone could see that she was intentionally harboring her. Otherwise there was no need to wait until Qin Wuxuang was beaten to death before speaking. Disciple knows his mistake and is willing to be punished. Seeing that you have a repentant heart, this master is leniently sentenced, and punished you to be grounded in the cave for 3 days. Can you be convinced? The disciple is convinced. However, this scene infuriated Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wuxuang. What? Only 3 days? Master, you're clearly dealing unfairly, Zhao Ruxue said indignantly. She was considered to have completely seen through her master teacher's attitude, which was clearly biased in favor of Lin Mo. This father hasn't yet punished you for disobeying orders, and you're blaming this father for dealing with things unfairly instead. Morong Lioli's tone went cold. She looked at Zhao Ruxue, a trace of intolerance flashed in her eyes, but still announced, from today onwards there is no need for you to be grounded in the cave. Punished you to go to the Seo cliff to be confined for 3 years to reflect properly, and without the orders of this father no one is allowed to privately release you to go out. Zhao Ruxue's face turned pale upon hearing this. Morong Lioli transmitted a voice and called for Yin Maokai, an elder of the law enforcement hall, to bring down both Zhao Ruxue and Qin Wuxuang. Only then did she sigh and look at Lin Mo, saying, didn't I just tell you to try not to offend Qin Wuxuang? Didn't hold back. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Morong Lioli. Forget it, you go down and rest. The time flashed by and it was 3 days. Fire pulse in front of an antique bookstore. Shiryao leaned against the window, still holding a book of poetry in her hand, her mouth murmuring, only because of the sense of the gentleman a look back, so that I think of the gentleman dynasty and twilight. After a long moment, she came back to her senses and put down her poetic scripture, rubbing her hand over a pair of freshly crafted purple earrings, and just then, a white transmitting note fell from the sky and landed in front of her. It's Elder Zhang. Not long ago she had left a transmission note for the other party to help spy on the amethyst spirit stone, but now she didn't need it anymore. So just as she was about to rebuff, she heard something unexpected in the transmissions. Someone is selling 1,000 amethyst spirit stones. Such a large amount of money. Could it be him? Shiryao's fangirl heart was in turmoil. She looked out of the window at the garden in a daze, but her thoughts drifted to who knows where. Chapter 70 Rush. Lin Mo followed Moron Lioli's request and was grounded in the cave for 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Mo was not idle. He spent 2 days consolidating his realm. In recent days, his cultivation had soared and he had no time to settle down. And through these 2 days of hard work, he had not only stabilized his realm, but he had also reaped an unexpected blessing. That was his spirit seed, which had risen from the 5th stage of the spirit primordial realm to the 6th stage of the spirit primordial realm. After absorbing the amethyst spirit vein last time, his spirit seed had reached the tipping point for a breakthrough. Today's breakthrough was only a watery one, but there wasn't much of an increase in strength. After all, his true reliance was the demon seed, and the spirit seed was, more often than not, nothing more than a front for him to cover his tracks. On the last of the 3 days, Lin Mo chose to cast a weapon. He had seized a fist-sized purple bead after killing the amethyst bug king, It was the inner elixir of a peak second stage demonic beast, which contained a highly toxic substance that could cause creatures to fall into nerve paralysis. Lin Mo wanted to refine this poison and then refine it into his big slab. When the time comes to swing down a brick, not only does it have devastating physical damage, but it also has a paralyzing effect. Who wouldn't be confused for half a day? But while it's easy to say, it's very difficult to do. First of all, the types of spirit weapons can be categorized into fixed spirit weapons and growth spirit weapons. Fixed spirit weapons are usually of low grade and cannot be upgraded through other means. Growth spiritual weapons, on the other hand, can become more and more powerful by fusing them with other materials. And to cast a growth weapon, one must use a perfect weapon embryo with a purity of 10%. Lin Mo's big slab was such a growth weapon. Having solved this dilemma, the next step was to extract the toxin from the inner Dan. This was simply not possible with the Golden Veins casting methods today. However, Lin Mo possessed the ancient alchemy, S-Red Alchemy Inferno, and this problem was not difficult for him. What caused him the most headache was the last step, incorporating the toxins from the inner Dan into the slate. A bad operation of this step would damage the spirit pattern in the slate and even waste the inner toxin that had been painstakingly refined with great difficulty. But it was good that Lin Mo had rich experience from his previous life. After spending nearly a day, he had finally upgraded the large slate from a second-grade spirit weapon to a peak second grade. It was also only one step away from a third-grade spirit weapon. What's more critical is that the big slabs now come with a paralyzing effect. Shoot whoever is clueless. Lin Mo looked at the large slab that emitted a lavender luster and was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He stretched, and just as he stood up the white transmission note at his waist flashed. Ha! Found a buyer so quickly? The message in the transmission note was from Zhang Fugui of the Hall of Affairs. He told Lin Mo to bring the amethyst spirit stones and go forward to the Hall of Affairs, saying that he had already contacted a group of buyers for him. It seems like there's a huge demand for amethyst spirit stones. Lin Mo murmured softly. Either way, it's a good thing for him. Lin Mo put on a black robe before heading towards the Middle Peak Affairs Hall, but to his surprise, he met Shi Yao at the foot of Zhongfeng Mountain. The other man didn't know what he was thinking, and looked so distraught that he almost collided with him. It's you? After being surprised, Shi Yao seemed to have thought of something and fell into silence, and Lin Mo, who was already unwilling to say much, just nodded at her and then proceeded to rush on. But who knew that wherever he went next, Shi Yao would follow? Don't get me wrong, I'm just going to the Hall of Affairs. Shi Yao was afraid that Lin Mo would misunderstand, so she explained her purpose. Lin Mo said faintly, me too. What a coincidence. That's just right for traveling. Tokoyo smiled sweetly. She didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward when she met them all. Okay. The two of them walked side by side, immediately attracting the attention of the disciples along the way. Look, isn't that Fairy Shi Yao? Someone exclaimed. Oh my god. Who's that guy next to her? By the way, they look so close. Are they having a private meeting? Impossible. Fairy Shi Yao is as holy and unsacrilegious as a snow lotus in my heart. She would never fall for a mortal like that. Many of the male disciples had a bit of a breakdown in their moral heart, not believing that the fairy in their hearts would move their mortal hearts. What mere mortals? He's the Water Vein Saint's son Lin Mo, the recent famous man of the hour. Someone recognized Lin Mo's identity. So it's him. I heard that he is only a 5-element wasted body, and his cultivation qualifications are not even as good as mine. But people are Water Vein Saint's sons. He's ordinary looking and far from me, but people are Water Vein Saint's sons. He's not as graceful or as well dressed as I am, but people are Water Vein Saint's sons. Can you say anything else besides that? Rush. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll you up first. The two men fought at the drop of a hat. On the other hand, the two of them, Shi Yao and Lin Mo, basically had nothing to say on the way except for a few words of greeting when they met. The awkward atmosphere seemed as if even the air had frozen, making Shi Yao uncomfortable all over. Originally, the two of them did not have a marriage contract in place, and she could still be calm in the face of Lin Mo, but now she really didn't know how to get along with Rimmer. It was a good thing that the two of them had finally arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Affairs. Shi Yao finally let out a sigh of relief and said, You go in, I'll wait here for someone. She blushed and lied. Aha! Lin Mo nodded slightly before turning around and walking into the Great Hall. He came inside the side room where he was last received. At this moment, Zhang Fugui looked like he had been waiting for a long time and immediately greeted Lin Mo when he saw him. Little friend, you finally arrived. I have contacted several big moneymakers for you this time. The price of this auction will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Fugui reached out and pinched the small handful of 8-road beard at the corner of his mouth. His eyes as small as green beans narrowed, and a kind smile appeared on his face. The two of them chatted for a few moments, and then Zhang Fugui introduced the entire auction process to Lin Mo. Lin Mo drew a pledge on an auction agreement after he felt that there was no problem. He handed over the entire 1,000 amethyst spirit stones to Zhang Fuguei for safekeeping, and then he was led by Zhang Fuguei to a small box. From here he could see the rest of the 6 boxes through the window, and in the center of their 7 boxes was a circular auction table. Little friend, we've set up divine sense isolation formations in every compartment, so you don't have to worry about anyone recognizing you, Zhang Fuguei thoughtfully prompted. Aha! Rimmer nodded. Usually the items involved in the auction are worth a lot of money. In order to prevent people from thieving after the fact, auction houses usually go out of their way to protect the privacy of both buyers and sellers. The agreed time has arrived. Can the auction begin? Lin Mo had just taken his seat for a few moments when a cool woman's voice came from a box across the room. Chapter 71, A Magnificent Woman. Ha ha ha, no rush, no rush. Zhang Fuguei left Lin Mo's box and appeared on the circular auction platform in the center in the twinkling of an eye. I am grateful for the trust of all of you to be able to gather here in this place. My humble self, Zhang Fuguei, is a guest elder of the 5 Elements sect, and is considered an old friend of all of you. After Zhang Fuguei finished his opening remarks, 200 amethyst spirit stones appeared out of thin air on the desk in front of him. The purple light of these spirit stones was brilliant and dazzling, attracting everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. In this quiet space, even the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. All of you are here for this item, so I'm sure there's no need for me to bother with more words. These amethyst spirit stones are of excellent quality, with an extremely high content of purple spirit chi in them, and are truly excellent for spirit sea realm cultivators to enhance their cultivation. My humble servant has decided to divide these 1,000 amethyst spirit stones into 5 portions for auction, 200 pieces per portion, with a starting price of 30,000 contribution value. Zhang Fuguei's words just fell. A man with a low voice in the 4th box could not wait to raise the price voice. I bid 33,000, TSK, just 33,000 and you want to pocket it? You Lao-san, do you think we don't exist? I offer 35,000. An ear-piercing mocking sound came out from the 5th box, and listening to that voice, it was also a man, and it seemed to have a beef with that Yu Lao-san from the 4th box. Humph, Fu Ming, could it be that you are sincerely trying to cross me? Yu Lao-san's cold snort came from box number 4. This auction has always been for the highest bidder. If you're shy you should hurry up and get back to playing with your mud so you don't have to disgrace yourself here. Fu Ming from box number 5 sneered. I'll pay 38,000. Yu Lao-san's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. 38,000 once, 38,000 twice. You guys got anything higher than 38,000? Zhang Fuguei shouted. I'll give you 50,000. Suddenly the cool female voice that had just come out from within box 1. What? 5 million? What kind of a person shouts out a price like that? The people in box 4 and box 5 were a bit disgruntled. However, they had already guessed the identity of the person in box number 1 through his voice, so the two could only swallow their dissatisfaction. 50,000 once, 50,000 twice, 5 million 3 times. Sold. Zhang Fuguei dropped the hammer. A rare hint of delight appeared on Lin Mo's face in box number 7. The amethyst spirit stone that was originally worth 30,000 was not expected to be auctioned for 50,000 so easily. If they all sold at that price, then he would have $250,000 coming in. Even after the 5-point transaction fee, there's still almost 240k. It was certainly a huge gain for him. Alright, the first amethyst spirit stone has been auctioned off. Congratulations to the honorable guest of box 1. Zhang Fuguei said and completed the deal with the person in box number 1. Returning to the auction table, he took out another amethyst spirit stone. The auction for the second copy will now begin, and the starting price is still 30,000 contribution value. As he finished speaking, the woman inside box number 1 directly shouted, 50,000. Her voice was very cold and did not contain the slightest fluctuation of emotion. 55,000. A mellow man's voice suddenly came out from box number 2, which had been silent all this time, and he added, Fairy Yun, you've already taken one. It's better to let Gao have this one. Gao Mao. Is the bloody-handed human butcher Gao War? As he opened his mouth, a low murmur and an intake of breath came out from box number 4 and box number 5. This was a ruthless person at the 8th stage of the spirit sea realm. I heard that he was the master of the entire disorderly land, and that there were 80 disciples of the 5 Elements sect who died in his hands if not 100. However, in the face of Gao Zhan's request, the woman in box number 1 coldly said, 60,000, 65,000. Gao Battle from box number 2 followed suit and raised the price. 70,000. The voice of the woman in box number 1 was still cold, as if it was 10,000 years of immutable ice. Humph. Gao Battle didn't speak again, and his voice fell silent once more. This caused Lin Mo in box number 7 to secretly cry out in pity. If the two of them went on tit for tat, they might even be able to fetch a higher price. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice. Any more bids? Zhang Fuguei squinted with a smiling face. Seeing no one bidding again, he slowly dropped his hammer. 70,000 3 times. Congratulations to the honored guest of box number 1 for once again auctioning off an amethyst spirit stone. After the two of them completed the second transaction, Zhang Fuguei took out a third amethyst spirit stone. This time before he could open his mouth, the woman in box number 1 even directly shouted the price to 70,000 again. There was some helplessness in the other boxes. I was thinking that I could pick up a leak in the auction, but I didn't expect to meet this icy and bossy master. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice, 3 times sold. As the auction hammer landed, the 5 amethyst spirit stones were actually auctioned off by the woman in box number 1 for 3 of them. Amethyst spirit stones can only have 2 copies in the end. Those of you who still need them should hurry up. The starting price for this one is still 30,000. Zhang Fuguei took out the 4th portion of amethyst spirit stones and pretended to remind him. For him, the higher the auction price, the more commission he can get. This time, the woman in box number 1 didn't make the first bid, and the people in the other boxes immediately saw an opportunity. The man known as Yu Laosan in box number 4 immediately spoke up. 33,000. 35,000. Fu Ming from box number 5 bid, but right at this moment, Gao Zhan from box number 2 said indifferently, I'll offer $40,000. I'll take this amethyst spirit stone. I hope you all can sell me face. Hearing his slightly threatening tone, Yu Laosan and Fu Ming had no choice but to give up their bidding. Lin Mo's brows immediately furrowed. This guy even dared to press his price. The price of 40,000 was not at all what he expected in his mind. Humph. You can't change that bad nature of taking by force anywhere. The woman in box number 1 seemed to be tired of seeing this kind of behavior from the other party as she snorted coldly and said, I'll pay 70,000. Yun Mu Shou. You. Gao Zhan did not expect the other party to not give him the slightest bit of face. However, thinking of the other party's strength and background, he could only secretly recognize his bad luck and said, Bah, the female lunatic who can't marry. When Zhang Fuguei heard that the woman in box number 1 had actually offered another 70,000, he immediately had a smile on his face. Even Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at this woman's bravado at this point. The amethyst spirit stone that was originally priced at 30,000 was stiffly raised to a sky-high price of 70,000 by this woman. And the other side is still completely painless. It's hard to imagine how rich it is. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice, 3 times sold. Zhang Fuguei landed 3 hammers and completed his 4th transaction with the woman in box 1. Soon, he took out the last portion of amethyst spirit stones. Chapter 72 Amazing Harvest. Other than the woman in box number 1, the rest of the people were like hungry wolves staring at the only remaining copy of the amethyst spirit stone. It's their last hope. So before the woman in box number 1 could even make an offer, Gao Battle in box number 2 directly raised the price to $70,000. Yu Laosan in box number 4 and Fu Ming in box number 5 were completely dumbfounded. Dare I say the two of them are totally here to make up the numbers. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice. Is there anyone else who can bid higher? Zhang Fuguei looked his gaze towards box number 1, obviously still expecting the other party to raise the price. But to his great disappointment, the other party seemed to have accomplished his purpose and made no further response. Just as he was about to drop the 3rd hammer, a weak female voice came out from the 3rd box that had been non-existent. I'll give you $100,000. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like heavenly music. Box 3 $100,000. Wait, what did you say the bid was? Zhang Fuguei thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Even Elder Yu and Fu Ming were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Who is this guy? It is surprising that the government is so rich that it has directly increased the amount from $70,000 to $100,000. This level of bravado was simply even better than Yun Mu Shou. Inside the 2nd box, Gao Zhan's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, and he clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins protruding like gnarled dragons. His cultivation had been stuck at the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm for a long time, and he had originally thought of making his cultivation even further before the 5 veins competition, which was why he had come to beg for an amethyst spirit stone. But what kind of cowards did he meet today? Bids of $70,000, 000 and $100. 000 have been made at the drop of a hat. Even the man known as the bloody-handed manslaughterer was deeply shy. Young Muzhou was fine. At least he knew his roots. But who was the man in box 3? I'll offer $100,000. The woman in box number 3 repeated. But I want to meet with the seller after the transaction. This, Zhang Fuguei had presided over the auction for so many years, but it was the first time he had heard such an odd request from the buyer. He couldn't help but look at Lin Mo in box number 7. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. He recognized the identity of the woman in compartment 3 from her voice. Surprisingly, it's Shi Yao. She came to the Hall of Affairs surprisingly to participate in this auction as well? Lin Mo was slow to respond. Zhang Fuguei could only politely refuse. Your honored guest in box number 3. I'm sorry. The buyer seems unwilling to meet you. Seeing that it was rejected, the third box was silent for a long time before another stubborn voice came out. I'm willing to add another 50,000 contributions. What? Add 50,000 more. The crowd was completely shocked at these words. Even the woman in box number 1 raised her sword brows. It was the first time she had seen someone willing to spend 150,000 contribution value to purchase 200 amethyst spirit stones. Not even she would be so extravagant. Are you sure about the bid of 150,000? You have to think clearly. If the other party doesn't want to see you, this 150,000 contribution value must also be paid. Although Zhang Fuguei was very moved, he still kindly reminded. I'm sure, as long as I get a chance to meet him, 150,000 contribution value is nothing. Hearing this, Zhang Fuguei could only look towards box number 7 once again. Lin Mo frowned, not expecting Shi Yao to be so persistent. Could it be that she really likes herself? No, it's that she likes magic wind? Rimmer had a bit of a headache. His relationship with Shi Yao was already somewhat entangled. If she were to learn that the devil wind was just another identity of her own, it would only become more complicated when the time came. So after thinking for a long time he shook his head and chose to remain silent. A little time passed. Zhang Fuguei sighed slightly and said, it seems like he's still not willing to see you. Inside box number 3, Shi Yao was extremely disappointed. Crystalline tears rose in her eyes and she murmured, is the magic wind, me really that annoying to you? The 150,000 contribution value offered by Shi Yao was already the highest price in this auction. Zhang Fuguei finished the 3 hammers in a walkthrough style, and then completed the deal with Shi Yao. And with the completion of the transaction between them, it also declared the end of this amethyst spirit stone auction. Inside box number 1, a cold as ice white woman glanced at box number 7 with cold eyes before leaving. As for the second box, a black-clothed young man with long hair draped over his shoulders had a gloomy face and turned away with a cold snort. Only after everyone had left did Zhang Fuguei arrive at Lin Mo's box. Little friend, today's harvest is really beyond my humble expectations. Zhang Fuguei had a joyful look on his face. The first amethyst spirit stone was auctioned for 50,000 contribution value, and 3 more were auctioned for 70,000. The last copy even fetched a whopping $150,000. Lin Mo also couldn't hide the smile on his face. The amethyst spirit stone that he could only sell for 150,000 contribution value had now more than doubled, fetching a sky-high price of $410,000. It was something he hadn't expected. Subtract the 20,000 commission and he's left with $390,000, taking into account the 180,000 contribution value he had earlier. The current him directly possessed 570,000 contribution value. This is certainly an extremely impressive amount of money. Almost there. Only 430,000 contribution values away I can go down the mountain. A fervent light rose in Lin Mo's eyes. But just as he was getting excited, one of the transmission notes on his waist lit up again. He activated it and then heard Wang Changxing's anxious voice from it. My lord, it's not good. Not long ago, Yang Chong, the commander of the eastern region of the Land of Disorder, had finally recovered from his injuries after several days of closed-door recuperation. He sat cross-legged on a stone bed in a secret room, still feeling palpitations when he recalled the battle that day. The man with the ghost face mask was just too strong. With the united efforts of the commanders of their 3 districts in the east and north and south, they were still beaten by the other party to the point of 2 deaths and 1 injury. If he hadn't escaped quickly, I'm afraid his little life would have been left there. Yang Chong sighed, and after returning to his senses he went to a hall and called a close henchman to report on what was happening in the eastern district these days. Lord Yang Chong, you have finally returned. These days you were away. Lord Wang Shuanghe, the crony hesitated a bit and stammered. What happened to Wang Shuang? Tell me. Yang Chong grabbed his opponent's collar and lifted him up. He's been killed. What? Who would be so bold? Yang Chong was a bit incredulous. Wang Shuang is his best man. It's the people from the Devil Wind Walled City. They not only killed Lord Wang Shuang, but also destroyed several cottages underneath us, and they even cooperated with the diggers, opposing us disorderly ones at every turn. Now the dozen or so cottages under us are all in a state of panic for fear of offending the Devil Wind cottage. The crony knelt and reported. Outrageous. A small Devil Wind Walled City also presumed to overturn the sky. This commander would like to personally go to see how capable they are. Chapter 73, I betrayed you again. Land of Disorder. Lin Mo put on his ghost face mask and rushed to the Devil Wind Walled City, only to find that the mountain was empty and there was not a single silhouette in sight. But when he walked inside the hall of the cottage, a large group of people suddenly appeared in the shadows and surrounded him. Immediately after that, a man in yellow walked up to the seat of the walled city's lord, surrounded by the crowd. He had a scar running the entire length of his face, cutting from his left forehead to his jawbone, and looked extremely hideous. This person was naturally Yang Chong, the commander of the Eastern District. The corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and his contemptuous eyes looked down the hall at the people coming. But when he saw the expressionless ghost face mask on Lin Mo's face, his entire body was instantly jolted and he almost peed in fear. It's him. How could it be him? Yang Chang's pupils quake, and his contemptuous eyes suddenly turned clear. Lin Mo glanced at him coldly and dropped his gaze to Wang Changxing on the side. He was seen standing at Yang Chang's rear flank, carefully helping Yang Chong push his shoulders. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze looking towards, he said with an unscrupulous look on his face, Lord Devil Wind, you guessed right. It was me who betrayed you again. I, Wang Changsheng, am loyal and righteous, and I have great admiration for you. But sometimes it is better for one person to die than for a group of us to die. After Wang Changsheng said that, he immediately turned his head to Yang Chong again and said, Lord Commander, there's a debt for every wrongdoing. The person who killed Wang Shuang is him, and the mastermind behind the fight against you guys is also him. He stood behind Yang Chong and could not see Yang Chang's expression at this moment at all. The several walled city lords who defected to the Devil Wind Walled City last time also knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Commander Yang, 1,000 mistakes are all this person's fault, so please spare us. Yang Chong opened his mouth before he could speak, and at this moment, one of his men's cronies looked over at Lin Mo and said arrogantly to the extreme, see, all your men have rebelled. In front of Lord Yang Chong, your Devil Wind Walled City is simply unbeatable. Oh, is that right? Lin Mo looked at Yang Chong playfully. Oh, joking. The corners of Yang Chang's mouth were bitter, and he was just about to say something soft, but he was interrupted by another close friend. Jia, Lord Yang Chong is a third-stage Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse. If you don't want to die, it might not be too late for you to kneel down and submit to us now. When these words came out, Lin Mo hadn't said anything, but Yang Chong was completely flustered. With a backhanded slap, he slapped the crony across the face. Who told you guys to talk nonsense? Laozi usually often teaches you to be kind to others. Don't move around shouting about fighting and killing. Do you really think we are robbers? The crony covered his face and muttered with extreme aggravation. But aren't we just robbers? Shut up. And, before coming to Magic Wind Walled City, this commander said it was just a friendly visit. But you guys made such a big misunderstanding. Why don't you hurry to apologize to the brothers of Magic Wind Walled City? Yang Chong huffed. The moment his words came out, not only did the people under his hand get puzzled, even Wang Changsheng and the other people from the Devil Wind Walled City were filled with astonishment. The crony who had been lectured was even more incredulous. But, wasn't it you who ordered the commander before that you would kill and rob the Magic Wind Walled City and wipe it out? But you sister. Yang Chong looked at Lin Mo's eyes that were getting colder and colder, and he couldn't wait to slap these fools to death immediately. He was clearly thinking of living a few more years, but these idiots were eager to send him to his death early. Lin Mo had watched enough drama from the sidelines at the moment, and he walked straight towards the walled city lord's seat. Seeing this, Yang Chong immediately got up to make way for his seat, and hunched over in a pandering manner. My lord, please take your seat. Lin Mo looked at the other party's hideous scarred face, on which a fawning smile was actually piled up at the moment. This left his original stupidly large slab without a use for a moment, and everyone around them was stunned at the moment. What did they see? The commander of the eastern region of the Land of Disorder, Yang Chong, a Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse, actually called the other party lord? And acted so respectfully. What the hell is going on here? Lord Yang Chong, you. At this moment, the people on Yang Chang's side still felt a bit unbelievable. Their lord, as the East District commander, had always acted wildly. The entire unordered land was not in his sights except for very few people. But that scene just now had completely overturned the image of the adults in their minds. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, A mournful yell startled them again. Lord Demon Wind. Only to see Wang Changxing kneel in front of Lin Mo with a sliding shovel swish. You are truly divine and mighty. My Wang Changxing's admiration for you is like a torrential river, unceasing and unending, and like the waters of the Yellow River that are uncontrollable. Stop. Didn't you just say it's better for me to die alone than for a bunch of you to die? Lin Mo looked coldly at Wang Changxing, who was hugging his pants leg and crying bitterly. Just now it was just an expedient measure to deceive these thieves. I, Wang Changxing, am loyal and righteous. My loyalty to you, Your Excellency, can be seen in heaven and earth. Wang Changxing put up his palms and wanted to swear to heaven, but I don't know if it's just a coincidence, or if even God can't look away. The sky actually suddenly resounded with a dull clap of thunder. Wang Changxing's body trembled with fear and his face turned white. Rimmer was speechless for a moment. The few rebel walled city lords from earlier also hurriedly followed Wang Changxing at this moment and knelt in front of him. They were much more sincere, and just begged Lin Mo for forgiveness one after another. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel ridiculous in his heart when he saw the appearance of these people. In fact, he didn't care if they were loyal to him or not. The strongest relationship in the world must be one of interest, not affection. Except, of course, for kinship in Rimmer's heart. And Wang Changxing, including everyone in the Devil Wind Walled City, was more like a tool that could be utilized in his eyes. Used well, it can be used to hurt the enemy, but used poorly, it can hurt you. The key has to be the ability to take control. Lin Mo hung them out to dry and came to sit at the Walled City Lord's seat alone. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you hurry to see Lord Demon Wind? Yang Chung bellowed at the crowd, then actually took the lead and knelt down towards Lin Mo. See Lord Demon Wind. The rest followed suit. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he directly Yang Chung and the others said, I'll give you two choices. The first is to join the Devil Wind Walled City and work for me in the future. The second choice is to die. Of course, you guys actually have a third choice, which is to promise me now and then renege, but then I'm afraid you'll have to leave the land of disorder permanently. Lin Mo's words caused Yang Chung to fall into a short silence. He was well aware that there was a huge difference in strength between himself and the other party, and he wasn't even qualified to use the teleportation token. So at this moment, if he refused the other party, there would definitely only be a dead end. As for the third choice, seems to be good, but next time if he meets the other party again in the disorderly land, I am afraid that he is still inevitable to die. Unless, like what the other party said, never step into the disorderly land half a step. Yang Chung only thought for a moment before he respectfully said, We are willing to join the Devil Wind Walled City, and we will only look up to Your Excellency. Chapter 74. Advancing to the other four districts. All rise. Wang Changxing explained the rules of Devil Wind Walled City to them again. Lin Mo instructed Wang Changxing. Wang Changxing stood up as if he had shot chicken blood. When he cleared his throat, he introduced himself to the crowd. We, the Devil Wind Walled City. While he was introducing, Lin Mo tapped the handle of the wooden seat with his fingers. But in his mind, he pondered about the future of the Magic Wind Walled City. There are 5 regions in the whole disorderly land: East, South, West, North and Center. The Eastern District is just one of the poorest districts in terms of mineral resources. If he wanted to get more blue crystal ore, he would have to find a way to march into the other 4 regions. And this move is bound to offend all the disorderly in these regions. He didn't have the strength to do so before. Plus the strength and manpower of Wang Changxing and the others were also insufficient, which was why he didn't rush into it. However, with his current strength in the Spirit Sea realm, there are almost no more rivals, and with the addition of Yang Chung and the others, Lin Mo can completely integrate the disordered people in the entire eastern region first, and then go to nibble away at the 4 major regions of the South, West, North, and Center. After about half an incense stick had burned, Wang Changxing finally finished talking about all the rules of the Devil Wind Walled City, and Lin Mo also brought up his plan after he finished speaking. What? We're going into the other 4 districts? Everyone present was shocked by Lin Mo, because they clearly knew that doing so would be tantamount to making enemies of the disorderly in the other 4 districts. Our East District strength is already the weakest, not to mention the 4 districts. Even if any one of them we are not a rival, right? Yeah, isn't that going to get you killed? Even Wang Changxing could not help but open his mouth and say, Walled City Lord, according to the small sea or not, this matter is still first to discuss in the long run. No. Before Wang Changxing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Mo. After collecting Yang Chung and the others, he was equivalent to ruling the entire eastern district of the unordered lands. But this may not actually be a good thing for the Magic Wind Walled City. If you divide the forces of the unordered lands into black, white and gray, so the disorderly are black, the diggers are white, and then they, the Devil Wind Cottage, must be gray. If gray is to exist, there must be a guaranteed dichotomy between black and white. Now that there is no more black, then the gray has no reason to exist. In other words, after Yang Chong and the others joined the Devil Wind Walled City, there would be no place for the disorderly to stand in the entire Eastern District. And without the disorderly, those diggers were no longer a threat. So naturally, there was no need to pay protection fees to their magic wind wall. At this point, unless Lin Mo turned the Devil Wind Walled City into black as well. But that wouldn't be the result he wanted. Therefore, the magic wind walled city must expand outward after integrating Yang Chong and the others. Otherwise, how different is it from a trapped bird in a cage? And just when everyone was not too optimistic about Lin Mo's plan, Yang Chong stepped forward. I think Lord Demon Wind's plan is feasible. He released a piece of heavy news. The commanders of the southern and northern districts have both died at the hands of Lord Demonic Wind. The western district's commander is not a concern with me. The only one to worry about is the central district's commander, Gao Zhan. He is a powerful person at the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, and the strongest lord in the entire land of the disordered. The moment Yang Chang's words came out, almost everyone present was in shock. What? The commanders of the South and North districts were actually killed by Lord Devil Wind? The crowd was a little incredulous. Wang Changxing's eyes were even wider and his jaw was about to drop to the ground. Although he knew that Lin Mo was strong, he had never had any concept of it. It wasn't until this moment that he had a clear perception of Lin Mo's strength. It was no wonder that Yang Chong was so respectful in front of the other party. High War. Lin Mo thought about how the man who was in the second box on the auction house not long ago was named Gao Battle. Don't worry, if Gao Zhen dares to strike at you guys, I'll deal with it myself. Lin Mo opened his mouth and promised. Since your honor has said so, there is no problem. Yang Chong had been waiting for Lin Mo's reply since he finished his last sentence. Seeing that Lin Mo was so confident in even a high battle at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, he was more and more glad in his heart that he had survived the other party. Well then, all of you go ahead and implement it according to the plan. And contact me again through the sound transmission note if anything happens. Lin Mo added a few more details and then didn't linger in the land of disorder. The Five Elements Sect. Inside the Middle Peaks Council Hall, Patriarch Wen Xiaotian gathered with the 5 Chakra Peak Masters, and beside Moron Liuli stood a young man with red hair and a cape. This person was none other than the 100 Sword Sect Master, Duo Ao Tian. At the moment, he was frowning tightly, as if he had encountered something on his mind. Not only him, even Wen Xiaotian and the others had heavy hearts, because just a day ago, the 5 major forces, including the 5 Elements Sect, the 100 Sword Sect, the South Fiend Valley, the Earth Fiend Sect, and the Qian Yuan Hall, had sent nearly 20 Spirit King Realm powerhouses to jointly travel to the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm. This was definitely a force that could shake the eastern region of the northern Shao continent. But who knew that it had failed to even break through the gates surrounding the Spirit Exalted Mysteries? The 5 powers fell and returned, and it also attracted the attention of some other forces in the neighborhood because of this outburst. But the good news is that it's not all for naught. They discovered that there was a medicinal garden in the outer region of the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm, which was filled with all sorts of precious spirit medicines. However, it was not helped by the fact that the medicinal garden was still under the protection of formation prohibitions and could only be entered by Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators. Therefore, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, the top echelons of the 5 major forces, after deliberating, finally decided that they would each rely on their own merits, and select 100 Spirit Primordial Realm disciples from each clan to travel to that medicinal garden in the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm. The formation prohibitions of the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm suppress. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the suppression. As I see it, we only need to select some Spirit Primordial Realm 1st to 5th stage disciples. Gu Songyun opened his mouth and suggested. No, although the array prohibition is as you said, a Spirit Primordial Realm 9th ranked disciple, even if slightly suppressed, is still far stronger than a 5th ranked disciple. If we really only send low ranked disciples, how will we go and fight with the disciples of the other 3 clans? Dakao Tian immediately rejected Gu Songyun's suggestion. Soul Sect Master is right. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. When Xiaotian also felt that what Gu Songyun said was inappropriate, he looked his gaze toward Moron Liuli and said, Senior sister, what do you suggest? Moron Liuli didn't rush to give an answer. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a deep thought was revealed on her stunningly beautiful face. Things were going almost exactly as she had expected. The only difference seems to be that it's quite a bit earlier in time. Chapter 75 The Best of the Best. I don't have any suggestions, but although the Spirit Exalted Mystic Realm formation prohibitions are strong, the suppression of Spirit Primordial Realm cultivators is actually minimal. So we should try to select disciples with higher cultivation levels to go and participate. Moron Liuli spoke only after careful consideration. In his previous life, their 5 Elements sect had adopted Gu Songyun's suggestion, and the highest cultivation among the disciples they sent out was only at the 5th stage of the Spirit Primordial Realm. But as a result, They were simply unable to compete with the disciples of the other 4 clans, not to mention not picking the spirit medicine. They even lost a lot of disciples for nothing. I don't think it's a good idea. You guys saw that peak First Order Fire Forest rabbit yesterday. Just thrown in, and it was so overwhelmed by the array prohibition that it couldn't even stand up. Are we going to go ahead and make such an obvious mistake? Gu So-myun still insisted on his idea. A human is a human and a demonic beast is a demonic beast. How can they be mixed up? Tan Bottle frowned. Obviously she also agreed with Morong Lioli and Duo Aotian. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the First Order is equivalent to a cultivator's 9th order of the spirit primordial realm. The same cultivation level, even the demonic beasts are suppressed. Could it be that the cultivators will be spared? Gu So-myun argued with reason. This, Tan Bottle obviously couldn't talk him out of it. However, when Xiaotian waved his hand at this moment and said, since the 2 senior sisters and the doctor sect master both have the same opinion, then the minority obeys the majority. So let's go with this. But, Gu So-myun didn't think that the patriarchal senior brother would stand on the other side as well. Don't say it. If we had listened to senior sister Morone last time and sent spirit primordial realm disciples into the secret realm earlier, we probably wouldn't have had so much going on now. When Xiaotian said with a slight sigh, yes. We also didn't expect the spirit exalted mystic realm's formation prohibitions to remain undiminished even after it came out of the world. Now that we can't make a strong attack and we've gotten wind of it, I'm afraid a lot of things will be out of our hands by then. Doke Aotian also somewhat regretted not following what Morong Lioli said at first. It's pointless to talk about that now. The top priority is to try to select suitable disciples. This spirit exalted mystery realm is a matter of great importance, and there must be no room for error. When Xiaotian's face showed a determined look, there are countless treasures within the Spirit Elder's secret territory. Other than that, if he could bring out a few materials for refining the clan-breaking pill from within the secret realm pill garden, it would be possible for the 5 Elements clan to change its status of being at the bottom of the list of the 5 major forces. If the follow-up was lucky and got a spirit-exalted artifact, then wouldn't their 5 Elements sect be above the other several powers? So it was no exaggeration to say that the spirit-exalted secret realm was a matter of their clan's future destiny, and there was no room for sloppiness. Well, Patriarch Wen is right. This sect master has to go back and start making preparations as well. Doke Aotian did not intend to stay in the 5 Elements sect for long. Before he left, he looked at Morong Lioli with a gaze full of deep emotion. Lioli, I originally thought that I could try to fulfill your and my covenant as early as possible and then marry you. But now it seems that you and I will have to wait until after the end of the Spirit Exalted Mystic Realm to have our sparring session. I've already said it several times. You couldn't win against me in the past. And you're even less of a match for me nowadays. So you'd better stop being delusional about you and me getting married. Morong Lioli indifferently said. Lioli, this time is different. I've already comprehended the 11 styles of the sword. And now there aren't many Spirit King Realm cultivators in the entire eastern region who would be my opponent. Doc Aotian's words were very conceited. But you still can't win against me. Morong Lioli's words were as calm as ever, revealing a sense of calmness and composure. Ha ha ha, Doke Aotian wasn't angry. Instead, he revealed a big, bright laugh. As the #1 sword king of the eastern region, there were so many women who pursued him, but he just liked Morong Lioli's cold nature and strong character. Alright, I'm off. See you at the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm in 3 days. Doke Aotian once again glanced at Morong Lioli, followed by his body transforming into a sword shadow rushing into the sky. When he left, Tanbir couldn't help but laugh at Morong Lioli. Senior sister, you're stubborn. Aren't you afraid of breaking someone's heart? But are you really sure you can defeat him now? When Tanbir said this, the other 4 people present were also very curious and gathered their ears. One must know that Doke Aotian, the first sword king of the eastern region, wasn't called that for nothing. Although he only had a cultivation of the 7th stage of the Spirit King realm, he was the sword cultivator who was the most skilled in the way of attacking and destroying. The 100 Sword Sect sword manual had 13 styles, and he had made a name for himself in the eastern region by using the 10 styles of the sword to repel a Spirit King Realm 9th stage powerhouse. Now that he had comprehended the 11 styles of the sword and had become the sect master of the 100 Sword Sect, his strength was only far greater than before. Looking at so many people waiting for their answer, Morong Lioli however just shook her head and flatly repeated, he can't win against me. The crowd wondered where she got her confidence, but they didn't know that Morong Lioli didn't even put Duo Aotian in her eyes. Not to mention that the other party was only in the Spirit King realm. Even the half-step Spirit Sect realm wasn't quite enough to look at in front of Morong Lioli nowadays. After all, she was a peak Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse in her previous life, only half a step away from stepping into that unattainable Spirit Saint realm. But it was this half-step difference that had trapped her for 5 whole millennia. 5,000 years. Morong Lioli couldn't help but slightly sigh in her heart whenever she thought of this. It was then that she had come to deeply understand how important a person's talent really was. Talent determines a person's ceiling. Without talent, any amount of chance and luck would be useless. Now even if she were to relive her life, she never dared to think of relying on herself to pacify the future cataclysm. It was because her talent was destined to not become that spirit emperor that could not be found in the ages. This was also the reason why she had pinned all her hopes on Lin Mo. After all, in his previous life, Lin Mo was the only one who was able to suppress the underworld abyss with his own power, and he was the only one who became that supreme spirit emperor. Morong Lioli felt that as long as Lin Mo didn't fall into the devil's path in this life, then there was still hope for the future of the northern Shao continent. A few more people made small talk. When Xiaotian said to the 4 people except Huang Chao, "You guys go back and pick 15 disciples each, and gather at the Middle Peak Hall early in the morning 3 days from now." After saying that, he then looked at Huang Chao alone and said, "Senior disciple Huang, the prohibitions of the spirit-exalted mysterious realm are closely related to the spirit prohibiting grand formation, and you earth-vein disciples are strong in your physical body, so you might be able to exert unexpected effects inside. The remaining 40 slots are all left to you to decide." A moment of hesitation appeared on Huang Chao's face as he slowly said, "When it comes to the power of the physical body, there is actually one person who is undoubtedly the best candidate." "You mean?" When Xiaotian and the others' gazes all looked towards Morong Lioli, Morong Lioli frowned and flatly refused. "No, Lin Mo is still just a rookie disciple. The spirit dignity secret realm is still too dangerous for him." Newcomer disciples. The crowd looked strange. Which rookie disciple could swing a fist with 200,000 pounds of force, and even all but shattered the test stone tablet? And then to think that he could also make talismans and cast weapons. The crowd realized that, if you put aside the 5-element waste body, Lin Mo is really a remarkable genius. Chapter 76, A Request from a Bald-Haired Dog. All of them were taken aback by their own inner thoughts, especially Gu Tsong-yoon. He was the one who objected most vehemently when Morong Lioli accepted Lin Mo as a disciple. One could even say that he was extremely disdainful of Lin Mo, but now he not only agreed to marry his disciple Shiryao to Lin Mo, he even vaguely felt that Lin Mo was much stronger than Yun Rin Stream. It might be useful in the future. He didn't know when his opinion of Lin Mo had slowly undergone some transformation. "Senior sister, this time the spirit-exalted mystery realm is about the future fate of my 5 elements sect, so don't feel sorry for that precious disciple of yours." Tan Bottle opened her mouth to advise. "Yes, we admit that we looked away from this son Lin Mo in the beginning, but now that he's the water vein saint's son, he deserves to come forward at a time like this to serve the clan." Gu Tsong-yoon also advised. "Senior sister, in my opinion it's settled." When Xiaotian directly said in a commanding tone, "No, I'll never let Lin Mo get into danger now." Morong Lioli shook her head, her attitude still very resolute. Her words of the atmosphere in the room was suddenly awkward. After a long time, Gu Tsong-yoon's face was serious as he said, "Senior sister, are you trying to disobey the orders of the patriarch's senior brother?" Lioli wouldn't dare, but Lin Mo's life is far more important to me than the spirit-exalted mystic realm. In short, I can't let him leave the clan before he grows up. There was some helplessness in Morong Lioli's tone. She had grown up in the 5 Elements sect, and apart from her master, who had already passed away in immortality, when Xiaotian and the others were her closest relatives, she really didn't want to get into a fight with them over Rimmer. That's just it. Since senior sister is unwilling, then we won't force this discussion to stop here. You all go down to start preparing too." When Xiaotian sighed and turned around to leave the council hall, Lin Mo returned to his cave from the land of disorder. He thought of the promise he had made to Lu Yi, so he took advantage of his free time to build a perfect Xian iron artifact embryo in the refining room. Simply rested for the night. Early the next morning, he wanted to deliver the Xian iron artifact embryo to Lu Yi, and incidentally go see if he could take the Wood Veins newcomer spiritual breeding ranking. But just as he was about to go out, an unexpected and rare guest came to the entrance of the cave. No, you can't say it's a rarity either. A thin dog with thin hair. I should say, it's a big yellow dog wearing big fancy pants and walking upright on its back. It hadn't been seen in a long time, and the fur on it seemed to be balder. How could it be you? Lin Mo walked out of the cave and looked at the bald hairy dog with some surprise. What? Is it not enough for me, Master Dog, to come here and make your little mansion shine? The bald-haired dog rolled his eyes. It held its head high, its nostrils poking up into the sky. After all, without waiting for Lin Mo's invitation, he swaggered into the cave. Lin Mo was slightly stunned and could only follow him in. Inside the parlor, the bald-haired dog was sitting at the tea table with his legs set up in a lewd gesture. Seeing Lin Mo walk over, it patted a chair on the side with its paw and said, "Sit down." Rimmer felt a pang of speechlessness. I didn't expect it to be a self-possessed master like Yui Lu. Lin Mo sat down opposite it, then lifted the emerald teapot and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. He had just picked up his teacup and took a sip when he saw the other party lift his paw and knock on the table 3 more times in a row, shouting, "Hey, hey, is this your way of hospitality?" Lin Mo put down his teacup and said with some surprise, "You a dog also want to drink tea? Kid, what do you mean by that? What do you mean even dogs need tea? You look down on dogs, right?" The bald-haired dog showed his teeth and his eyes were fierce. Another look of wanting to bite. Lin Mo directly and silently pulled out the large slab from his storage ring and placed it on the table. The bald-haired dog shut up instantly, and his ears, which had been perked up, instantly hiked down. Even the tail behind him subconsciously dragged on the ground and wagged, but it was still muttering under its breath. "I say you juniors are really rude. Drinking tea is drinking tea. What's the point of carrying such a big brick on you?" Lin Mo saw that it had already conceded defeat, so he poured a cup of tea and handed it over. He'd like to see how a dog drinks tea again. Just see the bald dog a pair of front paws together, and then hold the teacup will be inside the tea with tea dregs of brain all poured into the mouth. After drinking it, it even dejected its mouth a few times and said, "Blah blah blah, what kind of garbage spirit tea is this? It's simply bitter and stuffed. Rimmer. It's the first time I've ever seen a tea drinker drink all the dregs of the leaves, but wouldn't it be too much for my teeth?" Seems to realize that he lost his temper. The bald dog wants to find face and said, "Kid, not the dog master I brag. I used to drink often but the Phoenix Wutone." "Well, Phoenix Wutone, you know, that is the northern sky continent's most top spirit tea. Ordinary people can prolong their lives and stay young forever if they take a sip, and cultivators if you drink a mouthful, but also can be transformed in situ epiphany. But the dog master I just take it to white water to drink. Hey, forget it, the past is unbearable, and you this junior said you can't listen to understand." The bald-haired dog shook his doggy head and acted as if things were different. "Oh, I'd love to know what that Phoenix Wutone tastes like." Lin Mo feigned curiosity. He. Of course it's sweet. In any case it's much better than this trashy spirit tea of yours," the bald-haired dog said with a smug look on his face. Lin Mo was once again speechless. In fact, the tea brewed by Feng Wutong was very bitter in the mouth, and it was also bitter to the extreme, making it unbearable. Lin Mo couldn't help but frown straight away even when he drank it at that time, but when that bitter energy passed, what came back up was a strange sense of flavor. He couldn't find any words to describe it. The feeling was as if in that moment he had relived all his past experiences, recalling his own sweet and sour life. Lin Mo didn't demolish the bald hairy dog's words, and instead opened his mouth to ask, "Now that the tea has been drunk, it's time to tell me the purpose of your visit to me, right? I want to follow you to the spirit exalted secret realm." The bald-haired dog also got a rare straight face. Spirit exalted secret realm. Lin Mo didn't move on the surface and said, "What spirit exalted mysterious realm? Kid, you don't even know about this? The 10,000 Demons Forest has discovered a cave left behind by a spirit sovereign, and the 5 Elements sect intends to select 100 disciples to go there in 3 days. This matter is now all over the place, and you're still blissfully unaware of it?" The bald-haired dog skimmed its mouth and looked at Lin Mo somewhat speechlessly. The 10,000 Demon Forest. Spirit Dignity Mystery Realm. Location is correct, but isn't the time still a few more years away? Rimmer murmured. A rare shock went through his mind. The stone beat of the 9 transformation demon technique was something he had accidentally obtained in his previous life when he was rummaging for spirit medicines within the Spirit Exalted Mysteries. Of course, the reason that made Lin Mo truly lose his temper was because of the time when the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm opened. In his previous life, the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm was opened almost the 5th year after he joined the sect, but now it is so many years in advance. This makes Lin Mo can't help but be a little worried. Could it be because his rebirth had somehow interfered with the karma of this life? Lin Mo's complexion was so grave that it was hard not to think about it in detail. Chapter 77. Boy, what are you staring at as if you're frozen in time? Agree or not? Give us a quick word. The bald-haired dog yelled with an irritated look on his face. Rimmer was yanked hard from his contemplation by it. He glanced wistfully at the bald dog and said in a nonchalant voice, "You still need me to take you there?" "Nonsense. Master Dog, I'm not a disciple of your 5 Elements sect, so naturally I don't have a chance to participate in the trial," the bald-haired dog said in a depressed manner. "Oh, then what exactly is your relationship with the 5 Elements sect?" A hint of curiosity spread across Lin Mo's face. The dog may look very funny, but its origin is definitely not simple. Lin Mo's first meeting with it was in that newcomer trial place. At that time it was just an ordinary bald dog, but it was able to spit out human words, and its high level of spiritual intelligence was simply unbelievable. The second encounter was within the space of the 5 Veins spiritual spring. At this time, It had already successfully advanced to an early first-stage spirit beast, and had also taken advantage of the fact that he, Shi Yao, and Lui Yi were defenseless to steal their clothes. And this time, it was already the third time they had met. The other party had even become a peak first-rank spirit beast from an early first-rank spirit beast. Moreover, the other party seemed to be able to enter the five elements sect like nobody's business, easily finding his cave. This remarkable string of performances makes the identity of the bald dog ever more mysterious. Kid, Master Dog, I'm just looking for a small favor from you. Why are you prying so much? The bald-haired dog was full of wariness. Since you don't want to answer, go find someone else for what you're begging me for. Lin Mo stood up and made a show of evicting the guests. Wait, Master Dog, I'm really scared of you. After the bald-haired dog finished spitting, he lamented. You may not believe it when I say it. In fact, even Master Dog myself doesn't know what kind of relationship I actually have with the Five Elements sect. Lin Mo's face showed a hint of confusion, but he didn't interrupt the bald dog. Almost 100 years ago, Master Dog, I just woke up leisurely from the Five Elements sect's ancestral sacrifice ground, and then I was treated by them as the spirit beast of the founding ancestor, and I was given good food and drink to offer up. However, it seems that Master Dog, I have lost a lot of many memories, and what exactly happened 100 years ago, and how I appeared in the ancestral sacrifice land, have completely all but forgotten, the bald-haired dog said, and the dog's face even took on a human-like look of confusion. It's that simple? Lin Mo felt that the other party must have intentionally hidden a lot more. How complicated do you think it is otherwise? The bald-haired dog skimmed his lips and added, Kid, Master Dog, I have told you everything. If you dare to go back on your word, I will never forgive you lightly. Lin Mo, however, was puzzled, since they treat you as the spirit beast of the old man of the open mountain. Then with your status and position in the Five Elements sect, it's not so bad that you have to come and beg me even for this trivial matter, right? Lin Mo said. Humph, why do you kid have so many questions? The bald-haired dog snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to answer any further. Again, Lin Mo didn't push any further. Then tell me how you want me to help you. When the bald-haired dog saw Lin Mo loosening his tongue, his face was instantly delighted and he hurriedly said, all of the Five Elements sect's vain disciples will be able to tame their spirit beasts. So all you need to do is to treat Master Dog me as your spirit beast when the time comes, and then bring me into the Spirit Eminence mystery territory. It's not impossible to be my spirit beast, but I'll have to rename you. Lin Mo stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, what's the point of having a name? You can just call me Master Dog. The bald dog replied without thinking. Have you ever seen any master call his spirit pet that? Too. The bald-haired dog felt that Lin Mo's words made sense. It asked, then what do you think it should be called? How about I call you Two Eggs? Lin Mo thought of a neighborhood puppy from his early childhood and simply borrowed its name. To my surprise, the bald dog heard, almost furious fried hair, immediately rebuffed, boy, you yourself how not to call Two Eggs, and this name and this dog Master has nothing to do with? In most of his life, he had never heard of a dog with such an ugly name. Then why don't we just call you Bald Hair? It's always about you now, right? Lin Mo took another name. The bald-haired dog was so exasperated that he didn't want to talk. Still can't it? Then why don't we call it Ah Huang? Lin Mo asked again. No, it's too common a name. Rimmer, that's called Fa. Bald Hair Dog, that's vile. Rimmer, how about Little Yellow? Bald Dog, not bossy enough. Rimmer, call Big Strong. Bald Dog, no. Rimmer, no you sister. He almost said all the names of the dogs in the 10 miles and 8 townships of Green Mountain Township, but the bald-haired dog still didn't buy it. Lin Mo had no choice but to backhand the large slate on the table and swing it towards the dog's head. The upgraded big slate already comes with a nerve-paralyzing effect, only to see the bald dog instantly stiffen, as if electrocuted, fell straight to the ground, his body still twitching uncontrollably. Rimmer clapped his hands in satisfaction. About half an incense stick of work had passed. Lin Mo sent the sober bald hair dog out of the cave. Erden, take care. Lin Mo waved goodbye. At this moment, the bald dog, oh, now it should be called Second Egg, was full of displeasure. After a slate of education, it had no choice but to be forced to accept the name Lin Mo had initially given it. After it left, Lin Mo's thoughts regained their composure. The only reason he would agree to the other party was because he was bound to travel to the spirit-exalted secret realm. The black and white stone bead that evolved the 9 transformation demon technique in his previous life was exactly what Lin Mo had obtained from the spirit-exalted mystic realm's medicine garden. He's going to find the stone bead and at the same time solve a mystery that has puzzled him for a long time. Lin Mo dismissed the idea of traveling to the Wood Vein to look for Lui Yi. He arrived outside the Lioli Palace, but when he entered the hall, he accidentally found that there was another woman in the hall besides Moron Lioli. This woman was dressed in a white dress, Her body was as slender as a standing bamboo. Its stunningly beautiful face seemed to be carved out of cold ice, so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Seemingly sensing Lin Mo's gaze, she raised her sword eyebrow and a pair of icy eyes looked over with a strong sense of scrutiny. Your rimmer? Her red lips lightly opened, and there was still a coldness in her voice that rejected people. Lin Mo nodded slightly. The other party's appearance was not much different from Moron Lioli, but their temperament was another extreme. I've heard Cloud Rin talk about you. The woman in white was as shy as gold, making Lin Mo not understand what exactly she was trying to convey. But the other man's voice was familiar to him, having crossed paths with the other man a little while ago. Mu Zhou, this is the water vein palm seal. Take it and give it to your father. Moron Lioli on the first seat said, and an aquamarine blue token emerged from her crystalline brow and landed in front of the white-clothed woman. Chapter 78. Where did it get bigger? Senior uncle. Mu Zhou excuses himself. Yun Mu Zhou received the water vein palm seal with both hands and after performing a salute, he left in a dignified manner. Moron Lioli gazed at her fading back and murmured, Senior brother, you can't wait so soon. Her eyes were a mix of emotions, very complex. After a deep sigh, she recovered and her gaze fell on Lin Mo. What did you want to see me about? Moron Lioli walked off the high seat and came to Lin Mo's body. It was the first time in so many days that the other party had come to her of her own accord. I need a spot in the Spirit Exalted Secret Realm trial. Lin Mo opened the door and took the initiative to mention it. What? Is it hard to believe that you want to be a part of it? Moron Lioli opened her mouth and thought she had heard wrong. That's right. Lin Mo nodded. The day after tomorrow was the opening time of the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm trials, and usually the selected disciples would be notified in advance, setting aside time for preparation. But he hadn't received any news, which meant that he wasn't even on the list of this trial, so he then had to come to Moron Lioli. Moron Lioli's cherry-like lips pursed lightly, her willow eyebrows squeezed into a ball like that of crumpled paper. She didn't expect Lin Mo to go against the norm and suddenly offer to go to this trial. Lin Mo. This Spirit Elder trial is extremely dangerous and involves fierce battles with disciples from other sects. There's absolutely no need for you to take that risk. The way of cultivation is originally to fight with the heavens and fight with others. It may not be a good thing to keep the door closed without refining it, but there's another word for tend and avoid, so you'd better not get into this mess. This trial may not be all bad for me. The two of them argued for a long time. Moron Lioli from the beginning disagreed, to later also gradually be convinced, finally even agreed to Lin Mo's request. For one thing, she didn't want to push Lin Mo too hard. Secondly, she actually felt that Lin Mo's words had some truth to them, especially this sentence. Fighting with heaven, fighting with men caused her to think deeply. After being reborn, she had been trying to find ways to make up for what she owed Lin Mo in her previous life, always afraid that he would be hurt again. But a smooth road may not be right for Rimmer. Moreover, she couldn't protect Lin Mo forever. She always had to give him some opportunities to grow independently. It's like a seedling that can only grow into a big tree if it can withstand the cold and heat. If they are planted indoors all the time, the lack of sunlight and nature's refinement is counterproductive. However, just in case, she gifted Lin Mo another 4th grade defense spirit bell as well as various types of healing elixirs, together with the 4th grade body armor and the soul protecting jade pendant that he had given away earlier. Lin Mo had actually carried 3 king artifacts on his body at a small spirit primordial realm. I'm afraid that's going to make people's jaws drop when they say it. Right now, even if he stood still and let the spirit Dan realm cultivator attack, the other party might not be able to kill him for a moment. I'm afraid. After leaving Moron Lioli's, Lin Mo went straight back to his cave, and just as he reached the door, he saw a green silhouette. She was dressed in a long emerald green gossamer dress, like the freshest green leaves in spring. The skirt gently swayed in the wind, agile and ethereal. See how I've changed? After not seeing her for many days, Louis E didn't feel alienated at all. She walked over head-on and stood on her tiptoes to turn around in front of Lin Mo. Her long hair was like a waterfall, pulled back into a casual bun. A few strands of green silk fell down beside her cheeks, fluttering as she turned, raising a wave of girlish scent. Lin Mo took a closer look at her and finally shook his head. Didn't see it. It can't be. Look more closely. Yui Lu deliberately puffed out her chest. Still don't see any changes. Lin Mo said. You're lying. Don't you notice where I've gotten bigger? Louis E crossed her arms and said somewhat angrily. I've recently researched my own formula for a spiritual elixir that will make you bigger if you eat it. Lin Mo finally realized what the other party's words meant. He didn't realize that after so many days had passed, the other party was still holding a grudge over this matter. Ahem. There are actually some things that are innate. Some people have it from birth, while some people can't even get it by any means. So you mustn't try to force it, and don't accidentally still eat your body. Lin Mo coughed, then kindly reminded. What do you mean some people have it and some people don't? It's a mess. Louis E was very dissatisfied with Lin Mo's words. I always believe that man will win. And one day this young lady will definitely develop the correct elixir formula to impress you. Louis E clenched her small fists and said with a very determined face. She also obviously knew that the current elixir formula didn't have much effect. Suit yourself then. By the way, what did you come to see me about? Lin Mo opened his mouth to inquire. I was just looking for the whereabouts of that bald-headed dog and stopped by to show you around. When Louis E spoke of the bald hairy dog, her large eyes turned thievishly, revealing a hint of wryness. What are you looking for it for? Lin Mo's face showed a few moments of incomprehension. Of course I'm going to capture it to sign a master-servant contract. Yui Lu giggled playfully. Lin Mo had an odd expression and said, why would you want it to be your spirit animal? The master-servant contract is also a type of heavenly oath. Once signed, a mental link could be established between the human and the demonic beast, and from that point on, the demonic beasts will do whatever the humans say. However, Lin Mo remembered that in the newcomer's trial land, Louis E was very disliked by bald-haired dogs. The two kept fighting. Yui Lu even said that the bald-haired dog was ugly and had the look of a sickly man who could casually go into the ground. Why did you change your mind now and want to make a pact with a bald dog again? I only recently realized that bald-haired dog has a very good nose and can smell the type of spirit medicine from miles away. This type of aptitude is very suitable for us Woodvane disciples, and it's a good choice to use it instead of the treasure-hunting mouse. Yui Lu finished her explanation with a slight smile. The words changed. And don't you think that having a talking dog is also a very racy thing? Okay. Lin Ma didn't know what to say. Woodvanes dealt with spirit medicines from time to time, and were in need of a spirit beast like this. Still, Yui Lu was somewhat underestimating that dog. Alright, I should go back, or else master thinks I'm slacking off again. Louis E spat her tongue out at Lin Mo, then turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Lin Mo took out the perfect Xian iron artifact embryo that he had prepared long ago from within his storage ring and handed it to the other party. Here's what I promised you last time. Take it. Yui Lu blushed. The day after tomorrow she would be going to the Spirit Exalted Mystic Realm trials, just so she could take it to build a spirit weapon of her own. Lin Mo. You're just too good to me. Come on, give this young lady a kiss. Lu Yi said. Actually really stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Mo on the side of his face. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Lin Mo to say anything, she had already raised her head and left. Chapter 79 Departure. Feeling the warm touch on the right side of his face, Lin Mo was immediately stunned. He simply didn't expect Yui Lu to suddenly come this way. That little girl. Lin Mo looked at her back and couldn't help but shake his head. Back to the cave. Lin Mo exchanged greetings with Xiaoyu before arriving at his stone room. There were still 2 days left in the Spirit Exalted Secret Realm trial. For the past 2 days, he was going to be in seclusion in his cave and did not intend to go out. There were 7 layers of ancient alchemy, and he had currently only cultivated to the first layer of red flame. He wanted to break through to the second layer of orange flame first. There were also many spirit talismans he had refined not too long ago, but they were basically just the most elementary ones. Although there shouldn't be any risks in this trial, but in the spirit of being prepared for everything, Lin Mo decided to refine some intermediate level spirit talismans. For example, the Splitter Talisman, the Recluse Talisman, the Invisibility Talisman, the Giant Strength Talisman, and the String Puppet Talisman, as well as the Bean Scattering Talisman, and so on. These talismans can be much more difficult than primary spirit talismans. The Split Charm was tried last time, and it was very difficult. But none of these spiritual talismans mentioned later were simpler than the Score Talisman. Even Lin Mo wasn't sure he could make them all now. Time rushed by, and 2 days passed by. Early morning, the sky gradually turned fish-belly white, and a faint reddish hue crept up into the sky. The sun shone through the thinning mist, shedding a million golden rays. Lin Mo, along with the 14 Watervane disciples, rode in a medium-sized flying boat piloted by an elder and rushed towards the middle peak square. To Lin Mo's surprise, there was even a familiar face among these 14 Watervane disciples. This was none other than Chao Tian, with whom he had a grudge. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, Chao Tian revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Lin Mo took his eyes back and played with a royal beast pouch hanging on his waist in his hands. Yesterday the bald dog found him. After the two of them deliberated for a while, they decided to let it stay in the royal beast pouch for now, and then release it when they arrived at the secret realm. I don't know what this fellow is going to the Spirit Exalted Mysterious Realm for. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo raised his head and looked towards the front. One could only see a lofty mountain peak in the distance looming in the mist, as if it was covered by a thin veil. The flying boat slowly approached and eventually landed in the trial square on the mountainside of the middle peak. At this time, All the elders and disciples of the peaks had already gathered, and there was also a large flying boat docked in the square that was 10 times larger than when they arrived. Lin Mo stood on the ground and realized that Lu Yi was standing on the poop deck of the flying boat waving her hands towards her. He nodded at her, then swept his gaze through the crowd, but didn't spot Shi Yao, Yun Rin, or Han Ming. That meant that only he and Yui Lu were the only ones among the pro-disciples who participated in this trial. Lin Mo didn't get on the boat to meet up with Lu Yi. Instead he chose an open space and meditated. Not long after, when Xiaotian and a group of peak masters appeared in the square, Earthen Vein Peak Master Huang Chao's eyes lit up as he said, "Senior sister, your disciple Lin Mo was also present. Could it be?" "That's right, he's one of the participants in the trial." Morong Liuli didn't go too far to explain. "Senior sister, you finally figured it out." Gu Songyun felt somewhat relieved. "No wonder you're scrambling to lead the team with me. Senior sister, so it's because you're not worried about your beloved disciple." Tan Bottle also spoke up to flirt. A few people made small talk. At that moment, an elder beside Wen Xiaotian let out a loud shout to the square. Silence. The square was quiet for a moment. The patriarch will now speak. Wen Xiaotian took a step forward. "I believe you should have all heard about this secret realm, but this patriarch is here to repeat it once more. The location of the trial is a medicinal garden that has been closed for hundreds of years, and all you have to do is to go inside and pick spiritual medicines. But this trial is different from the past. In addition to our clan, there are 4 other major forces such as the Hundred Swords Sect, the South Fiend Valley, the Earth Fiend Sect, and the Qian Yuan Hall. You guys need to compete with them and pick the elixir to the best of your ability. At that time, each of you will receive a points token. Depending on the grade of the spirit medicine collected, different spirit medicine points will be generated, and the total points of all of you will determine the ranking of our 5 elements sect as well as the right to distribute the spirit medicines. So this patriarch hopes that you'll do your best to bring glory to the sect. At that time, the sect will reward you with the corresponding amount of contribution value, and there will be additional rewards for the top 10 in spirit medicine points." When Xiaotian has been talking for half an incense stick of time. Only after the mobilization was almost complete did Morong Liuli and Tan Beer lead all the disciples onto the large flying boat. With a gentle rocking of the ship, it slowly moved away from the ground. In the crowd's field of vision, the 5 elements sect became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared into the gray mist. On the flying boat, Rimmer took a seat near the stern of the boat. The rooms on the ship were sparse, and other than the peak master and the elders, the rest of the disciples had to stay on the deck like Lin Mo. However, it was fortunate that there was a formation on the flying boat, so even if the oncoming wind was as strong as it was blocked out by a transparent shield. Lu Yi had sat beside Lin Mo at some point without any regard for her image. 2 days ago, she was only at the 6th stage of the spirit primordial realm, but now she had already advanced to the 7th stage. "Hey, have you been in contact with that bald dog for the past 2 days?" Lu Yi's agitated nose wrinkled slightly as she leaned closer to Lin Mo and sniffed. "Why would you ask that?" Lin Mo didn't answer positively. "I sprinkled tracking powder on that dog, and 2 days ago I was looking for that odor and chased it to your water peak, and this time I smelled it on you. It seems that you must have harbored that dog," Yui Liu said with conviction. "You really do have a nose like a dog." Lin Mo was too lazy to have to hide it for the bald dog. "Sure enough, it's you." Lu Yi felt something was wrong. "Wait, you also called me a dog." "I was complimenting you on your sensitive nose," Lin Mo said. "Humph, that dog pickled badly. I didn't think you'd be the same." Lu Yi revealed her little tiger teeth, itching to give Lin Mo a bite. The two of them made a brouhaha that instantly attracted the attention of many of the surrounding male disciples. The quiet and gentle type of girl like Shi Yao was certainly very popular, but the witty and eccentric type of girl like Lu Yi was equally pleasing to many male disciples. There was a male disciple at the peak of the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm who walked over. He was wearing the Wood Vein Inner Sect disciple costume, and his appearance and temperament looked gentle and elegant. "Senior sister Lu, come with me. Senior brother has something to talk to you alone." He ignored Lin Mo on the side and smiled as he opened his mouth to Lu Yi. Chapter 80, Conflicts. "Senior brother, is there anything you can't just say here?" Lu Yi glanced sideways at the male disciple, but she had no intention of getting up and leaving. "There are extra people here. Let's talk somewhere quieter." You glanced at Lin Mo, as if he was the one who said the extra person in his mouth. "I think that's just fine. If you don't want to talk about it then fine." Lu Yi used her slender jade fingers to roll the green silk that fell down from her temples, playing with herself. Seeing that Lu Yi was ignoring him, a black line crossed Duyu's forehead. He had no choice but to bring out Tan Beer's order. "Senior sister Lu, the Peak Master has said that I will lead the Wood Vein disciples in this trial, so stop being capricious." "Slightly, you don't use master to pressure me." I'm not afraid at all. Yui Lu spat out her tongue, looking unconcerned. At this moment, there were more and more people watching around. Duju was a bit in and out. He could do nothing about Lu Yi, but he spread his spearhead in anger towards Lin Mo, who was on the side. Get the hell out of my way. You kid. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and said, You're talking to me? Are there any other extras here besides you? Du coldly grunted. He didn't know Lin Mo, or had heard of Lin Mo's name but had never seen his person. This, coupled with the fact that Lin Mo wasn't wearing a pro-disciple costume, caused him to mistake Lin Mo for an ordinary disciple. Ha! Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Looks like a lot of people are still in the dark about his notoriety. Any cat or dog would dare to come barking at him. What are you laughing at? A mere waste of the 6th stage of the spirit primordial realm dares to approach senior sister Lu. And you don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you're worthy. Do you burst into a fit of cynicism? This behavior dazzled some of the surrounding people who knew Lin Mo. Do you? This idiot? What's the point of messing with this pervert for good reason? Chao Tian in the crowd swallowed his throat and subconsciously took a step back. Ever since the last time he was defeated by Lin Mo in the Land of Disorder, a shadow had arisen in his heart. When they met again in the challenge ring afterward, he finally dodged another bullet by feigning insanity. And just a few days ago, he sneaked off to the Land of Disorder in disguise. However, he got a news that shocked him. It was that the Demon Wind Walled City's Lord Demon Wind had defeated Yang Chong and became the new ruler of the Eastern District. He felt a pang of fear. Yang Chong, that is a Spirit Sea Realm 3rd stage cultivator. Devil Wind can defeat him, at least is also a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. The other party had been merciful even if he had survived that day. Yang Chong let out a long sigh. Who would have thought that the Devil Wind, whose ferocious reputation shook the entire unordered land, would be the 5 elements ruined body in the outside world that everyone talked about? Although Du's Spirit Primordial Realm 9th Order peak was very strong, but daring to find trouble in front of the other party was definitely asking for trouble. On the other side, Louis E saw that Lin Mo was being given a hard time and couldn't help but open her mouth to explain. Elder brother, you're wrong. It was me who took the initiative to approach just now. It's none of his business. What? Du was stunned? But when he thought that his senior sister had actually relieved the other party, his heart became even more fuming. Senior sister, you shouldn't be in contact with this kind of person. Louis E frowned. It's my freedom to contact whoever I want. Master is not even as lenient as you are. Du couldn't say anything to Louis E, so he could only look at Lin Mo again with a gloomy face. Why don't you quickly get lost? Oh, Lin Mo stood up with an expressionless face. Kid, count on your knowledge. Just when Du was thinking that Lin Mo was afraid, Lin Mo arrived in front of him. Next moment, snap, Lin Mo directly swung his palm up and viciously smacked Du's face. His face was instantly twisted and deformed, and his mouth full of teeth mixed with blood and water flew out. Even his body staggered, and he did not stop until he had retreated to the side of the boat. Du covered the palm print on his face? Filled with disbelief, he didn't think that Lin Mo would dare to ignore the rules of the clan and strike at himself. But that's good. Just the right reason for him to legitimately strike. Kid, you started this. Make the first move. Ha! Lin Mo didn't wait for him to finish. Backhanded him and directly slapped him again. The slap hit the other side of his intact left face, and the crisp ringing sound was so harsh to Duju. Looking at the strange gazes of the people around him, there was a powerful sense of shame on Duyu's face in addition to the fiery pain. He was furious and yelled, "You made me do this. Forcing you." Ha! Lin Mo still slapped him, interrupting his spell casting. However, Duyu's anger value had already accumulated to its peak at this time. You seek death. The aura of the peak 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm erupted to the extreme in his body. Instantly some of the people who were close were directly shaken back a few steps. Du didn't dare to make a move earlier in consideration of the clan rules, but now he's going to get real. Yeah, looks like another good show, the crowd murmured, all looking forward to Duyu's next performance. However, right at this moment, Lin Mo directly reached out his right hand and choked Duyu's neck before lifting him up. Du was like a duck being lifted by the neck, and his just now high spirits came to an abrupt end. The crowd was also wide-eyed. He originally thought that it would be a one-sided crushing of Duyu, but he didn't expect the result to be so dramatic. I'm afraid you're the one who's going to die. Lin Mo licked his tongue, a touch of playfulness appearing in his eyes. He came straight to the side of the boat, then lifted Du off the deck. Du was suspended 10,000 meters in the air, and his face turned pale. I was wrong. Please spare me. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but beg Lin Mo for forgiveness, which still has half of its previous arrogance. Stop. Suddenly a voice came out from the flying boat compartment, followed by two silhouettes appearing in front of the crowd. Sea Peak Master Tan. Sea Peak Master Morong. The people who came were none other than Morong Yoli and Tan Bottle. Lin Mo. Why don't you hurry up and put him down? Moron Lioli was somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected such a mess not long after her departure. Lin Mo had no intention of throwing the other person down, so he lifted him back up and threw him directly onto the deck. Cough cough. Do you heavily coughed a few times? After recovering a little he immediately then kneeled in front of Tan Bottle, pointing at Lin Mo accusing, Peak Master Lord. This person ignored the rules of the clan to strike at fellow disciples, but also want to cause the disciple to die with. You can do it for the disciple Moron Lioli's face was calm and didn't say anything. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was indifferent. Only Tan Bottle snorted coldly. Humph. It was you who provoked first and made a fool of yourself when you were undefeated. And now you even dare to turn around and make a backhanded accusation. You have simply disgraced the face of my wood vein. Do you raised his head? He didn't expect Tan Beer to know everything about this. The secret realm of the Spirit Exalted is approaching. This Peak Master will first give you a chance to redeem yourself for your sins. So do yourself a favor, Tan Bottle said, turning and whisking away. Moron Lioli lightly laughed and shook her head. She looked at Lin Mo and Lu Yi and said, You two come with me. Chapter 81 Arrival at the 100 Sword Sect. Inside a luxurious box, Moron Lioli and Tan Bottle sat facing each other, while Lin Mo and Lu Yi stood behind the two respectively. Lin Mo had a calm face. As for Lu Yi, she comforted Tan Beer while pounding her shoulders. Master, don't be angry. Senior brother Du is just a bit more frivolous. He didn't make any big mistakes. Am I angry at Du you? You know that he likes you, yet you deliberately approached Lin Mo in front of him. And again, you know Lin Mo's identity, yet you still don't go and pick a fight. Clearly want to use Lin Mo's hand to teach you a lesson. Tan Bottle rubbed her temples. Which is not. I didn't even think that senior brother Du couldn't even defeat Lin Mo. Lu Yi was speechless in return. As soon as these words came out, the three gazes all stared at Lu Yi. Is it hard to believe that you're trying to teach me a lesson by using Du Yu's hand? Lin Mo's face changed slightly, and he was a bit nonplussed. No, I just didn't want elder brother Du to try to pester me all day long, and it just so happened that you also struck me as extremely annoying. So I wanted you both to suffer a bit, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Yui Lu spat out her tongue. Feelings you still want us to lose both. Lin Mo didn't even know what to say. Humph. Who made you always have something to hide from me? Lu Yi said with a face full of displeasure. What did I hide from you? Rimmer wondered. Could it be about the dog? Yesterday, Sister Shiryao, but everything was told to me. She said that there is now a marriage between you. You are now considered her fiancé. Lu Yi's tone suddenly turned quite cold. So this is it. Lin Mo didn't expect Shiryao to tell Lu Yi everything. He frowned and said, even if that's the case, what does that have to do with you? Yui Lu said, baffled. Yeah, what's it got to do with yourself? She bit her finger in deep thought. By the way, I'm fighting for Sister Shiryao. She's such a good person. She shouldn't have buried her whole life's happiness on you at all. Right, that's it. Yui Lu couldn't help but confirm. Don't be ridiculous. Seeing that the more Lu Yi talked, the less in tune she was, Tan Bottle changed the subject. She sighed to Moron Lioli. Senior sister, I truly didn't expect Lin Mo to grow so fast. Even Du Yu, who was at the peak of the 9th rank, was easily defeated by him. After Moron Lioli heard this, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo. A hint of relief appeared on her face, but on her lips, she said, he's just dipping into the light of body refining. There's still a huge gap in his cultivation compared to Du Yu. Whatever it is, anyway, with Lin Mo around this time, we might actually get a good ranking. I hope. After ending the chat, Moron Lioli let Lin Mo and Lu Yi both stay in the box to meditate and rest, while one of her and Tan Beer was in charge of maneuvering the flying boat. The other was in charge of using divine sense to alert the surrounding area. The northern sky continent was vast and boundless, with countless crises lurking. Just in the eastern domain alone, there were over a dozen forbidden zones for living beings. Although they didn't need to pass through the forbidden area, they still had to be wary of attacks from demonic cultivators and demonic beasts. Almost 5 hours had passed. Towards evening, the flying boat finally arrived at its temporary destination, 100 Sword Sect. Lin Mo and Lu Yi arrived on the deck. As he looked into the distance with his extreme eyes, he saw a lofty mountain peak that looked like a straight sword, standing proudly on 1,000 miles of plains, thrusting into the sky. As the flying boat gradually approached, a biting sword intent was like a raging tide, paving the way as if it was not a mountain peak, but really a huge sword capable of cutting through everything in the world. It was a good thing that this sword intent was not malicious towards them. Ha ha ha, your guests have come a long way to have missed the welcome. Quickly please. A bright and loud laugh came from the distance, followed by several more silhouettes in the sky. The red-haired youth at the head was none other than the current 100-sword sect master, Duo Ao Tian. He stood in the air, his aura powerful and confident, and as the two sides got closer, the crowd realized that there was a cold-looking teenager standing beside him. What shocked all the disciples of the Five Elements sect was that this teenager was actually stepping on a flying sword alone, and although he was being blown around by the air currents high in the air, he was relying on himself to achieve imperial sword flight. Dokken Master, this disciple of yours. Not only were Lu Yi and the others shocked, even Tan Bottle was somewhat astonished as she looked at the teenager. In her eyes, the teenager was only at the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm, but his behavior at this moment was something that even many spirit sea realm cultivators were unable to do. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be surprised. Fellow Daoist Tan, this disciple of mine is a sword spirit body, born with an affinity for the Tao of the sword. Although Dokeo Tian's mouth was modest, the eyes that looked at the teenager carried a hint of pride. Legendary sword spirit body. No wonder at a young age the body contains a powerful sword intent. It seems that your 100-sword sect has the son in the future is bound to prosper greatly. Tan Bottle praised with a shocked tone. The body of a foreign spirit was already incomparably strong, and the other party's sword spirit body was the best of the best. If the 100-sword sect could cultivate him properly, this son would definitely be able to achieve sword sect, or even sword zune in the future. Fellow Daoist Tan is flattering. Long Yuan, why don't you hurry over and salute your two senior uncles? The two of them boarded the flying boat of the Five Elements sect, and Duo Ao Tian turned to the teenager and instructed him. The teenager nodded slightly. Greetings to the two master uncles. He had a look of favor and disdain, and his personality was extremely similar to Han Ming's, both looking very stable. This is my disciple Lu Yi. Come over and get acquainted with this senior brother of yours. Tam Bottle beckoned to Yui Lu behind her. Good I'm Yui Lu. Nice to meet you. Yui Lu extended her hand towards the other party in a generous manner. Who knew that the teenager who had just been old-fashioned and dignified had shyly lowered his head the moment he saw Lu Yi and embarrassedly extended his hand. My name is Long Yuan. This scene instantly drew a playful laugh from Tan Beer, who exited to tease. Sect Master Duo. I didn't expect that such an outstanding disciple of yours would still be a stuffy bottle that blushes. He. Since ancient times, young boys are sad about beauty. This is not a bad thing for cultivation. After Duo Ao Tian finished speaking, he looked at Morong Lioli with deep emotion. Upon seeing Lin Mo by the other party's side, he was immediately stunned and said, Lioli, who is he? Won't you introduce me? The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Mo's body. This is my newly recruited disciple Lin Mo. And this is the 100-sword sect master Duo Ao Tian. Morong Lioli briefly introduced both sides. Lin Mo. Duo Ao Tian's tone was slightly stuttered, as if he was enlightened. I have long heard that you have accepted a 5-element wasted body as a disciple. It seems to be this son. Chapter 82. Duo Ao Tian's words were spoken very bluntly, causing Morong Lioli's brows to knit slightly. The 100-sword sect elders who followed behind felt a bit surprised. They didn't expect Morong Lioli, as a Spirit King realm powerhouse, to accept a 5-elements waste body as a disciple. Long Yuan, say hello to the senior brother Lin Mo of yours as well. No matter what, Lin Mo was Morong Lioli's disciple, so Duo Ao Tian still casually instructed Long Yuan. Senior Lin. Long Yuan merely glanced faintly at Lin Mo before withdrawing his gaze. Facing Lin Mo, he had returned to his previous steadiness. Lin Mo nodded at him, not even bothering to say a word. He had seen as many geniuses as there were rivers. Indestructible body, God King body, Thunder Saint body, Sun Taiyin body, and so on, but in the end, the people who possessed these physiques were just a pile of dry bones on his way to becoming an emperor. In comparison, the sword spirit body that Duo Ao Tian and the others were so proud of was actually nothing in Lin Mo's eyes. Although Lin Mo's talent for cultivation is a bit poor, his talent for weapon casting, talisman making as well as body refining is not bad at all. Seeing that the people from the 100-sword sect seemed to be a bit cold towards Lin Mo, Tan Beer broke the mold and stood out to speak for him. Yes? Dok Ao Tian hurriedly glanced at Lin Mo again after hearing this, but didn't care much. In his opinion, both weapon casting and talisman making are just some sideways. As for the refining of the body, how can it compare to the swordway that is the first in offense and attack? After a few more casual conversations between the several people, Morong Lioli finally asked about the main matter. By the way, have the other clans come yet? Dok Ao Tian converged and replied, they have all arrived at noon today. But, he held his chin, as if considering how to go about it. But what? Could it be that their 3 clans are trying to pull something again? Tan Bottle's face was also serious. Their 5 forces were actually still divided into 2 camps. Back then, The four major forces of the Hundred Swords sect, the South Fiend Valley, the Earth Fiend sect, and the Chen Yuan Hall had jointly discovered the spirit-exalted mysterious realm. However, the South Fiend Valley, the Earth Fiend sect, and the Chen Yuan Hall have always been on good terms. Although the Hundred Swords sect was strong, it couldn't fight the other three major forces. So the Hundred Swords sect thought about finding an ally to separate themselves from the other three major forces. That's what brought the Five Elements sect on board. However, the strength of their two clans was ultimately still slightly insufficient compared to the other three clans. So in many of the rules regarding the distribution of benefits, they were basically set by the other three clans. They felt that the number of people participating in this trial was too high for fear of triggering the formation prohibitions in the depths of the secret realm. So they wanted to select 100 people through the competition. And these 100 people will replace the previous 500 people to enter the secret medicinal garden. Doko Tian briefly explained the situation. Moron Lioli and Tan Bottle's brows furrowed slightly after hearing this. The decision may seem fair and just, but one never knows what the other side will get up to. Moreover, the Five Elements sect hadn't prepared anything, and this match was obviously very unfavorable to them. Did you promise them? Moron Lioli asked Duo Tian. Nothing like this had happened in his previous life. So Moron Lioli felt a little surprised at this time. It was naturally promised. Since they want to distribute the quota through a competition, my Hundred Swords sect is naturally not afraid. I just hope that they don't lift a stone and crush their own feet. Dokeo Tian glanced at Long Yuan who was standing beside Lu Yi, and a wave of confidence appeared in his eyes. Moron Lioli and Tan Bottle looked at each other, knowing that this matter could no longer be reversed. However, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage now that they had Lin Mo in their midst. It seems that you all have already decided, so we, the Five Elements sect, will have no choice but to accompany you to the end. Hundred Swords sect top square. At the moment, this place was already crowded with people from the three major forces of the South Fiend Valley, the Earth Fiend sect, and the Qian Yuan Hall. As they appeared, all eyes looked over. Most of the people's gazes all fell on the duo of Moron Lioli and Tan Beer. However, there were still a small number of male disciples who were deeply attracted by Lu Yi behind Tan Beer. After all, her appearance was too outstanding, like the brightest star in the river of stars, glorious. Even among the crowd, the people were amazed by her looks. I really didn't think that the Five Elements sect had such a good-looking chick. Just seeing her makes this trip worthwhile. A group of people surrounded towards the Lu Yi trio. The white-clothed man at the head of the group stared straight at Lu Yi with obscene eyes. What are you looking at? Look again and this lady will blow out your eyes. The other man's evil gaze made Yui uncomfortable. She raised her fist threateningly, but her delicate voice, with her pure and absolutely beautiful appearance, fell in the eyes of the other side as simply in the cute and petulant general. No ferocious to speak of. Ha ha ha, this young master likes your character. Little sister, what's your name? The man in white smiled back, but before Lu Yi could speak, Long Yuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but stand out. His voice was icy cold as he said, Wei Xiaoheng, I advise you to stay away from her. Long Yuan, you have to be nosy, don't you? The white-clothed man named Wei Xiaoheng looked at Long Yuan with extreme displeasure. This senior sister is my Hundred Sword sect's honored guest. I naturally have the responsibility to protect her. If you don't back off, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Long Yuan's face was expressionless, but his aura was very stern. It was like a sharp sword that was about to come out of its sheath. You, wait and see. Wei Xiaoheng turned away again with a large group of people. However, before leaving, he glared viciously at Long Yuan, and even Lin Mo, who hadn't even said a word behind him, was also put firmly in his mind. Rimmer rubbed his nose. First time here. He's got people hating on him for doing nothing. Needless to say, there was no peace in staying with Yui Lu. Senior sister Lu. Those people just now were disciples of the Southern Fury Valley. Most of their people are brutal and unreasonable. You mustn't get on their bad side. Long Yuan softly said. The one who was indifferent just now was shy like an innocent big boy when facing Lu Yi at this moment. South Fury Valley. Humph. I think it's better to simply call it Wicked Valley. Yui Lu snorted coldly. However, Long Yuan's behavior just now made her heart somewhat touched. So she said, no matter what, just now thank you for relieving yourself unlike some people who just know to hide in the back and watch the fun. Lu Yi's big eyes didn't forget to glare at Lin Mo after she finished speaking. Lin Mo helplessly held his forehead. In just a few moments, he was innocently laid twice. On the other hand, Long Yuan was a bit excited to hear Yi Lu's words of thanks, and patted his chest to assure, Senior Sister Lu, don't worry, as long as I, Long Yuan, am here, those bastards from the South Severance Valley will never be able to harm you. Chapter 83, The Ring Contest. There's no need. I can handle them myself. Lu Yi politely refused Long Yuan before chasing after her towards Tanbir. After seeing Lu Yi leave, Long Yuan also followed. Lin Mo, on the other hand, wasn't interested in going up to join in the fun. He found a corner alone and sat down cross-legged. And this sitting was for nearly 2 hours. After deliberating, the top management of the 5 powers finally decided to adopt the method of guarding the ring to determine the number of places in the trial, only to see 10 rings suddenly rise up in the square. These rings were 10 feet long and wide each, and were covered with red carpeting. At this moment, Dokeo Tian, who was the host, leapt through the air and landed in the center-most ring. Silence. After our discussion, we have decided that 100 disciples will be selected from the 500 of you to participate in the secret realm trial. When Dokeo Tian said this, some uninformed disciples were immediately shocked. Only the disciples of the 3 clans, such as the South Fiend Valley, didn't feel surprised as if they already knew. The selection rules are simple. See these 10 rings. Whoever can stand on them and hold on for an incense sticking time will become the ringmaster of the ring, thus obtaining 10 trial spots for their clan. Of course, within the time it takes to burn incense, any disciple can challenge the person in the ring. If he succeeds, then he can take his place, and if he fails, then he will completely lose the chance to become the ringmaster. Dokeo Tian introduced all the rules in a few words. Not long after he finished speaking, a figure leapt out from the crowd and ascended to ring number 1. This person wore a brocade and gold robe, with handsome looks, dragon eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. It's Fong Lingshan from the Qian Yuan Hall. Someone on the stage exclaimed. Who is Fong Lingshan? Famous? There were also puzzled questions. Holy man, where did you come from, hillbilly? To think that you don't even know about Fong Lingshan. He is the number 1 person in the spirit primordial realm of the Qian Yuan Temple. One man stepped forward to give the former a disdainful look before introducing himself. Ooh, no wonder it looks airy. The man who had asked the question earlier nodded. The conversation between the two had just ended when a lanky figure appeared in the second ring. Holy, it's the Bastard Sword. And who is the Bastard Sword? This person is from the Earth Fiend sect, and Bastard Sword is just his nickname. No one knows his real name. However, this person, like his nickname, acts very domineeringly. I heard that he once, because a fellow disciple accidentally blocked his path, he pulled out his greatsword at the drop of a hat and cleaved that disciple into 2 halves. And afterward, because of his extraordinary natural talent, not only did the Earth Fury sect not punish him for his crimes, but instead allowed him to worship the sect master. And since then he has been even more unstoppable. Ah, to be so arrogant. No wonder he dares to call himself Bastard Sword. The two had just finished talking when another thunderous gasp erupted from the square. It's Fairy Snow Moon, only to see an additional Snow White and beautiful figure in ring number 3. The woman's appearance didn't lose much to Yui Lu. She had a curvaceous figure, and underneath her gauze-like white dress was a waist that didn't fit in a handful of pounds and plump, firm, huge peaks. The exposed side of the shoulder is as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, with a crystalline snow-white luster. At this moment, she bit her lip. A hint of charm inadvertently revealed on her fairy-like face, watching the male disciples under the stage become infatuated for a while. This woman's name is Gu Shuiyue, and I've heard that she's still a new disciple of the South Severance Valley. However, she is extremely rare extreme in body. Talent is amazing, but also particularly suitable for use as a double cultivation stove. Whoever can marry her, that cultivation is definitely 1,000 miles a day. TSK. Every night have to shake the bed until dawn. This time, without waiting for a question, someone revealed the woman's identity. And just then, a figure suddenly crossed over the heads of the crowd. Long Yuan actually flew directly into the ring with his sword. Is 100 Swords sect Long Yuan? So there really is someone who can manage to fly with a sword at the spirit primordial realm. The crowd of disciples in the square was shocked beyond words. Practicing for what? It's still not for the sake of being able to swim between heaven and earth without any restrictions. And sword flight is undoubtedly one of the most important sword techniques that practitioners want to learn. I heard earlier that the 100 Sword sect has produced a heavenly genius, and today's sight is truly extraordinary. At this moment, not only the disciples, but even the higher-ups of the various sects on the high platform were in awe. With the magnificent appearance of the disciples of the 4 major sects, the rest of the people looked towards the 5 Elements sect. So far, no 5 Elements sect disciples had appeared in the ring. I'll do it. Only a silhouette was seen walking out from the crowd of the 5 Elements sect. This person was none other than Du Yu, who had previously clashed with Lin Mo. With his ascension to ring 5, the scene also sparked a lively discussion. The corners of Du Yu's mouth rose as he extremely enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight. But when he heard what the crowd was discussing, the upturned corners of his mouth stiffened. There's no mistake. Is the 5 Elements sect running out of people? surprisingly sending an inner disciple to press the issue. Yes. What qualifications does this do you have to be compared to the previous few? The unforgiving words from the field made Du Yu's face turn blue. Being at the peak of the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm, his cultivation was naturally without words, but the fame is ultimately too far apart. This time he must prove himself in front of everyone, then recover the lost face in front of Yui Lu. Just as Du Yu swore secretly in his heart, the remaining 5 rings were also occupied at the moment. Since then, 10 keepers have been born. Of the 5 major forces, the 5 Elements sect was currently occupying only 1 ring. The 100 Swords sect and the other sects each had 2, while the Earth Fiend sect had occupied 3 alone. Nonetheless, they even had someone staring at this only remaining ring of the 5 Elements sect. Earth Fiend sect. Wang Kuan, please instruct this senior brother. A man with a skinny figure walked up to Du Yu's ring. Shockingly, this person was also a peak 9th order cultivator. The Earth Fiend sect had managed to send out a disciple at the peak of the 9th rank to attack the 5 Elements sect's ring despite occupying 3 of the rings. On the high stage, Morong Lioli and Tan Bottle didn't look too good, and Dokeo Tian on the side was just as gloomy. Generally speaking, the first 5 rings were one for each clan, and this was an unspoken thing. However, the other party's approach was clearly premeditated in advance to drive the 5 Elements sect out completely, and once the 5 Elements sect was out, then their 100 Swords sect would be somewhat alone. Don't worry, although Du Yu's character is a bit inferior, his strength is a solid peak of the 9th rank. It's not yet known who the deer will die. Tam Bottle soothed. Hearing her say this, Dokeo Tian was quite relieved, but only once he turned his head. He saw Du Yu being punched out of the ring by Wang Kuan. Tan Bottle's face was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. She had just complimented Du Yu one moment, not expecting to be slapped in the face the next. Chapter 84, Second Kill. 100 Swords Gate Square. Du Yu, who was as strong as the peak of the 9th rank, was actually blown out of the ring with a single punch. No way. Du Yu slumped to the ground in a sorry state? Looking incredulously at Wang Kuan on the stage, his hands were trembling, and blood flowed from the cracks in his tiger's mouth. Just now, he only used both palms to block the opponent's fist, but he didn't expect an irresistible huge force to hit him, and his entire body was directly shaken back and flew out of the ring. Ha! Is this the level of your 5 Elements sect? It's simply unbearable. Wang Kuan towered over Du Yu with a contemptuous gaze, the disdain in his eyes unconcealed. Ha ha ha! Senior brother Wang is mighty. If you can't even beat senior brother Wang, you're not qualified to be senior brother Fong Lingshan's opponent. It's not that senior brother Wang is strong, it's that his opponent is too weak. I really don't know what the 5 Elements sect was thinking, sending such a loser to the arena. In the crowd, the sneers of the Qianyuan Hall disciples were like cold steel needles piercing the mood of the 5 Elements sect disciples. Humph, it's just a win. What's there to be proud of? At this moment, a man in green clothes slowly walked towards ring number 5. It's our Fire Veins senior brother Li Han. Someone shouted out the name of the man in green. Senior brother Lai is also at the peak of the 9th stage of the spirit primordial realm, so he will surely be able to wipe out his previous shame. Cheer up senior brother Lai. The people from the Qianyuan Hall are just too arrogant. We must strike a good blow against them. A group of 5 Elements sect disciples shouted and cheered from the stage. Rihan nodded at them before he came to Wang Kuan. 5 Elements sect Lai Han, please instruct me. Instruction is not necessary. I advise you to roll down now yourself, or you'll have to embarrass yourself again later. Wang Kuan spoke very nonchalantly. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Rihan coldly grunted and turned his palm into a fist. His arms were ablaze with flames, as if he was wearing a pair of flaming gloves. Flame-burning fist. He stepped forward, the fire in his fist cutting a flaming shadow in the air. Ha, it's a good name, but it's hit or miss. Wang Kuan finished sneering, and even dodged around directly behind Li Han. What speed? Rihan's fire punches land. His pupils contracted and he felt a chill run down his back. In the next moment, he was hit hard in the back, and his entire body flew out and fell on the ring more than 10 meters away. Pust! Rihan spewed out a mouthful of blood and rolled over trying to get up. However, he was stomped on his chest by the slow-arriving Wang Kuan, making him unable to move. You just told you to get off earlier, you didn't listen. You had to make a fool of yourself. Wang Kuan bent down and patted Lai Han's face, the color of contempt growing stronger on the corner of his mouth. Rihan felt humiliated like never before. He tried to put up a fight, but felt very powerless under his severe injuries. The 5 Elements sect disciples on stage were all silent. Du Yu and Li Han were definitely considered their topmost combatants, but now, he was not even a one-trick pony, and he didn't even touch the corner of his coat. And what made them feel even more desperate was that such a powerful Wang Kuan was not even the strongest person in the Qianyuan Palace. Is there anyone else from your Five Elements sect? Why don't you all go together? Wang Kuan yawned, then casually kicked Li Han out of the ring. What an abomination! The Five Elements sect disciples clenched their fists as they held their grievances. Several people came to Rihan, only to find that he had already passed out. After a brief examination they were amazed. You actually wasted senior brother Li's root bones. Wang Kuan smiled disdainfully. There's no difference between a waste and an invalid anyway. This scene landed in the eyes of the top echelons of the sects. You Qian Yuan Hall disciples have gone too far. Why did you lay such a heavy hand on them when it was just a competition cut? A hint of anger appeared on Tan Bottle's delicate face. She directly stood up and questioned the hallmaster leading the team from the Qian Yuan Hall. Below the hallmaster of the Qian Yuan Hall was the hallmaster, almost equivalent to the Five Veins Peak Master of the Five Elements sect. This hallmaster claimed to be an old man with a slim figure, and his appearance appeared to be around 70 years old. He had a black mole the size of a green bean growing on his chin, which in turn had a few inch-long white whiskers growing out of it. At this moment, facing Tan Beer's questioning, he unhurriedly stroked the white beard on his black mole before he laughed. Fairy Tan is joking. No one has stipulated that heavy-handedness is not permitted in this competition from start to finish, right? Then according to you there is no rule that you can't kill people. Is it still possible to take other people's lives at will? Tan Bottle sneered. As long as you Five Elements sect disciples have this strength, even if you take Wang Kuan's life I have nothing to say. The second hall master of the Qian Yuan Hall, also known as the old man with the black mole, said, well. Tan Bottle didn't expect the other party to be so unethical. However, the cultivation world was full of things that were deceitful, and she had seen it all before. But if this breath is not taken, their Five Elements sect will lose face from now on. That's why Tan Beer directly transmitted her voice to Moron Lioli. Senior sister, you can directly let Lin Mo on the field. With his strength and body refining, dealing with this person should very well not lead to any accidents. Moron Lioli nodded after a moment of contemplation. Just as her gaze swept towards the corner where Lin Mo was, she realized that Lin Mo, who had been here not long ago, had disappeared. At this time, Lin Mo had already squeezed into the crowd long ago and was heading towards a ring. He originally wasn't interested in this ring selection match, and didn't even want to participate at all. But nay, Du Yu and the others were really not competitive, forcing him to take action himself. However, he was only there for the trial quota and had no intention of going to take it out on Du Yu and the others. The 5 to 10 rings were in full swing at the moment, but only the 1 to 4 rings were unusually quiet. Lin Mo randomly chose one of the rings. As he slowly walked up to the ring, the crowd on the stage was taken aback. Which clan is this person, a disciple who doesn't know how to die? His guts are too big. Yeah, doesn't he know that the person standing up there is Fong Lingshan? A clamor rose from the crowd, and Fong Lingshan, who had originally stood on the stage with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. He looked over at Lin Mo, a trace of coldness surfacing in his eyes. Obviously there are 10 rings, but the other party chose this one. Of his, this is clearly not putting him in his eyes. Sensing the naked provocation, Fong Lingshan was just about to open his mouth to taunt, when a large slab with a purple light came face to face. Bang! Fong Lingshan was dizzy for a moment, and his entire body fell straight down. There was silence on and off the stage. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone hadn't reacted yet. Many people looked down and wiped their eyes before looking at the ring again. Only Fong Lingshan was still lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and his limbs were still twitching. Chapter 85, Did I ask you to evaluate it? How? How is this possible? The crowd on stage was incredulous. That's Fong Lingshan, even just like this, he was knocked over by a slate? At least it is the strongest spirit primordial realm disciple of the Chen Yuan Palace. This drama is too little. Settle it. Rimmer clapped his hands together and was just about to put the slate away, but at that moment, he received Moron Lioli's voice transmission. Lin Mo frowned slightly, and then he jumped down from the ring again in front of the crowd's incredulous gazes. He just left. Everyone in the surroundings stared wide-eyed, completely unable to see what exactly Lin Mo was operating. In just a few moments, they experienced a flurry of activity. Then he went from sneering and questioning to being surprised and shocked, and now he has been baffled. Without waiting for them to figure it out, Lin Mo had already turned around and walked towards ring number 5. Due to the hundreds of meters of distance separating ring 1 from ring 5, many people over there hadn't yet noticed the commotion over here. Neighboring ring 2, however, was able to witness the whole thing. At this moment, a very burly figure was standing in the ring, and it was none other than the Earth Fiend's sex bastard Blade. He stared at Lin Mo and faintly said, "You're very good." Lin Mo's footsteps gave a slight lurch and raised his eyebrows. "Did I ask you to evaluate it?" The bastard sword was stunned, followed by a cold laugh. You don't really think that you dare to bark in front of me after taking advantage of Fang Lingshan's carelessness and defeating him, do you? Noisy. Lin Mo didn't bother with nonsense, so he just swung his brick and charged. Anyway, shooting 1 is still shooting, 2 is still shooting. It's not bad to have this extra one. Kid, you. The bastard sword didn't think that Lin Mo would actually dare to make a move against him. Out of his own pride, he naturally couldn't back down. So he raised his 5-foot-long broad-backed sword and prepared to duel with Lin Mo. But before he could get his blade out, a slate slapped him on the head. Bang! The bastard sword stiffened, followed by his sturdy body collapsing like a door slab. And in the twinkling of an eye, he followed in the footsteps of Fang Lingshan. Lin Mo clapped his hands after doing this, then jumped out of the ring once again, leaving only the dumbfounded crowd behind him. In ring number 3, Gu Shueyue had also discovered the movement in ring number 1 and 2. She looked at Lin Mo with a slight frown on her eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Lin Mo thought that the men were all shot, so the women naturally had to be treated equally. So to the incredulous eyes of the crowd, he took the stage again. Gu Shueyue's flowery face lost its color as she forced herself to calm down and said, "This senior brother, you and I have no grievances. What do you mean by this? Nothing interesting, simply passing by with itchy hands." Lin Mo didn't have any pity and didn't even bother to explain. In Gu Shueyue's horrified gaze, he slapped the other party's snow-white, flawless head with precision. Just like that, the fairy in the hearts of the crowd also fainted in an extremely wretched state. This guy isn't human. Even a beauty like Fairy Snow Moon he could lay his hands on. That's right, it's an animal. Many disciples under the stage were filled with righteous indignation, and each of them was eager to rush up to save the hero. And Lin Mo had already arrived under ring number 4 when he was being accused by them. This time he didn't hesitate for a moment and walked straight up. He had long been looking at Long Yuan with displeasure, so naturally he would not leave him out at this moment. As for Long Yuan in the ring, a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw Lin Mo walking towards him afterward. "Lin Mo, what do you want? Can't it be that you're even going to lay hands on your own people?" "Ha!" Lin Mo responded with a sneer. Long Yuan felt that the other party had gone crazy, so he drew his long sword. But in front of Lin Mo, any struggles he had were just futile. Before he could recite his sword skill, Lin Mo's slate had already landed on his head. On the viewing platform, the higher-ups of the clans were shocked by Lin Mo's rough behavior. The first few rings were all their most favored disciples, but now it was all put down by him swinging a slate, and by the looks of it, he didn't seem to be satisfied and was heading towards the 5th ring. Seeing that Lin Mo was about to ascend the stage, the old man with the black mole from the Qianyuan sect immediately spoke out. "This son is vicious and brutal, wantonly trampling on the rules of the competition. If we don't stop him, I'm afraid that even this competition will become a joke." Hall Master's son is joking. No one has said that this is not allowed in this competition from start to finish, right? Tan Bottle immediately retorted. If all disciples were to go and challenge multiple rings that will like him, wouldn't the competition be all messed up? The old man with the black mole coldly snorted. "As long as you Qianyuan Hall disciples have the strength, I have nothing to say about how many rings you want to challenge." T'Pol smiled and returned the other's earlier words. After she finished speaking she didn't forget to look at Dokeo Tian and said, "Dok Sect Master, what do you say? Fellow Daoist Tan is right. However, that's true, but what's the matter with your disciple knocking my disciple unconscious? Didn't we all agree earlier that we were on our own?" Dokeo Tian was a little depressed, but in front of so many people he naturally couldn't say what was in his heart. At this time, the people near ring 5 had also been startled. "This person is also too strong." Someone gulped, a look of horror in their eyes. It's hard to imagine that the opponent actually fought from ring 1 all the way to ring 5. However, the ones who wanted to cry the most were the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. They looked at Lin Mo, who had just arrived, and actually had a feeling of tears in their eyes. "See, it's Lin Mo. He's a disciple of our 5 Elements sect." Someone cheered loudly. The various humiliations of Wang Kuan just now had really made them too stifled, and at this moment, seeing Lin Mo unexpectedly thwarting the 4 great prides in a row, a sense of honor immediately rose up in their hearts along with him. In the crowd, Lu Yi looked at Lin Mo, who was in the limelight, and a trace of color flashed in her beautiful eyes, but immediately afterward she spat softly. "Darn it, letting this guy get loaded again." Lin Mo naturally didn't know that Lu Yi was despising himself in the crowd. He slowly ascended to ring 5. The face of Wang Kuan, who had previously been incomparably cocky, had actually frozen. Lin Mo came to him, playing with a large slab in his hand, and said contemptuously, "Will you roll down yourself, or will I send you down?" Wang Kuan inexplicably felt that this passage was familiar, and after thinking about it, he realized that he had just used this tone of voice to say more or less the same thing with Li Han. Feeling that the other party in turn was treating him like crap, Thinking of this, he immediately became furious and danced his fists towards Lin Mo to kill him. He had to take a gamble. If he won, his name would overshadow Fong Lingshan from then on and he would gain endless honor. Losing wasn't unacceptable. Even Fong Lingshan and Bastard Sword had lost anyway, so the big deal was to be slapped unconscious just like them. But as wonderful as his thoughts were, how could Lin Mo let him have his way? Humph, make a fool of yourself. Lin Mo stood still and didn't move, allowing his opponent to attack his face with a punch. Chapter 86, How dare you hurt my disciple with you? Wang Kuan was a cultivator of both physical and legal disciplines, and he had also learned a body technique called Ghost Shadow Flash. That's why both the power and speed of this punch were utilized to the extreme. He himself considered it infallible. However, he didn't know what kind of demon he was actually facing at this moment. Only the next second, when Wang Kuan's fist was only an inch away from Lin Mo's cheek, a wide palm tightly gripped his fist. No way! Wang Kuan's heart trembled. However, as a Qian Yuan Hall Heaven's pride, he immediately reacted and tried to draw his fist back, but after several attempts he realized there was nothing he could do. The other party's palm was like an iron vice, firmly clamping his right hand. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. It's my turn, isn't it? Lin Mo smiled coldly, followed by a turn of his wrist, and a click snapping sound came from Wang Kuan's arm. Ah! Wang Kuan let out a miserable scream from his mouth as his entire arm hung loosely on his right shoulder. You! How dare you waste my right hand? Wang Kuan's face twisted, his left hand covering his right shoulder, his voice extremely painful. Ha! If you can waste my 5-element sect disciple, then why can't I waste you? Besides, didn't you say that others are trash? Today I want to see who is the real trash, Lin Mo said, directly incising a palm to land on Wang Kuan's left shoulder. Wang Kuan's entire left shoulder sank downward, and his shoulder blade cracked into pieces amidst the blood and flesh. The faces of the Qian Yuan sect's disciples on the stage were more ugly than one another when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, where's that arrogance you Qian Yuan sect just had? Yeah, how come one of them isn't barking now? The 5-element sect disciple opened his mouth and mocked. Their hearts were free and clear. The ring. Lin Mo still wanted to make a move, but just at that moment, a thunderous shout came from the viewing platform. Stop! Immediately afterward a huge king realm pressure came pouring in like a tidal wave. Rimmer took the brunt of it. His heart felt like it was being gripped tightly in a moment, and his breathing became extremely difficult, and it felt like his body was carrying a huge mountain that was going to crush him. But Lin Mo's eyes grew colder and colder, like bone-piercing ice. So what if the Spirit King realm still can't stop me? The palm that he had originally prepared to slap at Wang Kuan's chest turned around and directly slapped at Wang Kuan's forehead. Wang Kuan's eyes widened with an incredulous look. Immediately afterward, he looked frozen, and then collapsed heavily into the ring. The sudden change caused the faces of the people around them to change horribly. Wang Kuan even died like this? Everyone didn't expect Lin Mo to dare to kill Wang Kuan. Even the crowd of 5-element sect disciples were incredulous. Lui Yi in the crowd couldn't help but cover her small mouth, and while Chao Tian was shocked, he felt deeply grateful for himself. And at that moment, the person who had previously told Lin Mo to stop was completely shaken. A small age to strike so venomous. Don't hurry to kneel down to this hall master. A figure appeared in midair, and it was none other than the Qian Yuan Hall's second hall master, Sun Yichang. He didn't think that Lin Mo would dare to kill a disciple of their Qian Yuan sect in front of him. It's simply audacious. So with his face damaged, the pressure he exerted on Lin Mo became 7 points heavier. Rimmers gritted his teeth, his kneecaps creaking, but his form remained straight, refusing to yield. However, his realm was still too low after all, and it was difficult to withstand the pressure of a Spirit King realm cultivator. Just as he was nearing the limit of his consciousness, an ice-blue figure appeared in front of him. With the appearance of this figure, the pressure that had coalesced around Lin Mo's body dissipated in an instant. The one who stood in front of Lin Mo was naturally Moron Lioli. With you dare to hurt my disciple. Her face was icy cold, her green silk fluttering with the wind. A pair of pupils actually turned light blue, and as her words landed, the temperature in a 10-mile radius directly plummeted, and the sky unexpectedly drifted down with snow. Wang Domain. You crazy. Sun Yichang, the second hall master of the Qian Yuan Hall, changed his face drastically. A king domain was a type of battle domain field that only Spirit King realm cultivators could possibly comprehend. This kind of domain field generally consumes a huge amount. Non-life and death moments generally never move. The other party did this clearly to be immortalized with him. Moron Lioli's king domain unfolded, and a 10-mile radius was transformed into a world of ice and snow in a matter of moments. It's cold. Many disciples couldn't help but clasp their hands to their chests and curl their bodies into a ball. Some even took out some thicker clothes from their storage bags and put them on. But even so, they were still shivering from the cold. It was a coldness that struck right into the soul, and no protection would work. Underworld Ice Domain 3rd Style Underworld Killing Formation. Icy cold words spat out from Morone Lioli's mouth, and Tan Beer, who had been spectating on the high platform, was not calm anymore. The Stygian ice field is divided into 4 styles. The first 2 styles were used to control the enemy, while the last 2 were big killing moves. She originally thought that her senior sister was just trying to scare the other party, but now it definitely seemed like she had murderous intentions. The truth was not far from what she expected. Sun Yi-chang, who was in the center of the underworld ice domain at the moment, had already felt a biting killing intent. His blood was frozen. His divine sense was frozen. And even his life force and longevity were being obliterated by an invisible force. He wanted to escape from the underworld ice domain, but at this moment, it was too late, because his legs had been frozen by a deep blue plutonic ice. Even his consciousness was slowly fading away. At the moment of life and death, Sun Yi-chang bit his tongue and used his last strength to ask for help. Hall Master Li, save me. He didn't expect Morone Lioli's strength to be so strong. Had he known that just now he shouldn't have recklessly pressured his disciple? Another fellow hall master of the Qianyuan sect was deeply concerned that something was not good. He hurriedly flew high into the air and opened his mouth to threaten. Fellow Daoist Morone, do you 5 Elements sect really want to go to war with our Qianyuan hall? What is there to fear then? Morone Lioli's face was like water, unperturbed, seeing that he could not persuade the other party, and that he might not be his opponent even if he went up, so he can only turn his head to Tan Beer and sneer. It's fine if a mere disciple dies, but if even a hall master falls here, then our hall master will definitely come out in person, and you can imagine the consequences. Tan Bottle's expression stared as she listened. The hall master of the Qianyuan Hall was in the Spirit King Realm Grand Completion Realm, also known as the Half-Step Spirit Sovereign Realm. Nowadays, he had heard that he was in the middle of a death retreat, impacting the Spirit Sect Realm. If he was alarmed, I'm afraid that the 5 Elements sect would also be in for a calamity. Thinking of this, she could only open her mouth and shout to Morone Lioli, "Senior sister, stop." Chapter 87, Clearance. After hearing Tan Beer's words, Morone Lioli hesitated and finally chose to put away the Underworld Ice King domain. Sun Yi-chang was afraid that Morone Lioli would strike at him again after the robbery, so he hurriedly swallowed a bottle of pills and then fled as if returning to Hall Master Li's side. On the other side, Morone Lioli turned to face Lin Mo. Her face softened considerably and she asked in a concerned tone, "Are you okay?" "Not dead yet." Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His current strength was really far from that of a Spirit King Realm cultivator, and a casual pressure from the other party could make him in such a sorry state. "This is a 3rd grade Yuan restoration pill, so hurry up and take it." Morone Lioli handed Lin Mo a purple-brown pill. "It's not necessary." Lin Mo shook his head and rejected the other party's good intentions. One of the chaotic god body's heaven-defying qualities was its strong recovery ability. As long as he didn't suffer a very fatal injury, he was able to recover quickly. Morone Lioli couldn't help but frown and said, "You mustn't be so reckless in the future. What if I can't protect you?" Lin Mo froze and said, "Wasn't it you who transmitted a voice saying that I should deal with Wang Kuan and also instructed me not to care too much about the rules?" "I said for you not to care too much about the rules, but I didn't say for you to kill Wang Kuan," Morone Lioli said somewhat helplessly. "I thought that's what you meant." Rimmer said, "Well, it seems you've misunderstood, but you don't have to worry when it comes down to it. With me they can't hurt you," Morone Lioli comforted. "Aha." Rimmer nodded. Morone Lioli looked at Lin Mo's calm face. I didn't expect him to remain in such a normal state of mind after the series of events he went through. No wonder he was able to become a demon emperor in his previous life. So he had such a resolute heart at a young age. Morone Lioli realized that as she got deeper into contact with Lin Mo, she felt that she didn't understand the other party. 100 Swords Gate Square. With the storm just now slowly calming down, Morone Lioli also rejoined the viewing platform. And at this time, Sun Yi-chang was still complaining that the crowd had just seen death. When he saw Morone Lioli appear, he immediately shut his mouth with a gloomy face. However, at this time, a beautiful woman named Ji-man from the Earth Fiends sect stood out. "Humph, a good competition is now all messed up by your 5 Elements sect." She was the vice sovereign of the Earth Fiends sect, and her strength was even at the 8th stage of the Spirit King realm. A disciple killed someone in the ring, but as a master, he's still so defensive. The 5 Elements sect is really more overbearing than anyone else. Seeing her open her mouth, the previous hall master Li followed suit and said in dissatisfaction, "I demand that this disciple be disqualified from the competition immediately. Otherwise this competition can no longer go on." One of the South Fiend Valley's Vice Valley Masters also spoke up. "Yes, I agree." The crowd had opened their mouths against the 5 Elements sect. The initiator of this competition is you. The one who made the rules is also you. and the one who took the lead in violating the rules is still you. How do you have the nerve to still accuse us now? Tan Bottle sneered. When these words came out, Yi-man and Hall Masterly and the others opened their mouths and were somewhat speechless. And at this time, Dokeotian also stood out and said, "Fellow Daoist, Tan is right. Do you guys really think that our two clans are easy to bully?" As the first Sword King of the Eastern region, his aura was undeniable. As he opened his mouth in solidarity, the other people's faces changed slightly, and they could only choose to give up for the time being. And at this point on the stage, rings 1 through 5 have been cleared by Rimmer. He went straight to ring number 6. At this moment, this ring had just finished a great battle, and a disciple of the Earth Fiends sect had defeated his opponent with great difficulty, becoming the ring keeper on the stage. When he saw Lin Mo appear, he didn't even think about it and jumped straight out of the ring again. Lin Mo didn't expect him to be so sensible, so he turned around and went to ring number 7. To his surprise, the ring keeper here was Wei Xiaohong, who had previously presumed to molest Lu Yi. The other party's face was also very surprised and complicated when they saw him, so hesitate for that small amount of time. But it was just a short while before he was slammed to the ground by Lin Mo, followed by ring 8, ring 9. The guarding disciples above actually all chose to jump off the ring when they saw Lin Mo. On the 10th ring, two disciples were fighting like hell. Lin Mo didn't dawdle when he appeared and directly kicked them down one by one. Since then, Lin Mo had finished clearing all the rings by himself. Some disciples couldn't help but sneak up as they looked at the 10 empty rings. And Rimmer was right there on the stage keeping watch. Up 1. He slaps one down. Keep shooting until no one dares to go on stage again. None of you are coming up to the stage. Is it because you don't want the trial quota? On the audience stage, Yi-man urged with a black face. The disciples were speechless. Nonsense. If we could beat him, why do we need your urging? That's the ruthless man who killed Wan Kuan. At the moment carrying a brick eyeing them. Who would not be hairy in the heart? And at this moment, when Chao Tian and the crowd saw this situation, his eyes dripped. No matter how vicious Lin Mo was, he wasn't so bad that he would even shoot someone from his own clan, right? With that thought in mind, he tentatively mounted a ring. Lin Mo glanced at him faintly from the stage, but took no action. When Chao Tian saw that his guess was correct, he was delighted. The other 5 Elements sect disciples also rushed towards the ring when they saw this. After all, as long as one could successfully occupy the ring and bring in trial slots for the sect, there would definitely be rich rewards. So it didn't take long before the 10 rings were crawling with 5 Elements sect disciples. Some of the 5 Elements sect disciples in the ring even moved against each other in order to fight for a spot. Get the down. I came up here first. You're the one who should get lost. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's have a fight then. A competition that was clearly between the 5 major forces had turned into an infighting between the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. On the viewing platform, the senior members of the various sects couldn't help but all stare in disbelief at such a comical scene. That's more than a hammer. Why don't we nullify this competition? Or go with the original plan of 100 trial slots per clan? Someone suggested at this point. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts were stirred. This Hall Master thinks it's feasible. This time, the Spirit-Exalted trial disciples are all only active in the outer medicinal gardens, so they shouldn't be able to touch the prohibitions in the depths of the Spirit-Exalted mystic realm because of their numbers. Hall Master Li immediately spoke out in agreement. Even Dokeo Tian vaguely felt that this proposal was good, but it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, who made Lin Mo even shoot his own people? They said they were in an alliance, but they came down with no mercy at all. Just now, if it wasn't for Morone Lioli being right there, he wouldn't have been able to resist following Sun Yicheng's lead. No, you guys say that the match is a match, and you say that it's null and void? Is it possible that the 5 Elements sect and the 100 Swords sect are really afraid of you? Tan Bottle said in a cold voice. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to look at Dokeo Tian and said, Doke Sect Master, do you think so? Oh, that's right. Dokeo Tian wanted to say something, and his smile was a bit forced. If the quotas were truly counted according to the competition, aside from the 5 Elements sect, all 4 of their powers would have to squat on the sidelines and watch the show. Chapter 88, Reaching the Final Conditions. See, Lord Dawkin is upright and selfless, and his temperament is one heaven and one earth compared to you losers. While Tan Bottle had praised Dokeo Tian, she didn't forget to despise the others. She cleverly utilized Duo Aotian's weakness of good face and tied the 100 Swords sect to the 5 Elements sect. Of course, the main reason that could make Duo Aotian give up the interests of the clan was still Morone Lioli. Tan Bottle, don't talk too much. The face of Yi-man, the vice-sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect, was a little less than pleasant. Excessive? Isn't what I said the truth? Your disciples are not as skilled as others, even if it's not enough. You old guys can't afford to lose either. I think Scream. Why don't you all just change your name to Shameless Sect? The top echelons of the various sects were all choked speechless by Tanbir. You? Shut up if you can't fart. Lin Mo would definitely have his jaw dropped if he were here. The other party and Louis Yi were really worthy of being a pair of master and disciple made in heaven. The atmosphere of the viewing platform went cold. Only after a long time did G-Man's tone finally slow down and said, right or wrong, let's go ahead and leave it aside for now. Even if we give all the places to your 5 elements sect now, will you dare to take the spirit dignity pill garden all by yourselves? This world is ultimately a world where strength is honored. And if it's impractical, we'd better stop there for now. Otherwise it's just a waste of time. Yi Man's words made everyone present nod. Tanbir Moron Lioli glanced at each other, then couldn't help but sigh. In the end, their 5 element sect was still not strong enough. And even though Lin Mo had created such a good opportunity, everything was just empty talk if they couldn't grasp it. But then again, why would they need to share the spirit-exalted mysterious realm with other sects if their 5 element sect had absolute power? And what do you say to that? Tam Bottles asked. She knew that the 5 element sect couldn't swallow 100 places all by itself, and that the earlier arguments were only to be able to maximize the benefits of the negotiations at this moment. Still, I see, simply take out 10 quotas from the Qian Yuan Hall and allocate them to your 5 element sect. In this way your sect will be equivalent to having 30 trial quotas. 20 quotas for each of our 3 sects will remain unchanged, and the Qian Yuan Hall will drop to 10 quotas. Everyone, how do you see it? Yi Man mused for a while and spoke out a solution. This sect master has no opinion. When Dokeo Tian finished speaking, he secretly added in his heart, and also raised his hands in favor of it. That's a great idea. I think that's the way to go. That deputy valley master of the South Fiend Valley also hastily chimed in. However, Sun Yichang and Hall Masterly of the Qian Yuan Hall were dumbfounded. No, on what grounds? If you have an idea, then you have an idea. And you're selling favors for the benefit of our Qian Yuan sect? Sun Yichang immediately stepped forward and said angrily, why should our Qian Yuan sect share 10 slots with them? Yeah, the same losers. Why do you guys get 20 spots? Hall Masterly was also very dissatisfied and said, who made you guys have to go and seize ring number 5 in the first place? And it was also your Qian Yuan sect disciples who provoked first and shot out to injure people. These 10 slots are naturally compensation for the 5 elements sect. Yi Man said in a serious manner. That's right. Fellow Daoist Ye's words are very reasonable. That Vice Valley Master of the South Fiend Valley chimed in again. God in reason. Sun Yichang and Hall Masterly completely laughed in anger. The 5 elements sect had a disciple injured, but how could they, the Qian Yuan sect, not have a disciple dead? Especially Sun Yichang, who also received a severe beating for nothing and walked on the edge of life and death. Thinking about this, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So regardless, he said, seizing the 5 elements sect's ring was clearly a plot by all 3 of our families together. Is it, this matter known to you, fellow Daoist Zhu? Yi Man asked to that deputy valley master of the South Fiend Valley. Naturally, I don't know. The South Fiend Valley Vice Lord shook his head. Well, count us in. Sunny broke his teeth and swallowed. They were trying to get the 5 elements sect out of the game as early as possible, which was why they sent Wang Kuan to capture the 5 elements sect ring, thus leaving the 100 Swords sect weak, in order to achieve the goal of the 3 families dividing up the spirit-exalted mysterious realm. But I didn't expect that the South Fiend Valley and the Earth Fiend sect would directly deny the conspiracy now. But they can only be blamed for their naivety. After all, the South Fiend Valley and the Earth Fiend sect used to be split from the same clan, and choosing to cooperate with them was simply a big mistake. The bickering gradually quieted down as everyone waited for the 5 elements sect side to make a statement. Okay, then it's decided. Tam Bottle was already happy with the current conditions. Too much appetite will be a target. Like nowadays, there are 10 more places and the other sects have to be grateful to them. The 5 elements sect. The most important thing was that it also divided their alliance and shifted the conflict, which had reached perfection any way you look at it. Alright then, it's getting late today. The trial will open early tomorrow morning. Into the night. Inside a large hall, Tanbir and Moron Lioli selected 30 people from the 100 disciples they brought with them. Among them were Lu Yi, Chao Tian, and even the seriously injured Du Yu and Li Han. The 2 of them seemed to have taken some kind of elixir, and their injuries had recovered 70 to 80% of their injuries in just a few hours. It's thanks to Lin Mo being here today, or else it would be our 5 elements sect that would be disgraced, Tan Bottle said with a slight sigh. The disciples looked at Lin Mo, who was standing at the very front, with admiration mixed with a hint of shame. Not too long ago, they had only considered Lin Mo to be a useless 5-element wasted body. Privately, they despised and disdained his status as a water-veined saint son, and didn't complain much about the injustice of fate. But it wasn't until today that they realized how outrageously strong Lin Mo was. The invincible heavenly pride of the four sect in their eyes was unbeatable in front of Lin Mo. Alright, you've all worked hard today as well. These pills and spirit stones are to be taken as rewards for you. When the trial is over and we return to the clan, we'll discuss the rewards again. With a wave of her hand, Tanbir gave each person 200 spirit stones as well as a spirit exalted mystic realm points token. The disciples rejoiced. And Moron Lioli and Tanbir left Lin Mo and Louis E to give some instructions alone. Only then did he tell them to stand down. The night is like ink and the moonlight is like silver. Inside a superior chamber of the 100 Swords sect, Lin Mo and Louis E were both wide-eyed. One of them sat on the bed with a calm face, cross-legged, and the other stood with her little hips thrust out in anger. Rimmer, get out. I was here first. You should be the one to get out. Rimmer was unmoved. The 100 Swords Gate guest rooms are all full. Can't you just give way to the girls? Can't. Lin Mo crossed his legs and cultivated, and Louis E was even as stubborn as a donkey. Simply sitting down on a side chair, the two just stayed dry, neither one letting the other go. Almost an incense stick later, Louis E was the first to sit down. She looked at Lin Mo, who was as still as a statue, and said quietly, I've never spent the night in the same room with a boy, and you'll be the first. Lin Mo opened his eyes and shot a strange look at Louis E. How does this feel so awkward? Chapter 89. Do you know what I envy most about them? Humph. Men and women are not related. I'm still a big girl. If this matter spreads out and affects my reputation, you'll have to be responsible for me. Yui Lu snorted coldly. If you're afraid of your reputation, you should leave. Lin Mo said indifferently. No, this young lady is just one step behind you in getting to this room. Why should I have to go? Yui Lu refused to admit defeat. Since you're the one who begged to stay here, why should I be responsible? Rimmer asked rhetorically. And what if I'm pregnant with your child? Louis E bit her finger and asked a question that made Lin Mo almost vomit blood. What's this all about? He looked at Yui Lu breathlessly and said, Don't worry, you won't be carrying a child. Is that so? But my father said that women give birth to children after spending the night in a room with a man. Is he not right? Yui Lu bit her lip, thinking hard. The question seemed to really hit her intellectual blind spot, so much so that she held her fragrant cheeks in silence for a long time. Rimmer didn't bother with her. He continued to close his eyes, and that's when Yui Lu, who couldn't get an answer, looked out the window. She saw a bright starry sky. The night was dotted with stars, like countless sparkling diamonds set in the garments of darkness. She couldn't help but walk to the window and said excitedly, Lin Mo, come see the stars in the sky. They're so beautiful. Lin Mo knew that there would be no peace tonight, so he sighed and came behind Louis E, only to hear her murmur, there are countless stars in the sky. Red, purple, white, blue. Each of them is so unique, radiating a one-of-a-kind light. They intertwine with each other, their light reflecting each other. And that's what makes up such a splendid river of stars. Louis E said and suddenly turned her head, her tone extremely soft. Lin Mo, do you know what I envy them the most? Lin Mo looked at the suddenly quiet Louis E, then shook his head. In this instant, he actually felt that same sense of tenderness of Shiryao in this crazy girl Louis E. They can hang high in the starry sky without worry, without having to fight for power or being at the mercy of others. Why do you think people can't be like the stars without so much pain and worry? Yui Lu whispered softly. Lin Mo didn't think that the usually seemingly big-hearted Louis E would hide so many things. He smiled and spoke. You're not a star, so how do you know that stars are carefree and free of pain and worry? But look how free they are and how brightly they shine. Re-radiance is also living under the light of others. The surface seems to be free and splendid. In fact, in the back of the unknown is also a barren. This is also the same as the people. For example, you, all day long smile. In fact, the heart is still hides many unhappy things. No, I'm not unhappy. Seeing that her heart was revealed, Louis Yi's hard mouth immediately retorted. Lin Mo didn't say anything as he turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. What are you going to do? Go to the roof and watch the stars for a while before you bother me. Early the next morning, the night had only faded a short time before the red round wheel popped up from the ground line in the east. It radiates an endless light that disperses the white mist of the mountains. When Lin Mo and Louis E arrived at the 100 Sword Sect Square, they found that the place had long been overcrowded. The disciples of the various sects began to board their flying boats in an orderly fashion, preparing to head to the 10,000 Demon Forest, which was about 100 kilometers away from here. Silence! With a loud shout from 100 Sword Sect elder, the square instantly quieted down. The top 5 powers appeared in the square. Departure is imminent, so I'll be brief. I believe your clan elders have all sent you the trial points tokens, right? The main competition of this trial is collecting spirit medicines. The points token comes with its own storage space within it, capable of automatically recognizing the grade of the spirit medicine. A first-order elixir is 1 point. A second-order elixir is 10 points. A third-order elixir is 100 points. A fourth order is 1,000. And a fifth order is 10,000. And when the trial is over, we'll rank the disciples of each sect based on the sum of their points. The top-ranked clan will be given priority to enjoy 50% of the spirit medicine resources for this trial. The second-ranked clan will be given priority to enjoy 30%. The third-ranked clan is given priority to enjoy 20%. As for the fourth and fifth place, they are not eligible for the distribution of spirit medicine resources. Dokeotian spent nearly half an incense stick of time giving the disciples a detailed introduction to the rules of the trial. Then with a wave of his hand, the flying boats of the various sects slowly rose into the air. Lin Mo stood at the bow of the ship and began to close his eyes. No one bothered him this time, and almost an incense stick of time later, a burst of exclamations came from the flying boat. Is this the 10,000 demon forest? Look guys, is that a white ape? Lin Mo got up and followed the crowd's gaze. He realized that at this very moment the flying boat was flying above an endless forest. The trees here cover the sky and are very huge and lush. And at this time almost in the due south direction, a white-furred giant ape with a body size of about 10 feet tall was hissing up to the sky. Its figure was comparable to a mountain, and its voice was as loud as thunder. But to one's surprise, at this moment it was being targeted by a huge golden eagle. That golden eagle's feathers were like golden swords, and its body was golden, like it was cast in gold. Spreading his wings up to a dozen feet long, his sharp eyes looked indifferently at the white ape below. It's the giant ape and the golden-backed ape-eating eagle. Moron Lioli and Tan Bottle arrived on the deck at this time. These are two king beasts that have just been promoted to the early fourth stage. It seems that they are also here for the spirit-exalted mysterious realm, but they just happen to run into their life and death enemies. Moron Lioli said softly. Then who do you think will win between them? Senior sister? Tan Bottle asked with a smile. It should be that giant ape, Moron Lioli said without thinking. Tan Beer was a bit surprised by Moron Lioli's choice, so she suspiciously said, why are you certain? Senior sister? Golden-backed ape-eating eagles had always been the natural enemy of the giant ape clan, and they were already invincible due to their ability to move in and out with the advantage of the sky. If it was any other giant ape naturally wouldn't be a match for this golden-backed ape-eating eagle. But this giant ape is obviously a bit different. Moron Lioli said. It's different. Tan Bottle carefully sized up the giant ape one more time, then shook her head. I don't really see any difference. Senior sister. This giant ape has inherited a trace of the Titan giant ape's bloodline, and it has already shown signs of returning to its ancestor. Moron Lioli no longer sold out. What? A titanic ape? Tan Bottle was taken aback, but at that moment, without waiting for her to continue speaking, Moron Lioli suddenly shouted, look out! Only to see that the white ape on the ground had discovered the existence of the flying boat at some point. It uprooted a fir tree more than a dozen feet tall and used it as a javelin to throw towards the flying boat. Chapter 90, You Dare to Bully My Air. Stud. Sharp wind-breaking sounds resounded through the sky, sending the disciples on the flying boat white with fear, seeing that the tree trunk was about to hit the flying boat's shield. At the critical moment Moron Lioli pulled out her glazed sword and chopped out an icy blue sword light. The sword light silently obliterated the tree trunk and continued to chop towards the white ape below. The giant ape roared up to the sky and beat its chest. A circle of transparent shield-like ripples in the water appeared in front of it, and it even took Moron Lioli's sword without dodging or flashing. The seemingly powerless ice-blue swordlight landed on the giant ape, and in an instant, it was directly shaken off, and its huge body smashed like a meteorite into the mountain forest several miles away, destroying all the trees in the area. The sky raised a huge cloud of dust, and in the midst of it once again came an angry hiss. Immediately after the giant ape actually walked out of it unharmed. It raised a rock in its hand that was bigger than the flying boat and threw it towards the sky after raising both hands above its head. Hee, senior sister, your sword didn't even hurt it. Tan Bottle was shocked. Moron Lioli just had to square up to even her with that sword, but this giant ape carried it off with just his physical body, and he was still unharmed. It's really thick-skinned, worthy of having inherited a little bit of the Titan giant ape's bloodline, Tan Bottle muttered in a small voice. Then a green light condensed in her hand. Go! In the green light was an inkstone-like magic weapon, which slammed into the boulder thrown by the white ape with the speed of a meteor. Bang! The boulder directly exploded, turning into countless powders that crashed into the earth. The disciples on the flying boat let out a cheer at the sight. Having the two Spirit King realm powerhouses, Moron Lioli and Tan Beer, around gave them an unrivaled sense of security. And at this time, the flying boats of the other four major forces in the rear arrived one after another. That's two king beasts. The top echelons of the sects were shocked. King beasts have an extremely strong sense of territory, and it is generally difficult to see two king beasts that are not from the same clan. The two king beasts also seemed to sense that the people on the flying boat were not too easy to mess with, and both sides immediately stopped their hostility and turned to look at the people of the 5 major forces with the same enemy. Humph, who cares what kind of king beast it is? If it dares to get in our way, it will all be killed. Sun Yicheng let out a cold snort, and even directly stepped out from the flying boat, killing the golden-backed ape-eating eagle in the sky. He had suffered at Morong Lioli's yesterday, and he just wanted to find a chance to vent. When the golden-backed ape-eating eagle saw him killing, a clear cry instantly escaped from its mouth. It flapped its wings and shot out a dozen feathers. These feathers emitted a hot golden light, as if they were shooting sun arrows to penetrate and melt Sun Yicheng. And dare to resist. Sun Yicheng cursed, and a piece of ancient tortoise shell shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. Those arrow feathers that were enough to flatten a mountain landed on the tortoise armor shield, immediately exploded into countless golden lights and dissipated in midair. The senior members of the various clans on the flying boat looked at the tortoise armor shield, and they couldn't help but get an eyeful. This Shin Turtle shield was a spirit shield close to the 5th grade, and a normal Spirit King realm attack landing on this shield was simply an itch. Sun Yicheng had this shield in his hand, and unless he executed a spirit domain like Morong Lioli did earlier, an ordinary person wouldn't really be able to injure him. It's my turn. A red light appeared in Sun Yicheng's palm after he resisted the golden-backed eating ape eagle's attack. That red light flew towards the golden-backed ape-eating eagle, transforming into countless red threads in midair, forming a large net that covered the sky. The large net fell towards the golden-backed ape-eating eagle, trapping it within. Immediately after that, the red light in the net flourished, and it even ignited a blazing flame. The golden-backed ape-eating eagle let out a mournful cry of grief. It struggled wildly and smashed into a valley with a ball of flame. The place where it fell instantly formed a sea of fire that was several miles in circumference. When it finally extinguished the flames on its body, it could only lie moribund and unable to move in the deep dark pit. Such a spectacular scene caused the Chen Yuan sect disciples to be extremely excited. That's a king beast. He was easily defeated by Hall Master's son in mere moments. They couldn't help but aspire in their hearts that they would one day be as powerful as the other party. The 4th-ranked demonic beast inner pills are mine. Sun Yicheng maneuvered a dagger and was about to pierce through the golden-backed ape-eating eagle's head and dig out the inner elixir from it. But then something unexpected happened. The giant ape that had previously confronted the golden-backed ape-eating eagle had unexpectedly blocked the middle of the one man and one beast. It knocked away Sun Yicheng's dagger with one hand and let out a low growl up to the sky. Oh, you're a sinful animal that's in trouble with itself, and you're still thinking of saving it. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Sun Yicheng's mouth. Immediately after that, he flung his right hand and threw out a golden light. The golden light slowly grew larger in the air, revealing the bronze-colored circle within. The circle circled the giant ape's body and then began to slowly contract. The giant ape arms desperately braced themselves outward, and after a few moments of stalemate were eventually bundled into a dumpling, falling to the ground with a thud. TSK is actually another diamond faceted this kind of close to the 5th grade spiritual weapon. This Sun Yicheng strength is not good. The hands of the treasure is one more than one strong. That deputy valley master of the South Fiend Valley exclaimed. Although the two king beasts were strong, they appeared somewhat less than adequate in the face of Sun Yicheng's Spirit King Realm 7th stage cultivation and the numerous spirit weapons in his hands. If only we could tame it. T'Pol couldn't help but shake her head. That giant ape had a trace of the Titan giant ape's bloodline, and might be able to become a 5th-order demonic beast in the future. It's a shame to be killed just like that. Morong Lioli also felt pity. However, most of the king beasts were unruly and would rather die than submit unless they were raised from childhood. 2 4th-ranked inner pills. That's not a bad harvest. Sun Yicheng was ready to kill the beast to get the elixir, but at that moment, a whimpering sob actually came out of the mouth of the fallen giant ape, like a child crying out to an adult in aggravation when being bullied. No good. Morong Lioli suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and her eyebrows knitted slightly. On the other hand, Sun Yicheng couldn't help but scoff. Scream. No amount of screaming will change your fate. But as soon as his words fell, a shocking roar came from the deepest part of the 10,000 demon forest. Humans! How dare you bully my heir! Immediately afterward, an aura that caused the top echelons of all the sects to be incomparably horrified pressed in like a raging tide. All the mountains and forests were silent, and all the beasts and birds were all prostrate on the ground with trembling. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone's creepy gazes, a great mountain hundreds of feet tall suddenly stood up in the sky. The mountain moved towards this side with heavy steps. With every step that fell, a violent tremor occurred in the earth. It's the aura fluctuation of a 5th-order demonic beast. Could it be that demon king from the depths of the 10,000 demons forest? The senior members of the various clans on the flying boat couldn't help but gulp. The 5th-order demonic beast. That has the strength of a spirit sect realm cultivator. Chapter 91, The Mysterious Bald-Haired Dog. Wasn't that Demon King only at the peak of the 4th rank? Yes, and it is nearing the end of its lifespan, and has stayed in the depths of the 10,000 demon forest for nearly 100 years without showing signs of activity. Yi-Man and the others on the flying boat were very shocked. If they had known that there was such a huge beast lurking here, then they would never have dared to enter the 10,000 demon forest today with such fanfare. But it was too late to say anything at the moment. As that high mountain in the distance rapidly approached, the crowd finally got a good look at its appearance. It was a brown giant ape that was nearly 200 feet tall. Its skin was ancient and dark, and age had left countless wrinkles on its face. Senior Demon King, we didn't mean to offend. I hope you can forgive us. T'Pol opened her mouth, trying to diffuse the conflict. Outsiders, you invade our territory and injure my son, and you say you don't mean to offend. The brown giant ape spat out human words and let out a roar as it looked up to the sky. Roar! A savage-like terrifying aura spread out towards the surroundings. The 5 flying boats swayed like fallen leaves in a gale. The disciples above were also shaken to pieces, and some disciples with low cultivation couldn't withstand the oppressive feeling brought about by the aura, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from their mouths. In a critical situation, Moron Lioli couldn't care about the other disciples and could only hastily pull Lin Mo's hand, and Tan Bottle held up the panicked Yui Lu. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered a retreat in his mind. He must not die here. But just when a ploy had already been thought of, a transmission was suddenly received in his mind. Kid, you don't have to be nervous. Master Dog is here to keep you safe. Lin Mo was immediately stunned. It's the dog's voice. What does it mean? Lin Mo frowned slightly, but it wasn't the final moment yet, so he didn't act rashly. And the other side. The brown giant ape's cold gaze landed on Sunny Cheng's body. Sunny Cheng's face turned white and his back was dripping with cold sweat. Senior Demon King, misunderstanding. I really didn't know it was your heir. Sunny Cheng's forehead dropped green bean-sized beads of sweat, completely losing the arrogant stance he had earlier. He put away the adamantine facet and released that little white ape. The reason why it was called the little white ape was because compared to the brown great ape in front of him, that white ape was like a newborn child. Not as big as the brown great ape's head. The brown giant ape carefully stretched out its calloused hands and cupped the little white ape and placed it on his shoulder. Immediately afterward it looked at the crowd on the flying boat and said very coldly, "You all have to die today." After saying that, it did not hesitate to raise its huge palm and slap towards the crowd with a momentum that covered the sky. The higher-ups of the various sects were shocked. Quickly, let's join forces quickly, Dokeo Tian urged in an anxious tone. Although he was known as the first Sword King of the Eastern region, there was still a huge gap between him and a 5th-ranked demonic beast comparable to the Spirit Sect realm. The others knew the urgency of the matter and didn't dare to hold back. The 10 Spirit Kings, including Sun Yicheng, held up a transparent spiritual shield under their combined efforts, protecting the 10 flying boats within it. Bang! The brown giant ape slapped on the spiritual protection shield, and instantly 10 Spirit King realm cultivators had their faces reddened, and the 2 with the lowest cultivation directly spilled a trail of blood from the corner of their mouths. The spiritual power shield they had raised also had a clear crack appear at that moment. Seeing that the brown giant ape raised its hand to slap again, the crowd immediately felt bad in their hearts. The crowd of disciples were even more frightened and directly closed their eyes, but they waited for a long time, but they found that the surroundings were very quiet, as if nothing had happened. They opened their eyes, only to realize that the brown giant ape's palm stayed in midair and was slow to fall. It was only seen looking at the 5 flying boats with a shocked expression, but its body took a few steps back. In the end, not knowing exactly what happened, that brown giant ape actually put both of its palms on its chest and then prostrated itself towards them, as if a courtier was worshipping their emperor. What's happening here? Dokeo Tian and the others were wide-eyed and confused. In that instant just now they had all made the worst possible plans, but they didn't expect the direction of things to go at this moment to exceed their expectations. The one who was most surprised was Lin Mo. This brown giant ape was obviously shocked by some kind of aura, and to be able to make a 5th-ranked demonic beast bow down in worship, that was definitely a pressure from the bloodline. Even a spirit sovereign realm cultivator would never be able to make a 5th-stage demonic beast submit so easily. Then associating it with the transmission that the bald-haired dogs had given him earlier, Lin Mo roughly understood in his mind what was going on. Looks like that bald dog is even more mysterious than I thought. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Moreover, that little white ape's bloodline was also very uncomplicated in his view, and it was highly likely that it wasn't even the descendant of this brown giant ape. Just as he was guessing, the brown giant ape had gotten up and walked towards the depths of the 10,000 demon forest. It also took the golden-backed ape-eating eagle with it before it left. By the time the crowd recovered from their shock, its huge figure had already disappeared into the sky. What the hell just happened? That demon king is kneeling down to us. Illusion. We must have fallen into an illusion formation. The crowd is still a bit unable to understand. This matter was so bizarre that some people even thought that everything that had just happened was just a dream. Whatever. Our top priority should be to hurry to the spirit-exalted mysterious realm. Tan Bottle's face was grave. That's right, to avoid a long night's sleep. Let's hurry up and get going now. For once in a while, the opinions of the crowd were united. So the 5 flying boats moved forward at a faster speed. The 10,000 demon forest was huge, and even at full speed, it was enough to fly for about an incense stick of time. Eventually, the 5 flying boats landed in a deep valley between 2 mountain ranges. Lin Mo followed the crowd down the flying boat. Presented before them at the moment was a straight canyon. On either side of the canyon were 2 black stone walls as smooth as knife cuts. There were also dense white formations engraved on the stone walls. And what made the disciples feel even more surprised was that the outside world had clearly ushered in the fall season and everything was in depression. But the interior of the canyon as far as they could see was full of spring. Don't be surprised. What you all see now is just the surface. The valley looks calm and peaceful. But there are invisible formations everywhere. And one wrong step will lead you to a place of no return. Tan Bottle opened her mouth and reminded the crowd. Hearing her say that, the expressions of the group of disciples also instantly tensed up. Only Lin Mo looked very indifferent. He had already gone in once in his previous life and knew the inside like the back of his hand. Nowadays it can only be considered a return trip to the same place. As he was thinking, he suddenly received another transmission from the bald dog in his mind. Kid, hurry up and let me out. It's suffocating, Master Dog. Chapter 92, Entering the Secret Realm. Lin Mo heard the bald-haired dog's voice transmission, but it was as if he hadn't heard it. In order to avoid any complications, he did not intend to release it at this moment. However, this move of his could hurry the bald dog. Kid, the dog master, I just saved your life. Do you want a revenge? Its transmission was tinged with questioning and skepticism. Rimmer didn't bother with it. At this moment, each of the 5 major forces walked out as Spirit King Realm Cultivator. They arrived in front of a clearing in front of the canyon and combined their efforts to strike a spiritual light. The spirit light landed in midair, and in an instant, the originally empty space was as if a stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing a slight ripple. Immediately afterward, in the stunned gazes of the disciples, a circular altar appeared out of thin air as if from the void. This altar was 3 feet tall, and on the topmost platform, a mysterious black stone door emitted the aura fluctuation of spatial teleportation. Dokao Tian only leaped onto the altar. He looked down at the disciples below and said in a deep voice, "A powerful spirit prohibiting formation exists within the spirit-exalted mysteries, and the higher the realm, the more powerful the suppression will be. We are incapable of escorting you in, but just in case, we have also gone to great lengths to build a small teleportation altar, so that as long as you step into this black stone door, you will be able to be directly teleported into the secret medicinal garden. Remember, this 2-way teleportation array can only exist for 12 hours, and after 12 hours, if you fail to return, then you will be responsible for all the consequences. By the way, the secret space is full of dangers. Currently the only area that is still safe is the pill garden area. You guys must not leave that space and trespass into the danger." Dokao Tian roughly explained some matters that needed attention, and then said in a solemn tone, "Now all disciples who have a place in the trial immediately ascend to the altar." Hearing his order, the disciples of the various forces walked towards the ring with trepidation. Rimmer was about to move, but right at this moment, Morong Lioli suddenly called out to him, "Lin Mo, the trial results are far less important to me than your life. Remember, you must return unharmed." Morong Lioli's voice was soft and gentle, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Lin Mo's footsteps lurched and he glanced back at her, then nodded. "I will." He was the last one to ascend the altar and instantly attracted the attention of nearly 100 pairs of eyes. These gazes surged towards Lin Mo like a tidal wave. Aside from the 5 Elements sect disciples, the gazes of the rest were filled with scorn and uneasiness. The powerful strength that Lin Mo had displayed yesterday had already caused them to be in awe. Yet there were others who were not convinced in their hearts. For example, Fong Lingshan's gaze was very cold. He was originally the number 1 person under the Spirit Sea realm in the Qianyuan Hall, and he was extremely prestigious in the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters. But after yesterday, he's become the laughingstock of almost everyone. Humph. Yesterday was just a momentary oversight on my part. Otherwise, with my strength and means, how could I have lost to that guy? Fong Lingshan secretly snorted in his heart, vowing that he would definitely make a clean sweep within the secret territory. On the other hand, Bastard Sword's gaze was as gloomy as the dark clouds before a storm. You wait. Losing to Lin Mo was the greatest shame in his life. As for Gu Shueyue's gaze, it was filled with grudges. She was at least a dainty super beauty, but who knew that Lin Mo did not have any pity for her? And in full view of everyone, he knocked her down with a brick. It made the ever image-conscious woman furious. No man had ever been so rude to her since she was born. Lin Mo. This fairy doesn't believe that you would really be indifferent to my looks. And among the several great celestial pride who had lost to Lin Mo, only Long Yuan appeared calmer. He didn't even pay attention to Lin Mo, his gaze following closely on a silhouette in the crowd. Okay, everyone's here. Let's all go in. Dokeo Tian briefly counted the number of people and then opened the black stone door. Spirit Dignity's secret realm. Next to a clear lake, there was a medicinal garden that covered an area of nearly 100 acres. It's full of birds and flowers and filled with colorful and exotic plants. With a breeze coming from the lake, it immediately set off a burst of the fresh fragrance of the elixir. And just at this moment, a teleportation fluctuation appeared within this space that was like a paradise. Immediately after that, a circular altar appeared out of nowhere in the void. 1, 2, 3 people. One silhouette after another came out from the black stone door above the altar. Is this the Spirit Exalted Mysteries? The few disciples who appeared first couldn't help but take a deep breath. From the air they felt an aura that was hundreds of times denser than the outside world. Moreover, this aura carried a special fragrance of herbs, and even a single whiff of it would make one's heart happy and intoxicated. Their eyes briefly swept around, and that sweep was instantly plunged into shock. That's yellow essence cheese. Tian La. There's also a large area of 7-star grass over there. These 2 second-grade spirit medicines were very precious in the outside world, but here they were like weeds growing randomly on the side of the road. Neon flowers, 100-dew grass, green infant fruit, and even many herbs I've never seen before. These disciples breathed heavily and jumped off the altar in excitement, but at that moment, they felt their bodies sink, as if there was an invisible force suppressing the cultivation within them. Holy! A spirit primordial realm 8th-stage disciple leaped down from the altar in an extremely dashing and handsome pose, but the result was that the power was suppressed in mid-air, causing the body to lose its balance and dive headfirst into the dirt, falling into a dog's poop. Chow! He pulled his head out from inside the dirt and spat out the weed in his mouth. At the moment, his face was plastered with mud, and he looked very wretched. My cultivation has actually been suppressed by a realm. Another disciple who also fell to the ground was shocked. Me too. It seems like it should be due to the formation prohibitions of this place. Several disciples who had entered this place first discussed among themselves. They realized that there seemed to be a force in the underworld maintaining the balance of this space. It did not allow the appearance of powers that exceeded the 7th stage of the spirit primordial realm. The more you exceed, the more you are suppressed. Having come to this conclusion, a number of people perked up instead. This would in turn be a good thing for them. The disciples with low cultivation levels. As the crowd was thinking, the stout bastard sword walked out from the black stone door. As he appeared, a transparent formation chain unexpectedly poked out of thin air in the sky. The chain twisted like a swimming snake and fell from the sky to latch onto the bastard sword's right arm. The sudden scene shocked everyone. The bastard sword's face even changed drastically. His right arm lost its strength, and his spiritual energy was actually suppressed by nearly 80%. What the hell is this? He swung his greatsword in a vain attempt to sever the chain, but his sword was like chopping on a column of water. It did nothing at all. And right at that moment, Fan Lingshan also walked out from within the black stone door. Instantly, 2 array chains actually poked out of the sky and wrapped around his arms. Chapter 93, Absorbing Formation Origin Power. What? There are actually 2 chains on Fan Lingshan. Doesn't this mean that Fan Lingshan is far stronger than the bastard blade? The crowd was beyond shocked. When Bastard Sword heard this, his face turned gloomy. By what right does he have 2 chains on him? Could it be that even the formations and prohibitions of this place considered him inferior to Fan Lingshan? And at this moment, Fan Lingshan also finally came back from his uneasiness. When he realized what was going on, his heart actually recoiled with some pleasure. But his pleasant mood didn't last long. As Long Yuan arrived, 3 chains actually poked out of the sky. One of the chains bound Long Yuan's body, and the other 2 wrapped around his arms. 3 chains. The people present all looked at Long Yuan with their jaws agape. No way. Bastard doubled back a few steps. Fan Lingshan's 2 chains were not a problem. After all, the other party's reputation was great, and losing to him was not too humiliating. But this Long Yuan seemed to be just an unheard of rookie disciple of the 100 Swords sect. How could his strength be stronger than even him? Fan Lingshan's eyes also widened when he saw the scene. In his heart, he had just been complacent for less than a moment, but he didn't expect that in a split second, a person would emerge to overwhelm him. Long Yuan frowned. His initial reaction was the same as Bastard Sword's, drawing his sword in a vain attempt to sever the chains, but only after struggling in vain did he put away the long sword in his hand. And then, with Gu Shueyue's appearance, a strange change appeared in the sky once again, and 2 formation chains actually poked out as well. Once again, The crowd was amazed. I didn't expect that even the seemingly weak snow moon fairy would be able to draw out 2 chains. Gu Shueyue's eyebrows frowned slightly, only gradually dropping her heart when she saw that a few others also had some chains on them. And following her, another green silhouette stepped out from within the black stone door. As she appeared, 2 more chains unexpectedly fell from the sky like swimming snakes. And when they saw the visitor, the crowd felt a bit incredulous. If I didn't see that this little girl should be a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, right? They didn't expect the 5 Elements sect to have such a strong person besides Lin Mo. Wei Xiaoheng in the crowd had a cold sweat on his forehead. Earlier he had even presumed to molest the other party. A little more time passed, and the sky gradually calmed down in the meantime. This made the bastard sword, who was already battered to the bone, breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, no one. He couldn't help but sigh. But as soon as his words fell, Lin Mo's figure was the last to walk out of the black stone door. His appearance caused the crowd's eyes to gather again. Many people were curious about how many array chains he would attract. But as he stepped out of the ring, the sky remained very calm. What the hell? The crowd was puzzled. With the strength that Lin Mo had displayed yesterday, he shouldn't even have a single formation chain. And just as they were wondering, the sky suddenly changed dramatically, only to see that a large hole was suddenly plucked from the thick clouds, followed by nearly 100 silver-colored thunder dragons vastly cutting across the sky, heading straight for Lin Mo. How is this possible? Everyone's faces turned white and their scalps went numb as they stared at the scene. Even Lin Mo's face changed slightly. He didn't expect to encounter such a mutation just after coming in. Without waiting for him to think about it, these thunder dragons transformed into a silver chain and tied him up tightly. His hands and feet, even his neck, were wrapped in chains as thick as his thumbs. These chains were different from the ones on the others, and they actually carried countless silver arcs of electricity on them. These arcs of electricity broke away from the chains and then madly surged into Lin Mo's body, in a vain attempt to absorb the spiritual energy in his dantian as a way to suppress his power. Humph! Lin Mo snorted coldly, naturally not letting them have their way. He directly ran the 9 transformation devil technique to catalyze the devil seed within his body. The demon seed awoke from its seal, and it seemed to sense something and began to jump up and down in excitement. Before Lin Mo could give his orders, it opened its huge mouth like an abyss and swallowed up all the silver-colored arcs of electricity. Obviously it was still just a ball of dark purple light, but at the moment, it was acting like it couldn't get enough of it. But this behavior of the demon seed seemed to have angered some unknown presence in the clouds. It had just wanted to suck up all of Lin Mo's spiritual energy and completely suppress him. But who would have thought that it would be swallowed back by Lin Mo's own origin power? So the furious one suddenly increased the force of its suppression again. Instantly, wave after wave of silver-colored electric arcs surged into Lin Mo's body from the spirit-absorbing chain. Lin Mo's body sank, and being firmly bound by the spirit-absorbing chains, there was no way for him to move half a step. With no choice but to sit cross-legged in place, he fought against some unknown presence in the clouds. This made the devil seed inside his dantian happy. It excitedly blocked the mouth of the dantian and started devouring it in a windy manner. The others around them were still in extreme shock. So many chains. This Lin Mo, is he still human? Someone gulped, their eyes dropping to the floor. The one with the most chains on them was Long Yuan, but he only had 3 chains on him, compared to Lin Mo's hundreds. It was nothing. Lin Mo, are you alright? Lu Yi approached, her small face looking at Lin Mo with a bit of shock and uncertainty. I'm fine. Lin Mo's eyes were tightly closed as he faintly returned her sentence. At this moment, several 5 Elements sect disciples also rushed over, and it just so happened that the sky actually descended another dozen or so silver spirit-absorbing chains that wrapped around Lin Mo's body. Some of the disciples who were close were caught in the wave, and the aura in their bodies was instantly drained directly by the silver-colored arcs of electricity. They collapsed helplessly to the ground, with looks like they had seen a ghost on their faces. Get away from me, all of you, Lin Mo coldly said. There were simply too many chains on his body, and an aura vacuum zone had formed around him. Kid, just what kind of demon are you? The spirit formation spirit of this place's spirit forbidden formation would be so scornful of you. Bald-haired dog's horrified voice also entered Lin Mo's mind at this time. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear and fought against the formation spirit in the sky with all his might. It was said that he was fighting against the array spirit, but in reality, it was all because of the devil seed within his dantian. It was still frantically absorbing the silver arcs of electricity. But as 1 incense stick and 2 incense sticks passed, even with a large appetite, it slowly reaches its limit. While at this moment, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a smile. Just right. He could use this opportunity to break through the demon seed to the Spirit Primordial Realm Grand Circle. Chapter 94, Spirit Primordial Realm Great Circle. Cultivating the magic seed required a very huge amount of resources. Although he had already advanced to the 9th rank, There was still a long distance to the great circle of this spirit primordial realm. If one didn't take any elixir, I'm afraid it would take at least a year to reach a perfect state naturally, but now he had reached the critical point of breakthrough in just 2 incense burns. This was all thanks to the devil seed's heaven-defying devouring ability. It could devour almost everything and transform all energy into demonic energy. From this point alone, the magic seed is more than 100 times stronger than the spirit seed. Lin Mo didn't hesitate any longer and began his breakthrough after gathering his chi and concentrating. The surrounding group of disciples had already recovered from their shock. Thinking of the mission of this trip, they hurriedly turned their attention to the top of the medicinal garden. No matter what, digging up the elixir was important now. The Eastern Medicinal Garden belongs to my Qianyuan sect. Whoever dares to cross the border will be blamed for the mercilessness of our Spirit Mountain Sword. Fang Lingshan led a group of Qianyuan sect disciples and then incomparably overbearingly encircled the eastern plot of land where the spirit medicine was the most lush. Although he was wrapped in 2 array chains, it did not affect his movements. Then the south side belongs to my Earth Fury sect. The Bastard Sword also led the Earth Fiend sect disciples to circle a fertile medicinal garden. My youngest daughter wants the land to the west. You senior brothers and sisters won't have a problem with that, will you? Gu Shueyue lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice soft and sticky, as gentle as cotton candy. Many male disciples couldn't help but feel their bones tingling after hearing it. No comment. No comment. Yes, just take it if you want it. Fairy. Many male disciples showed fawning smiles to Gu Shueyue. Then, Snow Moon would like to thank all the senior brothers here. A touching smile appeared on Gu Shueyue's face. Immediately afterward, he led a group of South Fiend Valley disciples to the west side of the medicinal garden. Long Yuan's face hesitated for a moment, but he didn't act immediately. He came to Lu Yi, his eyes sincerely inviting. Senior sister Lu, why don't you come with us to the area to the north? It's close to the lake. Not only are the spirit medicines lush, even the scenery is very pleasant. No go. If you want to go, you go yourself. Lu Yi waved her hand towards Long Yuan, rejecting him very directly. Okay. Long Yuan was very disappointed. Seeing that a group of 100 Sword Sect disciples were still waiting for him, he could only turn around and leave as well. This left only the disciples of the 5 Elements sect still frozen in place. It's not that they don't want to act. Rather, the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north were all encompassed by the other 4 major powers. Although the location they were currently standing in was in the center of the medicinal garden, the land was so barren that no spirit medicines could grow at all. Senior brother Do. Senior brother Lai. What should we do now? Is it hard to just stand there like this? Yes. 2 senior brothers hurry up and get an idea. The crowd was anxious. Now that the situation on Lin Mo's side was unknown, the only ones that the 5 Elements sect could bring to the table were Du Yu and Li Han. Du Yu's brows were squeezed together, but he didn't say a word. After the double blow from Lin Mo and Wan Kun, he had completely lost confidence in himself. And after a moment of silence, Rihan also looked over at Lu Yi. Senior sister, what do you think we should do now? When the crowd heard this, they also suddenly realized and dropped their gazes on Lu Yi. The other party had, after all, drawn out 2 array chains, and if he relied on that to judge his strength, Lu Yi was definitely stronger than everyone present. Humph, they are too overbearing. We don't need to bother with the area they've demarcated. We'll go wherever there's spirit medicine. Yui Lu snorted coldly. After saying that, she glanced at Lin Mo, who was sitting on the ground. Originally, she wanted to stay here to protect him, but at this moment the situation was such that she could no longer care about the other party. Let's go. Let's go over to the Wicked Valley first. Bah! It's the South Fury Valley. With the departure of Lu Yi and the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, only Lin Mo was left alone in this place. He remained calmly sitting cross-legged in place, but at this moment, the devil seed in his body had already swelled to the extreme. Like an inflated ball, the dark purple light spots became more than 10 times bigger, occupying 2/3 of the space in his dantian. The spirit seed had already been squeezed aside, trembling as it looked at the demon seed that seemed like it might blow up at any moment. Not enough. One more almost. Lin Mo forcefully maneuvered the magic seed to continue absorbing the silver-colored electric arcs that were pouring into his body. Break me! He roared inwardly and finally broke through to the spirit primordial realm grand circle at the urgent moment when the demon seed was about to be burst. Or maybe it's the great perfection of the demon primordial realm, and with the breakthrough in the realm, the energy that could be held within the magic seed was also half more. The size of the devil seed returned to its normal size, followed by a pressure that was several times stronger than the 9th level of the spirit sea realm rippling out from Lin Mo's body, sweeping through the surrounding heaven and earth. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and his pair of dark purple pupils looked evil to the extreme. A black crack also appeared in the depths of his brow. and there seemed to be a demon pupil inside that was slowly opening and closing as his cultivation grew. He clenched his hands, an invincible conviction rising from the bottom of his heart. Lin Mo knew that this was an illusion brought about by the increase in strength. Many people tend to like to indulge in this illusion and can't get out of it, and their ego sprouts from it, and they can't come to their senses until they are thwarted. Of course there are some people who use this belief to win 100 battles and refine their invincible Tao heart. Rimmer shook his head. Naturally, he would not be swayed by such emotions, but at the moment, his strength had indeed increased greatly. My current cultivation is not yet at the Spirit Sea realm, but with all my might I should be able to fight a half-step Spirit Dan realm cultivator. Lin Mo whispered softly, though that's a bit of an exaggeration, to the point that people would scoff if they heard it. Not to mention the difference of nearly 2 realms. There was also an insurmountable gap between the half-step Spirit Sea realm and the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Not to mention the gap between the Spirit Primordial realm perfection and the half-step Spirit Dan realm. There was a difference of almost 2 great realms between the two, and they could not be compared at all. But what seemed almost possible to others was quite normal to Rimmer. He was burdened with a chaotic god body and cultivated a heart technique that was still above the heavenly level. Plus, he still possessed the memories of his previous life, and both his tactics and combat skills were far from being comparable to anyone else's. It would be strange if he couldn't even defeat a half-step Spirit Dan realm. Lin Mo returned to his senses and waved away the distractions in his mind. At this moment, although he had broken through the Spirit Primordial realm grand circle, the crisis was still not over, and as his strength increased, the stronger the spirit prohibiting grand formation in this space suppressed him. Only the clouds in the sky were once again ruffled. The silver spirit-absorbing chains that were wrapped around Lin Mo's body all retracted, followed by a golden chain poking out of a new opening. Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw it. He counted on roughly understanding. Previously, the transparent chains on Fong Ling Shan and the others were used to deal with spirit-beginning realm cultivators, while the silver spirit-absorbing chains were used to deal with Spirit Sea realm cultivators. As for this golden chain, I am afraid that it is prepared for the Spirit Dan realm cultivators. Chapter 95, The Disappearing Black and White Stone Bead. The golden chains emitted an unrivaled pressure, like a golden divine dragon descending from the sky and binding Lin Mo's body. Lin Mo felt that his dantian was instantly sealed by the mysterious power on the chains, and he couldn't mobilize a single ounce of spiritual energy. He frowned. Surprisingly, even the divine sense was sealed. Only a short time after his breakthrough, he had pretty much become an ordinary person with no cultivation. The Spirit Sealing Chain. Looks like the Spirit Exalt who set up the Spirit Prohibiting Grand Formation is also a formation master who specializes in the Tao of Formation. Lin Mo said with some depression. It was no wonder that the top echelons of the 5 major powers didn't dare to enter this place. The golden chains that dealt with the Spirit Dan realm alone were so astonishing, and if a Spirit King realm cultivator stepped into it, he might be able to touch an even more terrifying restriction. Rimmer stood up. He scrutinized the space again. This should be a cavernous place like the 5 Veins Spiritual Spring. That meant that the sky here was probably illuminated by a formation and wasn't really the same as the sky in the outside world. Lin Mo presumed that the eyes and spirits of the Spirit Prohibiting Formation should also be located in the sky, but he didn't have the means to fly right now, so he couldn't get close at all. Forget it. He had urgent business to attend to and didn't have the heart to linger here. Besides, without using his cultivation, no one is his opponent here. Lin Mo first took off the royal beast pouch on his waist and released the bald dog inside. As soon as it came out, it took a deep breath. Then he cursed at Lin Mo and said, "You kid is really unkind. Master Dog just saved your life earlier, but you deliberately left me hanging in the royal beast bag and ignored me. I've been free for most of my life, and I almost didn't suffocate in there." Lin Mo glanced at it indifferently and said, "Bringing you into this place is already a great mercy on my part. Show your teeth to me again and watch out for me pulling out your dog teeth." The bald-haired dog immediately shut his mouth. However, immediately afterward it circled around Lin Mo and said while sizing him up, "TSK, TSK, TSK, Master Dog, I really can't see what's so surprising about you that you deserve to be treated so well by the Spirit Prohibiting Array Spirit." Lin Mo didn't pick up on its words, but said, "Erden, there's nothing to do, let's part ways here." What he was going to do next was vital, so he wasn't going to take the bald dog with him. "Kid, the dog master I am." "Wait. What did you just call me?" The bald-haired dog suddenly reacted in the middle of his sentence. "Oh, Erden, have you forgotten the name you were given before you came?" Lin Mo said expressionlessly. "God 2 eggs. Dog master I do not accept." The bald-haired dog said with great displeasure. "It's not up to you if you don't accept." Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to him even after he finished speaking and turned away alone. "Humph. Master Dog, I originally wanted to gift you with a heavenly chance, but since you don't recognize it then forget it," the bald-haired dog said. heading in the opposite direction from Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't care when he heard its words. No greater chance was more important to him than the secret of the stone bead. In his previous life, he was able to achieve the Emperor realm with the 9 transformation devil technique. What kind of artifact is that black and white stone bead? Lin Mo said to himself in his mind. The black and white stone beads turned into golden light and entered his body before disappearing. And apart from the extra 9 transformation devil technique, cultivation mind method in his mind, nothing else unusual had appeared. Even if he became a spirit emperor later on, he could only vaguely feel the black and white stone bead right inside his body, but he still couldn't find where it existed. Here it is, Lin Mo thought as he hurried along, and in less than a short while he arrived at the place where he had searched for the stone beads in his previous life. It was under a small hill to the southwest of the favored medicine garden, and the land was relatively barren. In his previous life, he was only at the 5th level of the spirit primordial realm, so he could only take his chances in this place that no other disciple could see. He found a piece of lapis lazuli that was 5 feet high and about 2 feet long. It was under the green stone that he found the black and white stone beads in his last life, but he was shocked that he had already rummaged all over this place, and even dug 3 feet into the ground and failed to find any trace of the black and white stone beads. How is this possible? Lin Mo's memories wouldn't be wrong. The black and white stone bead was definitely in this place. Could it have been taken by someone else? Lin Mo thought of a possibility, but he quickly dismissed it again. For one thing, it was so barren that it was unlikely that anyone would even look at the area. Secondly, there were no traces of other people trampling around the green stone. Can it be that the black and white stone bead has been in my body all along? Reborn along with me as well? Lin Mo's gaze turned unprecedentedly deep, murmuring in a low voice, or, I wasn't reborn at all. He could be dead, but the dead souls stay trapped in the memories of the past, thus reincarnating over and over again. Or maybe he's not dead at all. He was just a disciple who wasn't chosen and went crazy after kneeling in the 5 elements sex square for 10 days and 10 nights. There was never any devil emperor, and everything in his past life was just a mental world that he had conjured up. Lin Mo assumed many possibilities in a flash. Eventually he looked at his hands, at the uncanny reality of everything around him, and then shook his head. What he couldn't figure out he stopped thinking about. Since he couldn't find the stone bead he didn't try to force it. After all, he had already obtained the 9 transformation devil technique, S-Heart technique, so that stone bead would no longer seem so important to him. Lin Mo was about to turn around and leave, and just at that moment, there were 2 people in the distance who were fighting while coming towards this place. Humph, don't even think about running. The man behind him sneered contemptuously as he chased after him. Lin Mo's face remained calm as he looked at the 2 of them, and it wasn't until the other party slowly approached that he realized his presence. The male disciple in front of him was immediately overjoyed and shouted from tens of meters away, Senior brother Lin Mo. Something big is wrong. He shifted direction and ran wildly towards Lin Mo's side. The man at the back of the room's face visibly changed and immediately stopped in his tracks. Damn it, didn't Senior brother Fong say that Guy Lin Mo was suppressed by the formation prohibitions of this place? He knew it was bad when he saw Lin Mo, and his footsteps began to slowly retreat backward, wanting to go and ventilate the situation. But at that moment, a sharp stone pike cut through the void and struck his thigh. Ah! He let out a scream and fell to the ground covering his pierced right leg. Lin Mo withdrew his hand before he looked over at the 5 Elements sect disciple who had just called him senior brother. What happened? That 5 Elements sect disciple was still a bit shocked as he looked at the enemy that had fallen to the ground behind him, and when he heard Lin Mo's words he immediately came back to his senses. Senior brother Lin Mo. It's bad. Senior brother Du and senior brother Li have fallen into the hands of the other 4 major forces. Even senior sister Lu's whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 96, The Green Destiny Fruit. This disciple spoke while gasping for air. He was tired from just escaping from the tiger's mouth. What? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. What exactly happened? Tell me properly. Yes, it's like this. Not long after you came in you were suppressed by the formation restrictions of this place, while the other 4 clans took advantage of your absence to divide up the 4 regions of the Pill Garden in the southeast, west, north and west. We, the 5 Elements sect, had no choice but to go and fight with the other clans for the turf. But who knew that we found a green underworld fruit in the region that the South Severance Valley had hijacked? The fruit of the green underworld. Lin Mo frowned slightly. There really was a 5th grade spirit medicine like the green underworld fruit in the ordinary medicinal gardens surrounding the secret boundaries? That was the main ingredient for refining the clan breaking pill. On the other hand, the zone breaking pill was an essential pill for Spirit King realm cultivators to break through the spirit zone realm, and its value could not be measured in terms of spirit stones, so to speak. Once the green destiny fruit made it into the auction house, it was bound to cause the vast majority of peak Spirit King realm cultivators to go crazy. And if any of the 5 powers could obtain the green destiny fruit, It was highly likely that a spirit sect realm powerhouse would be born within the clan after the next few years. Faced with such a great temptation, no clan would choose to give up. The scene where we discovered the green destiny fruit happened to be seen by the disciples of the South Fiend Valley, and in order to snatch the green destiny fruit, that demonic girl Gu Shueue fought with senior sister Lu Yi, and the powerful commotion also attracted the attention of the other clans. When they learned that it was the green underworld fruit, they rose up again to seize it, and in this way our Five Elements sect was besieged by the four major forces at the same time, and in the end most of them were either injured or became prisoners. Only I ran out with my life. This disciple of Xia Tao opened his mouth. Rimmer remained silent as he listened. In his previous life, he hadn't heard anything about the green destiny fruit when he participated in the trial. However, a few years later it was heard that the Chen Yuan Hall master had broken through to spirit sect. It was thought that in the previous life, this green destiny fruit had most likely been obtained and hidden by the disciples of the Chen Yuan Hall. Senior brother Lin Mo, what are you still thinking about? The priority right now is to hurry up and save them all. With your strength you will surely be able to do it. Seeing that Lin Mo never said anything, Xia Tao immediately became anxious. There's no rush, Lin Mo said coldly, but senior brother Du and the others, they can't die. Xia Tao's words were interrupted by Lin Mo. What about the green underworld fruit? Aren't you afraid that it will be snatched by other sects? Senior brother? Xia Tao hesitated for a while before inquiring again. It's okay, so what if we let them take it? Lin Mo revealed a mysterious and enigmatic smile. The crowd already knew about the existence of the green destiny fruit, and there was no way for him to take it for himself again. But a fifth order elixir was at least 10,000 trial points. Before we left, when Xiaotian said, trial points can be exchanged for a corresponding contribution value when you return to the clan. So a fifth order elixir was indirectly equivalent to 10,000 contribution value. It wasn't much, but what if we grabbed all the elixirs from everyone? Then his trial points would be an extremely terrifying number. Right. Rimmer rubbed his chin. From the beginning he was ready for a robbery. All the disciples were nothing more than fat sheep digging up spirit medicines for him in his eyes. Lin Mo then looked at Xia Tao and urged, go dig up more spirit medicines while they don't have the time to care about you. Time is running out. Xia Tao always felt that there was something strange about the way Lin Mo was looking at him, but he felt there was some truth in this statement. Since he couldn't save anyone, it would be better to take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the green underworld fruit when he went to collect some more spirit medicines. That would be considered contributing to the clan. Thinking of this, he arched his hand toward Lin Mo and said, Senior brother Lin Mo, then I will leave first. After saying that, he headed towards the area to the south that was circled by the Earth Fiend sect. After he left, Lin Mo came to the Chen Yuan Hall disciple he had just injured with a stone. He dropped a bottle of healing elixir and said, hurry up and go digging for spiritual herbs after healing. He then drifted away under this disciple's incomparably astonished gaze. Lin Mo returned to the very beginning next to the teleportation altar. He was leisurely half lying on the stone steps of the altar, with a black token playing in his hand. This was the trial points token that was uniformly issued to them by the sect, and it contained a space for storing spirit medicines. Lin Mo placed 100 du grass that he had just dug up from the medicine field in front of the token. Instantly the token flashed with light, and immediately afterward, it sucked this 100 du grass into the points token, and a white number 1 surfaced on the surface of the token. The number 1 is the point, right? Rimmer whispered. After roughly understanding the points token, Lin Mo casually plucked a dog's tail grass and held it in his mouth, then quietly waited for time to pass. Of all the trialists, I'm afraid that he was the only one who was as laid back and bored as he was. The moment. A scenic lake is on the edge. An elf-like green-clothed woman and a stunning white-clothed woman were chasing each other. The woman in green ran at the front of the pack. She held a long bow with a curved moon, her toes lightly pointing on the water, landing on a lotus leaf, followed by a sudden turn back to the woman in white pulling the bowstring. Instantly, an arrow like ice crystals coalesced out of thin air from the bowstring, then broke through the wind and shot towards the white-clothed woman behind her. The woman in white had just leaped over a huge rock, her body still staying in mid-air. Seeing the arrow coming towards her, she immediately drew her long sword and pointed it on the ground, using the force to make her body pirouette half a circle in the air, dodging the arrow's attack. Immediately after landing in an elegant position, the green-clothed woman in front of him was not expected to draw her bow and condense her arrows once again. This time, 3 arrows were directly shot out, attacking the white-clothed woman from the upper, middle, and lower directions respectively. The white-clothed woman's figure hurriedly flickered to the right, only to dodge it, and those 3 arrows shot at the boulders in the back, instantly exploding into 3 bowl-sized ragged holes. Sister, your hand is really ruthless, but I don't know if you can take this moon shadow sword of mine. The woman in white, That is, Gu Shueyue leaned in and smiled, holding a silver longsword like a fairy dancing with a sword under the moon, slashing 3 swords in a row towards Lu Yi on the lotus leaf. Lu Yi didn't dare to resist. Her lithe figure swept across the lake and landed on the opposite shore. Instead, the lotus leaf she had just stood on was torn to shreds by 3 sword chi, and even the lake's surface raised huge waves. He, Sister Snow Moon, your heart is even more ruthless than mine. You can't wait to chop me into 8 pieces. Lu Yi spat her tongue out towards Gu Shueyu on the opposite bank. Who made you unwilling to hand over the green destiny fruit? Sister. Gu Shueyu giggled and stepped on the lotus leaves with her feet, wanting to cross the lake to continue chasing after Lu Yi. Who knows that at this time Lu Yi's black eyes dripped and turned. Said, Sister Snow Moon, you look so beautiful. Are you interested in being Lin Mo's bed warmer girl? His denizen prodigal son can be the most preferred to you, such a stunning woman. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Gu Shueyu's face changed slightly. Thinking of Lin Mo's terrifying strength, she momentarily retracted her right foot that had stepped out. Chapter 97, The Miraculous Turtle. Sister, don't scare me. Lin Mo has long been suppressed by the formation restrictions of this place and has no intention of caring about us. Gu Shueyu reacted immediately with a cold snort. Sister is really smart. However, it is said that snipers and mussels fight for the benefit of the fishermen. The 2 of us fighting here will only fulfill the several other powers. Why don't we put aside our quarrels and become sisters? What do you think? Yui Lu said with a smirk. If you, sister, are willing to hand over the green destiny fruit, it's not like I can't consider it. Gu Shueyu was still unwilling to give up. The green destiny fruit was a matter of great importance. No matter what, it had to be controlled in her hands first. Sister is still persistent. After Lu Yi finished speaking, she suddenly looked behind Gu Shueyu in shock and said, Sister, look behind you. Lin Mo is coming after you. Gu Shueyu was startled at the words and immediately looked behind her. But it was empty behind him. Where was Lin Mo's figure? And when she turned back, she found Yui Lu scampering out a few hundred meters. ********. Gu Shueyu, who had always been image conscious, couldn't help but let out a low curse. She immediately went after him. And the Lu Yi in front of her actually couldn't help but get anxious. She was, after all, only at the 7th stage of the spirit primordial realm. And relying on some tricky means to drag Gu Shueyu for so long was already at her limit. She was about to be caught up again. But just then a figure suddenly appeared far ahead of her. Dragon Abyss. Lu Yi looked at Long Yuan in front of her, and then looked at Gu Shueyu behind her, and immediately felt that there was no hope of escape. Don't be afraid. I'm not here for the green destiny fruit. Seeing Lu Yi's scornful face, Long Yuan immediately explained. Really? Yui Lu was a little skeptical. Naturally, it's true. I'll hold off Gu Shueyu for you. So hurry up and leave. In order to prove that what he said was not false, Long Yuan actually walked directly towards Gu Shueyu. Gu Shueyu frowned. She didn't expect a Long Yuan to be killed halfway. And when Lu Yi saw that Long Yuan was actually really trying to help himself, she immediately threw a look of gratitude towards him. She then scurried off again. But at that moment, 2 more figures unexpectedly appeared in front of her left and right. On the left is Fongman Shan, while on the right is Bastard Sword. They came towards Yui Lu in a huddled position. Lu Yi's face instantly became a bitter melon. Humph, you can't escape. Obediently hand over the green destiny fruit. Bastard Sword shouted indifferently. That's right, you won't be able to keep the green destiny fruit. Fong Lingshan also spoke, and Lu Yi looked at Gu Shueyu, and then looked at Fong Lingshan and Beiji Dao, spread her hands and said, there is only one green underworld fruit, but there are 3 of you. To whom should I give this? Naturally, it's for my Earth Fiend sect, and we're willing to take out 10 4th grade spirit medicines to exchange with you. The Bastard Sword's eyes were fiery as he stared at Yui Lu. Don't give it to him. Your 5 element sect disciples are basically all in the hands of my Qianyuan palace. If you hand over the green underworld fruit to me, I promise that not only will I release them, but I will also allow your 5 elements sect to jointly mine that medicinal garden in the east. Fong Lingshan also made his own conditions. Only Gu Shueyu said breathlessly, 2 senior brothers, hurry up and catch her first. Don't fall for her scheme of provocation. Hearing Gu Shueyu's reminder, Fong Lingshan and Bastard Sword also reacted. They stopped talking nonsense and directly killed towards Lu Yi. Long Yuan, on the other hand, was held back by Gu Shueyu for a short period of time and was unable to come to support him. Lu Yi's small face changed slightly, and at the critical moment she said with a serious expression, this is what you guys are forcing me to do. With that said, she bit through her finger with a cruel heart, then drew a blood formation on the ground. Immediately after that, he pulled out a few black summoning stones from his storage bag and placed them in the center of the blood formation. Only at last did she take out an imperial beast pouch and point it at the blood formation and shout, "Come out, my doll!" As she shouted, the blood array transformed into a pillar of red light that shot straight up into the sky. A savage-like aura emanated from the blood formation, causing Fong Lingshan and the others to be startled. Surprisingly, it's still a royal beast master. Gu Shueyue was shocked. Such a powerful aura. What exactly has she summoned? The bastard sword said with some trepidation. The gazes of those present all gathered on the red pillar of light, and as the light on the blood array gradually dissipated, a palm-sized turtle appeared in the crowd's view. It doesn't seem to be awake. A lethargic, dopey look. When the crowd saw this scene, tears almost came out of their eyes as they laughed. I thought it was some kind of ferocious beast, but it turns out to be a turtle. Yeah, almost scared me. A hint of disdain appeared at the corners of Fong Lingshan and Bastard Sword's mouths. Dale, stop sleeping and wake up. Yui Lu went up and kicked it in a hurry. The turtle was so disturbed that it wiped its eyes, which were only the size of green beans, to look around. It doesn't matter if you look at it. You'll be shocked if you look at it again. Looking at the not too far away Ba Dao, who was holding a large sword, as well as the unsuspecting Fong Lingshan, it instantly shrunk its head and burrowed back into the green-backed turtle shell. Its body was still trembling. Ha 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 ha. Now the people around us laughed even more uncontrollably. Even Long Yuan had a strange look on his face. As Lu Yi listened to the jeers of the crowd, even her thicker skin couldn't help but burn a little. She stepped forward and cupped the turtle shell in both hands, shaking it with a burst of force. Dale, get out here. As she did this shaking, Dul's body fell to the ground in a surprisingly naked heap. Lu Yi looked at the empty turtle shell. Her brain was a little short, and that Dul seemed to have realized something and hurriedly covered his face with his hands before slipping back into the turtle shell in a puff of smoke. At the loss of Father Emperor still saying that you're a divine beast Xuanwu descendant, you've simply disgraced me to death. Yui Lu slammed Dumb and Dumber into Fong Lingshan with a forceful throw, and she herself took the opportunity to slip away again. Fong Lingshan subconsciously picked up Dul and held it in his arms. But then, Dul's body spun wildly. It broke away from Fong Lingshan's hand and leapt into the air to ruthlessly smash his head. Then, under Fong Lingshan's angry gaze, he chased towards Lu Yi. It had short legs, but it was far faster than Yui. Accidentally, he actually ran ahead of Yui Lu. Yui Lu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly stomped on it. Just like that, the one man and one turtle quickly disappeared from the sight of the other four. Rear, Bastard Sword and Fong Lingshan were dumbstruck. Gu Shueyue, on the other hand, was very exasperated and said, "Why don't you hurry up and chase after them?" Chapter 98, Is There Any Humanity Left? Sunset and Dusk. Next to the teleportation altar, Lin Mo yawned in 100 different ways. He pulled out another dogwood and held it in his mouth. And just then, 3 shadows finally came in the distance. Come alive. Lin Mo spat out the grass in his mouth, stood up and clapped his palms. Then he directly greeted him. "Young lord, we robbed so many people. This would be the end of us if those guys from Fongling Mountain knew about us," a South Fiend Valley disciple said with some concern to the white-robed man walking at the front. "You fool, we're all about to go out now. If they're even more powerful, do they still dare to do anything to this young lord outside?" The white-clothed man at the head was none other than Wei Xiaoheng. After he finished angrily scolding his own men, his expression couldn't help but look smug as he said, "Fong Lingshan, how could you have never imagined that this young lord would have trashed your great rear, right?" The little brother who had just been scolded shrunk his head and immediately shut his mouth. The other person, however, immediately complimented Wei Xiaoheng. "It's still young lord who is wise." While everyone else's eyes were on the green destiny fruit, we looted their disciples with low cultivation levels. This reduces the trial points of the other sects and also increases our points in South Fiend Valley. This plan can't be described as anything less than insidious. After Wei Xiaoheng heard this, the look on his face was clearly more complacent. "Humph. The South Fury Valley Master is my father, but there are always some old guys who think I'm playboy and useless. Not only are they unwilling to marry Gu Shueyue that to me as a dual cultivation stove tripod, but they also obstruct me at every turn. This time I will let them open their dog eyes to see who is the useless one," Wei Xiaoheng said, turning his head to look at his 2 men. "Quickly, hand over all the spirit medicines in your tokens to this young lord as well." "Ha!" The 2 henchmen's faces instantly stiffened. "What? Don't freeze. This young master must become the first in the trial," Wei Xiaoheng coldly snorted. The 2 henchmen somewhat reluctantly took out all of the spirit medicines in their point tokens. Wei Xiaoheng then smiled faintly and began to load the spirit medicine inside his token. And just then, Lin Mo happened to arrive in front of them as well. He heard all of the conversation between the few people just now. He didn't realize that these 3 were still full on old 6s. While everyone is in a mess, they actually sneak around behind the scenes. Is that even human? Is there any king's law? Today they must be shown what righteous judgment means. Stop. Hand over all your spirit medicines. Lin Mo carried a large slab in his hand and blocked the trio's path without saying a word. Rimmer. The three of them immediately changed their faces. They'd almost forgotten there was such a fierce man on the other side. You guys hurry up and block him. Wei Xiaohong hid behind the two of them and panicked as he loaded the spirit medicine inside the token. And his two henchmen's faces looked at you and me. Their faces looked like wilted eggplants. Very ugly. Lin Mo didn't have the time to fool around with them. And just two slates knocked them out. Wei Xiaohong had already tasted the power of Lin Mo's slate in the ring. And at this moment, he was instantly frightened. He immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Don't do it. I'll give you whatever you want. Lin Mo expressionlessly extended his hand to him. Wei Xiaohong gritted his teeth and extremely reluctantly threw the points token in his hand to Lin Mo. Lin Mo received it with one hand and looked at the number 10,566 on it before finally revealing a hint of a smile. He pointed to the altar behind him and said to Wei Xiaohong, "Take your men and hurry up and get out of there." The corners of Wei Xiaohong's mouth twitched, and he can only drag one of his men towards the altar with one hand. He thought he was already shameless enough, but he didn't realize that there was someone even more despicable than him. They had at least dug honestly for a while, but this Lin Mo guy was directly squatting by the altar waiting for rabbits. Is that even human? Is there any law of the land? After half a day's work, he ended up becoming someone else's dowry, and Wei Xiaohong was on the verge of tears, but with his lack of strength, he could only hold his breath. Lin Mo. You wait for this young master. He secretly vowed in his heart that if he had the opportunity he would definitely find Lin Mo to wipe out today's shame. After Wei Xiaohong's trio teleported away, Lin Mo quickly transferred the spirit medicines within his trial token to his own token. And at that moment, as the trial time slowly came to an end, one after another people began to return to the altar. Lin Mo would snatch the point tokens for everyone he slapped unconscious before directly throwing them into the teleportation array. After robbing 7 or 8 people in this manner, the number of trial points obtained was far less than Wei Xiaohong alone. Lin Mo sighed slightly. I thought it was a good start, but I didn't realize it was getting worse. As he was thinking about it, another person came in the distance, and this person turned out to be Xie Tao, who had approached Lin Mo for help not long ago. After listening to Lin Mo's advice, he went to the territory circled by the Earthbending sect. It just so happened that Bastard Blade and the other Earth Fiend sect disciples were all attracted by the news of the green underworld fruit, so it was all cheap for him alone. He dug up a pot full of pots and even found a few 4th-grade spirit medicines. He could have gained more if the trial time hadn't come to an end, but the harvest was now beyond his imagination as well. When he thought about the number of points on the token, he was a bit overjoyed and even hummed a little song along the way. Ha! Senior brother Lin Mo. When he saw Lin Mo appear in front of him, he greeted him very happily. Lin Mo looked slightly strange, but still said in an icy tone, "Robbery! Robbery! Who's robbing?" Xie Tao was stunned and immediately looked around vigilantly, finally seeing no one in the 4 directions before he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Senior brother Lin Mo, you almost scared me. Limerick. I robbed. Hurry up and bring out your points token." Rimmer could only repeat it again. "What? You robbed?" Xie Tao thought he had heard wrong. "That's right." Lin Mo nodded calmly. Xie Tao's face turned into a pig's liver color after hearing this. He finally understood why Lin Mo urged himself not long ago to hurry up and dig for elixirs. Dare to wait for himself here. No wonder I felt that there was something in the other's eyes at that time. This, Lin Mo senior brother. You and I are at least fellow disciples. Can you leave more or less for me? Shadow bargained with Limerick. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, and eventually only took away half of Xie Tao's spirit medicine before letting him walk into the teleportation altar. But even though it was only half of the elixir, he had also harvested more than 4,700 trial points. Together with his previous points, he already had close to 20,000 points, and that's just the beginning. As he was thinking about it, another person came in the distance. This person was none other than the Qian Yuan Hall disciple who had been injured in the thigh by Lin Mo with a stone not long ago. He limped closer with a homemade cane. When he saw Lin Mo, he was so scared that he didn't even want to use his crutches and frantically fled for his life. Chapter 99. Don't be in a hurry. One by one. Do I look that scary? Lin Mo touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. How could he let a cripple get away from him? So a moment later, Lin Mo grabbed the other party's shoulders with one hand and lifted him back up again. Hand over all the spirit medicines. Lin Mo didn't want to bull **** with it. This Qian Yuan Hall disciple was panting with exhaustion, and his mouth said with great aggravation, "I'm crippled like this. How can I still be capable of digging for spiritual herbs?" But Lin Mo saw a hint of it in the other party's evasive eyes. "Then show me the points token," Lin Mo said indifferently. The Qian Yuan Hall disciple's face changed slightly, and in the end, he was forced to take out the points token. Upon seeing the 11,000 or so trial points on it, Lin Mo's face instantly turned cold. The opponent actually had more points than Wei Xiaoheng. It seems you're being dishonest. I just accidentally picked up a yin condensation grass by the side of the road. That's why I have such high points. Yin grass? Lin Mo was a bit surprised. That's a 5th grade elixir. Although it could only be used to refine a kind of healing medicine and was far less valuable than the green destiny fruit, it was after all a 5th grade spirit medicine. Rimmer didn't believe in randomly picking it up on the side of the road. Looks like you don't want your other good leg either, Lin Mo said, looking coldly at the other party's left intact leg. The Qian Yuan Hall disciples immediately changed their faces in fear. He could only reply stiffly, the yin condensation grass is actually something I snatched from a 5-element sect disciple. Lin Mo listened and nodded expressionlessly. No matter who it was snatched from, it was now his item in his hands. He had this Qian Yuan Hall disciple pour out all of the spirit medicines in his token and then loaded them inside his token in front of the other party. The hearts of the Qian Yuan Hall disciples were dripping blood. Just as Lin Mo was about to load the yin condensation grass into the token as well, a silhouette appeared not far away. This person was none other than Du Yu. Not long ago, he and Yi Lu entered a medicinal garden with abundant spiritual qi. There they found the green meditation fruit. However, what made everyone unaware was that in fact, within that medicinal garden, in addition to the green underworld fruit, there was also a yin condensation grass that was also of the 5th grade. It was only that this elixir was secretly hidden from him, which prevented it from being discovered. But not long afterward, the news of the green destiny fruit leaked out, and their 5 elements sect was under siege, and he was brutally captured after a fierce battle. Luckily, the opposing celestials were all attracted away by Yi Lu, and he managed to escape. Do you wanted to take this yin condensation grass with him and leave the land of trials? At that time, with tens of thousands of trial points, he will be able to shock the entire audience and attract the attention of all people. His popularity could even overshadow Lin Mo, and even senior sister Lu Yi might be impressed with him. But just when he was full of joy, he ran into a damn cripple. That cripple took advantage of his serious injury and snatched his points token. Among them was that yin condensation grass. Do you still felt pain when he thought about it at this moment? If he could meet that cripple again, he vowed to break the other's other leg as well. Just as he was getting angry, he looked up and suddenly saw 2 figures not far away. One was the last thing he wanted to see Lin Mo, and the other was the cripple he wanted to see the most. Do you breathed heavily and rushed over? Lin Mo senior brother, thank you for helping me catch this thief. This yin condensation grass is what he took from me. If not for you, I'm afraid it's hard to return it to its rightful owner again. After saying that, he was going to take the yin condensation grass from Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo coldly smiled and directly dodged his hand. What do you mean by that? Senior brother Lin Mo? Du Yu's face was grim as he questioned. You say that this yin condensation grass is yours or not? The corners of Lin Mo's mouth hooked into a smile. Of course it's mine. Ask him if you don't believe me. Du Yu pointed to the crippled man on the side. Lin Mo also looked at the cripple and said expressionlessly, oh, is that what he said so? This yin condensation grass is something I myself picked from the medicinal field to gift to you, Lord Lin Mo, and has nothing to do with him. The Qian Yuan Hall disciple's eyes rolled before he replied. See, you heard him. He said that this yin condensation grass has nothing to do with you. Impossible. He's lying. This yin condensation grass was clearly taken from me by him while I was seriously injured. Du Yu was exasperated. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth lifted slightly, not even bothering to argue anymore. But at this time, Du Yu said in an extremely contemptuous tone, oh, I see, Lin Mo. You're planning to forcefully take over my yin condensation grass. You scumbag. Lin Mo's face turned cold. He slowly approached Du Yu, then lifted him up by grabbing Du Yu's collar. What do you mean by your yin condensation grass? Don't say that I didn't snatch it from you. And what can you do to me if I did? You, aren't you afraid that I'll go out and expose you for this despicable behavior? Du Yu said hysterically. Whatever. Lin Mo searched out the points token from him, and when he saw the number of 0 on it, he frowned slightly before directly dropping Du Yu on the ground. Get the hell out of here. Du Yu's face was incomparably ugly. Just wait. I'll make sure to let the many fellow disciples as well as senior sister Lu Yi know how shameless you are. He was upset, but he didn't leave in a hurry, but waited on the sidelines. Rimmer didn't bother with him. As time passes slowly, more and more people began to return to the altar. Not only did Lin Mo have to be busy shooting people, but he also had to transfer the other party's elixir into his points token. It was a busy time. The many trialists were afraid of Lin Mo's strength and didn't dare to break through. After all, those who broke through had already fallen under Lin Mo's slate. But the trial time had come to an end, and the teleportation altar was about to close. Although they were extremely annoyed, they did not dare to leave at this moment. This led to a long queue at the place in no time. Don't rush. One by one. Lin Mo was still busy while not forgetting to reassure the people in line. The crowd can't wait to tear him alive. But the strength is not good, can only think about it. And right at this moment, there were 5 silhouettes in the distance that swept rapidly towards this place. The current one was a green silhouette. This person was naturally Lu Yi. Strangely enough, though, she also seemed to have a green turtle shell under her feet. And behind her, Gu Shueyue, Fong Lingshan, Bastard Sword and the 4 Long Yuan were also in hot pursuit. When the 5 came close, they were shocked to see the long line of long lines. What's happening here? A South Fiend Valley disciple hurriedly informed Gu Shueyue of the cause of the incident. What? Lined up to get mugged? Gu Shueyue was dumbfounded after hearing this, and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's 1,000 years old. Chapter 100, The 4 Great Celestial Pride Joining Forces. Just as Gu Shueyu and the others were feeling incredulous, Lu Yi looked towards Lin Mo at the very front. Great! When she saw that there was only one of the formation chains left on the other party, her small face was suddenly happy, and she ran over with joyful footsteps. Stop right there and get in the back of the line. Lin Mo called out to Yi Lu with a stern face, then pointed to the back of the line and told her not to cut in line. Yi Lu was instantly stunned in place. You're talking to me? She pointed her hands at her chest and thought her ears were hallucinating. That's right, it's you that's being talked about. Rimmer nodded, unmistakably confirming. Lin Mo, are you crazy? Or did you fall and break your brain? I'm Lu Yi you don't even recognize? Yi Lu said with great consternation. She had originally expected Lin Mo to rescue her, but she didn't expect Lin Mo to act crazy here. Of course I know you're Yi Lu. Lin Mo was speechless. Don't just stand there and disrupt order. Hurry to the back. Looks like you're not crazy or broke your brain in the fall, but you're just a super asshole. Lu Yi was so enraged that she couldn't wait to bite Lin Mo a few times. Senior sister Lu, you finally saw it. This guy Lin Mo is despicable and shameless, and just now he brashly and unreasonably forced his way into one of my incandescent grasses. Do you, who had been waiting on the sidelines, stepped forward. What? Incandescent grass. All the people present looked startled. There's even a 5th grade elixir? That's right. That incandescent grass was something I fought tooth and nail to get, but I never thought that it would be taken away by Lin Mo. He's my fellow disciple. Is such a shameless act still human? Duju loudly rebuked in pain. Through his burst of added rhetoric, many of the 5 Elements sect disciples who were dissatisfied with Lin Mo also came forward, to even rob the same door. Really? If you really think you can act recklessly just because you're strong, you'll get your comeuppance one day. Bah! We don't care to be in his company. The words around us were getting harder and harder to hear. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth lifted slightly. Originally, he had wanted to leave half of the spirit pills for the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, but now it seemed that there was no longer any need for that at all. He gazed over at Du Yu. Next moment, he swung up the big slate, and in full view of everyone directly toward Du Yu face door called up. When Du Yu saw that Lin Mo had stopped talking, he thought that Lin Mo was jealous. He was just about to write it out when he saw a purple glowing brick coming at him. Snap! Du Yu stiffened and fell straight down as if he had been electrocuted. He was twitching, his nose was recessed into his nasal cavity, and his entire face was flat as a mirror. Lin Mo sneered and lifted up Du Yu, who had fallen into unconsciousness, then threw him into the altar teleportation formation like a dead dog. His series of movements were so smooth and flowing that he had done everything before the crowd had even regained their senses. The scene was silent. The 5 Elements sect disciples who had just verbally attacked Lin Mo also swallowed their saliva one by one and lowered their heads, fearing that they would be noticed by Lin Mo if they were late. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh contemptuously as he looked at this scene and said, "Only the weak use words as a sharp weapon. The truly strong should use a slate to speak reason." Lin Mo, you look like you really need a beating. Yi Lu rolled her eyes. She couldn't wait to team up with the others to beat this guy up. Ha! Just as everyone was shocked by Lin Mo's cold tactics, the bastard sword at the back let out a cold laugh in public. You guys mustn't be coaxed by him. If my expectation is not wrong, he simply has no cultivation at this time, or is simply unable to invoke spiritual power. What? Without cultivation? Can't invoke spiritual power? The crowd was all surprised by Bastard Sword's words. Bastard Sword? What do you mean by that? Fan Lingshan and the others all turned their gazes towards the Bastard Sword. Do you guys see that golden chain wrapped around his body? If I'm not wrong, that should be called the Spirit Sealing Chain. It can contain a cultivator's cultivation and power by sealing the Dantian. The Bastard Sword opened his mouth to explain. How do you know so well about the Spirit Sealing Chain? Fong Lingshan couldn't help but ask. I happen to have seen the introduction of Spirit Sealing Chains in an ancient book. In short, trust me, there is absolutely no mistake. Hearing Ba Dao's very certain words, the crowd was still a bit skeptical. Brother Ba, since you speak with such conviction, why don't you go first? Fong Lingshan proposed. The bastard sword's expression was stagnant. In fact, he wasn't quite sure that what Lin Mo had on him was necessarily the legendary spirit sealing chain. So he snapped, Brother Fong, it's better for you to go first. I'll be at the back to marshal for you. Fong Lingshan shook his head and said, if you don't go on, I won't go on either. You're on so I can be on. Why do I have to get laid? Instead of me getting laid when you do? The two argued over who would strike first. Gu Shueyue's head was spinning for a while and she couldn't help but open her mouth to interrupt. Both of you, can't you just go on together? Together? Bastard Sword and Fong Lingshan's eyes slightly stared. As the proud sons of the heaven of each sect, they had always disdained joining forces with others. If you don't defeat Lin Mo, are you willing to give away the spirit medicine in your hands? Gu Shueyue coldly grunted. Senior sister Gu is right. What Lin Mo has done has offended everyone and caused a great deal of anger and resentment. We must defeat him. Long Yuan, who had always been quiet, also stood out at this moment. And during the time they were discussing this, Lin Mo finished robbing a dozen more disciples. You guys are grinding. Have you discussed this yet? Fong Lingshan and the others glanced at each other and joined forces to force their way towards Lin Mo. The people around them immediately followed suit. These are the four great prides of heaven. They had always thought highly of themselves, and now they had chosen to join forces against Lin Mo. This is going to be a good show. The crowd was very much looking forward to the exciting battle that was to follow. Even though Lin Mo, this villain, is strong, he definitely can't be defeated by four people joining forces. Almost everyone, even the disciples of the Five Elements sect, hoped that Lin Mo would lose. Only Yui Lu's brow furrowed into a frown. Although she had just wished that she could teach Lin Mo a lesson, that could only be taught by her. Now that she was looking at the other party's four people joining forces, her eyes couldn't help but still flash with a hint of worry. Lu Yi, what are you thinking about? Lin Mo that even robbed you. It's not even worth you worrying about him. Yui Lu cursed to herself. On the other hand, looking at the four great experts in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't even bring himself to make a move. Even if his cultivation was indeed sealed as Bastard Blade had said, he could still blow up a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator with a single punch just by using his powerful physical body. So it was a fight without any suspense. Chapter 101, A Different Gu Shueyue. Of the four, Bastard Sword was the first to launch an attack towards Lin Mo. He held a 5-foot broadsword and leapt through the air to slash towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo stretched out two fingers and gently clamped the blade. This was followed by a kick to the Bastard Sword's abdomen, sending him flying out and smashing into the yellow earth in the distance. He toyed with the broadsword he had seized, but at this moment, Long Yuan waved his long sword in his hand and used the fifth style of the 100 Sword Sect's unique sword art, Sword Dance. A sword shadow obliterated everything along the way and chopped towards Lin Mo's facade. Lin Mo indifferently threw the broadsword in his hand. Boring. The broadsword clashed with the shadow of the sword, flashing out a burst of metallic sparks. The sword's shadow was worn away, while the broadsword went on its way. Long Yuan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly pinched his hands together to condense a transparent aura shield in front of his body. But he still underestimated the power of the broadsword. With Lin Mo's huge power, the broadsword destroyed the aura shield as if it was cutting tofu, then penetrated Long Yuan's shoulder and carried him out for a distance of tens of meters before settling on a large tree. On the other hand, Fong Lingshan was not idle either. A peacock feather fan appeared in his hand, and when he gently waved it, it formed a flame hurricane that blew towards Lin Mo. The hurricane was more than one person high, and the temperature emitted was extremely hot, turning the ground into a scorched earth wherever it passed. Lin Mo's body moved several steps to the right, easily dodging the flame hurricane. He arrived within 3 feet of Fong Lingshan in the blink of an eye. Fong Lingshan's expression revealed a hint of anxiety as he bit his finger to apply blood onto the peacock feather fan. The light on the feather fan was so bright that a flaming bird flew out from it with another swing. The flame bird was only as big as a palm, but the heat emitted far exceeded the previous flame hurricane, and it was even faster, and had firmly locked onto Lin Mo's position. Lin Mo couldn't dodge. He let out a cold snort and his right fist directly met the flaming bird. Break me! As he let out a loud shout, his fist actually directly blasted the flaming bird, exploding into a pile of scattered sparks. Fong Lingshan's face turned white, and before he could cast another spell, Lin Mo got close enough to blast another fist onto his chest. Pust! He spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The chest was instantly dented and a dozen ribs were broken. The entire person also slid backwards a few dozen meters away before collapsing on the ground. The people around them were shocked. In just a few rounds, the four great celestial pride were actually defeated by 3 of Lin Mo's successive defeats, and even the strongest of the 4, Fong Lingshan, only lasted less than 2 rounds. This, Lin Mo is also too strong. The crowd was wide-eyed. Not long ago in the ring, although they had seen Lin Mo make a move, it was nowhere near as shocking as this time. This is the end. How can only Fairy Snow Moon be left to deal with this pervert Lin Mo? Everyone landed their gazes on Gu Shueyue. Gu Shueyue said in a complicated tone, Lin Mo, I really didn't expect that you were still a physical cultivator. There's a lot you don't know. Rimmer is looking for a quick takedown. He directly bullied his way forward and blasted his fist at Gu Shueyue's chest without mercy. Gu Shueyue crossed her arms in front of her chest. But how could her white lotus root-like arm block this heavy punch from Lin Mo? The crowd heard a crisp click of bone cracking, followed by Gu Shueyue flying backwards. What surprised Lin Mo was that the other party had stabilized himself at 40 meters away. Only Gu Shueyue's arm appeared unnaturally bent. Humph. Let's see how you can receive my second punch. Lin Mo followed closely and once again slammed his fist on Gu Shueyue's body. Gu Shueyue formed a ghostly blue shield, but it instantly shattered in front of Lin Mo's fist. Her entire body once again flew out backwards, her body ruthlessly hitting a piece of green stone. Fairy Snow Moon. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. They didn't expect Lin Mo to be so vicious with his hands, completely unaware of what compassion was. Pust. Gu Shueyue sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, but what shocked everyone was that she didn't fall to the ground like Fong Ling Shan and the others, but quickly stood up again. Ha! Lin Mo suddenly frowned and looked at Gu Shueyue with some consternation. He sensed a sudden unfamiliar aura on the other side. It's my turn, isn't it? Gu Shueyue stretched out her slender jade finger and wiped away the blood around her lips. She slowly came to Lin Mo and said, You're not bad, but immediately afterward, her absolutely beautiful face suddenly turned cold. But you still have to lose in my hands today. At this moment, she seemed like a different person, with a cold and icy temperament. Even the pupils changed from black to sky blue. After saying that, she pointed her long sword into the air, and with her right hand, she struck a spiritual light that landed on the sword. Brilliant heavenly might, vast divine thunder, with my body, perform the punishment of heaven. As her words fell, a silver light from the tip of the silver sword shot straight up into the sky. At that moment, a thunderbolt descended from the sky in a swift manner and landed directly on Lin Mo. Heaven and earth roared. A deep pit with a diameter of 5 feet wide was directly blown out where Lin Mo was. Inside, black smoke rolled out. Not knowing whether Lin Mo was alive or dead, the crowd was completely shocked. No one expected Gu Shueyue to hide so deeply. Performing heaven's punishment is so dominant. Could this be the South Fiend Valley's town technique? The Thunder Fiend technique? But isn't Fairy Snow Moon an extremely lean body? How could she possibly cast a lightning spell? The crowd was puzzled, but the ones who were even more puzzled belonged to the disciples of the South Fiend Valley. This was because they had never heard of their clan's Thunderbolt skill also being able to invoke heavenly thunder. Rimmer. The only one on the field was Yui Lu, who called out into the black pit. But her call was not answered. Just when everyone thought that Lin Mo had collapsed to the ground, an intact figure slowly walked out of the black mist. Yui Lu breathed a sigh of relief, and Gu Shueyue's beautiful eyes condensed as she stared at Lin Mo with some surprise. To suffer one of my penalty divine thunder and still remain unharmed. You're much stronger than I thought. You're not so bad either. One body and two souls. Interesting, Lin Mo said with a calm face. The words were heard by others in disbelief, but Gu Shueyue's face changed slightly. You seem to know a little too much. Much? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. The sword draws the thunder of the sky and performs the punishment of the sky. This is the signature action of the Heavenly Punishment sect in the Southern Domain. As a Heavenly Punishment sect, its strength was extremely huge. Its Heaven Punishment ancestor was a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. But what is surprising is that this clan from the ancestor to the disciples are all absolutely beautiful women. They cultivated a most powerful heart method known as the Tai Shang chopping love technique. If you want to practice this door to the Mahayana, you need to cultivate a body of desire at the Spirit Sect realm, and go out to realize the red dust and stain the world with male and female desires. In his previous life, before Lin Mo had been promoted to Spirit Sect, it was this sect that had hunted him down the most. Chapter 102 Battle of the Flesh. Lin Mo didn't expect to meet the people of the Heavenly Punishment sect again in this life. Looking at Gu Shueyue's appearance, it should be a desire incarnation of one of them, awakening the consciousness that the main body had left in it after it had suffered a heavy blow in the battle just now. In other words, at this moment, Gu Shueyu could no longer be considered herself, but rather a certain heavenly pride disciple of the Heavenly Punishment sect. Humph. Knowing too much of what you don't know will only invite murder for you. Gu Shueyu's cold eyes fell on Lin Mo, and that gaze was as if it was a giant dragon looking down on the ants at its feet. Kill the body. He, you can try it by all means. Lin Mo also sneered. He hated the condescending look of the Sky Punishment sect's disciples. They cut off love and lust, appointed themselves as the embodiment of heaven, and went around publicizing their so-called righteousness and justice. In his previous life, Lin Mo had only accidentally leaked the demonic chi in his body, and was considered by them to be an unforgivable demonic cultivator, and had been on an endless hunt ever since. Now that they had met again, Lin Mo happened to settle old grudges with the other party. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Gu Shuiyue didn't talk nonsense with Lin Mo. She once again pointed her sword at the sky and whispered under her breath, "Brilliant heavenly might, vast divine thunder. With my body, I will carry out heaven's punishment." As a strand of sword awnings shot into the sky was directly torn apart, and a bucket-thick thunderbolt fell straight down to the earth with a destructive aura. But this time, the thunder did not strike Lin Mo directly, but instead landed on the tip of Gu Shuiyue's sword. Instantly, the powerful lightning power was channeled into Gu Shuiyue's body through the long sword. Her long hair flew and her eyes held cold electricity. A faint layer of golden light lingered on his body, looking more and more sacred and cold. Moreover, her aura directly exceeded the spirit primordial realm in just a few moments. However, that wasn't all. The aura on her body continued to climb until it reached the peak of the spirit sea realm before stopping. The crowd was in a state of shock. Spirit sea realm. What happened today was beyond their imagination. At that moment, the clouds on the sky broke open once again, and a golden spirit sealing chain emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was a divine dragon descending from the sky. But Gu Shuiyue suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Don't you even recognize me?" The descending speed of the spirit sealing chain lurched, followed by a surprising retraction. Lin Mo's eyebrows shot up. The spirit forbidden formation spirit seemed to recognize the identity of the other party and surprisingly did not bind against. What exactly was the relationship between the spirit sovereign of this place and the other party? But without waiting for him to think clearly, Gu Shuiyue swung her longsword, which was plated with a layer of silver light, and chopped out a silver-colored sword chi towards him. The sword chi cut through the sky, obliterating everything along the way. With the power of devastating lightning, it landed on Lin Mo. Bang! Lin Mo was instantly sent flying, and his body smashed into the ground 100 meters away, appearing as a large human-sized pit. But in the next moment, Lin Mo's figure leapt high out of the pit and his feet landed heavily on the ground. Immediately after that, he shot out sharply like an arrow, then leapt up, his fist smashing fiercely into Gu Shuiyue's head. Self-importance. The corner of Gu Shuiyue's mouth revealed a hint of contempt. After the awakening of her own consciousness, she was again empowered by the power of divine punishment. At this moment, her strength was no less than half-step Jindan realm. Even the physique was far from what it had been earlier. Therefore, in the face of Lin Mo's heavy fist, she merely stretched out her arm, which was as white as a lotus root, and then gripped Lin Mo's fist with her open palm. What? The people around them stared in disbelief. They didn't expect Gu Shuiyue's physical strength to become so terrifying as well. Even Lin Mo's pupils shrunk slightly. Without waiting for him to make a move, Gu Shuiyue kicked him in the abdomen. Lin Mo's body once again flew backwards and crashed into a large tree. The tree was slammed so hard that countless branches and leaves fell down. Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in a somewhat wretched manner. His dantian was sealed, and he couldn't utilize the power of the demon seed and spirit seed, and he was unable to perform many means, like the Demon Emperor's Fist, 9 heavenly cloud steps, and even the spirit talismans on his body were not able to activate. But the other party's power of divine punishment couldn't be present all the time. When the power ran out, the other party would be the fish on his plate. Thinking of this, he powered up his legs and swung his fist once again towards Gu Shuiyu. Gu Shuiyu didn't expect Lin Mo to be so able to carry on, and to be able to attack immediately after taking a sword as well as a kick from her. However, the other party was undoubtedly looking for death if they dared to compete with her in this moment's state in terms of physical strength. She swung her fist to meet it without even thinking. The two fists collided and Lin Mo retreated 10 steps while Gu Shuiyu only retreated 5 steps. Lin Mo stabilized his stance and bullied his way forward again, and Gu Shuiyu was not willing to show weakness. The two figures collided once again. Bang! 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 After repeating this dozens of times, Lin Mo grew more and more courageous while Gu Shuiyue's strength was obviously slowly weakening. The two men clashed their fists once more, this time each taking 5 steps backwards. Lin Mo's power was already able to equal Gu Shuiyue's. Gu Shuiyu looked at Lin Mo, who was still alive and well, and knew that she couldn't go on like this. She wanted to pull away from the two of them, but Lin Mo couldn't let her have her way. He clung to Gu Shuiyu and his attack became more ferocious. Gu Shuiyu began to be unable to fight, and was eventually blasted in the chest by Lin Mo's fist. Her body flew backwards and smashed out a large pit, and Rimmer rode the wave of victory to a close second. He took advantage of the fact that Gu Shuiyu had not yet recovered to leap high in the air again, and then slammed his fist hard on the other party's abdomen. Gu Shueyue received another heavy punch, and a hint of pain appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. However, she also seized this opening and threw a punch at Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo's head sidestepped, and Gu Shueyue's fist grazed his cheek. A fiery pain came, and a bloody wound appeared on his face. Lin Mo didn't expect Gu Shueyu to still have the strength to struggle. He directly mounted his opponent and his fists bombarded Gu Shueyu's face like rain. Gu Shueyue crossed her arms to protect her head. Her rounded and slender thighs clamped onto Lin Mo's waist with a violent force, and immediately afterward, she actually rolled over and rode on Lin Mo. This time the offense and defense changed shape. Gu Shueyue aimed her fists at Lin Mo's face, pouring out her fists without mercy. Lin Mo protected his face with one hand and pinched Gu Shueyue's fine white and flawless neck with the other. He rolled over and once again pressed Gu Shueyu underneath him. The two men wrestled in the pit for a while as if they were city roughnecks. The sound of flesh colliding kept coming from the deep pit. Gu Shueyue's clothes were in disarray, and a large area of her snow-white skin was exposed in the air, presenting a great spring light in front of Lin Mo's eyes. But Gu Shueyue was not a dainty big beauty. She punches and kills at every turn. With a poor defense, Rimmer was almost hit in the lower body by one of her knee and elbow kicks. Lin Mo didn't expect the other party to be so vicious. He immediately stopped caring and directly slapped the other party's buttocks. On the buttocks. Chapter 103. The hand feels pretty good. Snap. Gu Shueyue's buttocks were hit hard. Caught off guard, her body shuddered like an electric shock. A blush surfaced on the absolutely beautiful face immediately afterward. Not a bad touch, Rimmer commented. Although this statement was made to deliberately stimulate the other party, Lin Mo also had to admit that the other party was very informative. Even through the thin clothing, his palm could feel the delicate, elastic touch. Shameless evil thief. I'll kill you. Gu Shueyue was unsurprisingly instantly enraged, and her eyes were crimson as she directly kicked Lin Mo away. Lin Mo sneered. So what if she's even more holy? She's just a woman after all. The way of heaven is merciless. If the heavenly punishment sect wants to carry out punishment on behalf of heaven, it naturally needs to cut off its emotions and desires, and has no thoughts or demands. But Gu Shueyue obviously hadn't cultivated the Tai Shang chopping love skill to its great completion yet. Or maybe she hadn't gotten around to chopping off this body of lust yet. Gu Shueyue took out a new white garment from her storage ring and draped it over her body. Immediately afterward, she stood in the distance, looking at Lin Mo with an extremely cold expression. She did not expect that she would be humiliated by such a shameless and vicious thief in the remote land of the eastern region. Although it was only a body of her lust, the feeling of that moment just now was incomparably real. It made her feel ashamed and at the same time, a trace of alienation actually rose in her heart. She silently chanted the clear mind decree in a vain attempt to calm herself down. But the strange emotion in his heart was like a wisp of starry flame, which he could not extinguish. No, this man must die. Gu Shueyue would never allow anyone to break her Tao. Thinking of this, she pointed her longsword straight up to the sky and mobilized all the remaining power in her body. Brilliant heavenly might, vast divine thunder. With my sword, kill all demons and evils. Thunder and lightning gathered on the silver longsword, exuding a monstrous might. At this moment, the aura on Gu Shueyue's body reached the extreme. Exterminate! As she swung out her sword, the sight of everyone present was replaced by a dazzling white light. They couldn't see the scene around them, as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was that one white light. When everyone's sight slowly recovered, they saw Lin Mo's body still standing straight in place, while not far away, Gu Shueyue's eyes were bleak and she was paralyzed on the ground. She used up all the power in her body. She lost. To think that she was the holy maiden of the heavenly punishment sect, the pride of the young generation of the southern region. Surprisingly, he lost to a nobody in the eastern region. If this news were to reach the southern region, it would certainly cause a furor. The people around him had complicated eyes. Lin Mo was just too demonic. Is this still the same generation as them? Couldn't have been taken over by some big shot. In the stake where the cultivation is sealed only by the strength of the physical body can still defeat the peak of the spirit sea realm Gu Shueyue. This strength they are really too far apart. On the other hand, Lu Yi's eyes glowed with excitement, and she grabbed Dull for a while and shook him. Dumbass, Lin Mo actually won. She just wanted to go forward, but at that moment, a trace of sickly blood color also surfaced on Lin Mo's originally calm face. Pust. His body shook for a while, and a breath in his mouth was not held back, so he eventually spewed out a large mouthful of crimson blood. Rimmer. Yui Lu rushed over to support him. How? She peeled back the clothes on Lin Mo's chest, only to see a bloody sword hole right in the middle of his abdomen. Cough cough cough. I'm fine. Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling that Lu Yi didn't need to assist him. That sword like Gu Shueyue had just penetrated his abdomen though, injuring his internal organs. But the good thing was that the chaotic god body possessed an extremely heaven-defying recovery ability, and after only a short while the injuries in his body were restored to 7 or 8, leaving only the wounds on the outside of his body to look a little scary. "You're dying and you're still talking to me," Lu Yi said, and a faint green light emerged from her palm. Immediately afterward, she placed her palms on Lin Mo's chest and treated him very carefully. With the injection of a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy, the wound on Lin Mo's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually forming a blood scab. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yi in front of him and was inexplicably somewhat moved in his heart. He disliked the sentiment. "It's useless to be so nice to me. I still won't let go of the green destiny fruit in your hand," Lin Mo said indifferently. After hearing this, Lu Yi pounded her small hand hard on Lin Mo's just-healed chest, and with a hint of anger on her small face, she said, "Lin Mo, you're really an ungrateful guy." Lin Mo smiled faintly after hearing this and didn't argue with Lu Yi anymore. He first came to the unconscious Fan Lingshan's side and directly removed the points token from his waist. Then he single-handedly threw the opponent's shoulder directly into the teleportation altar. The two of them, Bastard Sword and Dragon Abyss, had long since come to their senses. Not only had they already experienced Lin Mo's strength, they had also witnessed the great battle between Lin Mo and Gu Shuiyu. So without waiting for Lin Mo to urge him, he directly handed over the points token and then walked into the teleportation array himself. Although the remaining people were unwilling, they could only submit in the face of Lin Mo. Soon, only Lin Mo, Lu Yi, and Gu Shuiyu were left in the entire trial site, and at this moment the trial time is coming to an end. Even the teleportation altar began to turn illusory. Humph. Lu Yi grabbed her points token, then directly threw it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo put it away with an expressionless face. Of all people, he only felt some guilt towards Yui Lu, but compared to this minuscule trace of guilt, the contribution value was more important to him. "Lin Mo, listen carefully. I, Lu Yi, am not yielding to you, nor do I care about this trial points, but I truly consider you a friend." "Well, yes, a friend. So even if you don't ask for it forcefully, just say the word and I'll give you this green underworld fruit. But what you did today has already broken this young lady's heart. This young lady has decided to cut ties with you for 3 days. Goodbye," Lu Yi said, and made a face towards Lin Mo, then walked towards the teleportation altar in a very dry manner. 3 days of extinction. Thanks to this little ninny for thinking of it. Lin Mo looked at her back and couldn't help but smile, and just before Lu Yi was about to enter the altar, the entire place of trial suddenly shook violently. Immediately after that, a huge black hand probed out from the sky and slapped towards Lu Yi in the teleportation altar. "Look out!" At the critical moment, Lin Mo let out a loud shout. He swooped down to Yui Lu's side with great speed, then pushed her into the teleportation altar with one hand. The altar flickered with light, and Yui Lu's figure disappeared in place. But just at that moment, the giant hand in the sky landed on the altar. Bang! With a loud bang, the altar was directly obliterated by a palm. Lin Mo narrowly dodged the blow, but with the disappearance of the altar, both he and Gu Shuiyu were trapped in the secret realm. Chapter 104, Corpse Puppets. After destroying the altar, the giant black hand concealed itself into the clouds and did not choose to attack Lin Mo and Gu Shuiyu. Rimmer breathed a sigh of relief. How could he not have expected things to happen so suddenly? The aura emanating from that black hand had already exceeded the Spirit King realm, and it should be one of the strongest types of formation prohibitions in this place. But why would it suddenly trigger when it had been fine before? Lin Mo's brows furrowed, but just then, a pig-killing cry came from the distance. "Help! Kill the dog!" Immediately after that, a dirt-colored figure ran from the depths of the secret realm. It is none other than the long-lost bald-hair dog. At the moment it was wearing a pair of large, flowery pants, and its upright legs seemed to be transformed into a pair of wind and fire wheels as it fled desperately. Behind it there were countless stiffly moving silhouettes in hot pursuit. Their eyes were hollow and their skin exposed under their tattered black armor was a bronze color. Corpse puppets. Lin Mo was taken aback. Corpse puppets were puppets refined from the corpses of cultivators. The strength of this puppet depends on the strength of the cultivator during his lifetime. Generally, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the realm of the corpse puppet that was refined. Lin Mo remembered that there was a demonic sect named Corpsine sect in the western region of the northern sky continent. They specialized in digging up the ancestral graves of other people's clans and digging up their dead ancestors to refine corpse puppets. What's even more ludicrous is that these clans that had their ancestral graves dug up were furious. They united to kill the Corpsine sect, but the Corpsine sect is not panicked, and all of their old ancestors will be recruited to defend the enemy. A group of people are instantly confused. It's neither a fight nor a non-fight. In the end, one can only be in the wind. Rimmer looked back. He looked at the corpse puppets in the distance. Not only were they numerous, but their cultivation realms were extremely intimidating. Lin Mo even felt the aura fluctuations of the peak of the spirit sea realm in it. They had no human intelligence, and when they came a little closer, one by one they came flying towards the bald dog's ass and tore into it. The bald-haired dog panted, his tongue drawn out, seeing the corpse puppets pouncing behind it. Its doggy face changed drastically. Damn it, Master Dog, I'm not some kind of panacea. One bite won't make me immortal. Why do you guys care so much about me? The bald-haired dog cursed, but he was on his feet, and his speed soared for a short time. But the corpse puppets behind him didn't want to let him go, and one by one, they continued to frantically chase after him. The bald-haired dog was tired and gasping for breath, but it breathed a sigh of relief in its heart when it thought that it was about to arrive at the teleportation altar. But when it came close to Lin Mo, it was dumbfounded. Kobayashi, the teleportation altar is up. Master Dog, I clearly remember being right here. The bald-haired dog looked anxious as he asked towards Lin Mo on the side. Lin Mo's face didn't look too good either. What the hell did you do? He opened his mouth to question. There's no time to explain it to you. Where's the altar? Nope. What do you mean it's gone? The bald-haired dog was stunned in place like a bolt from the blue. Humph. Gone is gone. Lin Mo was too lazy to give it an explanation. The two conversed for a few moments, and at this moment, the group of corpse puppets not far away had already pounced over. Lin Mo leaped out and landed several flying kicks on a corpse puppet at the very front. Boring. He felt as if his leg had kicked against the bronze man, making a crisp metallic shuddering sound. The corpse puppet that received several kicks from him was unharmed, but it flew backwards under the powerful force, knocking down a large swath of corpses behind it. But only for a moment. These corpse puppets climbed up again and screamed as they continued to pounce towards the duo. Rimmer frowned. Then he turned and ran. Holy, so righteous. The bald-haired dog stared dumbfounded at Lin Mo's escaping back. It hurriedly chased after it and said, Kid, don't just run away. We must cooperate if we want to live. How to cooperate? Rimmer asked as he ran. Master Dog, I have a set of small teleportation array flags. It will take some time to set them up. So help me stall. Oh. A hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Mo's face. He always had the feeling that this bald dog wasn't very trustworthy. Don't hesitate. We'll all die sooner or later if this goes on. It's better to put up a fight rather than this. The bald-haired dog gasped. Okay, let's trust you for once. Lin Mo took a deep breath, then turned around and blasted out a fist. Boring. The foremost corpse puppet was blown away, smashing down a large swath of corpse puppets in the rear. But these corpse puppets are endless. Without waiting for the ones in front to climb up, the corpse puppets behind them stepped on their bodies and continued to pounce towards Lin Mo and the bald dog. Lin Mo once again kicked several feet in the air, knocking down another piece of corpse puppets that rushed up. With that, he used his fists and feet to stop the corpse puppet for a short time. And at this moment, the bald hairy dog was not idle either. Taking out a set of 7 colored formation flags and a formation stone from somewhere, it first used the green-colored formation stone, which was bigger than a faceplate, as the foundation of the teleportation formation. Immediately after that, the 7-color formation flag was inserted around the formation stone in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The void is the path. The stars are the guide. The 7 stars subdue the colors, and the light shines in the mysterious underworld. Things change and the stars move. The air rushes through the clouds. The bald-haired dog mouthed the mnemonic while rapidly constructing formation spirit patterns with its paws. On the other hand, Lin Mo's pressure was increasing. Well, no. The corpse puppets in front of him had already piled up into a small mountain. These corpse puppets' bodies were as strong as copper and iron, and Lin Mo couldn't do anything about them after his cultivation was suppressed. But it was a good thing they weren't spiritually intelligent. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to block them for so long. Take it easy. It's not even close. The bald-haired dog anxiously scratched his head and whispered under his breath. This formation flag has been useless for too long. What exactly is the last section of the mnemonic? Lin Mo almost vomited blood after hearing this. He blasted back a corpse puppet with one punch, then said in a bad mood, Erden, can you be more reliable? Don't rush it, so why don't you do it? The bald-haired dog was also annoyed. I'd like to come, but you're coming to fend off the corpse puppets, Lin Mo said expressionlessly. Forget it then. Master Dog, I'll try to be quicker. While the two were conversing, the corpse puppet that Lin Mo had seen earlier at the peak of the spirit sea realm rushed up. Lin Mo's mind concentrated and he immediately threw a punch. Boring. The punch blasted into the chest of this corpse puppet, only knocking it back a few steps. On the contrary, Lin Mo was actually shaken back a dozen steps by the powerful force of the recoil. The tiger's mouth of his palm cracked and spilled a large amount of blood. Lin Mo frowned. This corpse puppet was at least a Soul Dan realm cultivator in its lifetime, and it was highly likely that it was also a body refining cultivator. his attacks didn't work at all. Roar! The Peak Spirit Sea Realm corpse puppet that had received a punch from Lin Mo instantly became furious. It let out a hiss before pouncing at Lin Mo with great speed. Lin Mo could only clench his fist to meet it. And just as he was entangled by this corpse puppet, the other corpse puppets broke through the defense line towards the bald dog. Quickly block them. We can't destroy the formation flag or we're all finished. The bald-haired dog yelled at Lin Mo. Lin Mo wanted to rush over to support him, but was somewhat powerless. And right at this moment, a silhouette came behind the two at some point. Brilliant heavenly might, vast divine thunder. With my sword, kill all demons and evils. Chapter 105, he robbed everyone. After being defeated by Lin Mo, Gu Shueyue had been meditating cross-legged in the same spot to recover. It was only at this moment that she finally chose to strike. However, the target of her attack wasn't Lin Mo, nor was it the bald dog. Rather, it was the corpse puppets that had surged up. As she slashed out with her sword, dazzling white light swept across from a group of corpse puppets. In an instant, these corpse puppets that surged forward were cut off at the waist, and the sword light went on unabated, destroying hundreds of corpse puppets before stopping. The bald-haired dog was instantly overjoyed at the sight and spoke. Little Nachon, thanks a lot. Cut the crap and hurry up and set up your formation flags. Gu Shueyue's tone was very cold. Her lips turned white and she sat down in extreme weakness and toned up. On the other hand, Lin Mo had also found the weakness of that Peak Spirit Sea Realm corpse puppet. He clanked two kicks directly into his opponent's knees. This corpse puppet's legs went limp and it collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo clapped his hands together and turned his gaze toward Gu Shueyue. He didn't expect the other party to come to his aid, only that he also wanted to use the teleportation flags to escape from this place. Just as he was thinking about it, the bald dog's side suddenly shouted in excitement. Finally, just as its words fell, a seven-colored rainbow light shot straight up into the sky. Immediately after that, a swirling void portal appeared in the center of the seven array flags. The bald-headed dog rushed in ahead of him, and Gu Shueyue was right behind her. Lin Mo always felt something was wrong when he looked at the void portal. But seeing that a large group of corpse puppets around him had already pounced on him again, he could only leap forward and follow him in. As Lin Mo entered, the void portal seemed to have exhausted all of its energy. It gradually dimmed in light, and finally contracted into a white dot along with the seven array flags, disappearing into the space here. Outside of the spirit dignity mystery, Wei Xiaohong was the first to teleport out of the secret realm, carrying two of his men who had been slapped unconscious by Lin Mo. The apprehensive and expectant gazes of the top echelons of the various sects instantly landed on him. Xiao Hung, how's it going in there? Ha, you're. The South Fiend Valley's Vice Valley Master couldn't wait to come forward and inquire. However, when he looked at Wei Xiaohong, who was actually carrying two disciples who had fallen into unconsciousness, his expression suddenly became puzzled. Wei Xiaohong's face was very ugly. Although he was unwilling to mention the embarrassing incident of being robbed by Lin Mo again, he couldn't resist the crowd's pressing questions. So he could only reply, it's Lin Mo. He's the one who robbed us and snatched all the spirit pills from us. Humph. The South Fiend Valley's Vice Valley Master snorted coldly, his disgruntled gaze glaring at Moron Lioli and Tan Beer. Moron Lioli didn't say anything, but Tan Beer giggled. Tang Valley Master, this trial doesn't say you can't rob Dokken Master. You say it right? Dokeo Tian's eyebrows immediately jumped, vaguely having some bad premonitions, but still opened his mouth to concur. Fellow Daiwas Tan is right. This matter can only be blamed on your disciples' lack of strength. Knowing that this matter was fruitless to dispute, the South Fiend Valley's Deputy Valley Master simply chose to shut up. The crowd continued to look towards Wei Xiaohong, counting on knowing more news about the secret realm from him. But at that moment, teleportation fluctuations swirled around the altar once again. Immediately after that, another figure was teleported out. Xiatao. Tan Bottle immediately greeted her. Xiatao was intelligent and his strength at the 9th level of the spirit primordial realm wasn't weak, so he was considered one of her more favorable disciples. How was the harvest? Tipal asked with a smile. This is okay. Coldly being stared at by so many Spirit King realm cultivators, Xiatao was under a lot of pressure. What do you mean okay? Tam Bottle said in disbelief. If I can add the half that was snatched away by senior brother Lin Mo, I'll almost have nearly 10,000 points. Xiatao sighed, then said truthfully, what? Rimmer even rob you? Tan Bottle's eyes widened, feeling a bit incredulous. Ha! The other clan executives around them immediately gloated a bit. Moron Lioli's face also looked a little strange, but she comforted Tan Beer. No matter what, the spirit medicine belongs to us. 5 elements sect. Senior sister doesn't need to worry too much. Tipal nodded, and at that moment, the light on the teleportation altar flourished, followed by one silhouette after another coming out. Most of these people came out lying down, with large bags on their heads looking very conspicuous. The crowd was in a state of shock. Only after the means of salvation was administered did they slowly come to their senses. Upon learning that they had all been poisoned by Lin Mo, the higher echelons of the clans began to lose their composure. Yet more unsettling for them was yet to come. Bastard Sword and Long Yuan were also teleported out with black faces. The Qian Yuan sect's pride, Fong Lingshan, looked even more miserable. What exactly happened? Could it be that you guys were also poisoned by Lin Mo? The Qian Yuan sect's hallmaster, Sun Yi, established an immediate inquiry. That's right. Rimmer, he robbed everyone. The bastard sword gritted his teeth. What? This? How is this possible? Could so many of you not be able to defeat one of him? Yi Man, the vice sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect, said incredulously. At this moment, apart from Tan Bir and Moron Lioli, the top echelons of the various sects were already unable to sit still. Even Moron Lioli and Tan Bottle were stunned. They had thought of all kinds of possibilities for Lin Mo, but the only thing they hadn't thought of was that he would be arrogant enough to rob everyone. Our strength is indeed far inferior to his. Long Yuan sighed, and the always arrogant man actually lowered his head in shame even at this moment. The top echelons of the sects fell into silence, and Tan Bottle, seeing that the atmosphere was not right, spoke up. According to the rules of the trial, although Lin Mo's behavior is condemnable, there's nothing wrong with doing so. Dokken Master, you say? Dokeo Tian couldn't help but glance at Tan Bottle. I beg you not to make me say it. The words are all yours. So I'm not saying. He bottled up the words he spat out in his heart, then said with his mouth, Fellow Taoist Tan is right. Tan Bottle smiled slightly, and at this time, Bastard Blade looked in the direction of the Five Elements sect and suddenly said to Vice Patriarch Yi-Man, Vice Patriarch, Disciple has another very important news to report. Oh, what news? When Yi-Man saw how solemn the bastard sword was, a trace of curiosity appeared on his originally icy face. In this trial, we found a green underworld fruit as well as a yin plant in the secret medicinal garden. What? Green meditation fruit? Before the bastard sword could finish his words, the breaths of the higher-ups of the various sects caught in a rush. The green destiny fruit that was the main ingredient for refining the clan-breaking pill. Its value was incalculable. Such a treasure has even come out here. Yi-Man tried his best to calm down his tone and asked Beiji Dao, Is this matter serious? Disciple swears it's true. The bastard dagger swore to the heavens with one hand. A trace of scorching heat also appeared in Dokeo Tian's eyes. He inquired to Long Yuan, Long Yuan, is this matter a fact? That's right. We did find a green destiny fruit in the secret realm. Long Yuan answered truthfully. Where is that green destiny fruit now? Tell me. The Qian Yuan sect's hallmaster, Sun Yi Chang, hurriedly urged. Long Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid that it has also fallen into Lin Mo's hands. In fact, before he passed out of the secret realm, the green destiny fruit was still in the hands of Lu Yi. However, he didn't say Lu Yi's name, not wanting to bring disaster to her. Moreover, according to him, the green destiny fruit would definitely fall into Lin Mo's hands as well. Chapter 106 Secret Subterranean Space. Limerick. The eyes of the top echelons of the various sects flickered. The news of the green destiny fruit coming out was too important. At this point, they alone could no longer make a decision. They had to inform the clan. They then struck a spiritual light and flew into the sky. Tan Bir and Moron Lioli exchanged a glance and also realized the seriousness of the matter. Senior sister, hurry up and inform senior sect leader of this news. Aha! Moron Lioli nodded. Then a ball of blue light coalesced between her fingers and struck into the distance. According to the rules of the trial, the clan with the first place in the points had the priority to select 50% of the spirit medicines, and judging by the current situation, this first place was undoubtedly their Five Elements sect. The green destiny fruit naturally became their bag of tricks. However, the other four sects were also eyeing them, and would never give up so easily. Even the 100 Swords sect would not be an exception. At this moment, all the senior members of the various sects were all harboring ulterior motives, but their gazes were glued to the teleportation altar. And just then, a violent shaking suddenly occurred on the altar. Immediately afterward a green silhouette fell out of it. Rimmer. Louis E looked anxious and wanted to rush back inside the teleportation altar, but just at that moment, a powerful prohibition fluctuation came from the altar. Bang! The entire teleportation altar directly exploded, sending Yui Lu flying. Moron Lioli's figure flickered and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, her ice blue figure appeared in midair to catch Yui Lu. What's going on? Moron Lioli hurriedly asked. Senior Uncle Moron. I don't know. Crystalline teardrops hung from the corners of Lu Yi's eyes. Always naive and lively, her face at this moment also showed a trace of grief. Said, I was ready to enter the teleportation altar, But at this time the sky suddenly appeared, a black hand that covered the sky fell down towards me and the altar. Just as I felt desperate when it was Lin Mo saved me. He pushed me into the altar as soon as he was able to do so. But he himself. Louis wiped her red little nose and didn't say any more. But Moron Lioli's face changed drastically after hearing this. In a deep, quiet, isolated underground space, the light here was gloomy, and the whole sky was shrouded in a thick darkness of a dim and depressing hue. Gloomy dark clouds slowly drifted in the air like ink dye, and wisps of evil aura seeped out from the clouds and filled the air around them. Looking at his feet again, the large square was drenched in a mysterious black liquid, giving off a smell of death and decay. Above the square, densely packed, stood countless figures that were stiff and decayed, like deadwood that had been eroded over a long period of time. They were neatly arranged, their gazes empty and lifeless as they stared at the imposing palace in the center of the square. The palace was like a towering beast, perched firmly on top of a flight of steps that reached 1,000 steps high. Each step seems heavy and ancient, carrying endless vicissitudes, and on both sides of the steps, likewise stood rows of figures with decayed bodies, which stood there quietly, motionless, as if they had already stood like this for 1,000 years. From afar, the entire palace along with everything around it formed a shocking picture, as if it was a magnificent imperial dynasty sleeping deep underground, bizarre and mysterious. And just then, a swirling void portal suddenly appeared above the black square. Immediately after that, 3 figures fell out of the center. They were naturally Lin Mo and the others who had just escaped from the corpse puppets. However, when they looked at their surroundings, their faces suddenly all stiffened. At the moment, they were surrounded by densely packed corpse puppets, so they didn't know what direction to run. Damn it, Master Dog, I'm actually back in the deepest part of the secret realm. The bald-haired dog blushed a little less than favorably. A row of black lines crossed Lin Mo's face immediately after hearing this. Sure enough, he should never have trusted the dog. I had known that the other party was unreliable, but I didn't think it could be this unreliable. They had just gotten rid of the corpse puppets, and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. But this was a good thing, and they were passed into the lair of the corpse puppets again. Lin Mo sighed in deep helplessness. He looked at the thousands of corpse puppets around him, and even sensed the aura fluctuations of the spirit Dan realm among them. It was good that these corpse puppets had not awakened at the moment and had not yet attacked them. But what was worth Lin Mo's surprise was that the spirit sealing chains that had been wrapped around his body had disappeared. The power of the demon seed and spirit seed within his dantian was already able to be used normally. On the other side, Gu Shueyue looked at everything around her, and a trace of reminiscence seemed to flow across her cold little face. She suddenly put her long, chilly sword on the bald hairy dog's neck, and her words were very cold as she forced her to ask, "You're only a first-order demonic beast. Why can you spit out human words? And what did you do here not long ago?" The bald dog's extraordinary spirituality amazed her a little, but what she wanted to know most at this point was what the other party had actually done. Hearing this, Lin Mo also turned his gaze towards the bald-haired dog. "You, little ninny, you don't mess around." The bald-haired dog was taken aback. It hurriedly said to Lin Mo, "Little Lindsay, save me, or no one will be able to lead you to escape." Lin Mo ignored it and said expressionlessly, "Counting on you. I might as well count on a dog." After saying this, he felt that there was something wrong with this statement, because the other guy was supposed to be a dog. "Good you Xiao Lindsay. Master Dog, I just helped you escape the danger. Do you want to be so unrighteous?" Bald Dog said angrily, "Escape from danger." Lin Mo looked at the densely packed corpse puppets around him again and sneered, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Between the two conversations, Gu Shueyue was a bit impatient. She stabbed her long sword into the bald dog's skin and asked once more, "Come on, what the hell did you do?" Can't I say it, Master Dog?" The bald hair dog saw that Gu Shueyue was coming for real, and could only skim his mouth, and said somewhat sheepishly, "The dog master, I didn't do anything. Just overturned the coffin of the owner of this place, stripped him of his clothes, stole his storage ring, and accidentally shattered his corpse bones only." When these words came out, even Lin Mo's face showed a hint of a different color. Just tipped over someone else's coffin, stripped someone else's clothes, and shattered someone else's bones. Can anyone be more excessive than you are? Lin Mo really didn't expect the other party to be so bold. Gu Shueyue's face changed upon hearing this, her cold eyes containing anger. "I'll kill you." But the moment she raised her sword, the earth of the square suddenly trembled. Immediately after that, the surrounding corpse puppets unexpectedly moved. The two men and the dog's faces instantly changed drastically. Even Gu Shueyue temporarily put away her long sword and urged the bald dog, "Quickly, hurry up and rebuild the teleportation array. The teleportation array flag has a time interval for use. Otherwise, Master Dog, I would have used it long ago." The bald-haired dog got very anxious. Chapter 107, Master of the Secret World. "How long does the interval take?" Lin Mo frowned. 3 days, Bald Dog replied. Limerick. As he watched the corpse puppets around him begin to slowly awaken, he took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. If it's not possible, we'll have to take the risk. Lin Mo murmured in his heart. The 9 turns demon breaking technique had a forbidden technique that could overdraw all of the magic power of the magic seed for a short period of time, erupting into a power that was far more than the usual 10, or even 100 times greater. But the cost is also very serious. In the light case, the cultivation is greatly damaged and the realm regresses. In severe cases, there is a risk to life. But if it really came down to a desperate situation of life and death, he couldn't care less. As he was thinking, the corpse puppets around him began to move. However, what immediately surprised the 2 men and the dog was that these corpse puppets did not launch an attack towards them, but instead knelt down towards the large black hall above the square. King! A hoarse sound came from their mouths. It was as if a courtier was making a pilgrimage to the high and mighty emperor. Come to! Come to! Suddenly, a ghostly voice came out from within the black hall. The voice seemed to come from 1,000 years ago and fell on the ears of the 2 men and the dog. The bald dog was creeped out. It shuddered and said, Who is talking? Lin Mo and Gu Shueyue also stiffened. You're still alive. Gu Shueyue's tone was both surprised and very complicated. Lin Mo's heart immediately stirred when he heard this. He had long felt that Gu Shueyue seemed to know the owner of the secret realm, and his words at this moment undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions again. Come in, let me have a good look. That voice continued to come, followed by a creak sound. The door of the black hall opened up, and the corpse puppets in the square also gave way to the crowd at this moment as well. It couldn't be the owner of the secret realm, right? The bald-haired dog couldn't help but gulp at the thought of what he had done not too long ago. Just as it felt intimidated, Gu Shueyue snorted coldly. I'd like to see whether you're a human or a ghost. After saying that, she looked indifferent and walked towards the main hall in a single horse. Lin Mo, on the other hand, had his eyes slightly glazed over. If that voice really came from the owner of the secret realm, then entering the Great Hall at this time was undoubtedly a very bad choice. However, as he was thinking about it, the corpse puppets that had awakened around him actually surrounded him and the bald dog. It seemed that they were only concerned about Gu Shueyue, so after Gu Shueyue left, they attacked towards Lin Mo and the bald-haired dog. Lin Mo and the bald dog could only follow when they saw this. The 2 men and the dog ascended the high steps and finally arrived at the door of the black hall. They peered in through the grandiose doors, only to see the center of the empty palace placed a black crystal coffin. But surprisingly, the lid of this crystal coffin has been overturned on the ground, and the bones inside have disappeared. The bizarre scene stunned the bald dog. This isn't right. I clearly remember that the corpse bone was thrown next to the crystal coffin by me. How come it's gone now? The bald-haired dog said in a somewhat frightened tone, but as they looked up, a silhouette unexpectedly appeared above the first seat of the Great Hall. No, it should be human bones. It had no flesh and blood, only a white skeleton. At this moment, a ball of red light emerged from its sunken eye sockets, staring intently at Gu Shueyue, who had approached the Great Hall. Fairy. Its mandible and maxilla slowly opened and closed, and an unusually soft voice came out of its obviously very terrifying face, like he was talking to himself, or as if he was calling out someone's name. Sure enough, it's you. You're still alive. Gu Shueyue's gaze was cold as she drew her long sword and pointed it at the skeleton on the high seat. But the skeleton was just staring at her in fascination, and the word Siener was still on his lips. You answer back, and don't give me any funny business. Gu Shueyue snorted coldly. Don't ask. He's dead. Lin Mo gazed at the corpse bones from the side for a moment and eventually couldn't help but sigh. Impossible. If he's dead, how could he recognize me and say my name? Gu Shueyue scoffed at Lin Mo's words. Yeah, Kobayashi. While it did look like it was nothing more than a rack of bones, it did feel like there were still fluctuations of divine thoughts. For high-ranking cultivators, as long as the divine consciousness is not extinguished, it is not considered death. Have you ever heard of the corpse puppet technique of a parasitic art? Lin Mo said indifferently. Sending god technique. The bald-haired dog was puzzled, and Gu Shueyue frowned. The sending spirit technique, as the name suggests, can attach a piece of divine thought to a dead body or a magic weapon for a long time. Some cultivators whose lifespan is close to death would like to utilize this technique to attach all of their divine thoughts to a magic artifact before they die, so as to achieve a rebirth of sorts. Of course, this technique also has a great flaw. Once the attachment item is destroyed, then their divine thoughts will also be completely dissipated. Lin Mo patiently explained to the two. Then you mean he's already dead, and only his divine thoughts are attached to this skeleton? Gu Shueyue's voice was icy cold as she looked indifferently at Lin Mo. Lin Mo calmly nodded and said, not bad, but as this skeleton slowly decays, his divine thoughts were also crippled a long time ago. and I'm afraid that only some of the memories that mattered most to him during his lifetime are left. And you might be one of them. But as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shueyue became agitated. Impossible. He's just a selfish, city-slaughtering, country-destroying demon lord. Look at those corpse puppets outside. They're all his masterpieces. There's no affection in his eyes at all. The only thing he cares about the most is himself. Gu Shueyue said, and actually chopped out a silver sword light towards the skeleton. The sword light cut through space and impartially chopped on the right shoulder of the skeleton. At that moment, the already decayed skeleton actually dropped an arm directly. Why don't you hide? Gu Shueyu's voice trembled slightly, not expecting this scene to happen at all. The skeleton didn't answer. It didn't even glance at its arm that had fallen to the floor. Instead it slowly bent down and carefully took out an item from the box under the seat. It was actually a paper kite. It took the kite and came to Gu Shueyu. Xiener, the kite. Daddy will take you to fly a kite. Gu Shueyu reached out her trembling hand and picked up the kite. The kite was beautifully made, with bright, vibrant colors and some quirky graffiti on it. Time passes like a white horse. Hundreds of years in a flash. Gu Shueyu didn't realize that even the other party itself had decayed. But this kite from back then was still as fresh as new.